Presents 83 Days, the story of Seaman Izzy.
Oh? Izzy. Izzy? Uh-huh. Izzy what?
Just Izzy. It's my last name. Izzy.
Some last name you got. What's your first name?
Basil.
Basil, huh? Your mother didn't like children, maybe, huh? Anyhow, take it easy, Izzy. Lie on flat. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, which of you guys is the Navy man? You, Izzy?
Yeah. Me. Seaman, second class is my rating. American gun crew on a Dutch merchant ship.
How long were you out there?
83 days.
What happened?
We was torpedoed.
About 4:30 in the afternoon of November 2nd, 1942, a fast Dutch cargo ship was torpedoed and sunk a few hundred miles off the coast of South America. Only a few of the 400 men on the ship survived, and one of them, Basil Dominic Izzy, seaman second class of the United States Navy, was found on a raft in mid-ocean nearly 3 months after the sinking. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, brings you the incredible saga of Seaman Izzy and his companions, who lived through almost 3 months on a raft in the South Atlantic. The book, 83 Days, The Survival of Seaman Izzy, by Mark Murphy.
You was torpedoed, huh?
Yeah.
Then what?
Oh, nothing much. Nothing much we could do. We was off watch when it happened. Me and Jowdy, who was my buddy, and Jensen. Anyhow, we was playing poker. Jawbone poker. Jensen owed me close to $1 million by then.
How much?
$1 million you owe me, and don't forget it.
Yeah, fat chance with you hounding me for it. Come on, Izzy.
Yeah. You wear the spots off shuffling them. All right, take it easy. I'm dealing, ain't I?
I got feel like my old lady.
Yeah, don't forget the pot. Ante up. Gee, I forgot. Yeah, you forgot.
Yeah.
The 3,000 miles we had to tell him every time to ante up.
Sure.
Okay.
That's how we won the $1 million. Okay, Izzy. I open for 3 chips.
Okay. I'll stay. How many you want? 3. Okay, how about you, Jensen?
I'm honest. Give me 3 times.
Okay. The other takes 1. Oh, boy, you know, I'd laugh out loud if we got torpedoed now. With Jensen owing Izzy... Right under us.
$1 million.
So we caught a fish. That's what you call it, getting torpedoed. You call it catching a fish. Fish is a torpedo, see? Me and Jowdy hit the deck running and checked in at our gun stations, but it was no use. By the time we got there, the ship was so far down by the head we couldn't get elevation on the gun, so we took our shoes off and went over the side. It was cold. The water, I mean. Boy, was it cold.
It's cold.
Well, what do you expect? Steam heat?
Izzy!
Yeah?
Thank you, Izzy!
Yeah. Me and Jensen. Who's that?
Hey, Gary! Come over here! This way!
Keep yelling until we find you.
Okay. This way. Over here. Here I am. Here.
He was hanging onto a raft. Not really a raft, just some bamboo sticks lashed together. We could hardly see Jowdy. The sea was running so high, but we finally got together all right. Then there were Wasn't much for us to do but hang on to the raft. It wasn't big enough to climb up on, so we just hung on and watched the ship go down.
There it goes.
Yeah. All my clothes on it. I paid $100 for one of my suits. $100.
Too much for a suit of clothes.
After a while, it got dark. Then it was real tough. Real bad. Lots of men died that first night. All around us. We could hear them. Yelling sometimes and crying. I heard a man crying like he was a baby. After a while, he stopped. Drowned, I guess. I didn't wish him no harm, but I was glad when he stopped crying like that. It was a bad night. He lay there in the water, clutching onto the raft. It was a bad night. And finally, the sun came up. Yeah, it was tough enough in the night, but when the sun came up, you couldn't get away from it. You could turn your back to it, and then it would reflect off the water like from a mirror. And it would stab into your eyes like it was going to tear off the back of your head. All day long it was like that, just hanging on and cursing and dozing off once in a while. And then waking up at the edge of the raft, cutting into your belly, and the sun making scrambled eggs out of your brain. Nobody said much that day. Nobody talked. Just hung on and puked and waited for the sun to go down. After that, things got worse. Everybody started seeing things. Off the head. Even me. I smelled smoke. And I noticed a big hole in the water not far off where guys was going down for a cigarette. And I let go of the raft and I started swimming away.
Where's he going? Watch him.
Where you going, Izzy?
I feel like a cigarette. I'm going down for smoke. Down to where all those guys are coming up and smoking.
Izzy.
Yeah?
Back, Izzy.
But they got hamburgers. You want us to bring a hamburger, Johnny?
Izzy. Later. Come back.
He brought me back to the raft. A half a dozen times he did that, and I kept seeing things and would swim off. All night it was like that, and the second night. Then when it got morning, I stopped seeing things. But not everybody did. Not Jensen.
Listen, you guys. There's a hill on the other side of the ranch.
Jensen.
There's a hill on the other side. And I think there's some German spies who's got a place there. I'll bet they're pretty nice guys.
Jensen.
Sure. I'll bet they're nice guys, even if they are spies. We can get us plenty to eat from them. All fixed up. I'll be right back with it.
Jensen, come back, Jensen. Let go of me.
No! Just for that, Shorty, I won't bring you nothing.
Jensen. Come back, Jensen. There's no hill there.
I won't bring you nothing, Shorty. Only you and me, Izzy. Nothing but Shorty.
Jensen!
There goes my $1,000,000.
So Jensen went off looking for the hill. Only there was no hill. It came morning again and the sun came up. It was like the day before, only nobody had any beans left by then. Then I saw the raft. The big raft. The one we were hanging on, it was just bamboo. It hardly floated. But this other one, it stuck up out of the water a couple of feet and was about 10 feet long. I told Jolly about it. I said we ought to go over there and get on it.
Too far. You'll never make it.
Come on, Jolly.
No, it's too far.
Come on, will you?
Go ahead. You want to go drown yourself if you want to. It's your funeral. No, it's too far.
I started out by myself, finally. It was a long way off, and it felt like a year swimming toward it. After a while, I saw I couldn't make it the way I was going. And I swam to get in front of it and figured the current would bring it to me. Then I couldn't swim anymore, hardly. I just lay there in the water with my legs aching and my life jacket digging into my belly and giving me cramps. And all I could do was just lay there, wishing that big raft would come my way. Finally, it bumped into me. I climbed up on it. There was 4 other guys on it, just sitting there. For the first time in 48 hours nearly, I was out of the water. All the rest of that day, we tried to paddle a big raft over to where the Jowdy was. But it wouldn't go. It wouldn't go. Finally, I was so pooped out, all I could do was just lay there and look over to where he was. I lay there on the big raft, and I cried.
Once upon a time, there were 3 bears. Mama bear, Papa bear, and a little baby bear. A little baby bear...
Like I said, there were 4 other guys in this raft, see? I knew Ensign Maddox. He was my gunnery officer on board ship. He was the only one I knew. Then there was Beasley, an American sailor, and Case Vandersloot. He was a Dutchman who could hardly speak good English. The 4th guy was a 17-year-old kid named Hugendam, that's right. Nico Hugendam. Only you can't go around calling a guy Nico or Hugendam, so we just call him Junior. He was from Holland. He was crazy about American bedtime stories. All day long, he'd make Maddox tell him bedtime stories.
Look, Junior, I've told you this one 5 times already. For 2 weeks, I've been telling you about the 3 bears. Haven't you had enough yet?
Oh, come on. I like it. You, go ahead, please.
Well, the little baby bear tasted his porridge. And he said, my porridge is too hot.
The first month went by fast.
Tasted her porridge.
Then the days began to get funny. We were running out of food and water. There were 10 gallons of water and a big can of chocolate when we started, and we rationed it out until it was almost all gone. Then the days got funny. The mornings would go fast, and every afternoon was like a year, waiting for night to come so we could get our little piece of chocolate. And every day, Maddox would tell Junior a bedtime story.
Once upon a time, 3 bears. Mama, Papa, baby bear. They tasted their porridge.
Nay, you leave pot out.
Porridge. I could use some porridge myself, whatever it is. Hey, Izzy.
Yeah?
What's porridge?
Porridge? I don't know. Oatmeal, I think. I don't know. And I wish you wouldn't ask me every time you tell that story.
Oatmeal, huh? I could use some oatmeal.
You finished the story?
No. No more. Not going to tell you any more bedtime stories.
Please?
No?
Beasley was the first. After we ran out of food, we took to catching little minnows that came alongside the raft. We'd eat them raw, bones and all. Only Beasley couldn't keep them down, so he started getting weaker. You could tell because it got so he couldn't hear.
I can't hear. I can't hear, Mr. Maddox.
What's the difference? There's nothing to hear anyway, so what's the difference whether you hear or not?
I can't hear. I can see your lips moving all right, and I know you're talking, but I can't hear you. What'd you say?
After that, he started going blind. And it got worse and worse. We'd come up to him and hold up 4 fingers in front of him and say, how many fingers can you see, Beasley?
Mm-hmm. What'd you say?
I said, how many fingers can you see, Beasley?
2. Is that right?
No. I'm holding up 4 fingers. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see them now?
I can only see 2.
December 3rd was my birthday. The day before, I told the other guys about it. How I'd never been away from home before on my birthday. And here I am, out on a raft in the middle of the ocean. The next day was my birthday. It rained. Hours went by and we still talked about my birthday. And it kept on raining. It rained the hardest on my birthday that it ever did while we were out there. They tried to cheer me up.
Oh, never mind, Izzy. We'll be picked up tomorrow. When we tell ship's cook yesterday was your birthday, when he baked the cake just the same.
That afternoon, it rained so hard I couldn't see more than a few feet in front of me. And I cried. My head out in the rain and tears rolling down out of my eyes. Because I knew if a ship did come by, they couldn't see us. I was 20 years old that day. Christmas came. We were out 53 days on Christmas. By that time, we were all pretty far gone. I was so thin I could put my fingers all the way around my arm. Beasley was the worst.
I'd like a cigarette, Alice. Please.
He just lay there and talked to himself or to people we didn't even know. He was dying. Kees Vandersloot, the oldest Dutchman, kept singing some kind of Dutch song. Nico, the kid, he slept most of the time. Maddox sat on the edge of the raft, turning his head as far as it would go, from one side to the other, watching the horizon. Once in a while, he'd beat his hands against the edge of the raft. And after a while, he said, "What's he singing?" "Oh, Kees?" "I don't know, some kind of a Dutch song. I don't know."
I don't like it. It's driving me nuts. I know the words, it might not be so bad, but not knowing the words is driving me nuts. Shut up, Kees.
Me?
Who else?
Oh, what's the matter?
I said shut up, I said.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year.
Hey, you know what I'd do if I was ashore?
Shut up.
I'd walk down the street and I'd go into the first 5 and 10 cent store I come to and I'd get me some fig squares. That's what I'd do.
What is this fig square?
They're little cookies. They got ground up figs inside. And the 5 and 10, they're always fresh.
I never heard of a fig square.
Sure, you know, they're kind of cut off at each end and you can see the ground up figs inside.
Maybe you mean Fig Newtons.
No.
Lafayette, Indiana, we call them Fig Newtons.
Not where I come from. Where I come from, they call them fig squares.
Lafayette, they call them Fig Newtons.
Oh, please, Alice, why don't you help me? Here I am over here, Alice. Can't you see me?
On the 66th morning, when we woke up, Beasley was dead. His hands were out in front of him like he was grabbing for something, and his teeth were showing. We knew he was dead, but we kind of watched him for a couple of hours, hoping he would move. But he didn't. And then we were sure he was dead, and we took off his dungarees and got ready to bury him.
Somebody ought to say a prayer. Hey, Izzy, how about you? You're a good cat.
Okay, I'll say something. Oh, my God, I'm hardly sorry for having offended thee, and I detest all my sins because I dread the loss of heaven and the pains of hell. But most of all, because they offend thee, my God, who are all good and deserving of all my love. I firmly resolve, with the help of thy grace, to confess my sins, to do penance, and command my life. Amen.
When I say push, you guys push. Dear Lord, this is our friend. Take good care of him. Amen.
Amen.
He's probably going to a better place. May he rest in peace. Push.
After Beasley died, nothing much happened for a long time. We had a couple arguments on the raft, and it got so Maddox wouldn't talk to Vandersloot, only to me and the kid, Nico. Vandersloot and the kid were sore at each other, too, so the only one on the raft who would talk to Vandersloot was me. When the others wanted to tell him something, they told me, and I told him.
Hey, Izzy, tell him to stop singing.
Hey, Nick says to stop singing.
Terry, I said for him to jump overboard.
He says for you to jump overboard.
Tell him I said no.
He says no. Doesn't seem to bother you much, Mr. Maddox.
What?
I said it doesn't seem to bother you much.
What doesn't?
The Dutchman. Singing. It used to bother you.
Singing? What singing?
You can't hear him singing?
What'd you say?
Can't you hear him? Listen, can't you hear him? Go on, sing some more, will you? Hey, did you hear him?
What did you say?
How many fingers am I holding up? How many?
2. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, sure, 2. That's right. But I was lying. It was 4 fingers I held up. Just like I used to for Beasley. Maddox was deaf already and was going blind, just like Beasley had. He was dying. Maddox lasted 10 days after Beasley. We buried him at C2. This time, we watched his body. His hair was awful long by then, and it floated out in the water, and we could see him drift past us, and then back 50 feet or so, his hair floating out in the water. And something jarred him. His hair fluttered in the water, and we didn't see him anymore. Vanderslot woke up Nico and me.
Listen, you fellas.
What?
Listen.
What?
I can't hear anything.
There it is. A plane. A plane. Plane.
They started yelling at the plane. And waving and standing up and then falling down. I just lay there, sick to my stomach. I couldn't hear the plane engines. I knew what that meant. I put up 4 fingers in front of my face. I could still see 4, but they were blurred. I was next.
He didn't see us.
Well, anyway, where airplanes are. Maybe the next one, eh?
He didn't see us.
We saw 2 more planes that morning. Just scouting, not looking for us, just scouting. And early in the afternoon, Vanderslot, the Dutchman, he saw some smoke. He rubbed his eyes and said,
I don't know, but I think I see something on the horizon.
We couldn't see anything. But later we saw it. We saw 1 ship, then 2 ships, then 4 ships. A convoy. It just went along the horizon. We just looked, and then Vanderslot said,
If this misses us today, I jump overboard.
There were planes flying around the convoy, and the first ship was a destroyer. We wanted to try and stand up, but we kept falling down. The destroyer kept going fast around the convoy, and then we noticed some smaller boats, some PC boats, sub-chasers. Then a PC boat headed right for us.
Yeah, stand up here and wave the flag at them.
Hold me up. They're coming closer.
Tell me, should we yell?
What are they doing, huh?
Shut up.
What are they doing?
What are they doing? What's happening?
What are they doing? Tell me.
Shut up.
Please, tell me.
They're coming closer.
What's happening?
They see us. They're pointing a gun at us.
They're going to shoot us?
No, they ain't. Look. They're flying an American flag. They're going to pick us up. We wound up the day in clean sheets. The 83rd day we were on the raft. 3 months. Later on, a guy from the Coast Guard came down to feed us. He fed us like we were babies with a spoon.
Take it easy. And what's your name?
Izzy.
Izzy. what?
Just Izzy. It's my last name. Izzy.
Some last name you got. What's your first name?
Basil.
Basil, huh? Your mother didn't like children, maybe, huh? Anyhow, take it easy, Izzy. Now, lie out flat. That's it.
Yeah.
How long were you out there?
83 days.
What happened?
We was torpedoed.
As the 31st program of Words at War, we've brought you passages from the recently published book, 83 Days, The Survival of Seaman Izzy by Mark Murphy. This book tells the true story of Basil Izzy, seaman second class, an ex-baseball player from South Barre, Massachusetts. The radio adaptation was by Edith Sommer. Seaman Izzy was played by Paul Mann. And others in the cast were Walter Burke, Milton C. Herman, Tony Berger, Maurice Minnick, Paul Gordon, Lon Clark, and Sam Wanamaker. The music was arranged and played by William Meader. The production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, Words at War will present a story of China at war, War Tide by Lin Tai. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The author of the novel we're going to dramatize on Words at War this evening is here with us. She is Lin Tai, author of War Tide. We're honored to have you with us tonight, Miss Lin.
I'm happy to be here.
Would you tell us a little about War Tide? Is it your first book?
No, but it is my first novel.
And it tells of your own experiences while being bombed by the Japanese?
Oh, no. My book is a novel. The story is imaginary.
But you were in Chongqing in 1940 during the heaviest bombings of that city.
Yes, I was there.
Won't you tell us a little about it?
But I do in my book, Mr. Costello. In my book, I tell of the war tide.
Just what is the war tide, Miss Lin?
The war tide? The war tide is a spirit, Mr. Costello. A spirit that has swept through China and met all men as one. It is a spirit that unites men in the same peril and makes them into a single unit. One called China, one called strength.
What is this spirit, Miss Lin?
The spirit is anger, Mr. Costello, and courage. And it is this spirit that makes us know that we shall win this war.
Our dramatization of your book doesn't follow exactly the incidents as you wrote them, but I think it will preserve that spirit.
That is all that matters, because the spirit is the war tide.
And one more question, Lin Tai. Would you mind? How old are you?
I'm 17 years old.
Words at War. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents an adaptation of a powerful new novel written by a 17-year-old girl. The book, War Tide, by Lin Tai.
My grandmother had 9 fingers, only 9. She was very proud of it. She said that all through her life she'd been blessed like that. She said that our family was different, special. But we weren't special. We were just a normal Chinese family living in Hangzhou. My father owned a silk shop, and like most fathers, I guess, he was impractical. My mother was a mother. And I had 2 brothers, a big one, Fine, and a small one, Little Bean. Then, of course, there was the old lady, my grandmother, and there was me, Lo Yin. You see, we really were a normal family. That is, until the war came.
Old lady, this is a lucky moment for you. Your grandson just married to the most beautiful girl in all of China.
Lucky, is it? Let me tell you, a toy stoops when he marries anyone. He stoops.
Mother, did Father stoop? I didn't see him stoop. Mother, did he stoop to marry Royal Pearl?
Hush, little Bean. It is your brother's wedding. Your voice should not be heard until your own.
It shouldn't? For heaven's sake.
For heaven's sake, what, little Bean?
Shen, I think you'd better marry Lo Yin soon.
Well, so do I, little Bean. But Lo Yin will not have me.
She won't? Why not? Lo Yin, why won't you have Shen?
Hush, little Bean. Everyone will hear you.
But if you marry Shen, then that would give me another brother. Royal Pearl is my new sister, and Shen would be my new brother. Please, I think you should marry him. Mother, don't you think so?
What, little Bean?
Don't you think Shen should marry Lo Yin?
Oh, no, little Bean. Lo Yin is too young. Only 17. Let them wait a while.
All right. But they look at one another so funny all the time. Like now. Look, Mother, they're whispering. Look, Mother, Father, look. Shen and Lo Yin are whispering, see?
But of course, little Bean, they are in love.
Father, it is time to propose the toast, dear.
What's that?
The toast, dear.
The toast. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, my house is honored by your presence. This is a happy occasion for the house of Tai. I ask you to join me in welcoming my new daughter, my son's wife, Royal Pearl.
May they live a long and happy life together. May peace and plenty bless their house.
And may they have 10 children and name them all after me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, another toast. This time to my mother. My mother, who is my home's most beautiful ornament. She is the...
I'm 80 years old, and I have but 9 fingers, and I'm glad you all could come.
Oh, Mother.
Shen, are you ready?
So soon, Fa'an?
What is it, Father? Why do you look so sad and secret? It's your wedding, brother. Please be happy.
Come into the next room, Lo Yin. We have something to tell you.
Oh, yes, Shen.
There's not much time, sister. Come.
Of course. What is it, Fine? What have you to say that makes you both look so...
You tell her.
Lo Yin, the war is coming.
Yes, I know, but
Fa'an and I must prepare to stop the jets.
I don't understand.
Well, the devils have thousands of planes, Lo Yin. Thousands. And we must keep them from crawling through our sky.
We're to report to the airfield in Hankou.
When?
Now.
Oh, Shen.
Lo Yin, listen to me. When I'm gone, there'll be only you to take care of our family. Only you to take care of my wife.
Oh, no, Fine.
Royal Pearl is very beautiful, Lo Yin. I love her very much. Please, Lo Yin, there's no one else but you. Little Bean, the old lady, Mother, Father, Royal Pearl. All of them depend on you. You must stay and take care of them. Promise me that when war comes, you'll keep this family safe and strong. Promise.
Shen.
You must promise, Lo Yin.
All right. I'll do my best, Fine.
Thank you. You're a good girl. Goodbye, sister. Take care. And Lo Yin, keep Royal Pearl safe.
Yes, Fine.
I must say goodbye, too. My darling.
Shen. Oh, Shen.
Yes, dear, what is it?
Shen. Fine said the Japanese had thousands of planes. How many have you?
Oh, don't worry, Lo Yin. We'll stop them. They haven't a chance.
How many planes have you?
We're strong and not afraid, and we'll drop them right out of our sky.
How many planes?
We have 5.
That night, the night was deep. And the storm beat against my windows, and I couldn't sleep. The storm beat down upon the windows. And I lay in bed thinking of Shen and my brother Fahan, who'd gone off to do battle in the sky. I thought of my mother and my father, and the old lady and Royal Pearl, and of little Bean, my brother. I thought of taking care of them all. And I heard laughter in the rain, loud laughter, gay and high, very high. I listened. The rain beat down fast and energetic, and it wasn't laughter at all. It was wailing voices, weeping and sobbing, weeping and sobbing. And that was when the war came to my heart. It came and settled down and wouldn't go away. The war.
War? Nonsense. The war won't come here. The Japanese won't come here. They wouldn't dare.
But, Father, the war has come. Nanking, our capital, has fallen.
Oh, no, not Nanking.
Yes, Mother. And already the devils are on the edge of Hangzhou. Right here on the edge of town.
Oh, no.
Nonsense.
Listen, Father, listen. Do you hear guns?
Why, it's only the wind, Lo Yin. Not guns. Only the wind.
Oh, Father, please. I promised Fahan I'd take care of everybody. Help me. Mother. Royal Pearl. Lo Yin, what should we do?
Royal Pearl. Little Bean, be quiet. Lo Yin, you're making your brother cry. I won't have it. I won't have it. Come here, Little Bean. Now stop making those noises.
Father, they're invading the city. We must go to Chiuchang. Mother, please make them see.
My daughter, how?
Oh, Mother, old lady, somebody. It's true. Those are guns. Listen, my son. Oh, merciful Buddha, what will we do? Planes. Japanese planes. The devils are here.
Be quiet. Be quiet. What? Those aren't guns. You hear? Those are not guns. It's only the wind. Only the wind.
And war came to Hangzhou. And it broke out like a plague in Hangzhou. And all over. Until it spread thick over China and ran into the sea. And everywhere it went, people recognized it. The clouds fizzed and the sky cracked. And up came the hell and down came the heaven. And no one could tell them apart. For the devils from the East Ocean have come, they said. The devils from the East Ocean have come. The dead littered the earth. And ghosts stalked in the sun. And men were torn limb from limb. And women were raped and slit open. And that was what war was. Bombs flew as gracefully as birds. And the old lived and the young died. And God was mad and men were angry. Men were angry. And the world went crazy. The war came. And it was ugly. But with it came a spirit. Beneath this ugly world, there was woven a hope that came from the birth and death of men. And this spirit made us want to spit and want to stir. And it made us restless and feverish. And the spirit was the war tide. It swept in, and there was light and there was happiness. Because the spirit, which was the war tide, was anger and courage. And it swept in and filled the people of China. Mother and Royal Pearl and Little Bean left for Chiuchang. But Father and my grandmother would not go. And so I stayed behind with them. And that night, the Japs entered Hangzhou. I hurried to the silk shop to warn my father. Father, are you there? It's so dark. Father.
They've looted my store. They've torn up my silks. The Japs have torn up my silks.
I found my father sitting dark and lonely in a corner of the store. Around him, piles and piles of silks were heaped, slashed, ruined.
All of them.
I went up to him and found myself staring into the eyes of a madman.
All the silks. The pretty silks. My life's work. Gone.
Father, we must get out of here quickly. Please, Father, the devils are everywhere and they're burning everything and killing.
Yes, the devils. They're the ones who did this. They're the ones who slash and burn. Burn. Yes, that's it. Burn. I'll burn them all. All my silks. Where's the match? I want to find... God in heaven, where is there a match?
Oh, Father,
match,
please, don't!
Here's one. Right here. A match. You see?
Father, stop it. You don't know what you're doing.
And now we shall see the end of everything. Watch, Lo Yin. See how the flame catches hold. Orange flame. See? As my silks were pretty. Watch, Lo Yin. Oh, it's a good fire. See how it burns? Look how it burns. Go on. Burn, you devil. Burn.
Father, we must get out. The flame.
Burning.
Father.
Burning.
Father.
The whole world is burning. Everything is burning. See?
Then he choked on the smoke. He stood there coughing and choking. The flames spurted up all around him, and he wouldn't come out. I tried to make him come, but he wouldn't. And then he tripped and fell into the biggest flame of all. And I didn't see him anymore. I'm so tired. Oh, lady, I'm so tired.
Oh, my son, where is my son? My only son. Gone. Everyone is gone. No one left but you.
It's so lonely in the house. I'm cold. I'm frightened. It's so lonely.
Yes, child. Go bolt the door.
Please, old lady. Couldn't we go join Mother and little Bean?
Bolt the door, Lo Yin. Bolt the door.
Yes.
We're all alone now. All alone.
Listen, footsteps. Hear them?
I hear nothing. Nothing. Oh, it's so lonely here, Lo Yin.
Shh. There it is again.
The lamp. Quickly, child.
Is there anyone here?
It's a Jap. Don't say anything. For your life, don't say anything.
Is there anyone here? Is there a woman here? Huh? What's this? What's this?
Don't look at him, child. Don't look at him. Get out, you devil! Get out! Oh, Shen. Where are you, Shen? Run, Lo Yin, run.
Not so fast. Come here. No!
Back down, you beast. For your own good, get out. Don't you dare touch us. We're sick. Sick. See, I have only 9 fingers. Only 9. We're sick. Sick with leprosy. Leprosy, see? Leprosy. Leprosy. Don't cry, Lo Yin. It's all over. The devil is gone. We'll go join your mother and little Bean now. We shall go, child. Don't cry. We'll be safe in Chuchang. 9-fingered little slave, they used to call me. 9-fingered little beggar. Now they know. Now my ancestors know why I was made with only 9 fingers. It was not my mother's fault. It was Buddha's blessing. Hush, child. Hush. Shen will come back to you. And the flowers will bloom, and it will be all green and pretty outside. Don't cry, Lo Yin. Don't cry.
I have 10 tickets left for the $600 for the ticket to Hong Kong.
Bombs were falling on Chelsea. We arrived in the night, my grandmother and I. And as we arrived, there was a sound in the sky. And it was the sound of death and fire. And it was the sound of Japanese planes. We were 4 women and a little boy. One woman old and pale as ashes and just as useless. One beautiful and incapable Royal Pearl. My mother, who didn't know that her husband, my father, was dead. And I, who dare not tell her, because the war brings sorrow, but allows no time for weeping. And so we were on the wharf, waiting for the little steamer to take us down home, to take us to Shannon.
1 ticket left. 1 ticket for the trip to Hong Kong.
Give it to me.
Who will pay $600 for safety? 1 ticket.
Oh, excuse me, please.
Little lady, do you want the last ticket?
I have 4 tickets, and we need only 1 more for my little brother. Oh, he's very little. Oh, please don't make us pay for him.
Yeah, where is he?
Well, here, say something, little bean. Hello.
The boy is small, all right, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm sorry.
We have not the money to pay for my brother's fare.
Well, you'll have to leave him here then. Who wants this ticket? $600. No.
Quiet, little bean. I can't go. Everybody's going, but I can't go.
I must get $600 for this ticket. Stop those miserable noises, little boy. How can I sell the ticket if your troubles are louder than I am?
You'll stop if you give us the ticket. I'll stop if you give us the ticket. I'll stop if you give us the ticket. I'll stop if...
All right, stop then. Why, you're even louder than the bombs. Here, Sonny. Here's the ticket. Now hurry up and get on that boat.
You can't give him that
so
ticket.
much. Thank you. Thank you. Mother, we have the ticket for little Bean. The man gave us the ticket. We have 5 now.
Not 6.
6? No, there are only 5 of us.
Your father. Where's the ticket for your father?
Oh, merciful Buddha, I forgot.
Where is your father? Loyin. Why is Royal Pearl crying?
Mother, I can't keep it from you any longer. Oh, what kind of a world is this when we haven't even time for our sorrow?
Tell me.
Mother, Father won't be coming. He's dead, Mother.
Oh.
He set his shop on fire and died in the flames. And that's why we should go, Mother. Because Father won't be coming. Mother, won't you say anything? Won't you cry? Please cry. No matter what, it's better to cry. We shall miss the boat. Come, wife of my dead son. You stand there as a statue, but you must concern yourself with the living. Later you may remember and be haunted with the dead. But now there is no time. Come, daughter.
She won't come. She just stands there.
Oh, Goddess in heaven, help me to touch my mother's heart and remind her of the world again. Help me. Mother, I'm afraid. The bombs, they're getting closer.
What?
The bombs.
Oh, yes. Yes, little Bean. Never mind, son. We'll get on the boat now. We'll get on the boat.
My brother Fawn. Oh, everything will be all right in Hong Kong. No bombs nor blood. Men will be men again, not beasts. Oh, things will be all right in Hong Kong. Careful, little Bean. Don't fall overboard. I won't. Sister, there's Fawn. Where? Oh, where?
Royal Pearl! This way! Come this way!
Little Bean, take Mother's hand while I help the old one. Oh, hurry. Shen and Fawn are here. Hurry. Hurry, you say? You waited weeks to see that Shen of yours? Or a few seconds more, so unbearable? Measure your steps to an old woman's child. Excuse me, old lady. But Shen, he will keep.
Mother, Royal Pearl, you're here at last.
Oh, Fawn.
Never mind, darling. It's all right now.
Fawn, are we safe, Fawn? Can we be safe now?
Quite safe, little Bean. Quite safe.
Oh, Fawn, it was awful. Bombs killed us and Father has my grandson. Fawn, where are you?
Here, old one. Welcome to Hong Kong.
Oh, thank you, boy. I'm hungry. Fawn.
Yes, Loyin. Loyin, thank you for taking care of Royal Pearl and everyone so well.
Fawn, where's Shen?
Loyin.
Where is he? Is he dead?
Oh, no. But he's been wounded.
Where is he?
Here in the hospital. He's been calling for you. You'd better go to him.
Is he badly wounded?
You'd better go to him.
Yes. Yes, I'll go to him.
Loyin?
Yes, Shen. I'm here.
You've come. You've really come.
Yes, Shen.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. But you... Are you... Shen, I'm afraid to ask.
Loyan, I've been wounded and...
Don't tell me. Please don't tell me.
It doesn't matter, because I don't mind. It is fate. Look, Loyan, you must look. See?
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. Just one arm shot away. Do you mind? Loyan, do you mind?
I love you.
Loyan.
Yes?
Will you marry me? Loyan, will you?
Shen.
Darling, listen. I'll take care of you. You're so young and you've done so much. Now I'll take care of you. I've only one arm, true, but I have my legs and my head and everything else. I can't fly anymore, but I can teach it. I will teach flying, and you will teach sacrifice. Loyan, will you marry me now?
I was afraid before, Shen. But now I know that in these times risk is nothing. And words like safety and reason and logic have no meaning. It's only the heart that makes sense, because the heart hasn't been invaded by this terrible civilization yet. Yes, Shen, I'll marry you. Gladly.
Oh, Loyan, I'm lucky. So lucky.
Shen, I hear something. Oh, Shen.
Yes, dear. It's bombs.
Not here, too. Oh, not here, too.
Loyan, listen to me.
No, I won't listen. I'm so tired, Shen, so tired. Wherever I go, there's a black wall, and the blackness suffocates and tangles me up, and there's no getting away. Uncho, Changchi, Unko, bombs everywhere. There's nowhere on earth where there isn't death.
Hush, Loyan. We'll be married and go to Chongqing. There'll be no bombs there, and I'll teach flying and...
I can't. Oh, Shen, I can't. Not anymore.
Listen to me, Loyan. Oh, listen to me. War is an unpleasant black mask with death and blood and sacrifices smeared on it. But one day it will wear off. You have a job to do again, and you will do it. There is still sorrow and hardship and pain. Bombs will fall and blood will be shed, and we will all starve or die. But the war tide has got us body and soul, Loyan. Don't you remember? Anger and courage. Anger and courage. Oh, look at me, Loyan. Don't you remember?
Oh, yes, Shen. I remember. I remember. It is the war tide.
As the 32nd program of Words at War, we have brought you a radio version of War Tide, the novel by Lin Tai. The book was adapted by Edith Summer of the NBC staff. Frances Heflin was heard as Lo Yin, and others in the cast were Billy Dosha, Nell Harrison, Kay Renwick, Edwin Bruce, Stuart Brody, Patricia Wheel, Alan Devitt, Melvin Elliott, Sanford Bickert, and Rod Hendrickson. The original music was by William Meader, and Mr. Y.F. Lee was heard playing the Chinese erhu, or violin. The production was under the direction of Anton Leader. Next week, Words at War will present an adaptation of Condition Red by Captain Frederick Bell, a story of a destroyer. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Condition red. Condition red. Condition red. Condition
than 6 weeks crossing the Pacific, eternally on the alert, always on the watch for the enemy. But we had met no opposition in force until today. Then we received a report that a Japanese carrier was within 300 miles of us. A stone's throw as distances are measured in the Pacific. Planes had taken off from the carrier of our own task force, of which our destroyer, which I shall call the G, was a part. They were due back now, and following them was sure to be Jap Zeros bent on revenge. Condition red is an expression used to indicate that we're about to engage the enemy. Whenever it blared out on the ship radio, we ran to general quarters and prepared to greet the Tokyo Express or the Zeros or Mitsubishis as soon as they came into view.
Condition red. Condition red.
Words at War, presented by NBC in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, is bringing you another radio adaptation of an important war book, Condition Red, the story of destroyer action in the South Pacific, written by Captain Frederick J. Bell of the United States Navy.
Stand by to repel air attack. We moved in closer to our carrier, ready for action. Within the steel walls of our destroyer, the G, 300 officers and men took a last-minute inventory of their tools of war. In the wardroom, the surgeon opened out his equipment on the officer's dining table. On the bulkhead, he hung up a square canvas fitted with pockets and pouches for kits of medical hardware. He laid his bottles along the leather seats to cushion them against the shattering concussion of gunfire. Across from the radio shack, in the cramped quarters of the coding room, the communications officer stuffed a sea bag with our secret books. Weighted the bag with fire bricks so that it could be thrown overboard if the ship had to be abandoned. Far below deck, the engineers cracked their valves wide open and the turbines sang in higher key. In all lower deck compartments, there were wooden shores and wedges ready to plug shell holes. The men of the repair parties waited to fight fire and explosion and the inrush of water. Everyone wore a steel helmet. The men topside were bundled in life jackets. Below decks, in the fierce heat, the others kept their jackets within easy reach. Unnecessary electric power and water supply were cut off. Wherever men were stationed, there was fresh drinking water handy, for battle action brings intolerable thirst. All these and 100 other details were attended to, almost subconsciously. Within 2.5 minutes from the first alarm, every station was manned. Manned by the men who fight this war. Aboard our destroyer, the G, kids, young men. A journalist, a mining engineer, a manager of a textile mill, a cattle raiser, a clothing merchant, a lawyer, a teacher of public speaking, a broker. 300 of them waited for the Zeros to attack. Suddenly they were upon us. The first Jap plane cut over our quarter less than 200 feet above our decks. The pilot pulled slightly toward us. In the after cockpit, the gunner leaned out and thumbed his nose. Seaman Robert Otto let the fingers of his left hand slide along the trigger of his 20-millimeter gun. And before that Jap hit the water, Otto was firing on a new target. The Jap dive bomber hit our carrier. We saw the dense cloud of gray-white smoke. Then a burst of flame. Another Jap dive bomber overshot the carrier and loosed his bomb on the side of the G. The ocean soared up and fell on our deck. Splinters of steel ripped into our hull. Still another Jap plane pulled out of its dive and droned by us. We could have hit him with a rock. But the gun crews, still wiping water from their faces, shaken by the bomb, didn't see him. But Chief Gunner's mate Hoppers saw him and yelled at the gun crew on the starboard side. They couldn't hear him in the noise of the battle. So Hoppers reached down, ripped off one of his shoes and threw it at the nearest gun captain. It was a bullseye. The gun captain turned. Hoppers pointed frantically. The gun captain saw the plane just in time. His gun barked and the Jap plane spun and tumbled into the sea. We checked up hurriedly on our formation. Everyone was accounted for. The carrier had put out its fire and stood ready to repel other Jap planes. But they didn't come back.
Task Force Commander to the chief. Proceed to the north. Pick up any of our plane crews that may be in the water. Give directions to planes that have sufficient fuel to return to the carrier. Rejoin task force at noon tomorrow, or if unable to make rendezvous, proceed to advance base.
All stations, stand easy.
All stations, stand easy.
We are headed toward the enemy fleet to find our aviators.
We are headed toward the enemy fleet to find our aviators.
The ship will remain at general quarters until our duty is completed.
The ship will remain at general quarters until our duty is completed.
How are the wounded?
All right, Captain. Causey has a mean chest wound, but he'll come around.
Good. How was it below, Chief?
Well, not bad, Captain. Got up to 140 degrees in the engine room, but we didn't have any trouble. It kind of looked like nice shooting.
It looked like nice shooting. That was one of our jokes. The engineers never saw a shot fired. They tended their engines, gave us steam and answered the calls for speed, but never witnessed an action.
Sir, there's a nice little bomb hole at frame 30 starboard, but we put in a temporary patch and she's not taking any water.
Good, Ross. What's the matter with you?
Nothing, sir.
You're all covered with blood.
Oh, I got that from helping some of the gun crews below, sir.
Oh.
Sir, did you happen to see the Jap that thumbed his nose at us?
Yes, I did, Ross.
Well, sir, I thought you'd like to know. We got him, sir.
Good work, Ross. Well, gentlemen, suppose we order up some coffee. We settled down to a good speed, course north. There remained an hour of daylight as we advanced toward the retiring fleet of the enemy. All in all, it had been a most highly satisfactory afternoon. I'm writing about just one destroyer, which I've called the G. Can't tell you its real name, and I'm glad I can't, because the Navy permits us to use actual names only of ships that have been sunk. And the G hasn't been sunk so far. But this is not just the story of the G. It's the story of all destroyers, the hottest, coldest, fastest, rough-ridingest ships in the world. They're uncomfortable and wet. They have a hull so thin you could break through it with a hammer. They have the horsepower of a battleship and less armor than our newest bombing planes. They carry 300 officers and men packed in a slender, streamlined form that's designed to strike hard and fast. Gun for gun, they're the fightingest things afloat. The destroyer's a triple-threat weapon designed to carry the offensive against submarines, aircraft, or surface vessels. Its guns are double-purpose, high angle for planes and hard-hitting flat trajectory for surface work. Its torpedoes make it the most dangerous ship in the fleet for its size. Now, on a large ship, a man can be reasonably certain of things. Certain days bring certain drills. Certain hours are taken up with previously prescribed duties. Things go according to plan. Not so on a destroyer. There can be no such adherence to plan. Destroyer duty's hard duty, and yet men swear by these rugged, rough riders of the sea. They might find the going a little tough at first, but if they've got the stuff that destroyer men are made of, they'll fit in.
Ensign Wood reporting, sir.
How are you, Wood? Glad to have you aboard.
Thank you, sir.
Take you long to catch up with us?
Yes, it did, sir. I've been 3 months on the way, come by freighter and plane and battleship.
We're hard to catch, Wood. I'll have someone show you around.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Ross.
Yes, sir?
Ross is Ensign Wood, who's just joined us. Will you show him around?
Well, yes, sir. Glad to meet you, Wood.
I'm glad to be here.
Take him in hand, Ross.
Yes, sir. Will you come along, Wood?
It's a good-looking ship.
It's pretty good.
You've seen some action.
A little. You ever served on a destroyer before?
I haven't served in anything. Just another 90-day wonder.
Oh, well, don't let that bother you. So am I.
Are there many regular Navy officers? I mean, besides the captain?
3 others. All the rest are reserves. 90-day wonders like you and me. They're good, too.
Well, gee, I hope I make good.
I think the chances are that brand new Ensign Wood will make good. I'm constantly amazed at the way these reserves learn their jobs. The 90-day wonder, so-called because he's commissioned after a 3-month course, has brought a new breath of life to the service. He requires more supervision than your Naval Academy graduate. He makes mistakes, and for a time he does weird things to the language of the sea. He calls the bow of the ship, that part of the boat up front, and describes anything that he doesn't know exactly as a gadget. But he falls in with naval routine so readily that after he's been on board a month, I never know or care whether he's a regular or a reserve. We're put on our mettle to train him, but it's easy to train a man who wants to learn. And the so-called 90-day wonder, with his varied civilian accomplishments, brings a fresh and inspiring atmosphere to shipboard routine.
Well, here's where you bunk, Wood. I'll leave you here now and let you get organized.
All right. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Anything else you want to know right now?
No, I guess not, thanks. Not right now.
You'll be all right, Wood. But at first, it may be a little tough.
Oh, I expect that at first. I expect it'll be a little tough at first.
No, it won't be a picnic for young Ensign Wood. On a big ship, it's possible that a few men out of the thousands aboard can slide by on a minimum of effort. They can stand their watches, man their battle stations, but contribute little to the general welfare. On a destroyer, there can be no deadheads. A man pays his freight, does his job, and more besides, or pretty soon he finds himself at the gangway, waiting with bag and hammock for transfer to another ship. But if a young officer takes the responsibility and proves that he can work hard, if he can do a little more than is expected of him, he'll get along. And if, in addition to that, he has a personality that makes officers work with him and his men work for him, if he can be reasonably cheerful after 6 months of day-in, day-out cruising, if he can keep his eyes open after 72 hours without sleep, then he'll be welcome aboard any destroyer in the fleet. But if he's just a little better than run-of-the-mind, if he figures that the end of the day means the end of work, and if he's not the type to whom men will come with their troubles and their personal triumphs, well, then it won't be long before his face is missing around the wardroom table. Lack of training in a new officer is expected. We'll train him. Intellectual shortcomings are capable of adjustment. We'll find a place for him. But lack of effort, well, that's something we just can't accept aboard a destroyer. There's no room for it. Following our battle with the Jap planes, the G slid through the Solomon Seas with oil enough for just 24 more hours sloshing in her tanks. The doctor reported the wounded in good condition, even Causey, whose chest wound had worried me. The decks had been scrubbed down, cleaned of the bloody reminders of the battle. We'd gotten a little sleep by the next morning, which dawned bright as a Chamber of Commerce booklet. There was a refreshing nip in the air, and the sea was a pale blue carpet. The walking wounded came topside to bask in the sun and in the admiration of their comrades. They wore a jaunty air, but they'd had a scare, all right. You can't collect a bullet or a fragment of hot steel without thinking. Gee, supposing it had been just a half-inch to the right. Supposing I'd been picking up a shell just then. Supposing... Well, it leaves you a little weak. Things were very calm that beautiful morning, when suddenly...
Sail ho, 1.4 to starboard beam, sir. Looks like a carrier.
Right standard rudder. Get a bearing on that ship.
Aye, sir.
We put our glasses to starboard. Yes, it was a carrier, all right. We could see the flat outline of the flight deck under the island superstructure. Funny we hadn't picked her up while she was still hull down. But no one's eyes were much good this morning. After all, you had to sleep sometimes. I stepped to the Polaris to get a bearing and check our course. Tell the Commodore we have the carrier in sight and we're headed for her now.
Aye, sir.
I squinted through the vanes and moved the bearing circle to the right, paralleling the horizon. But nothing appeared. We couldn't be that blind. I grabbed for my binoculars and looked again. There was nothing. No carrier, no ship, nothing.
Sir, it seems to be gone.
Gone, but where could it go?
Well, beg your pardon, sir, but could it be that
That was no carrier.
That was a dirty stinking
It was a
Jap.
submarine, sir. Submarine. She's submerged.
Yes. The realization came to us all at once. It was a submarine. A Jap submarine. General quarters.
General quarters.
Stations for sub-attack.
Stations for sub-attack.
Set depth charges.
Set depth charges.
All ahead, flank.
All ahead, flank.
The G went into action. This was her special business, getting a submarine. The gun crew swung the muzzles of their main battery down toward the sea. The depth charges were made ready, and the sound man came into his own. Let me tell you about the sound man on the destroyer. He sits at a listening device hour after hour, day after day. He listens over and over again to the ping of an electric impulse sent out by a projector under our waterline. If these impulses strike the hull of another ship or a submarine, the ping bounces back to the sound man with an echo of a different note. From the intensity of this returning ping, the sound man and the plotting officers are able to chart the position of the ship or sub with reasonable accuracy. And that's what we set out to do now, to find this Jap sub, which was somewhere below the surface not far from us. We were going to find it and then try to destroy it with our depth charges, our ash cans.
Range 3, 0, bearing 2, 7, 5.
Perhaps you'll get a better idea if I put it this way. Imagine you're leaning over the roof of a 20-story building with a fistful of grenades in your hand. You're trying to hit an automobile that's cruising around a large parking lot below at about 25 miles an hour. You keep a careful watch on the car. It's moving at a steady rate and in a straight line.
Range 2, 6, 5, bearing 2, 6, 8.
You look at the moving car below and estimate the distance it will advance while your grenade is falling, and you toss one over. But the driver's watching you, too. And as he spots the grenade, he twists the wheel sharply. When your grenade explodes, he's 100 yards away, waiting to dodge the next one. That's the way it is when a destroyer goes after a sub, except that sound takes the place of sight. You can hear the sub, and the sub can hear you.
Range 1, 4, 5, bearing 2, 6, 0.
Yes, now the sound man, the kettle drummer of our orchestra, has a chance to be heard. More than that, he has a solo number. Behind him in the chart house are the other members of the attack team. The executive officer, poised over a chart, pencil and dividers in hand. And the sound officer, who's in the role of conductor of the orchestra. I stood in the doorway between the pilot house and the chart house, where I could be within arm's reach of the helmsman and the engine telegraphs, and equally close to the sound officer.
Range 1, 0, bearing 2, 5, 0.
He's pulling left.
He's going pretty fast.
Left rudder, steer 2, 4, 5.
Steer 2, 4, 5, sir.
The range is closing.
Left standard rudder. Stand by.
Standing by, sir.
Drop 1.
1 drop.
Drop 2.
2 drop.
Drop 3.
3 drop.
Drop 4.
4 drop.
We hadn't heard him. The Jap sub was making radical maneuvers at the expense of his batteries, but he couldn't continue them for long. We picked him up on the sound gear again and came in for the second run. That run was better, but the Jap dived deep in his hole and our charges exploded above him.
He's going to run down his batteries if he keeps up that speed.
Yeah, unless he runs us out of ash cans first.
Fantail reports both ranks reloaded, sir.
Very good. Starting the run. Pick him up as soon as you can. All ahead, standard.
Contact. Range 240. Bearing 315.
The third run was no good, but the fourth one did the Jap some damage. There were plain indications that he was trying to surface. We swung around for our fifth attack to help him make up his mind, praying that our oil would hold out.
Task Force Commander to the G. Do you still have contact with the submarine?
Still have contact.
Sending 2 destroyers to back you. When they have made contact, proceed to tanker.
Hope we can get... We needed oil, all right. But we had found this Jap sub. We'd softened him up, and by golly, we were going to finish him ourselves without any help from our sister destroyers. We had depth charges remaining for just 2 more runs.
Come on, let's get this guy. Make it good. Make it good.
He must have been one whale of a submarine. We knew that when we mistook him for a carrier. Our next attack punished him some more. He was groggy, but still in there fighting. And then we had just one more chance, a handful of ash cans left. And the 2 destroyers from the task force now in sight, coming up fast, eager to be in on the kill. We wanted this sub for ourselves. We wheeled and started in for our last run.
Rank 1, bearing 250.
Stand by.
Standing by.
Make this one good. Make this one good.
Drop 1.
1 drop.
Drop 2.
2 drops.
Drop 3.
3 drops.
To surface, but we had him now. We poised over him and laid a pattern of those deadly ash cans on his deck. He started going down. Our sound instruments followed him. Down, down. And then slowly the churning of the water subsided. And the afternoon breeze drew a feathery line of whitecaps over the spot where our late enemy rested 1,000 fathoms below. Our sister destroyers plowed up to the spot, but there was nothing for them to do. We were out of depth charges, almost out of oil, but we had finished that Jap sub.
Task Force Commander to the G. Well done for your day's operation.
You hear that, boy?
In the sailor's language, there's no higher praise. The attack team relaxed over coffee and cigarettes. The torpedo men came to the bridge to receive a pat on the back. The sound man, who had been bored to death a few hours before, was fairly bursting. He was the kettle drummer of our orchestra, and the kettle drummer seldom gets a chance to solo. But when he does, you can hear him all over the house. And this had been the sound man's day.
More coffee, Wood?
Thanks. Man, I never drank so much coffee in all my life.
Oh, shucks. You haven't had more than 6 or 7 cups. Well, how you like it so far?
It's great. Boy, that was some action before. Yeah, I like it great.
Yeah, that's good. Well, is there anything you want to know?
Oh, lots of things.
Oh, I see. You want facts.
That's right.
All right, then. Stem to stern, the G measures 348 feet.
Mm-hmm.
She's 36 feet across the broadest part of a beam. She's built for speed, and she doesn't waste an inch of space. You bumped your head yet?
Matter of fact, I did. How'd you know?
There's exactly 18 inches of headroom in your bunk. Till you remember that, you're going to keep on bumping your head, too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you figure on raising a beard?
Well, I hadn't thought of it, but maybe I'll
Don't
try.
do it.
Against regulations?
Navy regulations say it's all right for a man to raise a beard if it isn't grotesque. Our skipper considers any form of facial furs or foliage most grotesque. No beard.
Okay, no beards.
Destroyers aren't, they aren't dress-up ships, as you may have noticed. Sometimes we're out so long that our trousers start growing a fringe and our shoes get to looking like they belong to a cotton picker with sore feet. Last time out, we were gone so long only one man had as much as 2 pair of entire socks. We called him the Dude.
The Dude, huh?
Yeah. This is a good eating ship.
Yeah, it's fine. This morning I had
This morning you had fruit, cereal, ham and eggs, and coffee.
That's right.
Tomorrow morning you will have cream chip beef or hotcakes and syrup and coffee. Noontime you eat your big meal. Soup, 2 or 3 vegetables, pork chops or roast beef or chicken, dessert and coffee. Well, say, how about some more coffee? Huh?
No, really.
Oh, come on. Give me a cup. It's good for you. Okay. Yeah, that's the stuff. This is not any conducted tour, as you may have surmised. Now, on the battleships and cruisers, they have a gay old time. Yeah, here's your coffee. Thanks. But we haven't got any room for deck tennis or shuffleboard on the destroyer. You like ice cream?
Sure, I like it.
Well, you're going to just adore ice cream on this ship, because we haven't got any. No room.
Once in a while, when we latch on to a big ship refueling, why, they'll send us over a couple of cans of ice cream. It'll be the best ice cream you ever tasted. But try to get it out of your mind in the meantime.
I'll try.
You will learn to have a new respect for fresh water, Mr. Wood. Oh, we got enough, but you don't go wasting it. When you take a shower, turn off the water while you're soaping.
Right.
And, Mr. Wood.
Yes, sir.
Please arrange not to be caught in the shower when General Quarters is sounded. You will find it most embarrassing to man your gun station wearing nothing but lathers.
I'll try to watch that, sir.
That'll be a good idea. Sometimes, although we do not guarantee this, we will come into port. On such occasions, Mr. Wood,
Yes.
you are expected to conduct yourself as an officer and a gentleman. You will not exhibit yourself in public places except under the most favorable circumstances. Privately, you may enjoy a friendly little glass with your comrades.
Well, thank you, sir.
Escort proper young ladies to the cinema, and you are even permitted to raise your voice in song of a decorous nature.
No, I think I have that straight, Mr. Ross.
Mm-hmm. Summing up, Mr. Wood, may I say that you have made yourself a part of the darndest ship ever invented.
You don't say.
The toughest, most uncomfortable ship ever to come out of a designer's nightmare. They are simply impossible. And you love them.
Yeah, sure.
One final word. Do you enjoy sleeping?
Sleeping? Yes, very much.
Mm-hmm. Please try to break yourself of this most unfortunate habit.
I'll do my best.
On destroyers, sleep is something we prefer not to discuss. Until you can forget it for 72 or 96 hours at a stretch, you will be a very unhappy ensign in the U.S. Navy.
I see.
Now, there's one thing more, and then I'll show you the...
Condition red.
Hey, what's the matter?
Shut up, kid.
Condition red. Stand by to repel air attack.
Come on, man, let's go. Right behind you, Ross.
Condition red.
You have heard another program in the series Words at War. Tonight, a dramatization of Condition Red by Captain Frederick J. Bell of the United States Navy. The adaptation was by Gerald Holland. The production was under the direction of Anton Leader, with music by William Meader. Alan Bunce was heard as Captain Frederick J. Bell, and others in the cast were Jerry Macy, Jack Lloyd, and Jeffrey Bryant. Next week, you will hear White Brigade by Robert Goffin, a true story of the Belgian underground. Next week, White Brigade by Robert Goffin, a true story of the Belgian underground. Words at War is presented each Tuesday evening at this time by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From this moment, you belong to the Belgian underground. You must never speak of your work. One word can cost lives. And we silence tongues permanently. When you join us, you'll give up everything. Family, honor, friends, money. They're all secondary. If you think you can't sacrifice everything, including yourself, you can still withdraw.
I'm ready.
All right. Do you swear to submit yourself to the orders of the White Brigade? To obey them without question? To devote all your energies to the liberation of Belgium and the destruction of the German army? To accept the discipline of the White Brigade? And to pay with your life for any betrayal, voluntary, accidental, or forced?
I swear it.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents another program of Words at War, which brings to radio important war books. Tonight we present The White Brigade, a radio play based on the recent book by Robert Goffin. Jean Boucher walks slowly down the streets of Nivelles in Belgium. He's returning home after an unsuccessful attempt to escape to England. Only 18 days and Belgium has been overthrown, destroyed, and bled white. He walks aimlessly through the town. In the middle of what had been a square, German soldiers are taking pictures of their handiwork. Finally, unable to hold back any more from the dreaded moment when he may find that his wife and child are gone or dead, he...
John. Oh, John, my darling.
Denise, the French police stopped me at the border.
Daddy, here's Sam. Can Sam, Daddy?
Oh, Anne, little one. Oh, Denise.
I've been so afraid, John. So afraid.
I was afraid too, Denise. For you. I didn't know what I'd find here. Thank God.
Yes, darling. Thank God. But what will happen now?
Jean Boucher, is that you?
Yes, Paul. I got your message.
It's good to see you again, Jean. Come, let's sit in front of the cottage here. We've got a great deal to talk over.
Why did you come back, Paul? You must have known that we lost.
Listen, Jean. I have a job to do here. I want to organize real resistance. Give it a head and arms and guidance.
Paul, you're making me hope again. But it's so utterly impossible. We're all slaves now. We'll never know freedom again. What can we do?
Right now, the main thing is to immerse oneself in the German trough.
I'm still a Belgian, Paul.
I know, Jean. I don't ask you to make up your mind now. Think about it. Think of your wife and child. And then see Valentin.
Valentin who?
Just Valentin, that's all you have to know. Be at the Café Metropole Wednesday at 4. He'll know you.
But why don't you tell me who he is? Don't you trust me?
No.
What did you...
Listen, Jean. I wouldn't have asked you to come if I didn't trust you as much as I trust myself. It's a terrible thing to say, but for the kind of work that lies ahead, no one has a right to trust even himself too far.
What do you mean?
Let me explain. The Gestapo summoned me last month. I spent a whole day waiting to be questioned. In the next room, I could hear a Belgian being questioned and tortured. He wouldn't talk at all at first. Then I began to hear cries of pain and shouts of pleasure. I could clearly hear a whip cracking over the poor devil. It went on for hours, till he was shrieking without a let up. Then suddenly there wasn't a sound. And I realized what had happened.
What?
He gave in. And I couldn't blame him. So you see, Jean, we can't even trust ourselves, let alone others.
Yes, I see. You say his name is Valentin? At the Metropole. On Wednesday?
That's right, Jean.
I shall be there, Paul.
Aren't you a friend of Paul Freeman's?
Huh? Oh, yes.
So am I. Let's sit down.
All right.
Over here. I'm Valentin.
I'm Jean.
We have several Jeans already. You live in the Rue Sans-Souci, don't you?
Yes.
Very well. You'll be Jean Souci. Shall we have some beer?
All right.
Waiter, 2 beers.
Yes, sir.
There's good news.
Good news of what?
The Fritzes have tried to invade England and failed.
Ah, good.
See that fat slob over there? 2 tables to the left? Watch him. He's Gestapo. He's one reason I wanted to see you. We need a little information about him. The hours he keeps, where he goes, who comes to see him.
Right.
You see, I'm not asking you for any heroics yet.
That's all right. But how am I to get in touch with you?
We want the news soon. You have till Sunday. Tell Paul whatever you found out by then.
Is that all?
For the moment. Now, let's drink our beer, shall we?
Paul, are there many of you?
Many of whom?
Underground people, like yourself.
You mean the White Brigade? I don't know, but I think several hundred.
How did you happen to call it the White Brigade?
Simple. The Germans formed a black brigade, so ours is white.
But what is the purpose? I mean, these little things...
Jean, our job is to prepare for an Allied invasion. Because I know America will come in. We've got to prepare in every possible way. Incendiarism, sabotage, espionage, murder, whatever helps. We've got to know every move the Germans make, and every move they're going to make.
I see.
But really, Jean, the finest thing of all is this. The Germans have wiped out all the barriers that used to divide us. And Belgians have lost the antagonisms of language, party, and religion. Everyone has the same enemy now.
You see, my friends, we've got it figured out pretty well now. In order to get these English soldiers out of the country, we send a Belgian with each Englishman. A Belgian who fought and wants to join the English army.
What if he stopped?
He tells anyone who might ask, the man with him is Flemish.
That's an excellent idea.
Now then, time for the BBC. Will you turn the radio on, Jean?
Yes, of course.
Keep it very low. You ready to take notes for the newspaper, Malibran?
We've got everything right here.
Hello. This is the BBC in London. Radio Belgium is on the air. We are very fortunate tonight in having with us 2 Belgians who have just made a daring escape from the occupied country.
That's Jean Gillet.
I wish I were with him.
Dumas must be there, too.
Under extraordinary...
What happened to the radio? The fuse must have blown.
Look, out this window. What? Down there at the doorway. German soldiers, we're in a trap. How do we get out of here?
Take it easy, Jean. Take it easy. Don't lose your head. Anyone who has papers on him that might cause trouble, swallow them. Malibran, get rid of those notes.
Right.
Oh, yes, one thing more. Set the dial for the German station.
What for?
Are you going to do as I tell you?
All right.
And now, just an added touch to this charming scene. This beautiful piece of paper on which I have written, "We swear our loyalty to our chief, Léon de Grelle. Vive Rex."
That fascist. Where do you want it?
On the radio there. That's fine. Now quiet, everyone. They'll be here in a minute. I know what the rotters are up to. God help the poor devils they catch. They come into an apartment house about BBC time. They cut off the main electrical meter. Radios and lights go off. Naturally, everyone thinks there's something wrong with the current.
That's why you changed the setting on the station.
Certainly. While everyone's waiting for the current to come back, the Germans go through the house. Put a guard at each door so that when the pig in the basement turns the current on again, they can tell who's listening to England.
Not a bad start.
Wait, quiet.
The lights are on.
Hi, Hitler.
Hi, Hitler.
What's going on here?
Bedeutende Vorstoß an der Ostfront bringt die glorreiche deutsche Ostarmee...
Hier isn't the German station. Wunderbar. Hey, what's the sign on the radio? Rex? Sind Sie Rexisten?
Natürlich.
Das sind wir alle Freunde. Irgendwie sind wir alle Nazis. Heil Hitler! Everything's all right here.
You see, Jean, one of our members is a cleaning woman at the Kommandantur. She brought us some seals and wrappings that were on a registered parcel sent from Berlin.
Ah, I'm beginning to see. They'll come in handy.
Yes. We'll wrap up a bomb in them and address it to the traitors de Grelle and his secretary, Jean Oudekerke. We'll tie it up so that one set of string around it will set the bomb off. I hope both our friends will be there to open it together.
Well, what do I do?
We'll get you a postman's uniform, bag too. You'll take the parcel to the building. When you get there, you'll probably be stopped by a guard. Now, when he stops you, you tell him.
I have a registered parcel for Monsieur de Grelle.
But he isn't here.
Then you'll have to pick it up at the post office.
Can't you leave it with me?
No, it's registered. It's from a ministry in Berlin. It must be important. It's addressed to Monsieur de Grelle and Monsieur Oudekerke.
Well, let me have it then. And I'll take it to Monsieur Oudekerke.
I have to deliver it myself and see him sign for it. It's the rule.
All right, then. Come, I'll take you to Monsieur Oudekerke.
Monsieur Oudekerke?
Yes, what is it?
Registered parcel from Berlin, sir.
Good, put it down here, will you?
Would you mind signing, sir?
Yes, give me the pencil.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now get out of here. I have work to do.
Jean. Oudekerke is dead. 7 men were killed, 7 wounded. There's more work for you to do. This is only the beginning.
These outrages performed by Jews and communists, terrorists and troublemakers must stop. Remember this. The person of every German is inviolate. Any attempt on the life of a German will be followed by swift retribution. Signed, General von Falkenhausen.
They got Malibran.
They took his wife and child, too.
The German swine are probably cutting him to pieces.
So you have nothing to say, you Belgian louse? Why do you keep this up, Malibran? And you want us here to stay. Why don't you accept it? We Nazis are not savages. All we want is some sign of cooperation, and we'll be your best friends. Tell us what we want to know, and you can go back to your wife and child. They're waiting in the next room now. Well? I think you'll be very sorry that you've been so stubborn. Schultz? Tell them to start on the child in the next room. Yes, I think you'll be sorry you were so stubborn. You fools. Can't keep secrets from us forever.
No, stop. Stop. Leave the child alone. I'll talk.
And who killed the Rex's chief, Marcel Rondeau, in Spa?
I don't know. It was me. I swear it on the back of my boy. I would tell you if I knew. I can't stand anymore. Thank you. Let me die, but promise you won't do anything more to the boy.
Who stabbed the German sentry at Flamalot?
I helped, but I didn't kill Rondeau.
No. Who is this leader of yours? He used to be called Soucy. Jean Soucy. Who is he?
I don't know.
Who is he? Come on, answer. Who is this man? What is his real name?
I don't know. I swear I don't know.
We've learned all we can from this one. Take him out and shoot him.
How do you do?
I am Madame Malibran. I saw my husband shot. He asked me to warn you that Susie must disappear at once if he doesn't want to go through what my husband did.
Malibran. Dead.
Last Thursday afternoon, a Belgian policeman came to tell me I was a widow. He gave me a list of the things that George left in the prison. I went there yesterday.
Yes.
They aren't just murderers. They're grave robbers. The watch and the ring that I gave my husband when we were married are gone.
Mother, it hurts. It hurts.
Denise, the child doesn't get better. She seems worse. And you, too. I hate to leave you and the child.
Darling, we'll be all right. Please, you must go. You must go.
Yes, perhaps you're right. It's for Anne and children like her. Well, everything is set. I leave tomorrow morning. But, Denise, you must take care of yourself and the child.
Don't worry. We'll have your extra ration card. John! John! The German police. The car. They just pulled up in front of the house.
Come away from the window, quick. I'll go up to the attic. I'll lock myself in with a duplicate key. You hide the other. Tell them I went away yesterday to look for food. If they don't get me, then when you're sure they're gone for good, knock on the door. And I'll know it's all right to come out.
All right. And hurry. Be quiet. My little girl's asleep.
Where's your husband?
He isn't here.
Is he in the attic?
Of course not. May I pick up the child? She's frightened.
All right. Where's the key to the attic?
Don't be frightened, darling. It's all right.
Where is the key to the attic?
The grocer next door has it. We let him use it.
Oh, Mommy.
Darling, stop crying. Be a brave little girl.
I regret to say, madame, that I must arrest you.
But my child.
Your child will be sent to a German institution for the rearing of children.
No. No, don't take her. Don't take the child.
Don't compel me to use force, madame.
But the child is ill. She needs me. Look at her. If you were a father...
I am. But I am a German first. I do my duty. And so must you.
What will you do with the child?
She will have the finest care. If no charge is lodged against you, you will have her back in a few days. And if she is ill, as you say, she'll get the best treatment. We Germans love children. Here, give the child to me.
Paul.
I came as soon as I could, Denise.
You must tell John that the Germans will release the child if he'll give himself up. She's very ill.
What? Denise, I want you to promise me that you won't mention a word about the child or the Germans to Jean if you see or write to him. If he hears that they'll release her, he'll give himself up immediately.
I should hope he would. Why wouldn't he? There's no danger for him. The Gestapo told me that.
Of course they did. That's part of the act. But it's a lie. He'd be shot immediately.
I don't believe you. You're just saying that to... What makes you think that he'd be executed?
I'll tell you, but you must never repeat it. It was your husband who killed Odeker. Now, do you understand? I must go. I shall try to arrange that you see Jean before he leaves for England.
Is dead.
When did she die?
Last night. The funeral is tomorrow. going back tonight to be with her. Do you remember, John? When you began with the White Brigade, you took me into a room and pointed to her and said it was for her. It's all over now.
I should have paid. Not the child. Denise, we do not belong to ourselves or to each other anymore. We have to sacrifice. We have no right to give up. We've lost our child. How many thousands of Jews have seen their children killed before their eyes in Poland? Don't you see?
John, there's someone behind us.
It's only I, Paul. It's time for Jean to go, Denise.
Oh. Anne died last night, Paul.
I'm sorry.
Go, Jean. It's doing us no good to stay here. Please go. Let me go back to Anne.
Denise, I leave for England tonight.
I'm glad. Really, I'm glad. I've been so worried. But I'll be all right. I'll be waiting for your return.
Come, John. We must go.
Goodbye, my dearest. Be well when I come back.
Yes? What is it? What do you want?
There's a Madame Denise Boucher outside who says she knows who killed the leader of the Gestapo, Domke.
Ah. So our latest announcement has had results. Bring her in.
Come in.
What do you know about the Domke affair?
The name of the killer.
What is it?
You're holding 100 hostages. You announced that they would all be shot unless the killer confessed.
That's right.
I'll tell you the name of the killer when I can be certain the hostages will be released.
I promise you that it will be done. Now tell me the man's name.
I'm sorry. I must actually see the order of release before I speak.
Very well. But I reserve the right not to release those who may be held on other charges.
All right.
Here? I'll write the order here. To be released immediately. Signed, General von Meinenkroft. There, madame.
I see.
The German army is eternally grateful to you and shows its gratitude for your high understanding of your obligation to society. And now tell me, who killed Domke?
I.
You? Do you take me for a fool? I'll countermand the order and get the truth out of you.
Don't excite yourself, sir. You have the truth. I've been in prison before and no one has ever been able to get more than the truth out of me.
I hope you are aware that I've gone far beyond the bounds of generosity in this matter. Will you swear that you killed Hauptscharführer Domke?
Yes.
You realize you will get a death sentence for this?
Yes.
Well, be good enough to tell me how it was done.
Sometime after 9 that night, I threw a bomb into the...
You asked me to come, my child?
Yes, Father. I have something to tell you before I die. But I can only tell you under this secrecy of confessional.
What is it? Your secret will be safe with me.
I didn't kill Donkey.
Then why did you give yourself up?
To save the hostages.
I can understand that. But what was the reason for such a sacrifice?
They killed my child. And my husband is dead. He tried to escape to England. I learned later he was killed.
But even so, you could go on. You?
The Germans might as well have sentenced me to death long ago. I'm dying of tuberculosis. And they starved my daughter to death.
Let us pray, my child.
When you join the White Brigade, you give up everything. Family, honor, friends, money. They're all secondary. If you think you can't sacrifice everything, including yourself, to this work, you can still withdraw.
I'm ready.
You've just heard a radio play based on the recently published book, The White Brigade by Robert Goffin. The book was adapted for radio by Ruth Brooks of the NBC script staff, and participating players were Abby Lewis, Margaret Foster, Dolores Gillen, Les Damon, Ned Weaver, Barry Kroger, Joseph Boland, Edward Cullen, Peter Capell, Herbert Leonard, and Theo Getz. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, Words at War will present a program based on the life of George Washington Carver by Rockham Holt. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and the affiliated independent stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sing the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored.
Are you listening, President Lincoln? That's your theme song, sir. And you'll be hearing it plenty during these next few days. Because you see, sir, we still celebrate your birthday here in America. And that's why tonight a small group of us have gotten together to bring you a birthday present. The kind of present we know you will like. It's a story, Mr. Lincoln. A story that's worth telling on this particular anniversary of your birth. Why, you ask? Well, you see, Mr. President, we're at war again. A group of men rose up in Europe to proclaim that they were going to enslave the world. They've said, in effect, that you were a liar, sir. They've said that all men are not created equal, that what they call the inferior and minority races can never amount to anything. And so we went to war with them, and we're beating them. And we're resolved that never again will their philosophy creep into the minds of men. For we know that it's not the color of a man's skin or the tenets of his creed that determine whether or not he can be great. And this story, one of hundreds we could tell you, proves that. It's the story of a man you freed from slavery, Mr. Lincoln, the simple story of a great American. The story of a man whose work in years gone by is now helping us to win this greatest of all wars. We hope you will like it, sir.
Glory, glory, hallelujah.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents the 35th in this Words at War series. Tonight we offer a character study of a great American, based in large part upon Rackham Holt's best-selling biography, George Washington Carver. Our story, told as it might be to Abraham Lincoln, will be presented by Frederick March, while Canada Lee will be heard as Dr. Carver.
It happened just about 60 days before you entered the White House. And about 5 years before you made that last visit to Ford's Theater. You remember? But it happened far away from Washington, sir. It was down in Missouri, in Diamond Grove, Missouri. There stood the Carver Plantation. It was rather a fancy name for the poor acres of Farmer Moses Carver. And life upon them was made no easier by the jungle law which then prevailed in Missouri. You remember that year of 61, Mr. President? The Missouri Compromise was a failure, and pro-slavery adherents in Missouri continued their bitter struggle with the Kansas Free Staters. Hatred was abroad, and bands of bushwhackers and guerrillas, riding under the black banner, were a scourge on the land. Plundering, pillaging, burning, and murdering. These were the order of the day. Well, there in a cabin of the Carver farm one evening sat a Negro slave woman, cradling her baby in her arms and gently swaying back and forth as she sang the infant to sleep. The raiders came, laying the lash of their cruelty upon God's preachers. They came to the Carver farm and carried off the slave woman and her infant son, George. Farmer Carver gathered a rescue party and went off in hot pursuit. The trail led due south into Arkansas. And there, Farmer Carver caught up with the kidnappers and for the ransom of a fine racehorse, recovered the child. But the mother, she was gone. And she was never heard of again.
Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child.
It cost kind-hearted Moses Carver a racehorse valued at $300 silver to get that little black baby back, Mr. President. And I know that never in American history has $300 brought bigger returns to the nation. If you don't believe me, sir, wait and see. That wild ride into Arkansas gave the baby a desperate case of whooping cough. He recovered, but all through his childhood he remained a delicate little boy. So instead of putting him into the fields, the Carvers, his white foster parents, let him busy himself around the house and in the garden. And that's how he began a lifelong practice of talking to the flowers. Some people might call that just plain silly, Mr. President, talking to the flowers. But when that little boy had grown into a man, he explained it to himself this way.
In the beauty and aroma and variety of the flowers, I saw my first realization of the Creator's great truth. The truth that there's room on this earth for all, and that it's every creature's duty in life to serve the world and his fellow creatures to the best of his ability, to be as useful, to lend as much beauty to life as is possible. And that's why I've always talked to the flowers. They are the little windows through which man can see the face of God.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Lincoln, sir. Don't go getting the idea that because this little fellow spent his spare time talking to the Creator through the flowers. Don't get to thinking he was one of those prissy little children. No, sir. At times, he was a little hellion on wheels. Now, that's an expression that's probably new to you, Mr. President. What it means is that George Washington Carver he was a very human kind of boy. One of his youthful escapades he used to delight in telling was this.
You see, Mr. Carver, he used to go to bed when the chickens flew into the trees to roost. And I was supposed to stay in after dark. Mr. and Mrs. Carver used to tell me stories of Rawhead and Bloody Bones, who would catch little boys if they went out after dark. But in spite of this, I would sometimes steal out to the persimmon tree. Then when I went into the house, there Mrs. Carver would be waiting for me beside a jar of willow switches. And when she started toward me, I used to open my mouth and yell till I sounded like a frightened steamboat whistle. And then she'd walk away rather than listen to that awful yelling. When she turned her back, I would sob and stuff a persimmon in my mouth. Then almost always, Mr. Carver would call down, "What are you doing to that poor child?" And she would say, "I haven't done anything yet." And he'd say, "Well, see that you don't do anything to that poor little fellow." So, consequently, I only got 2 lickings in my whole life. But it wasn't because I was so angelic, but because I knew how to yell. And those persimmons did taste awful good.
When he'd finished high school, George Washington Carver wrote to a college in Kansas and told them what his schooling had been. He said he was poor, but that he sure would like to go to college. And you know what, Mr. Lincoln? They wrote back telling him that they had decided to accept him. Well, I guess you can imagine his joy at that. Well, sir, he spent all his savings on railroad fare and arrived at the university. He reported to the registrar's office spick and span and polished and clean as a new pin, a little flower in his lapel, and the joy of a granted prayer shining in his face. But the man said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But you forgot to tell us in your letter that you're colored." Well, President Lincoln, if any heart has a right to well with bitterness, I think you'll agree it was young Carver's. He turned away and walked till he found a bench in the sun. Then he took a little flower out of his lapel, and the tears came to his eyes. And he closed his fist to crush the flower. But he stayed his hand before he had damaged the little thing he believed to be God's window. He looked into its petals and beyond them, and he said,
"Is that the way it's got to be, Mr. Creator? Is that the way it's got to be?"
Mr. President, maybe you won't believe this, but just then a young man came by and sat down beside Carver, and they got to talking. The problem was related, and the young man said, "You know, I'm a student at Simpson College at Indianola, Iowa. I've been doing some summer work here at the university. Why don't you go to Simpson? They might take you." They did take him at Simpson, Mr. President, with the bigness of spirit for which that little college has always been famous. They welcomed the son of unknown slave parents. He spent a happy year there.
I was sorry to leave Simpson.
That's what Dr. Carver used to say himself, Mr. Lincoln. But he'd always add.
Yeah, but I was happy, too, that I was transferred to the Iowa State College of Ames, because it was there, 4 years later, that I obtained my bachelor's degree in science. It was there, too, in 1896 that I received my master's degree. And it was there that they were kind enough to give me a place on the faculty.
He never said what the Iowa State records revealed, Mr. Lincoln, that it was his amazing scholarship that won him that place on the faculty at Ames, the first time in history that a Negro was so honored. Later, they gave him more responsibility and honor. They put him in charge of the bacteriological laboratory and the greenhouse, and made him a professor in the Department of Systematic Botany. I want you to note something, Mr. President. All of this happened just a few years after your assassination. So you see, some of the lessons you tried to teach were learned. Your life, your struggles, your death were not in vain, sir. Mr. Lincoln, sir, isn't it peculiar how sometimes the stray little threads of circumstance combine to make a pattern that is easily recognized when the tapestry of the years has been woven? For instance, when George Washington Carver was at Ames, a little white lad named Henry lived there also. Now, this youngster used to delight in following the tall, slender scientist from the South, tagging him about as he cared for his flowers, and that little boy, now grown to manhood, often remembers the lessons he learned at George Washington Carver's knee. Lessons that gentleman chose to teach in parables. For instance, once the youngster asked, "Mr. Carver, why do you hold that little flower in your hand so tenderly, caressing it and looking into it like that?" And Carver said,
"When I touch this flower, I'm not merely touching a flower. I'm touching infinity."
"Infinity?" the boy murmured.
"Yes, Henry. I'm convinced that in the study of plants and flowers lie the answers to many of the world's problems. Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies. I hold you here, root and all, in my hand, little flower. But if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is."
Is Is it any wonder, Mr. President, that the child was so devoted to such a tender teacher? But soon these friends were destined to part. One day the little boy came running up to Carver, who was working in the greenhouse, and he said with the impetuousness of youth, "Hey, my daddy says you're leaving here." And Carver said,
"That's right, Henry. I am."
"But why?"
Well, Henry, you see, it's like this. Down in Alabama, there's been a school established for people of my race. It's not much of a school yet, but, well, I think it will be one day, Henry. I think it'll be a school the whole nation will be proud of. It's called Tuskegee Institute. And the man who founded it, his name is Booker T. Washington. Well, he wants me to go there to teach. I'm to be head of the agricultural department.
And little Henry said, "But, Mr. Carver, my daddy says you'll be making a great sacrifice if you go to Tuskegee. He says the school is poor and that Mr. Booker T. Washington won't be able to pay you much. All up here at Ames, everyone likes you, and you're a respected member of the faculty." And then, Mr. Lincoln, the scientist taught the little lad another lesson, which the boy has never forgotten. He said,
Yes, I know, Henry. All of what you say is true. In material things, Tuskegee cannot offer me much. But it does offer me one thing that's beyond price. The opportunity to serve my people. That's important. I'd be happy if you would remember that. But maybe you'll find it easier to remember if you learn one of my favorite little poems. It goes like this, Henry. It isn't the cut of the clothes that you wear, nor the stuff out of which they are made, though chosen with taste and fastidious care. But it isn't the price that you paid. It isn't the servants that come at your call, whether many or few or none at all. It isn't the things that you possess. It's service that measures success.
And so, Mr. Lincoln, the threads were woven into the pattern. That little boy never forgot the poem, nor the lesson it teaches. And he grew up to be the Vice President of the United States. His name is Henry A. Wallace. So, Mr. President, George Washington Carver went down to Macon County, Alabama, to Tuskegee Institute, to be head of the agricultural department. But there was no agricultural department. There was no laboratory, no apparatus, and for experimentation, just 19 acres of the worst land in Alabama. He eroded, impoverished. His heart nearly broke. He needed help, as he had never needed it before. So he went out into the woods and he talked to the flowers and to his Creator. And his breast was filled with anguish as he cried out,
Mr. Creator, what am I to do? I want to help my people. I want to help the whole South. Only you know how it needs help. It's impoverished because it's a one-crop country. Cotton, year after year, has ruined the land. And the fortunes and the faith of its people. I must help them. With your help, Mr. Creator, I can help them. Of course, it would be easier, Mr. Creator, if I had a laboratory and some apparatus and maybe some good land.
And Mr. Creator answered him. He said, "Start with what you have, little man. There's more around you than you see. And as for the land, make something of it. Never be satisfied. This you must do, for there are no greener pastures." Well, Mr. Lincoln, George Washington Carver did as he was told. He made tin cups into crucibles, old ink bottles into alcohol lamps, and used a heavy kitchen cup for his first mortar. A flat iron became his pulverizer, and the tops of old bottles were his beakers. And other equipment he made in like manner from articles found on the junk heap. Thus did he equip the laboratory in which he was to teach his students. Then the students said, "All right, sir, what do we do now?" And Carver said,
"Now, boys, now that we have our own laboratory, we'll create the laboratory in which we'll teach the whole South. Here, now, take these pails and baskets."
But what do we do with them?
We'll go into the swamp and woods and bring them back full of muck and leaf mold. We're going to cover our land with it.
But, Professor Carver, it'll take us an awful long time to cover the whole 19 acres that way.
Yes, I know, boys, but time is something of which we have plenty. Let's use it wisely and work hard. You see, together we can show the South that its very worst soil can be made to produce. We can teach them diversified farming, show them how to plant vegetables, to smash pellagra. We'll demonstrate on these 19 acres how to produce a bale of cotton to the acre and how to double the yield of the sweet potato crops. And we'll show them that there's money in such things as peanuts. Together, boys, we can bring Southern farmers, both black and white, emancipation from the one-crop tyranny of cotton.
Walk together, children. Don't get weary. Don't get weary. Walk together, children. Don't get weary. Walk together.
Mr. Lincoln, I know that sounds like an awful lot of bragging and wishful thinking. If a man could accomplish all that, he'd get to be one of the greatest men in the South, if not in all America. And what did happen? Well, so many years later, when the House Ways and Means Committee was taking up the extremely important business of the Fordney-McCumber Tariff Bill, the man banged his gavel, or whatever the man does in the House Ways and Means Committee, and announced the names of 12 distinguished witnesses who would appear before the committee. He ended the list by announcing, "To represent the South and the peanut, Dr. George Washington Carver." Yes, Mr. President, George Washington Carver, a former slave, was to represent the South. Well, they sent a fellow down to a Union Station in Washington to meet him. When the train pulled in, a bent old colored man in a $2 black suit got down from the train and approached this fellow and said,
"Sir, I wonder if you would be kind enough to tell me how to get to the House of Representatives."
And the fellow said, "You need to be shown, old-timer, but I haven't got time to show you now. I'm looking for a great scientist from the South." Yes, I thought that would tickle your sense of humor, Mr. Lincoln. Well, the great scientist from the South found his own way to the House of Representatives. They told him he was the last speaker on the list and that he would be allowed just 10 minutes to make his plea to have the peanut protected by a high tariff. But once he started to talk, they wouldn't let him stop. They kept him on the stand for nearly 2 hours, and this, briefly, is the story he told them.
Many years ago, gentlemen, I preached crop diversification to our Southern farmers. Instead of cotton in the South, you began to see more and more peanuts growing. After a few years, there were so many peanuts that not all the circuses or peanut butter makers in the world could use them up, and the price dropped to rock bottom. After all those years of hard work, we were right back where we started from, in poverty. It looked to me as though there just wasn't any order in this old universe, so I decided to find out about it. I went out into the woods, and there among the flowers I spoke to the Creator. "Dear Mr. Creator," I said to him, "please tell me the whole scheme behind the universe." And the great Creator answered me.
You want to know too much for that little mind of yours. Ask for something more your size.
"Then, Mr. Creator, tell me what was man made for?"
A little man, you still are asking for too much. Cut down the extent of your request and improve the intent.
"Well, then, will you please tell me why the little peanut was made? Please, Mr. Creator."
Ah, well, that's better. But even then, it's infinite. What do you want to know about the peanut?
Well, can I make milk out of the peanut?
What kind of milk do you want? Good Jersey milk or plain boarding house milk?
Good Jersey milk. And then, gentlemen, the great Creator revealed to me how to take the peanut apart and put it together again. And out of this process came forth these products, all of which I have here in these boxes and jars. Face powders, printer's ink, butter, shampoo, vinegar, dandruff cure, instant coffee, dyes, rubberoid compounds, soaps, wood stains, gasoline, cooking oil, a whole variety of things. All of them made from the lowly little peanut. All together, gentlemen, they represent a new industry worth $200 million. An industry the South needs. Please let us protect it.
Needless to say, Mr. President, the peanut was put on the tariff list. Oh, I suppose you're wondering about the honor accorded this son of a Negro slave in being invited to appear before an august congressional committee. But that was only one of the honors that came to him. He was made a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts of Great Britain in 1916, and 6 years later was awarded the Spingarn Medal for the most distinguished service rendered by an American Negro during the year. In 1939, he was awarded the Theodore Roosevelt Medal for being a liberator of the white race as well as the black. Henry Ford built a fine laboratory in his honor and endowed the George Washington Carver School for Negro youth on the Ford plantation in Georgia. And Thomas Edison invited him to join his staff at $100,000 a year. But Dr. Carver preferred to continue the work to which he had dedicated his life, bringing freedom from want to the people of the land he loved, both white and black. His peanut protein is today helping relieve the shortage of meat. The peanut oil replaces edible fats that now have gone to war. His research of the process of dehydration helped to give our soldiers and sailors the fresh food they need, though thousands of miles from home. From Macon County's multicolored clays, he made pottery, wallpaper inks, and house paints. He turned cotton, corn, and sorghum stalks into insulating boards, produced paper from the branches of wisteria, sunflowers, and wild hibiscus. He wove decorative table mats from swamp cattails, made table runners from feed and seed bags, using bright clay dyes for color. With the things God put in the earth, and the earth itself, Dr. Carver showed the poor how to make money and how to provide their homes with beauty. And yet the most beautiful and most expensive thing he ever owned himself was a black suit made out of homespun cloth, value $2. Not long before he died, Mr. President, and that was just about a year ago, by the way, a visitor came to see him at Tuskegee. The old man was working as hard as ever, and the visitor said, "Tell me, Doctor, why do you work so hard? You yourself never take any money for what you do. And as for fame, well, you have that and to spare." Well, the old doctor answered in his own typical way.
An old man going a lone highway came at the evening cold and gray to a chasm vast and deep and wide. The old man crossed in the twilight dim. The sullen stream had no fears for him, but he turned when safe on the other side and built a bridge to span the tide. "Old man," said a pilgrim near, "you're wasting your strength building here. Your journey will end at the ending day. You never again will pass this way. You've crossed the chasm deep and wide. Why build this bridge at evening tide?" The builder lifted his old gray head. "Good friend, in the path I have come," he said, "there followeth after me today a youth whose feet must pass this way. This chasm that has been naught to me, to that fair-headed youth may a pitfall be. He too must cross in the twilight dim. Good friend, I am building this bridge for him."
Mr. Lincoln, sir, I hope this story of mine hasn't rambled too much. Maybe you'd do us a favor, Mr. President. If you ever run across the old doctor, you might tell him that his hopes for the contributions his race might make to the good life are coming true. Tell him the Robesons, the Andersons, the Maynards, and the Waters are still lifting up men's hearts with the eloquence of their songs. Tell him the Julians, the Forts, the Drews, and the Hintons are still the slaves of all mankind in the fields of chemistry and medicine. Tell him the great poets of his race are following in the steps of Dunbar, and that its novelists and sculptors and painters are winning world acclaim. Yes, and tell him, too, that when the tyrants screamed their challenge, It was answered for his people by a young man named Joe Louis, who in 1 minute and 10 seconds at Madison Square Garden vanquished the best the Nazis had to offer. And his answer was, we're going to do our part, and we'll win, because we're on God's side. Tell him, Mr. President, tell old Dr. Carver, that that's why millions of his people now proudly labor at lathe and bench and assembly line, turning out the weapons that will save the way of life for which he lived. And that's why hundreds of thousands of their sons have entered the service of the Lord and are trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. Yes, and tell him, Mr. Lincoln, tell him that in the America both of you loved, God's truth goes marching on.
You've just heard a character study of Dr. George Washington Carver, based in large part on Rackham Holt's biography of the great Negro scientist, presented as the 35th program in our Words at War series. The script was written by Richard McDonough of the NBC staff. The storyteller was Frederick March, and Dr. Carver was played by Canada Lee, with the music by Juanita Hall and her singers. William Meader was heard at the organ, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Words at War is presented in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Words at War.
From Lieutenant Colonel W.E. Dyer's account of the death march of Bataan, I quote, 2 more followed these. Then a 6th broke from the ranks. Japanese guards all along the line made no sign to prevent them. Just raised their rifles and waited for the 6th to scramble into the grassy ditch and go up on the opposite side, a few feet from the well. Most of the Filipinos fell at the first volley. Thus did our 5th day of the death march start with a bloodbath. I needed... What's that knocking? I needed all the strength... Somebody stop it, will you? We're on the air. Will somebody get them away or let them in or something? We're on the air. To continue.
We're on the air.
Men had been murdered behind me all night. But the deeds had been veiled by darkness.
It is true. The deeds veiled by darkness. When you be
there had been
quiet.
nothing
No,
to veil
I
the
must tell you.
pitilessness
I must
and
tell them it
wantonness
is
of the
true. I
murders
know
I
it.
had just seen. I walked...
When they brought a Korean boy back to our cell and dumped him among us, we, his fellow prisoners, counted 5 cigarette burns on his neck. Be quiet. No, I must speak. It is important that I tell you how true it is. The things you are just learning. The things I knew for years. For I am a Japanese. Japanese? Yes. Taro Yashima, a painter, and the Japanese. Will you hear my story?
Words at War. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents The New Sun by Taro Yashima, Japanese painter.
Where shall I begin? Tell you how poor I was? How my father was a village doctor? How I... No, that is not the way now. Let me begin with a spring evening in Tokyo, nearly 10 years ago. I was returning to my home, the little house in the working class district. Through the soft dusk I walked, carrying in my hand a bouquet of daffodils. Why? For my wife. In the morning, she had told me I was to be a father once more. In the twilight, I walked along, talking to myself. No more weeping, my wife, for our dead baby.
No, Taro.
You're carrying toward life a new child.
Yes, Taro.
From our sorrow and bitterness and poverty, this child shall grow into a new world.
Oh, yes, Taro, yes. A new world. One we shall both paint. Yes, Taro.
This child shall be like a crocus. Out of the winter-cracked ground, like a crocus, our child shall grow and bloom. Whispering so to myself, I came to our little house. The lights were shining from it, but it was also still. Everything was silent in the lamplight. I stepped into my house. There were 3 men there. My wife was not.
Your wife couldn't wait for you.
She had urgent business.
Elsewhere.
Where is my wife? Where? What have you done with her?
We'll show you.
She is carrying our child.
You should have thought of that before.
You can't.
Can't we? Can't we?
I know who you are now. You are the Tokoka, the secret police. It's you who closed the workers' nursery without warning. It's you who are to blame because our first baby died.
Grab one of his arms, each of you, and pull him along.
The Tokoka. The Tokoka.
From the account by Lieutenant Colonel W.E. Dias of the Death March of Bataan, I quote, "Dawn of April 13th seemed to come in the middle of the night. Its magnificent colors and flaming splendor meant to us only the beginning of new sufferings. We averted our heads as the coppery light flooded our filthy prison.
I, too, sat in the prison, in filth. I, too, have averted my eyes from the heat of the sun streaming into a Japanese prison. I have been a prisoner of the Tokoka, a prisoner of war, the war which the government was making against its own people. Shh. I must speak in whispers, because there are guards outside. Hear them? If we are caught talking, if we pause in the business of picking lice off ourselves and exchange just one thin little word of comfort with each other, we are made to sit alone in the corridor. Alone. But, shh. I must speak to the old man beside me. I must know why he is here. Why, old man?
I had 40 yen in my pocket.
Shh. Not so loud. Is it a crime to have 40 yen?
They didn't think it was proper for me to have that much. My clothes were too poor.
And you? Why, you can't be more than 13. Why have they put you here? What did you do?
Me? I'm just a newsboy. And I peeked into the factory through a hole in the wall. But I didn't see anything. I didn't.
Shh. It's enough for them that you wanted to see.
I'm a garbage man. A Korean. That's enough against me, I know. But I stole a piece of zinc pipe. Just one.
Just one?
Yes. And what is that little piece of pipe to Japan's taking all of Korea? My country.
Oh, Manchuria. Why did they have to steal that?
You haven't told us why you're here.
I'm a painter. I drew pictures of the life that people live, of the war that is being prepared for them.
Then you're not really surprised to be here, are you?
If I am, I'll get over it. Perhaps I've been too surprised. Always.
But I'm a motorman. Just a motorman.
And I'm a member of a labor union in an iron factory. That's a terrible crime, isn't it? Don't answer, for it's yes.
They're carrying someone.
Quick,
Fetch him in.
He's unconscious. How strange his face looks with that cut in it. The cut looks as if it were a mouth that would speak for him. Would it hurt if I brushed the hair away from him? Oh, I am sorry. Sorry.
He's coming too.
Oh, that is too bad for him. He was out of his pain. It is better to be unconscious.
No, old man, no, it is not. It is better to know.
There is a man who is made to sit holding his books each day till he falls over and his books fall all around him. Wouldn't it have been better if he never had known of books?
No. Let's see if we can't move this man a little. Help me, someone.
Oh, what did you do to him?
I only touched his arm. It's broken. They've broken both his arms.
Each of us will have to turn like him, won't we?
Yes, Motorman. Somewhere in this prison is my wife, carrying our child. The wife who wept for our dead firstborn, who could not be comforted by the words and the poems of the workers who were our neighbors. Somewhere in this prison, because she too painted the life about us.
Taro, they're taking a woman past our cell. She keeps looking in here, trying to... Oh, they caught her doing it. Why do you cover your face, Taro?
That is my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you see where they're taking her?
Upstairs. Maybe I shouldn't have told you.
It is better not to know.
Our child was to be like a crocus, one that blooms through the rough earth left by winter into a new world of springtime, bringing joy to us. In a world without whips, without brutes, without poverty and needless death. A flower, like a cup for the sunlight.
Oh!
Did you hear? Old man, hold my hand. Boy, hold my other hand. That is my wife. My wife. Teach me something. Tell me something. I'm helpless. That is my wife who carries the crocus in her body. Squeeze my hands tight.
My fingers aren't very strong.
My hands are slippery with sweat.
Tighter, tighter. Hold my helpless hands. And you, helpless brain, think.
What can you think when your wife is being beaten?
I can think of the things she loved. Of the bright paint of the characters we painted once on our roof that read, "Come, study. New progressive art studio." Of the farmer who told us he wanted to be painted standing on top of a rock with his plow. Of the poor young worker who wanted to earn enough money to buy books. Did he ever earn enough? Of the child, our child, trying to live within her, trying to reach the world. Oh, child of mine, live. Come forth among us. Your father is helpless. Old man, boy, don't let go of my hand.
From Lieutenant Colonel W.E. Dias' account of the death march of Bataan, I quote, "Mutterings about me brought me back to earth to look upon a new horror. I saw all eyes were directed toward an object hanging on a barbed wire fence that paralleled the road. It had been a Filipino soldier. The victim had been bayoneted. His abdomen was open. This was a Japanese object lesson, of course."
An object lesson, yes.
The Imperial Japanese government gave its own people object lessons, too.
Taro, they're coming back. Don't look.
She's my wife.
They are dragging her. But her feet move. She's alive, Taro. She still lives.
Let me look at her.
Don't look, Taro. Let me tell you. I would not lie to you. She lives. She's lifting her head. Her hair hides her eyes so she cannot see. But she tried, Taro. Tried. I can see her broken teeth.
Her broken teeth?
She's smiling. Trying to...
Smiling.
She will bear your child. Believe us. Believe us.
Wife, do you hear? My unborn child, do you hear? I believe them. I believe.
You, Taro Yashima, you are wanted.
I am wanted?
Better than your wife, are you? Come on.
Let there be whips for me. There will be worse for those into whose hands they thrust the guns. For they will slay knife men like themselves in the name of the Emperor. They shall be cursed.
Get in there.
The room is cold. And the face of the man, the police officer who eyes me, the member of the Tokoka, is like the face of a toad. The eyes.
Is this drawing yours?
What does it show?
A whole village in silence after refusing military drill. There are no people seen. Only a large, ridiculous figure who looks like an officer. A Japanese officer.
Are the strokes of the pen bold and free?
Bold and free? They are ugly, yes.
Does the officer look like a frustrated shark?
Yes.
And are the huts of the people hiding from him dark and bitter, like a litter of curled hedgehogs on a mud flat, one window in each shining like an open, wary eye?
Yes.
Then it is my drawing. It is mine.
And why did you draw it?
Because an artist must belong to the people. See what they do. Feel what they do. And that is the way the people feel.
You said something?
I said Excuse me. A tooth is loose.
Let me help it. You were saying...
I was saying... That is the way the people I know feel.
I will show you how the people feel. Guard! Yes, honored sir.
Yes, honored sir.
Strip him. Strip him to his naked, filthy skin. Let him see how the people feel. Make the lice dance on his body till they drop off dead. Let him see how the people feel.
And let me draw back now. As you draw back from the black print that told you how soldiers of my nation ran the soldiers of your nation, prisoners, through with bayonets, starved them, flogged them, massacred them. Let me draw back from my naked body spraddled there on the floor. For I am being beaten too by Japanese soldiers. These men holding the whips and blackjacks in their hands have been cuffed and beaten themselves. They are the mannequins now of fascism. One idea alone is forced into their heads. Kill the other nations for the peace of the East. The peace I am getting at their hands. That they will get if they disobey. Disobey the toad who sits there grinning at my bloody writhings. I give that toad now a Western thought from a Western book, spoken in the Garden of Eden to a serpent. Between thy seed and mine, I will put enmity. My wife, my unborn child, may you be born into the morning of the world. My son, come forth as your father fails, under this whipping, this lashing.
From Lieutenant Colonel Dyer's account of the death march of Bataan, I quote, Captain Burt had managed to secrete a long lump of sugar which he was eating. In a minute or two, Captain Burt had dropped back beside us and was holding out the sugar. We each took a bite and tried to give it back. Captain Burt shook his head. Split it, fellows, he said. I've already had more than that. I've never reacted so quickly to anything in my life. Strength flowed through me.
Taro. What is it? Where am I?
I know now. The same cell.
I didn't like to wake you.
I was dreaming. I saw a poppy growing out of the earth where I had planted it in our backyard. It's hot in here. So hot.
The motorman is sick.
Yes, for a week, old man.
But now I think he's dying.
He must not die. No, we will do something.
But what is there to do?
Guard!
You are crazy, Taro.
What is it now? Did your worship crave something?
One of the men is dying. He cannot eat. He's dying.
That is too bad. Keep still.
You see, it is hopeless.
No, it is not. He must not die. Motorman, friend, brother.
Yes, Taro.
You shall not die.
I'll try not to. I don't want to. I'll try.
But you will pretend to. We will all pretend that you're dying. Listen,
yes,
all of us.
Yes, Taro.
Whenever any of us sees a guard in the few minutes when we wash, when he's walking past our cell, when he sits out there tweaking hairs from his nostrils, when they bring in another prisoner, we say, a man is dying.
Yes, all of us.
Guard!
A man is dying!
Why don't you leave me alone?
A man is dying in here.
Where is the dying going on?
Over here. Look at him. He will be dead soon.
Yes, dead soon. He will be dead.
Unless he has milk from now on, he will die.
Yes, he will die, God. Die.
Keep still.
Unless he has milk.
You see, Taro, it is hopeless. 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 Hopeless to ask for milk, Taro. They will never...
They're bringing supper. Will they...
Don't speak. Wait. Wait and see.
They're going to open the food panel. They're going to... Taro, I looked once for you. If the milk for the motorman is there, I can't look. You, Taro, tell us. Tell us. The rest of us will shut our eyes. Taro, we cannot see.
Tell us, Taro.
In the opening, a whole bottle of milk is standing. Even in this darkness, it is white.
The motorman, give it to him.
Don't spill it.
Friend, motorman.
Yes.
It is your milk. Only don't drink it all at once, dying man, or they'll find out the fraud.
You must have some.
No. Take just a mouthful.
Swallow it. Swallow it.
Don't hold it in your mouth.
He will. It's hard for him.
Please swallow it. Please.
There. It was good, wasn't it, brother? The taste of milk in the mouth.
Oh, thank you. Thank everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
It is the motorman, still awake, scratching with a bit of stone at the wall of our prison. Motorman, what are you doing?
I'm trying to scratch a poem on the wall, saying how I thank each all for the milk, how our sweat in this cell has mingled. I didn't mean to wake you.
We are all awake, motorman.
Thank you. Thank you. A lump of sugar, a bottle of milk. Maybe this is a sample of the future world. They had let my wife go at last. The 9th month was on her. They let her go to have our child. I saw her just an instant, not to speak, only to look at her eyes as she passed.
Taro, our child shall be born.
You, my wife, you must live too.
I will bear our child, Taro.
This was said not in words, only a glance as she passed, as she dragged herself past my cell. The days passed. The deadly days. The voices you hear are those of some of the men trying to teach each other Esperanto. The man who knew it has left, and I am sitting here in his shirt. He stripped it from his back to give me. It is usual for departing prisoners to do this. No one is surprised anymore. But it is still prison. Is my son being born? Is he born? And into a world of terror and destruction? Yes, terror, war, destruction. Born among a people being destroyed by their rulers. I must get out. I must get out. Out of here.
It is true, Taro.
Very true.
You must get out, Taro.
But I...
Don't argue. We have all decided it. We have all agreed.
Yes, it is decided.
You must write a false confession for them, Taro. Then you can go free.
And my friends will think I have betrayed them.
No one will think that. They will know. Others have gone before you. Just that way. Taro, with your drawings, you can tell the world how fascisms eat at the very bowels of our nations. Drawing us up into an agony, like a beast's agony.
You can see your wife and...
Yes, Taro. Perhaps even your son. Write the confession. Tell them what they think they want to know.
Everything, except one thing.
What is that, old man?
Don't tell them. Don't confess about the bottle of milk.
No, Taro.
No, someone else might want milk someday, and then how would we get it?
Tell your son, Taro, when you see him, that we send him the greetings of his brothers.
And I was released. And as I walked forth, a guard...
For you.
What is it?
It came a month ago. A telegram. Read it if you want to find out what's in it.
A month ago. And I do not dare read it. But I must. My wife had safely borne our child. A son has been born to us. And I am out under the sunlight of heaven. The big, bright ball of light is over my head as I walk. As I run, bearing the greetings to my child from his brothers in the prison. Oh, great shining sun over my head, surely you will increase your brightness over me and over people everywhere. And so I, Taro Yashima, Japanese painter, came to this studio to tell you of my story and of the mingled sweat of my wife, my fellow prisoners, and myself in our struggles against the enemy fascism that beat to death your soldiers on Bataan. And I wish to thank the America which lets me talk and write and speak freely about events and people I shall never forget.
Taro Yashima, a Japanese artist, is now in this country. He is a member of the Japanese-American Committee for Democracy and a member of the Art Council of the Japanese-American Committee for Democracy. He's completing a series of cartoons on Japanese fascists and arranging for a third exhibition of paintings and cartoons. The dramatization of his book, The New Sun, was the 36th program of Words at War. The radio adaptation was written by Kenneth White. The material quoted from Colonel W.E. Dias' account of the death march of Bataan is copyrighted and was used by permission of the Chicago Tribune and associated newspapers from coast to coast, in which the Dias story is now appearing. The part of Taro Yoshima was played by Everett Sloan. Next week, Words at War will present an adaptation of Assignment USA by Selden Menifee, an account of a reporter's travels throughout the United States. The music for tonight was arranged and played by William Meader. The production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Words at War tonight presents Assignment USA.
Atlanta, Mobile, San Antonio, Los Angeles, Seattle, Spirit Lake, Iowa, Minneapolis, Detroit, and all points north, south, east, and west.
You made it all right, and you're glad, for this is the train you had to make. Your name is Selden Menifee. You're a reporter. You're making a 15,000-mile pilgrimage to America, trying to picture honestly and dispassionately what is happening in this native land of yours. And what do you see? Plenty. You're soon aware that all of America is at war. If not up to its neck, then well above its knees. And that's true of every region from Maine to San Diego and from Seattle to Palatka, Florida. You swell with pride at every evidence of an America armored against adversity. But your heart sinks at every crack that's visible in that armor. And there are cracks. You know if you reveal them, you're going to make enemies. But you know, too, that you'd hurt the many if you tried to save the few. And so, with renewed determination to keep an open mind and to tell the truth no matter whom it hurts, you speed onward to finish your wartime assignment, Assignment USA.
This is another of the Words at War programs presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime. Tonight's script, written by Richard McDonough, is based on one of the most talked about books of recent months, Selden Menifee's Assignment USA. Later on in the program, Mr. Menifee himself will speak to you.
This is your assignment. This is America. And as you travel its length and breadth, your mind is a jumble of impressions, a mural of scenes reflecting the spirit of a nation girded for war.
Look at that old Vermont farmer, stooped and bent. Came out of retirement at the age of 75, and now he's back in the field.
A bunch of whack, light-hearted kids on their way from Texas to Des Moines for induction.
Me? I'm 16. I live in Fairfax, Virginia, but I come over to Arlington to work in the machine shop. Oh, sure I had to quit high school to do it, but I'm making 70 cents an hour, 7 days a week.
A tiny plantation cabin near Natchez, Mississippi. 5 service stalls in the winter.
A worker at Willow Run.
What does Rickenbacker mean saying we won't work? There's nothing I'd like better than a chance to put in 8 hours of good, solid work a day.
A coal miner near Hazard, Kentucky, with tears in his eyes.
I don't want no strike.
My son is in the army, and I'm afraid it might hurt him if we close down the mines for one day even. But if there is a strike, I'll go out with the majority. Yes, I'll go out with the majority.
Yes, a jumble of impressions, a mural of scenes reflecting the spirit of a nation girded for war. But you remind yourself that murals appeal most to the art critic and the idly curious. So you resolve to present your observations as simply as possible, region by region, town by town. Brattleboro, Vermont, population 10,000. A large village sprawled on the west bank of the Connecticut River. For the most part, the people live in large, old-fashioned white frame houses, are cagey with their money, attend church regularly, and vote Republican every November. But apart from its voting habits, Brattleboro is more typical of Yankee New England than is Boston. If you were going to write a melodrama around Brattleboro, this might be one of your most effective scenes.
How could you be so heartless? He has won my heart. He is my own, my true love. It is my wish to be a dutiful daughter to you, but I insist upon my right to marry the man I love.
How dare you! If you persist in this way, I shall cast you from the door forever. To think that you could thus treat your dear old father. Upstairs to your room, you heedless wench. Upstairs, I say. Oh. An Irishman! An Irishman! No daughter of mine will ever sink that low.
Yes. In New England, you find a well-established social caste system unparalleled in America, except by the white-Negro relationship of the South. At the top of the social structure are the original Yankee families, now outnumbered by Americans of more recent vintage. Next are the Irish Americans, who predominate among skilled workers and have cornered much of the political power. And at the base of the social pyramid are the recent immigrants, French Canadians, Italians, Poles, and Slavs. The Yankees own the plant, the Irish are the foremen, the French Canadians and others do the work. This is old line Yankee New England. Brattleboro is no boom town, yet you get the feeling of all-out war. In the local bank, you meet Alphonse Rattay. He's a teller, but he also compiles the town's honor list of servicemen.
It numbers over 1,000, more than 10% of our population.
He tells you proudly that
every night after my regular work, I put in 4 hours in a small machine shop. I'm a veteran of the last war, and I want to do all I can to help win this one fast.
But he's even prouder when he's talking about his neighbors.
Everyone here is doing all he can. Air raid drills are taken seriously. The women are mobilized in the Red Cross. And nearly every family has a victory garden.
A school principal tells you
the children of Brattleboro are working as hard as their parents. Many are putting in a full shift in the local factories after school, from 2 till 10 p.m. These boys are sleepy in their classes, and discipline is hard for teachers to maintain.
Vermont farmers tell you
we work like all get out because of the war. We can't get no hired hands, so it's 12, 14, 16 hours of work a day for us and our families. We don't mind that so much. The thing that gets our dander up is what goes on in Washington. The sooner them fellas wake up to what's what, the better off they'll be. Remember, Vermont is still in the Union.
You come into Boston feeling good. There's a grin on your face. You stride blithely down the street, repeating an old rhyme more or less accurately to yourself. Dear old Boston, the home of the bean and the cod, where the Lowells speak only to the Cabots, and the Cabots speak only to... Yes, you have to stop. You're startled. Across the way is a large patriotic poster. It has been mutilated. The word united has been changed to Jew-nited. An intelligent-looking fellow approaches. You ask him to explain the mutilation of the sign. You want to know what effect seeing it will have on him. He looks at it, grins, and shrugs as if to say, so what? And he stops grinning. A suspicious look comes into his narrowed eyes, and he says,
Hey, where do you come from?
New York.
Oh, yeah? I thought so.
Now, wait a minute. My name is Menifee. Maybe I haven't got as much Irish blood in my veins as you have, but I still have the right to wear the green on St. Patrick's Day.
And if you have me, bucko, you'll do two things. You'll mind your business. You'll watch out for the codfish aristocracy, the lace cotton Irish, and the Jew-nited brethren. Good day to you, sir.
You shake your head to clear it, and you mosey around Boston. Outwardly, the war has come here as to other American cities. There's a large victory garden in the Common, directly in front of the State House. The want-ad sections of the papers are filled with appeals for shipyard and industrial workers. The stores are crowded. Yet nearly every Bostonian you speak to, those who will open up at all, is conscious that something is radically wrong behind the scenes. Isolationism, anti-Semitism, pro-appeasement are more rampant in Boston than in any city in the land. And the role played in this disunity by your own beloved Irish is particularly disheartening. This is not your own impression. You get it in the cold turkey talk of responsible Irish Americans. You jot down what these people tell you.
The Irish are an absolute majority and run the city from top to bottom. They are predominantly anti-British, anti-Russian, anti-Semitic, and anti-New Deal.
Why? Tell me why.
Well, most of it goes back to Father Coughlin's paper, Social Justice, which was sold every Sunday in front of the churches and subway stations till it was suppressed.
But then the Irish are anti-almost everything. They're brought up to think that all the controlling powers are against them. They hate the codfish aristocracy who look down their blue noses at the upstart Irish as long as they could. They don't even trust members of their own group who have become successful, the lace curtain Irish. Their religious teaching, after all, glorifies poverty and simplicity, and their pride makes them resent all attempts at reform as attacks on their way of life.
All of this is too much to believe. In order to disprove it, you're willing to fight it out on Boston Common if it takes all summer. But you're up against it, or facts won't be denied. You find that isolationism is strong and democracy weak in the ruling circles of Massachusetts. You learn, for instance, that an overwhelming majority of Bay Staters instructed their state representatives to cast their ballots in favor of a federal world government. That was what the people wanted. They proved it by a vote of 3-1. And what did the legislators do? They simply refused to obey the people. At the hearings, Francis P. Moran, former head of the Christian Front in Boston, showed up to proclaim,
"This country was doing all right until it started mixing in other people's affairs."
And Boston City Councilman Michael Kinsella added,
"I would ring this country with steel from the Canadian border to the Mexican border, from ocean to ocean, and then say to the others, work out your own destiny. We will not fight for you, nor will we feed you."
And you mark that down in your little notebook as a classic statement of the pre-war isolationist position, especially when you realize it was made in 1943. But your overall impression of Boston is summed up by a Bostonian in the uniform of his country when he says,
"Well, first we need to get America into some sort of permanent United Nations government. Then, and this will be the much harder job, we'll have to set about getting Boston into the United States."
New York, closer to the war than many cities, due to a large percentage of European stock. New York, a city of problems. Harlem, high taxes, not enough war jobs. To say nothing of Brooklyn and its Christian Front. But New Yorkers are doing their share, and when things get dull, there's always LaGuardia and the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Washington, D.C., Nick!
Washington, one vast telephone exchange, overcrowded living quarters, high rent and food costs, low wages, Not enough taxicabs. More than a little vice. But a surprising amount of efficiency for all that.
Are we war conscious in Mobile? Heck, mister, take a look at those booming shipyards. Try to get a furnished room or a house. Spot those young girls soliciting on the streets. Notice the dirt, the filth, the boys stealing cars, robbing stores, and going to school drunk. War conscious in Mobile? I should say we are. And poor white conscious, too. The sooner the war's over, the sooner we'll get them out of the shipyards, out of the town, and back to their pea patches in the swamps where they belong. Mobile ain't fit to live in.
You've looked and seen for yourself. There's something to be said for Mobile's way of thinking, but there's a lot wrong with it, too. Whose fault is it that the poor whites have no education, that there's a housing shortage, that little or no supervision is made for war workers' children? Whose fault is it? You kept your eyes peeled coming through Dixie, and honesty compels you to make a note in your little book. The note reads as follows. Southerners are by all odds the most belligerent of Americans. They are ready to fight at the drop of a hat and often do. Their patriotism in support of the war is open and enthusiastic. That's fact. Nevertheless, the South is fighting the war much harder abroad than at home.
You can talk all you like, mister, but truth is truth. Many of our southern towns have been unfairly passed by in the allocation of war industries and army camps.
That, too, is fact. But again, you see daily proof of another fact, that large segments of the population are more interested in keeping the Negro in his place than in keeping Hitler and Tojo in their places. They seem to feel, too, that the rest of the country is ganging up on them to keep the South in its place. The resulting dissension must be very gratifying to Dr. Goebbels. You think of all this, get hot under the collar, and then you say, whoa, get hold of yourself, pal. Try to find out if the South has a case. It's easy, too easy for the Northerner to condemn the South for its sectionalism and prejudices. But this solves no problems. Speak to enlightened Southerners. See what they think. So you do. You speak to industrialists, editors, labor leaders, and you find the Southerner has a lot of facts on his side. Now, these are the proven facts you find.
The South has been held in economic bondage by the North ever since the Industrial Revolution. Northern capital has milked the region of its resources and given little in return except low wages.
Yes, sir. And the South's main economic grievances are, 1, discriminatory freight rates.
And I'd like to add, 2, unequal federal expenditures under the matching provisions of many government agencies.
Right. And third, failure to develop southern harbors and industries.
Absolutely. Yes, I tell you, sir, the South will bolt the Democratic Party in 1944 if these grievances are not relieved.
You smile a little. That last statement is by a politician. Actually, you know that a poll of Southern Democrats in mid-1943 showed that 80% favored Roosevelt for a 4th term. Actually, you know that a Gallup poll showed 3 Southerners out of 5 in favor of a 2-party system for the South. And actually, you know that this almost scared the pants off the Southern politicos who find the 1-party system very cozy indeed. But what are these economic grievances afflicting the South? What, for instance, is the truth about these discriminatory freight rates?
I'll tell you, mister. For the past 70 years or so, the South has been prevented from shipping goods to northern markets on equal terms with the North and Northeast, mile for mile.
That's right. Yes, sir.
For instance, it costs $1.69 to ship 100 pounds of goods from Boston to Chicago. But it costs $2.68 to ship the same amount from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Yes. Although the latter distance is shorter by 25 miles.
What do you say to that?
That's interesting.
Interesting? It's criminal, sir. These discriminatory freight rates
operate to give an unfair advantage to northern industry while holding the South back. By hampering industrialization, they have kept wages down, and this in turn has kept the South poor and unable to help itself.
I tell you, sir, we'll bolt the Democratic Party.
Next, you ask, what's this about unequal matching of federal funds?
We object to the system of matching state and local funds with federal funds for Social Security and other programs.
Doesn't make
sense. Wait. The matching system is one way of decentralizing control over our government programs. I would say it's thoroughly consistent with the Southern theory of states' rights. Or is the South giving up that theory?
We are not, sir. I tell you, sir, we'll bolt the Democratic Party if state rights are in danger.
Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up for once. Now, look, mister, we're for the theory of states' rights, yes. But theories go out the window when the pocketbook begins to suffer, as it does here in the South. For remember, the southern states are full of needy persons and therefore low in tax receipts, so they can't always raise funds for matching purposes. Here's the result. In California, an old-age pensioner gets $30 a month, with the federal government matching the state's contribution of $15. But in Georgia, the pensioner gets only $8 a month. The state can afford only $4, and the federal government won't do more than match it.
In short, them that has gets. Them that hasn't doesn't.
That's the
Well,
motto.
obviously, what's needed is some minimum federal standard of Social Security, health, and education, with more money going to the South, if necessary, to raise it to the level of the rest of the country.
Now you're talking.
But tell me, how would all of these things, if you got them, how would they affect the most burning question of all down here, the racial question?
Sir, there's no racial question down here. There is white supremacy, and there always will be white supremacy. We have no patience with these fellas in Washington with their anti-lynching bills, their anti-poll tax bills. I tell you, sir, if Washington doesn't watch itself, the South will bolt the Democratic Party.
One of the others gives you the wink, and you get the feeling that views such as the professional politician just expressed are finding less and less favor with intelligent Southerners. You've already seen how the old anti-Negro feeling has been met in many Southern areas. South Carolina, for example, by a counter-trend toward greater unity. And this typical intelligent Southerner has a terrible sincerity in his voice when he says,
I promise you, Mr. Menifee, we'll make the South a good place to live in before we're through.
St. Louis, Detroit, Omaha, St. Paul, Bismarck, Denver.
This is it, the Midwest, the famous home of isolationism. Does it still deserve the name?
Chicago.
The black market flourishes, high, wide, and handsome.
Detroit.
Race riots, worse than most the South has seen. Still, Detroit's knocking out a wonderful production record.
St. Louis.
City of slums and dry rot, but the spirit of St. Louis is still one of democracy. War bond sales zooming all the time.
Minneapolis.
Don't point the finger at New England. Minneapolis, too, goes in for anti-Semitism. In fact, it is one of the hot spots for it in the Middle West. Yes, this is the Midwest, famous home of pre-war isolationism. Does it still deserve the name? No. Pre-war isolationism is gone from the Midwest, replaced by indifference. But again, you hasten to remind yourself, not 100%. A Midwestern farm wife rides with you for an hour. She talks all the time. What she says summarizes the feelings of the common people of that area. Summing up the hour of talk, it's this.
My son Johnny joined the Army. I didn't want him to, but I wouldn't stop him. Now I'm alone, I have more work to do, more chores. Folks say there's got to be a war ever so often. I hope that ain't so. I wish they'd get busy and do something to stop all this from ever happening again. I'd hate to think of my grandsons traipsing off to war, too.
housing shortages, absenteeism, labor turnover, poor management, strikes.
Yes, there are clouds darkening the western skies. Clouds that add up to low morale in war plants and shipyards. Clouds that dim the prospect of 100% production for victory. You know this is true. You've seen it. Not that you're too downhearted. They're still doing 10 times better than Hitler and Tojo would like, but not as well as the rest of us want them to. Who's to blame? Management says...
It's the workers. They're shiftless, dissolute. They're not accustomed to hard work or prosperity. That's the reason for absenteeism.
The workers say...
Absenteeism, it's all you hear. Listen, I've missed 2 days in 7 months.
The only absenteeism I've noticed is due to management. Why, they've kept me standing around 2 days at a stretch on a hull without so much as letting me light my welding torch. That's enough to make a man stay home or go find another job. That's what comes of the cost-plus system.
Absenteeism, they say.
He gets every 8th day off. Did you ever try cramming 8 days of chores into one?
We have to file our income tax and see the ration board and fix a car.
And clean the house and plant our victory gardens, all in one day.
Shipyards are crowded and hard to get home from. We don't have long evenings like our old jobs. We try hard to stay on a job, and most of us do. But it ain't easy.
Who's right, management or labor? You come to the conclusion that both are. Yes, both are right, but the trouble goes on. Waste and inefficiency are far from uncommon. Ships and planes and guns and tanks often cost more to build, take longer to build than they should. You take counsel with people who should know, with industrialists, union men, government officials, and you arrive at some corrective.
Government agencies should quickly provide more community facilities, not only housing and transportation, but also shopping, rationing, banking, recreation.
And nursery and daycare facilities near yards and plants.
Cost-plus contracts should be done away with wherever possible. Where it is not possible, a penalty clause should be included in all contracts, so that the operator's profits will be lowered as construction costs increase.
Labor and operators should both participate more heartily in employee management plans.
Labor should adopt more democratic methods within the unions and abandon craft union disputes for the duration.
Incentive pay plans would speed up production and lower costs throughout the nation, wherever it is possible to apply them.
Do these things, say the people who should know, and we'll win a quicker, less expensive victory. Whether or not they will be done, just as whether or not we're going to drift back after victory to the old head-in-the-sand isolationist ways, depends on the greatest aggregation of free men any reporter ever surveyed, the people of the United States of America.
Now here is the author of Assignment USA, the book which provided the facts you've just heard presented, Mr. Selden Menifee.
Thank you. Every statement made in this broadcast is absolutely true. I have documentary proof of every event described. But should you by any chance be burdened with a heavy heart due to what you've heard, perhaps it will help if I, who made the trip around America, give you my overall impression. It's this. Our people are doing a wonderful job of fighting this war, despite the mistakes that some of them are making. We're building more weapons, buying more bonds, and thinking straighter and clearer than ever before in our history. And that last point is very important. The public opinion polls show that we Americans know pretty well what we're fighting for. They show we are determined in our blundering, vague way to win the peace as well as the war. We may not be well informed on every issue or always consistent in our opinions, but we are basically in agreement on the major democratic aims of the war and for the peace to come. This is, in a very real sense, a people's war, and our citizens are determined that it shall be followed by a people's peace, both at home and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Selden Menifee. You've just heard a radio play based on the important new book, Assignment USA by Selden Menifee. The book was adapted for radio by Richard McDonough of the NBC script staff. Walter Vaughn was the narrator, and participating players were Mildred Clinton, Zama Cunningham, G. Swain Gordon, John Griggs, Joseph Boland, Joseph Latham, and Norman Lloyd. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, Words at War will present Miss Tallulah Bankhead in a program based on the book I Served on Bataan by Lieutenant Juanita Redmond. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Jack Costello speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is Words at War.
This is my story, and the story of an unfamiliar sound. It is the story of many people, some great and some insignificant, as the world measures people, only a few of whom can be presented here. People like these.
I am a wealthy man. I have taken much and given little. I am part of the story.
I am a priest. I have taken little and given much. Yet men have cheated me.
I am a businessman turned drunkard. Cheated. They've even taken my self-respect.
Me? I have tortured men and killed men. That is my way, that is my life. And I am part of the story.
Those are the people. This is the sound. Strange to your ears, the sound of tears dropping into a cup. But why? You find no strangeness in the song of a bird in a metal cage. Both are unnatural, true, but both are the doings of men. And for the sake of his eternal greed and his eternal vanity, man has eternally done unnatural things. I am the weeping wood, and I have made men kill. I've made men torture and be tortured, and I have brought joy to the heart of a child. Men travel on wheels swiftly and silently because of me. I speak with the voice of a woman because for me, men have lied and cheated and worked and fought. Because of my tears, men have suffered and become poor, and men have prospered and become rich. Not a strange set of circumstances when you know me. For my tears are the source of a substance men call rubber.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents the 39th in this Words at War series. Tonight we offer a dramatic impression of Vicky Baum's documentary novel, The Weeping Wood.
Psst. Henry!
Yes?
Psst. Father Anselmus!
Who calls? Ah, yes, Senor Turnbull.
Hey, you didn't recognize me just now in the Pater Provincial's chamber.
You must pardon me, Senor Turnbull. At my age, the eyes, you know.
Ah, you live in the jungle too much, Father Anselmus. Do you realize yourself how long it's been since you were last here in Para?
Yes.
Since the epidemic of 1738. 1738?
Yes.
That's a good 7 years, Father. I wonder how you do it. You should visit us oftener.
My work is not in Para, Senor.
Ah, it could be. And if I had my way, it would be.
No.
But I'm only the overseer of a sugar plantation. My only voice in the church is a few gold pieces a year. Which, by the way, I can ill afford.
Oh, come now, my son. Shall I go to the Pater Provincial and tell him you want your money back?
But the shoes, Father Anselmus. The wonderful elastic shoes. What did the Pater Provincial say so ungraciously when you offered as a gift The wonderful elastic shoes.
If I remember correctly, he said, "Get them out of this room. They stink."
His very words.
Well, the Party Provincial has trouble with his gallstones, and at such times you can never hear him say yes to anything. But he is one of the great men of our society.
Listen, Father, you should not have gone to him about this elastic gum of yours. You should have talked to me first. I'm a merchant, too.
Such a thing is against our rules.
But, Father, you said there's enough of this elastic gum in the forests of the Amazons to make all the shoes you want, isn't there?
Yes.
And some of the Indians know how to treat it.
Oh, yes, there is probably more in other parts of South America.
Aye, I've seen the toys, the balls and syringes made by some of the Indians, but it never occurred to me. Well, anyway, it wouldn't have cost anything to make those elastic shoes, would it?
Well,
one could work one's slaves and give the Indians beads and things.
I do not understand what you want from me, senor.
Ah, you will. The problem is to make the Indians work. Now, you know how lazy they are.
Well, the matter is not in my hands anymore. And besides, Senor Turnbull, you do not need me.
Listen to me, Father Anselmus. I want to try to make these shoes an article of export, as you yourself suggested. I want to send them to Lisbon and create such a fashion with them that every lady and gentleman at court will wear them. I want your Indians to make me a magnificent pair of shoes for the Queen, gilt and ornate, and I'll send them to Lisbon, where I have good friends.
Until now, my son, I did not realize you had been drinking.
But how clearly the thoughts come, Father. Listen, these shoes stretch. We can make them tight as a skin. Every lady will want to wear them because they'll make their foot seem small.
No, my gum elastic is for science, not for vanity.
But we can make riding boots of this gum, and men will take them off without swearing. And that should please you, Father. Huh? And God in heaven, too. And in Scotland, mercy, in Scotland, where it rains 364 days a year, we can make these shoes so common that the Scotsmen won't understand how they ever lived without them.
I think I shall take my leave now.
No, you can't.
I cannot see that you need me for your transactions. If you think you can earn money with this gum for yourself or for the crown, why don't you do so? All you have to do is to train your own Indians. And now I will go.
Wait. Now at least let me buy those elastic shoes. Of course, they're rather hideous, and are not worth very much, as you very well know.
The shoes are not for sale, my son.
Father, I must have them. You don't understand.
Oh, yes, I understand. But they are not for sale. You shall have them as a gift. Foolish man.
I lost millions. I lost millions because I didn't do it. Oh, so sorry. So sorry, George.
That's all right, Mr. Bancroft. How did you lose millions?
Who said I lost my millions?
You did, just now.
I did not. I never lost my millions because I never made them. I am a failure. I'm a failure because I didn't do it.
Didn't do what?
Listen to this. This published yesterday. It says, June the 15th, 1844, to all whom it may concern, be it known that I, Charles Goodyear, have invented certain new and useful improvements in the manner of preparing fabrics of cowshaw or gum elastic or India rubber, and I do hereby declare that the following is a full and exact description thereof.
Well, what does it mean, Mr. Bancroft?
He's taken out a patent. That's what it means. And then he goes on to say how he did it.
Did what?
No, you don't understand. I put a lot of money in rubber back in 1836 and 37 because everybody said how wonderful. Everybody said, we'll be waterproof. We'll have rubber shoes and rubber boots and rubber pants and rubber coats and rubber hats. Yeah. And the summer came, and the fishermen had to peel themselves out of their rubber pants, and ladies had to scrape the sticky rubbers off their shoes. Hey, what'd you do with my rubbers?
I hadn't seen your rubbers, Mr. Bancroft.
Oh, yes, no, they were right here. And you have to find them because they're the new kind. Charlie Goodyear gave me those rubbers right after he found out that you could fix rubber so it wouldn't stick. Cost me millions. You ever realize that? Millions.
I'm very sorry, sir.
No, don't be sorry. Give me another glass of old Medford.
Don't you think it's about time you were getting home to your wife, Mr. Bancroft?
My wife? Huh.
You know, she hates me.
No, of course she don't. But she does. They talk about a gold rush. Don't tell me about a gold rush. There's a rubber rush on right now, and I could have been in it. That's what my wife tells me at breakfast, dinner, and supper. Why didn't you loan Goodyear the money? Why didn't you? Well, it's enough to make any man drink more than is good for his body and the soul.
Closing time, sir.
Closing time? Well, I want my rubbers and another drink. And then I'll have to go to the Bible meeting.
No more, Mr. Bancroft. Bar is closed.
I want my rubbers. I want my beautiful rubbers. Charlie Goodyear gave them rubbers to me, and I will not be the victim of a thief, George.
Any trouble here, George?
Oh, good evening, Constable. I didn't see you come in. Mr. Bancroft here is,
Yes, I know Hezekiah Bancroft too well.
I'm on my way to the Bible meeting.
You're on your way to the station house with me. Didn't I tell you you'd end up there again for long?
Now, listen, I am friend Daniel Webster, and I'll complain about you in Congress, Constable.
Sure. Just go ahead and complain.
Oh, I'm a great sinner, brother. Great sinner I am.
So you are, brother. And liquor did it.
Nothing of the kind. Rub.
Men have been made by rubber, cheated by rubber, and ruined by rubber. As with gold and precious stones and oil, wars have been fought for rubber. To those who wanted rubber, men have sold themselves into slavery, sold themselves for a few coins. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
30 mil reis. There you are, Ambrosio.
Oh, thank you, Signor, thank you.
No need for thanks. You are just very lucky. Go now, have a good time. In a few days you will go up the river with the others.
But do I have anything to sign? My name on some paper for all this money?
No, Ambrosio. You are a man of honor. So am I. Written words are not needed between men of honor. Are they?
That was how Ambrosio da Costa sold himself for 12 bitter years and became a peon and a serf, like thousands of other workers whom drought and hunger in their own provinces had driven into the cruel arms of the rubber gatherers. Yes, men have faced slavery for my sake, and death, and they have risked their lives for the tears of the weeping wood.
Ambrosio?
What is it, Englishman?
I would have died out there in the jungle if you hadn't found me. Your wife nursed me out of my fever. You shared your food, everything with me. Here, take this money.
What would I do with it, Englishman? We have no use for money. On the Amazon, you cannot pay with money, and you cannot buy anything with money. No, Senor. The only currency on the Amazon is these.
Rubber.
And of it there is never enough.
How long have you been in this jungle, Ambrosio?
Oh, 12 years. Because always the rubber we gather is never quite enough to pay for the food and the things we need. But someday, who knows?
Ambrosio, you gave me back my life. I can do no less than the same for you. And I will do it if you'll go with me. You and your family.
Go with you? I do not understand.
Well, let me tell you who I am and why I'm here in Brazil. My name is Henry Wickham. I'm, I don't know the word in Portuguese, a botanist. A man who knows about plants and things. And I represent the Crown of England. Now, I've come here to Brazil to take rubber seeds back to my country. Ambrosio, in a few days, a steamer will wait for me and the rubber seeds at the mouth of the river. I've chartered this boat, and there'll be room for you and your family if you want to go.
If I want to go? What for do people want rubber seeds in your country, Englishman?
To plant them, of course.
Oh, plant them. Who ever heard of planting rubber seeds? And I was told that there is no sun in your country, senor. And not even enough water to drown a cow.
Well, never mind that now, Ambrosio. Do you stay or go with me?
Do I go with you? May the Virgin bless you. You and your little rubber seeds.
This is my story, for I am the weeping wood. My tears are not for the dead millionaires of the Industrial Valley in Akron, Ohio. Not for Father Anselmus, who was cheated. Nor for Turnbull, the greedy Scotsman. Nor for Hezekiah Bancroft, the drunkard. Nor for Ambrosia da Costa, the self-made slave. Nor for Henry Wickham, the fortune hunter. It is 1915. In the big cities of the world, the automobile has arrived. Gentlemen in goggles and ladies in dusters with chic veils tied under their chins are driving them at a great speed, sometimes even more than 10 miles an hour. Rubber is king, and there's a stampede, for the weeping wood weeps gold. But my tears are for an Indian dying alone in a jungle in Peru, and he is only one of many thousands killed in the madness of the rubber rush. Not yet quite dead. He hopes he will die quickly. He's in much pain.
Sirete, Sirete, I have pains.
Much pain. This morning they came. They tied him to a tree, wrapped kerosene-soaked rags around his legs, and made a fire of dry leaves under his feet, burning them into charred black stumps. And while he was burning, they beat him with the butts of their Winchesters in a manner which is not to be described. And so he dies. And as he dies, he thinks.
When I am dead and the pains are gone, I shall travel to the happy forests and hunt with my father again, as I did when a child. I was a man, and I had a wife, and we were fat and lazy and happy in the forest. And the white men, the Blancos, came. They came to visit every house in our part of the forest. They gave us wonderful big knives and small knives, and they gave us big mirrors in which we can see ourselves as in deep black water. And they gave beautiful beads to our wives. The Blancos bring us a friendly message from their great master, who owns the forests. He owns the rivers also. He invites my nation to visit him at a place called La Chorrera. There he will give us more presents, and he will make a great feast for us. He will give us guns, and we shall be his guests and his children. The great master's only request is that we should bring him rubber, much rubber. We are happy to do this little thing for the great master, and soon we are on the trail with our families. We are going now to La Chorrera. We do not see the change in the Blancos. We have gone a long way when suddenly they use the lashes.
Hurry along there. We do not rest here. You, hurry along.
Amigo Blanco.
What do you want?
There is one back there who fought this. He is old. He cannot travel so fast with his load.
An old one, eh? Which one? That one there?
That is the one, senor. I will go and help him.
No, wait. Now go and pick up the rubber he has dropped and carry it, in addition to your own. All of you, keep moving. Hurry along.
We did not cry out with the pain of the whips, but even when they tortured and killed us through the months that followed, because they were so impatient for rubber and more rubber, they tortured and killed us, those Blancos. I will not tell you what became of my wife and my sister. Oh, there is not time, for I am dying. And the flies and the vultures, they too are impatient.
Kew, September 4, 1876. My dear Mother, happy the day you sent me to become one of the king's gardeners at Kew. And lucky am I to be able to write you this glorious news after only a little more than a year at my work. Don't be shocked, Mother, but I'm being sent to Ceylon. Ceylon, what an enchanting name. Well, I must tell you how it all came about. You will remember my writing you a few months ago about that polite scoundrel, Henry Wickham. It was he who brought the rubber seeds here from Brazil. 70,000 of them, a whole boatload. And it was I who cursed them first and nursed them later. I'm becoming quite sharp with my pen, am I not, Mother? Well, no matter. It seems that this Henry Wickham, whom I still detest heartily, has been more than generous in praise of my work to the chief of all the king's gardeners, Dr. Hooker. And so, old Whiskers, as we call him, has settled on me to take the delicate young rubber plants down to Ceylon. Mother, there's a great plan afoot, of which I can say little now. But before long it may be that the world will not depend any longer on the wild, uncultivated rubber of Brazil. Before long there may be great rubber plantations all through the tropical east, wherever the British flag waves. Ceylon, Malaya, Sumatra, even Java. Before long, England may control the bulk of the world's rubber supply. Well, Mother, I shall write in a few days, just as soon as I know my sailing date. Until then, a kiss from your excited son, Daniel Chalmers.
Dear. Listen to this letter, Wickham. Just arrived. October the 15th, 1877. Dr. Joseph D. Hooker, director, and so on. Sir, I am very sorry to have to inform you that Mr. Daniel H. Chalmers of the Henrietta Goda plantation died on October the 12th at noon. Cause of death, remittent fevers, uremia, exhaustion. I am respectfully yours, John R. Baker, medical officer, Henrietta Goda Gardens, Kampaha, Ceylon. I say, Wickham, this damned rubber of yours is going to keep on killing people even after we've got it civilized.
Japan, 1941. Japan, 1941. That's all. No need here for screaming shells or diving airplanes or the ugly rattle of machine gun fire or the cries of dying men. You can hear them in your hearts. Southwestward from Japan are gold and tin and oil and rubber. Japan came, Japan saw, Japan conquered. Yes, the orderly forests of the Weeping Wood, with tears controlled by those who cared for them, still stand. Though most of those who spent their lives in the rubber plantations of Malaya and Java and Sumatra and the Philippines do not. By screaming shell, by rifle and machine gun fire, by torture and prison camp atrocity, many were killed. One who escaped was a Dutchman, a Hollander named Piet Gutschens. Piet Gutschens.
Ken and Margaret, do not ask me, please. This is not the setting to tell that story. For I cannot bring into a handsome New York apartment the horrible things that happened back there. There was death and destruction, but I did not destroy my trees before they came.
But you should have.
That was the order, to destroy them. But I could not do that. No. For when it is over, I'm going back to Sumatra. And you are coming with me, Ken.
Oh, no, he's not, Pete. Not my husband.
Oh, I meant that you should come also, Margaret.
No, we won't go back, Pete. We both got our work cut out for us here. I've got a great many plans, and Margaret's going on with her work in Butanex.
Butanex?
Oh, it's got a dozen names, you know. Butadiene, Buna, Ameripol, Chemigum. It's synthetic rubber, Pete, that's all.
You believe in this artificial rubber, Margaret?
Believe in it? We're doing it, darling.
We're going to have a different kind of rubber for every purpose.
To me, it is an unnatural thing, this synthetic rubber. Man should not try to duplicate a thing which is made by God.
Oh, Pete, if God didn't want us to do it, we never would have got anywhere.
Oh, and you, Ken. Are you for this thing?
Not on your life. I've got other ideas.
You are rivals, man and wife?
Why not? We're both looking for the same thing, Pete. We're in the midst of a war, and we haven't got any rubber because Japan walked in and took it, or most of it.
Because you couldn't destroy it.
Margaret.
If rubber didn't cause this war, it could be the cause of another one. Margaret, with her experiments in synthetics, is one of those trying to find enough rubber to supply the whole world.
And you can?
How about a drink, Pete?
Thank you.
All right, you, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
You know, I've been wondering...
Huh?
I've been wondering if...
Thank you.
Working on a rubber plantation was worth everything we went through together in the old days. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, no, definitely not. Oh, to you, my friends.
Thanks, Pete.
And what have you decided to do now?
Now? Work on a rubber plantation.
I knew it. I knew it the moment I received your cable from Brazil. What the devil is Ken Morton doing in Brazil, I asked myself. He is in rubber again, up to his ears. As surely as my name is Pete Gurchins, I thought.
And correctly.
But there are no plantations in Brazil, are there?
Only experimental ones, but there will be.
Well, what brings this change?
Our government and their government are working on it together. It's a great project.
Rubber from Brazil? A plantation rubber?
And Ken will do it if anyone can.
You Americans are funny people. You seem such gamblers, such crazy fellows. At least to us sober, thick-skulled Dutchmen. But you are shrewd. And you have more foresight than you would ever admit. Still, the scheme of bringing rubber back to this part of the world doesn't hold water when you look at it with the eyes of a realist.
Listen, Pete. Don't you believe this business about South Americans being lazy?
Huh?
I've got an idea that people all over the world like to work. If you give them the right conditions and something worth working for.
Oh, but you...
Oh, I know. You're going to call this whole project imperialism, too.
Well...
Ken's too much of an idealist to march under any such standard, Pete.
You know what the Indians called rubber when they first discovered it, Pete? The weeping wood. Well, it's been weeping ever since. And so have the people who have had to do with it.
Ah, yes. The reform comes now, eh?
Once you can reach and inspect every deepest jungle and forest within a few hours, and we can with planes, there will be no more remote, uncontrolled territories where rubber gatherers can be terrorized and exploited.
Oh, come out of the clouds, Ken. It is only a dream.
Maybe. Probably it is only a dream, yet. But I'll tell you a great secret, Pete. The secret of these United States. First, there's always a dream. Sometimes a fantastic dream. Sometimes a dream that's downright ridiculous. And sometimes a dream that's pretty brave. And afterwards, there are always the men who make such dreams come true. But mind you, the dream has to be there first. And that's what makes this crazy country what it is. And if you don't know this secret, you can never understand us crazy Americans.
I am the weeping wood, and this was my story, without an ending. Perhaps the ending lies within men's dreams. For the truth is this, that the finer dreams of man are the true will of God.
You've been listening to a dramatic impression of Vicky Baum's documentary novel, The Weeping Wood, presented as the 39th program in NBC's Words at War series. Words at War presents Science at War.
This method of mass killing, death from the sky, from the sea, from under the sea, is this the true end of science? Is this the end Leonardo sought? Galileo, Newton, the Curies? Science? What the devil is science?
What is science? Science is a purely human preoccupation, subject to the limitation as well as to the capacities of the human brain. Indeed, science is only man adventuring, man prodding into the unknown.
Ouvre, are you there? Ouvre, are you getting me?
Okay, getting you fine.
Are you ready to start?
All ready, old man?
All ready here.
Right. Well, take this description down, will you? It's a mine, all right, and a queer-looking one. Wait till I get my tape measure.
Ouvre, wait.
Huh? What is it? What's the matter?
The tape measure. It's not one of those metal rules, you know.
Oh, no chance. I checked everything on me 3 times before I left. Nothing metal on me. Absolutely nothing, old man.
All right. Go on, then.
All right. Torpedo-shaped metal cylinder, 8 feet long and 2 feet in diameter. No gearing lines on this beauty. She's strictly lean and hungry.
Any chains, cables, mooring gear?
Nothing. Bare metal skin, so far as I can see. Oh, just a moment.
Ouvre? Ouvre.
Well, I think I've located the detonator box.
Oh, be careful, Ouvre.
Getting my tools out.
Wait.
Now, almost half steady. Tools are all right and properly made of non-magnetic metal. All right. Here we are. Starting now.
We're ready here.
Good. Detonator box covered by curved flap attached by 2 screws. Working on left one. Left as you face nose of mine. Huh? Here she comes. Turns easy. Easy. Oh, there we are. Starting on right screw. There we are. Both out now. About to lift flap.
Careful, Ouvre.
Right out. Very careful. Lifting flap.
Ouvre. 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 Answer me. Ouvre, what's happened? Ouvre, answer. Ouvre, answer.
Words at War, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, brings you another in this series of radio adaptations of outstanding war books. Tonight, the story of men taming, controlling, and enslaving the forces of nature. Science at War, by the historian of the laboratories, George W. Gray.
The terror of the black night, the shriek of death raining from the sky, the shriek of death come quickly. Science?
The War Department announces the development of a new super blockbuster, an aerial torpedo packed with explosives that...
Germany's new secret weapon was revealed today on the Anzio beachhead. It is a radio-controlled miniature tank loaded with 1,000 pounds of explosive that is automatically set.
This new plane carries more punch than anything in the sky. Besides the combined firepower of its cannon and machine guns, new turbo superchargers raise its altitude.
Science. Is this science? Is all this mad rush to and from laboratories nothing but a race for death? Who can kill quicker, better, more? Science. Sometimes I believe that the world would be better off without it. Yes, without anything called science.
Wait a minute. Let me answer that. If we are to fight, what are we to fight with? Surely not with outmoded tools of war simply because there is a tradition which accepts them as chivalrous. If war is accepted, it is no more immoral to fight with aerial bombs than with sticks and stones. And so we fight this war with all the power at our command. We fight this war with science. The Admiralty, London, late in November, 1939.
Yes, come in.
Captain Pascal?
Yes?
Signal, sir.
Oh, thank you. Lieutenant Winters.
Sir?
Look here.
Lord, another.
Yes, another. And in the same area, too. Come along. Gentlemen, please. I have a signal here. Listen. His Majesty's ship, the destroyer Gypsy, blown up at 4:09 Greenwich in the Thames estuary. Ship broke in two and sank in 4 minutes. 40 men missing.
The Gypsy? I've got a cousin on her.
The Thames estuary, another.
Split in two, like the others.
That's the third ship sunk in those waters within a week. A submarine, sir?
I doubt it. Much too close to our shores. Too well patrolled for U-boats.
Mines?
More likely.
But ships that hit ordinary mines usually blast off their prow. But here, in this case, they break in half. Break amidship. It strikes me that the explosion is striking from underneath, right at the belly of the craft.
I had noticed that.
Coincidence, don't you think?
Captain, did you hear Hitler's last speech?
No. He does get to be a bit of a boy, you know.
Yes. Well, he boasted of Germany's new secret weapon.
He's always off on some such wild idea. Idiot.
I don't think so. Not in this case, sir. I think he has something. A real secret weapon, a mystery weapon. I'll venture a guess at what it is.
Yes?
A mine. A magnetic mine. The nature of these sinkings proves it. It has to be. Germany has perfected a magnetic mine.
Then on Thursday morning, November 23, 1939...
Mine Experimental Department. Lieutenant Commander Ouvry speaking. Yes, sir? Where? Schubrines? Oh, yes, I know the place. I see. Oh, yes. Yes, of course, I'll do it myself. I understand. Magnetic, eh? Right-o. No keys, tools, or other things made of steel or iron. All right, I'll see to that. Yes? Getting along immediately. See you there. Bye.
With no idea as to whether the mine contained some special device for exploding, if any attempt be made to disassemble, Ouvry told his staff exactly what he proposed to do. Stationed his crew at a good distance off and spoke to them by telephone. These precautions were necessary, because if each should be blown up, others should have some knowledge of what not to do on any subsequent occasions. The crew listened to him describe his activities. Carefully, he unscrewed a metal flap set flush against the metal cylinder of the mine. Then there was a silence for a moment.
Ouvry, what's happened? Ouvry! Ouvry, answer me! Ouvry, answer!
Volgeblitz is on, old top. It's a glass detonator. I had no time for chit-chat. But it's odd. I guess the blooming thing is harmless now. You can all come down and join the party.
Gentlemen, I think we are ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
I think we should hear first from the examining committee. Lieutenant Winters, if you please.
Yes, sir. Our committee has examined the object found, and we are of the unanimous opinion that it is a magnetic mine. Hitler's secret weapon. The total weight of the object was about 1,200 pounds, 650 pounds of which was explosives. The construction of the mine shows that it was dropped from a plane and parachuted into the water. The detonating apparatus was operated on the well-known principle of terrestrial magnetism.
Lieutenant Winters, but tell me, has your committee any suggestions as to how we can mitigate this type of explosive?
Not mitigate, sir, but eliminate.
How?
Very simple, sir. If the ship is not a magnet, then it will not attract the mine. Our suggestion is to demagnetize every United Nations ship.
Is that merely a suggestion or a possibility?
Neither. It's a practicality, sir. By coiling a wire around the hull of any ship and sending a current of electricity through it, we neutralize the magnetic field. Steel ships, denuded of their magnetism, have no more influence on magnetic mines than Columbus's Santa Maria would have had. Gentlemen, our defense against Hitler's great secret weapon is nothing but a coil of wire.
If Germany had held her magnetic mine in reserve for the projected invasion of Britain, had suddenly used it in connection with extensive air and naval raids, it is possible that its use might have been decisive. But prematurely revealed, Britain was able to dispose of its menace in a fairly short space of time. Thus, what German science created for war, British science defeated. Truly, this is science at war.
I passed a long, white-walled building, an architect's dream. Here is a cathedral of science, I said. This is a monument to man's genius. Then I found out, in that factory, that cathedral, science was making poison gas.
Wait now, before you blame. Listen. Germany, the fall of 1950.
I warn you, gentlemen, and mark my word. Do not use this gas unless you are absolutely certain you can end the war within a matter of weeks.
Aber, we asked you here only to tell us about this new gas, not to advise the General Staff on how to conduct the war.
General Ludendorff, I am merely attempting to show you the entire picture. This chemical known as mustard gas, it is a terror. Our enemies have far more raw materials than we have, and unless you can get a quick decision, they will have time to manufacture quantities of this gas, far beyond anything we can do.
Herr Doctor, you hold a very estimable position in the German state. No one denies that your process of extracting nitrogen from the air has made it possible for us to manufacture vast quantities of explosives. For that you have been rewarded by being appointed director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute at Durham. But you presume, sir, when you come before this military board and give us gratuitous advice.
But I am merely trying to explain.
Haber, can you make mustard gas? Lots of it.
Yes.
Then make it. Good day.
World War I was the chemists' war. Chemical warfare reached its apex with the introduction of gas as a method of destruction. As early as December 1914, the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute became headquarters for these preparations.
You sent for me, Dr. Haber? Yes, Otto. This new formula has just come in from an industrial chemist. It is to be tested as a raw gas. Oh? You will take it over. All right. Well, you don't like the assignment? Not particularly. Why? It seems to be a terrible thing to do. More terrible than war? A terrible refinement of war, put it that way. Who knows, Otto? Why is it more inhuman to use gas than it is to use high explosives? Gas incapacitates a soldier for a time, but shells rip off his limbs, cut him in pieces. Yes, I know. But the nature of it... Otto, we are in the service of His Majesty's Imperial Government. We are given a task to do. We must do it, yes. We must. I will go to work at once.
The laboratory bubbled and hissed as Otto Sikora started to examine the new chemical formula. A man with very little liking for his job, Sikora proceeded slowly and carefully. But the mystery of chemicals is baffling. A trained worker, perhaps one of the 3 topmost chemists of the day, Sikora made one false step, one false movement, and German gas warfare claimed its first victim, Otto Sikora, chemist. But under Fritz Haber's direction, the work went on with more familiar gases. Finally, chlorine was chosen for the initial test. April now, April 22nd, 1915. A perfect spring day with the sun shadowing deeply the ruins of the little Belgian village of Ypres. A mild breeze blew in over no man's land. A breeze that promised summer soon. Maybe a trip to Blighty. Home, that is. England.
And into the nearest pub I'll go, sop up all the beer in sight. Then blimey if I don't go out and find another pub. Wait me.
Are you down there?
Hey, what?
Hi there. Come out of that dugout now. Quick about it, too.
Lummy, me down with the spring fever, and that voice ruins it all. Come in.
Hey, don't look the positives there.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Look there. That smoke coming this way. What do you make of it?
Smoke? Oh, there. That yellowish stuff.
That's right.
Is that the trouble? Man, you rooted us out of our road to look at some smoke.
Hey, youngster, don't you know better than to disturb men who are enjoying a well-earned rest?
Hey,
what's the matter with you? It does look queer, though.
It's coming right at us.
It's that stinking German tobacco the Fritzes are smoking. You can smell it. Can't you smell it?
Maybe I better phone back.
Hey, now, it's...
Oh, Lord.
Major Schultz speaking. Yeah. What? What? Well, I do not know what to do. I have no orders. I will call you back. Quick, command post. This is Major Schultz. Down to this. Hello, command post. Give me the colonel. This is Schultz. Colonel, I have just had a report from my advanced sector. They say that gas we used has torn a hole wide open in the British front. Yeah. They are completely helpless. 20,000 troops at least. No, I have no orders to advance. I have no reinforcements. All I have is 3 companies. Colonel, I do not know. That is why I'm calling you. What do we do? The way is open, but I have no orders. What am I to do?
Germany might conceivably have won the war that April day. The way was open. But the Germans were as much surprised as the British, more so. They were paralyzed by the power of their own weapon. They made only a timid advance. Meanwhile, behind the Allied lines...
Can you tell us how it happened, Marshal French?
Well, it was at first impossible for anyone to realize what had happened. The smoke and fumes hid everything from sight, and hundreds of men were thrown into a comatose or dying condition. And within an hour, the whole position had to be abandoned. 20,000 of our men were rendered helpless. 5,000 of them died.
Can we use those figures in our news stories, Marshal French?
Absolutely not.
Well, sir, what steps are we taking to beat this new type of warfare?
I've turned the entire matter over to the Royal Society. Scientists are already at work on the problem.
So quickly and so efficiently do the forces of science work in wartime that within a matter of days, before the German army could reorganize and press their advantage, the Allied army was supplied with crude gas masks made of cotton pads saturated with soda and photographer's hypo, makeshift respirators. But now gas warfare was on in deadly earnest. All manner of gaseous death came to the battlefields. But the weather turned on the German army. For 6 days out of every 7, it blew from the west. Blew Allied gas attacks across a demoralized Imperial army. Ludendorff himself admitted that the lack of gas discipline among his troops accounted in a great measure for the final defeat of Germany. The dog had turned on its master. And so World War I, the chemists' war, came to an end.
That was the war to end wars. But then science kept finding new and better ways to destroy. It became like something out of fantasy. Frankenstein's monster. The world lost control of science. Science began to control the world. Airplanes, mines, tanks. He that has the most, the best, he shall rule the world. Is this why man masters nature? To destroy his fellow man? Why?
Science has never made a war. Someday science may prevent war. But today science is at war. Fighting against an aggressor, wise in the ways of science. And we fight fire with fire, better fire, hotter. A roaring blast furnace of democratic power. Libya, 1941. A British reconnaissance squadron.
Say, could you make out this map, Bentley?
Let's see now. I take it we should be about here. More likely here.
Oh, it's worse than being in the water, this desert. Not a landmark, nothing.
Well, the firing is coming from the west. Better head out that way. It looks all right. No cover for snipers. Clear.
Cut straight west, then?
Right.
Here we go.
Do you think anyone has ever been here before? For thousands of years, I mean.
No, I doubt it. It looks as peaceful and as deserted as the day it was created. No, old chap, this is virgin land. Nothing has ever...
Mine, Bentley. We hit a mine.
typical landmine is a pie-shaped package of destruction with a crust of thin steel and a filling of TNT. Buried underground, sown by the thousands, for months they baffled the British Eighth Army fighting in the desert of Africa. The problem was given to scientists.
A device to locate landmines, eh? Well, now, that shouldn't be too difficult. No, fairly simple, as a matter of fact. I think I can have the design ready by, well, shall we say Tuesday? Yes, by Tuesday. Is this it? Yes, General, this is it. But it's nothing but some wire in a box and a set of earphones. Does it work? Suppose we see. A demonstration, what? Yes, by all means. Do you have your house keys on you, sir? Keys? Yes, I... Don't tell me. Suppose I tell you. Mine? No. Fine. Now, just let me plug this wire into the connection. So. Meantime, you might remove any loose change you have on you or any metal besides the keys. Yes. Do you remember the Navy's problem with the magnetic mine, sir? Yes. Well, this is more or less the same thing in reverse. Now, I take this little coil and start passing it over the various pockets on your uniform. The coil is electrically charged and creates an electromagnetic field. That is, it actually sends out invisible waves. Now, when these waves sense the presence of metal, the result is a sudden surge of energy. Faint currents that are magnified by the vacuum tubes in this box and are carried by means of the wire to the earphone. Like that. Your keys, sir, are in your upper left breast pocket, am I right? Right. Strange place for keys, what? Yes, very strange. Make up the specifications for your device at once. We want mass production to start immediately. What do you call it? Well, I hadn't given it much thought, but from the way it works and looks, I think we ought to call it an outdoor carpet sweeper. A carpet sweeper. And by Jove, he did it by Tuesday.
A case in point. What good is it? Of what possible use can a magnetic minesweeper be to the peaceful progress of civilization? That's what I mean.
Listen. October 1941, New York City.
Coming. Hi, Dr. Moorhead.
Sam Berman. Well, come on in.
Well, I've got it here, Doc. All finished. Think we can try it out?
Gosh, Sam, I'm sorry, but I've just had a cable from Hawaii. They want me to deliver a series of lectures before the Honolulu Medical Society. I'm getting a plane out of LaGuardia in half an hour.
Well, say, that is nice. A little of that sunshine will do you a world of good. Nice rest, too.
Yes, I can use it.
Say, I've got my car downstairs. Let me drive you to the airport.
Well, we'll have to hurry. You take that bag. I'll manage the rest.
Oh, say, Doc, what about this?
Oh, better leave it here. We'll get to it just as soon as I return. Yes, just put it in that closet.
Okay.
No, wait. I think I'll take it with me. Yes, it won't take much room. Bring it along, Sam. Might as well.
Gentlemen, may I introduce Dr. John J. Moorhead of New York City, who will address us on the subject, treatment of wounds, civil and military. Dr. Moorhead.
First, I must thank you all for being kind enough to invite me to Hawaii in December. It's as near to paradise as I think I'll ever venture. Well, I'm going to talk to you about a number of things. The importance of the new plasma transfusions for shock. The value of some of the latest sulfur compounds in the prevention of infection. The importance of cutting away all crushed and dead tissue.
That was Friday, December 5th. 2 days later, Dr. Moorhead was called upon to do more than lecture. He was summoned by the military to help the torn and tortured that lay in the wake of Jap treachery. He went to the Army hospital.
No use arguing, Dr. Moorhead. We've decided it for you. You are in charge. You've been telling us how to do these things. Now let's see you go to work.
Very well.
Instructions?
Everyone suffering from shock is to be provided with immediate blood or plasma transfusion.
That's being done.
All crushed and damaged tissue is to be cut away. And the wound is to be left open for 3 days.
Open, but infection...
Pack the wound with crystals of sulfanilamide or sulfathiazole. Dose them with sulfonamide and sedatives by mouth.
All right.
Now, show me to the operating room. I'm ready. Clamps. Sponge. Scalpel.
Sulfathiazole packing.
Sulfathiazole packing.
There. You can take over, Doctor.
Dr. Moorhead.
Yes?
A boy in operating room C. Machine gun bullet lodged in the spinal canal. We can't locate it by X-ray.
My box. The black box I brought with me this morning. Where is it?
You left it in my office.
Get it quickly. I'll meet you in the operating room. Clamp the earphones on me, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, this electric locator was made for me by Sam Berman, an electrical engineer in New York. It works on the same principle as the electric minesweepers. Turn the current on, please. Now, just by passing this rod over the body, by creating an electromagnetic field, we can detect the presence of metal. I hope we can, anyway. I haven't had much time to use the apparatus. Theoretically, though... Here, right here. Quick, mark the spot. That's where the bullet is. Now, let's get it out.
Science is exploring many strange trails in its quest for new applications for war-borne knowledge. The timer that sets off the bomb may someday turn on the stove. The super gasoline that plies the flying fortress may someday power your low-cost car. The electronics that guide our planes will pave the airways of peaceful commerce.
But science has made war horrible. Back in the old days. Back in the past.
The past. If you can abolish synthetic chemistry, radio and air transport, restrict motion picture themes to the homeland, put quotas on the dynamo, drastically limit the number and horsepower of gasoline, diesel and steam engines, if you padlock all research laboratories, you may be able to push the next generation back into the 19th century of nostalgic memory. But remember, there were wars then, too. And there came another war in 1914. No, the past is gone. We have eaten of the tree of knowledge, and there is no turning back. Our home is a planet, one world. We are one human race, and the future must be ours together. And the future, mankind's future, rests in the brains of men. In science. Science at war or science at peace.
As the 40th program of Words at War, we have presented an adaptation of George W. Gray's book, Science at War. Words at War presents a colossal mystery story which sprang from a graveyard and staggered the world.
Hoodoo, hoodoo, mumbo, jumbo, who are we and where have we come to? Stir the cauldron and keep it hot. The elders of Zion have come to plot. The plot. At midnight dark in a graveyard spot. Ha, 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 ha. Forgive our mirth. You see, we plan to dominate the earth. 13 are told, and the devil at night, sitting on the tombstones white, forged out of fantasy, born of limbo, hoodoo, hoodoo, mumbo, jumbo.
The words you have just heard are, of course, sheer nonsense. You who are listening will laugh at them, naturally, and with good reason. But for many years, there were many idiots who actually believed them. And because they did...
Poland became a charnel house, reeking with the smell of death. Blood ran in the gutters of Lidica, Rotterdam, Belgrade, Smolensk. 16 million human beings were slaughtered in Russia. By rope, by fire, by gun and sword.
Untold millions of Jews and Christians perished against bullet-pocked walls, in gas chambers, by starvation and pestilence.
And one man, an Austrian house painter, almost conquered the world.
Words at War. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, brings you an adaptation of a portion of Conrad Hayden's Book of the Month choice, Der Führer. And now a word of caution. Tonight's script, written by Max Ehrlich, does not concern itself with the life of Hitler. That has been done before. Instead, this is the expose of a great lie, the men who conceived it and used it to serve their own ends. This is the expose of a colossal forgery written in the blood of the butchered. This is the incredible but true story of the false protocols of the wise men of Zion. France, 1864. Napoleon III, tyrant and autocrat, rules his groaning masses with an iron hand. The story begins with a little man, an obscure man, a lawyer by profession, one Maurice Joly. Maurice Joly, who at the moment has just entered the shop of the printer, Bouchier.
Well, Monsieur Bouchier, have you decided to publish my little manuscript?
I would not print it for £1,000,000, Monsieur Joly. You will oblige me by getting out of my shop and taking it with you.
But, my dear Bouchier, there's nothing in it. It may be construed.
Mon Dieu! Do you take me for a fool? I have eyes and I can read. Dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. A ponderous title, my friend, but transparent. Your manuscript is treason. A seditious attack against the Emperor.
I do not mention the Emperor.
No, but you do not have to. This demon from hell you scribble off, this Machiavelli, is the Emperor.
Very well, then. He is the Emperor. But, Monsieur Bouchier, it is time that France knew how Napoleon tyrannizes and crushes his people. You would be performing a public service.
I am interested only in keeping my head on my shoulders. This manuscript of yours, mon ami, is an invitation to guillotine. Now take it and get out.
No French printer would touch Joly's manuscript. Finally, in desperation, he took it to Belgium, where it was published as an illegal propaganda pamphlet. Very few read it, and for 30 years it languished in oblivion. For the record, Napoleon III shuffled off this mortal coil, a victim of gallstones, and Maurice Joly died a suicide. But mark you well Joly's pamphlet, Dialogue in Hell. Put it aside, digress for a moment, but do not forget it, for it was the beginning, the first step of the great lie. The second step, 1868, Germany. A certain Hermann Gottsche, a minor official in the Prussian Postal Service, fancied himself as a writer of fiction. Under the English name of Sir John Redcliffe, he wrote a novel called Biarritz. And in this novel, there was a chapter entitled In the Jewish Cemetery in Prague. And a remarkable piece of fiction it was. Let's see if we can reenact it for you, as radio will permit. It was the last day of the Feast of Tabernacles, and the clock was approaching midnight. The sinister graveyard in Prague, serried with row upon row of white tombstones, stood bathed in the eerie moonlight, waiting. Then, one by one, pale figures crept into the graveyard, 13 in all, among whom the representatives of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Silently, they gathered in a ghostly group around one of the graves. And then spoke the Prince of Manasseh, for it was indeed he.
Brethren of Zion, ye have gathered here at the tomb of Simeon ben Yehuda. Blessed be he. Ye have come from the four corners of the earth, armed with the dreadful secrets of the Kabbalah.
Shall we now proceed, O Prince of Manasseh?
No, wait. There is yet another of us who must appear.
Which one is that?
He shall be nameless, but he will come from the tomb.
Ghostly figures wait silently, fearfully. And then from the tomb of Simeon ben Yehuda,
it is he, the nameless one. Come, let us kneel.
I am here, brethren. We greet you, O son of the accursed.
Proceed with the business at hand, for the clock strikes 12. Speak, O Prince of Manasseh.
Brethren, for 1,800 years we have fought our war. Everywhere we have been downtrodden, persecuted, oppressed, but we are not conquered. Once every 100 years, as it is ordained, we meet to discuss our plans for conquest. What secrets have ye now, my brethren?
One by one, the kneeling figures answered.
There is no greater power than gold, hard yellow gold, to bribe princes and kings. The literature of the world, the press, these are the keys to kingdoms. What people read, people believe.
The courts and parliaments, political bodies, these must be influenced.
The youth, let us whisper in the ears of the young.
And so it went down the line until the very end. And finally, when the last elder had spoken, the Prince of Manasseh rose. Reverend, go now and execute these plans. We shall meet again in 100 years, in solemn conclave then as now. Go and work thy will. Adieu, O accursed one.
Farewell, farewell, brethren.
The nameless one disappeared in the tomb, a flash of blue light, and one by one the 13 ghostly figures crept away, and there was naught left but darkness and silence. This was the mumbo-jumbo that Herman Gautier, alias Sir John Redcliffe the Younger, cooked up in his spare time. Pretty childish nonsense, you'll admit. Not very well done and meant for primitive minds. Among other things, for instance, Herman never explained where he found the 10 lost tribes of Israel, which had been lost for 2,000 years. He never explained either why the elders met in a cold and uncomfortable graveyard instead of a nice, warm back room with refreshments all around. Anyway, let's get back on the trail of the great lie. Herman Gautier's gorgeous ghost story was published in pamphlet form, and lo and behold was marked authentic. A few professional anti-Semites tried to peddle it, but without much success. As Gautier wrote it, it was too much even for congenital idiots to swallow. And then it came into the hands of the Okhrana, secret police of the Tsar of all the Russias.
An interesting pamphlet this, Sergei.
Yes, General Oryevsky.
Written by an Englishman, eh? Sir John Redcliffe the Younger.
No, Excellency. The name Redcliffe is a blind. The real author is an obscure German novelist, one Hermann Gautier.
Interesting, very. I didn't think a German could have that much imagination. Of course, Sergei, this graveyard story is sheer rubbish.
Of course.
Still, I think we can use it.
Use it? But how, Excellency?
Sergei, the people are showing revolutionary tendencies. They're beginning to murmur against the Tsar. We must use harsh measures. Suppress them.
Yes, but this pamphlet, I don't see how...
The usual technique, Sergei. Give the peasants something to hate, while we make them serve us. They'll be so busy hating that they won't notice what we're doing, until it is too late. Now, a small minority would be very convenient for the people to attack. A certain small minority.
The Jews, Excellency?
Exactly, the Jews. Have this pamphlet printed in Russian, Sergei. See that it is distributed among the people. It ought to do wonders.
Excellency, with your permission, this graveyard story may be a little far-fetched, even for our ignorant peasants.
Quite so, Sergei, quite so. Perhaps we should rewrite it. Perhaps in the form of protocols? Yes, protocols. That would give this fable the appearance of truth.
The Protocols of Zion. Not bad, Excellency, not bad.
Thank you, Sergei.
General Oryevsky, may I suggest the man to comport the pamphlet?
By all means, do.
General Rachkovsky.
Rachkovsky? Yes, of course. The fellow has a genius for this sort of thing. Get in touch with him at once, Sergei.
This was the third step in the series of fateful events. Now, remember the pamphlet of Maurice Joly, the French lawyer, that we put aside for a while? Well, General Rachkovsky of the Tsar's secret police found it at this time and read it, and was struck with an inspiration.
General Arevsky, we have only to put Machiavelli's words into the mouths of the mythical Jewish elders in the Prague graveyard.
You mean combine the Joly pamphlet with the graveyard story?
Yes. Then we shall have something that will frighten the wits out of not only the people, but the Tsar himself.
Excellent, Rachkovsky. Excellent. I trust this French lawyer, what's the fellow's name? Maurice Joly, was a Jew.
No, Excellency. He was not a Jew.
Oh, dear. Are you sure?
Unfortunately, yes, Excellency. His baptismal papers are a matter of public record at the Church of Saint-Désiré.
Well, it does not matter. We are not dealing with the truth here. Proceed with your task. Prepare the protocols of Zion. It will be interesting to see what effect they have on our dear people.
And what effect did they have? Here is the answer taken straight from history. It is the town of Orsha, population 14,000. It is a day of national festivity, a day when the peasants have swept the bitter thoughts of poverty and oppression from their minds, a day when Jews and Christians alike dance in the streets. But suddenly and mysteriously, the music trails away, the dancing is ended. Into the square come the agents of the Russian secret police. They're distributing pamphlets to the people, shoving them at one and all. Then an agent climbs on a cart.
Them around, neighbors. Listen to me, peasants. Listen to me, please. Please, listen. Today you dance, you sing, you laugh. You've forgotten your misery for the moment. Well, now is the time to remember these pamphlets. Read these pamphlets. If you cannot read, let others read them to you. You will see who is responsible for your hunger and poverty. The pamphlets tell all. They are printed. See? They are the truth.
About the what? A Jew is what? Come here.
It is true. Inscription das Testament.
This is true. See, it is printed. Here in this book, it is printed.
They are our enemies.
It is they who are responsible for our misfortune.
Then it began. A 3-day orgy of mayhem, looting, murder. Thousands of peasants, hitherto good-natured human beings, came in from the countryside, armed with axes and knives and clubs and guns. Passion and hatred were whipped to white heat by the secret police, and the first murders followed. Finally, on the 23rd of October, the vice-governor of the province spoke to the mob.
Yes, people of Warsaw, listen to me. Now, children, it is enough. You have had 3 days of fun. Now go home and sing God Save the Tsar.
A pogrom, by definition, is simply a massacre. You don't hear the word much lately. Nowadays, it's called purge or liquidation. But to get on, in the 1 month of October 1905, there were no fewer than 690 pogroms staged in all of Russia. 690 times the cobbled streets were drenched with the blood of an innocent minority, due to the perpetration of the greatest fraud in history. But please don't fret about it. The pogroms nearly always ended on a nice note.
Come, children. It is enough. You have had your fun. Now go home and sing God Save the Tsar.
If this were fiction instead of truthful history, right there is where the story would end. But history is a perverse thing. Our story continues. A summer day in 1917. On this day, a student was reading in his room in Moscow when someone knocked at his door.
Come in.
Alfred Rosenberg?
Yes.
I'd like to leave this book with you.
Just a minute. Who are you?
It doesn't matter. Just read the book.
I don't understand. What?
You will when you read the book. Goodbye, Herr Rosenberg.
The protocols of the wise men of Zion.
A mysterious occurrence which doesn't make sense. But Alfred Rosenberg, who later became the official philosopher of the Nazi Party, swears that it happened. However, Alfred Rosenberg read the protocols from cover to cover and was deeply impressed.
I believe it. I believe every word of it. Judah,
This book has brought forth your innermost thoughts. Something will come of this.
Thus spoke the student Alfred Rosenberg, son of a German shoemaker born in Estonia. Thus spoke this young mystic, this seer, this soothsayer and prophet in the year 1917. As to the identity of the stranger who brought him the protocols, no one knows. It could have been the devil, if you believe in devils. The thing to remember is that the great lie had found its way into the right hands at last. To review, there had been...
Maurice Jolie, Prenticeman. Hermann Gotcha, alias Sir John Radcliffe the Younger, German. Polyansky, Rashkovsky, Russians.
And now, Alfred Rosenberg, Estonian Aryan.
Mark this man Rosenberg, and mark him well. As the onrushing Bolshevist armies rolled westward, Alfred Rosenberg flees before them, first to the Baltic, then Berlin, finally to Munich. While Lenin calls the world to revolution, holding aloft the Communist Manifesto, the refugee Alfred Rosenberg carries the textbook of world dominion in his battered suitcase to Germany. But this Germany is a new Germany, an ugly breeding place of conspirators plotting for power. And in Munich, Rosenberg, with his printed dream, found certain kindred spirits, among them a young officer named Rudolf Hess, another called Ernst Röhm.
We need a leader, a strong man and a ruthless man.
A leader is not enough, Hess. This damned Russian revolution sweeping toward us is the support of the masses. We, too, must have the support of ours to counter it.
Aaron, you're both right. But above all, you need a plan.
Well, come on, Rosenberg, speak up. What have you in mind?
First, the masses must be softened, split among themselves from within. We must create chaos in society. Keep the people so busy hating something or someone that they'll be disorganized and easy prey for us.
Yeah, you talk like a university professor. I'm a simple man. If you have a plan, Rosenberg, produce it.
Easy, Ryan, easy. What we need is a scapegoat to divert the attention of the masses.
A scapegoat, huh? What kind of scapegoat?
Well, my dear Hess, how about the Jews?
Oh, the Jews. Of course. The Jews.
Ah, but how can we inflame the people against the Jews?
This little book, Ryan. Everything we need is in this little book.
Book? You cannot win power in Germany with a book, Rosenberg.
My dear Rhyme, that is where you're wrong. In this little book is the secret of the domination of Germany. Yeah, and even more than that, the world.
Let me see it, Rosenberg. The Protocols of the Wise Men of Zion.
Three men and a little book, and a disgruntled nation bowed low under the Treaty of Versailles. 3 men and a little book, and a nation smarting under the Treaty of Versailles. And when the sweet voice of reason tried to prevail, and there were reasonable men in Germany...
But people, why? Why? What had the Jews done?
The answer was the same as in days of old.
What have they done? You hear that, Germans? He asked what the Jews have done. Here's what they've done. Read for yourself. The Protocols of Zion, drawn up in a Prague graveyard. Right here. Printed, it's the truth. Well, Graham, was I right about the little book?
Yeah, Rosenberg. It's almost incredible. My stormtroopers, the people have all gone mad with hate. The blood of Jews flows in the streets.
And amazing people are Germans. To think that they could be taken in by this ridiculous graveyard tale.
It is not ridiculous, Hess. It is the truth.
Oh, very well, my dear Rosenberg. It is the truth.
The people are blinded. They cannot see. We can do anything we like. Now's the time to strike.
Yes, but first we need a leader.
That's right, yes. We need a leader. A strong man, a man without pity, a man who can sway the masses. A man facile enough to suit any occasion.
You talk in riddles, Rosenberg.
Do I? Why, it's very simple, my dear Ryan. You have only to read the protocols. We can use it not only as a weapon to divide peoples and therefore control them, but a textbook for ourselves. It tells us, for instance, that the leader must be nationalist or socialist, pacifist or warmonger, Democrat or tyrant, whatever is politically convenient at the time.
Continue, Rosenberg. Continue.
He must be Führer by virtue of bayonets and the power of propaganda. And finally, the stupid masses whom he has politically raped will even applaud him.
Again, Rosenberg, you speak like a Herr Professor.
You don't understand, Ryan. Everything we need is so simple. Everything is in the little book.
Yeah, perhaps. But this leader, where are we going to find such a man?
I think I've already found him, Frank.
Yeah? Who? Who is this genius?
He was recently a corporal in the army. Now he's an informer here in Munich.
His name is the name of the Führer.
Adolf Hitler.
Yes, that just about brings us to the part of the Nazi legend most people are familiar with. But our story would be incomplete if we did not cover one more angle. The Führer once wrote a book. It was called Mein Kampf, and it made him a fortune. With it, he proved that if a lie is big enough and bold enough and repeated often enough, some people will finally believe it. Yes, he's proud of that book, for in it, he says, he reveals clever and original ideas on how to conquer the world. But the Führer flatters himself. He cribbed, lifted, stole from the heinous literary fraud known as the Protocols of Zion. Yes, to the Führer's many crimes can now be added plagiarism. Listen.
We Germans shall create unrest, hatred, and struggle in Europe and afterwards in other countries.
You'll find this in Mein Kampf, also in the Protocols. The words are a little different, that is all.
We shall divide the people in every state by envy and hatred, by struggle and warfare. Even by spreading hunger and pestilence, we shall force all people to bow to our will.
You'll find this in Mein Kampf, also in the Protocols. The words are a little different, that is all.
We shall paralyze and seduce the youth. We shall use bribery, treason, hypocrisy, treachery. The ends justify the means. Anything for Germany to rule the world.
You'll find this in Mein Kampf, also in the Protocols. The words are a little different, that is all.
We Germans are the chosen. We are the supermen. If any state dares resist us...
Let's turn it off. Proof is proof. Quaderat demonstrandum. Well, there it is. These are the true facts about the garbled graveyard story, the fantastic forgery whose propagation has caused untold misery to millions. This is the true story of the Great Lie, and its final use as Der Führer's personal Bible and guide, his weapon with which to attack one minority and eventually every minority. This is the macabre comedy of fantasy, forgery, and tragedy that we allow to be played upon the stage of the world. May heaven and our children forgive us.
Voodoo, voodoo, mumbo, jumbo. Who are we and where have we come to? Stir the cauldron and keep it hot. The elders of Zion have come to plot. To plot, at midnight dark in a graveyard spot. Forgive us our mirth. You see, we plan to dominate the earth. 1302 is the devil at night, sitting on the tombstones white, forged out of fantasy, born of limbo, voodoo, voodoo. Mumbo jumbo.
You have been listening to the 41st offering of Words at War, a radio play based on a portion of the new Book of the Month choice, Der Führer, by Conrad Hayden. Tonight's adaptation was written by Max Ehrlich, and the players included Gregory Morton, Junius Matthews, Martin Wolfson, Norman Lloyd, Daniel Ocko, Barry Kroger, Sid Cassell, Boris Marshalloff, Ed Jerome, Kermit Murdoch, and Liesel Falke. The music was selected and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, Words at War will present John Hersey's A Bell for Adano. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Words at War.
This is Mercurio Salvatore, town cry of the town of Adano, provincia di Vincina Mare, Italy. Listen, people of Adano, the Americani have come.
Do they bring with them the for freedom and the national bundle? Do you think we will ever forget the car on the road and the voice of the general?
But my friends, the general, he doesn't realize how important the carts are to Adano. He doesn't want them. No. But this Maggiore is a friend. Wait. You will see.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents Words at War. Tonight we bring you a novel by John Hersey, A Bell for Adano. It is about Americans in Italy, thoughtful Americans and Americans not so thoughtful. In particular, it is about one man, an Italian-American named Major Victor Giappolo.
This is Mercurio Salvatore, town cry of the town of Adano, provincia di Vicina Mare, Italy. I want you to know and understand the man, Mr. Maggiore Vittorio Giappolo of the Allied military government occupied the territory. I want you to know that the Americans who have come to the town of Adano are friends of Mercurio Salvatore. The Americans wish you to be your friends. They will change things and help you. If you have complaints, if you got problems, you do not have to be afraid to speak. You can go to the city hall and speak with the Maggiore Giappolo and the sergeant of Berg. That's all. I have cried.
Take it easy now. One at a time. Quiet.
Just a minute. You'll all get a chance. Now you.
Si, signor.
Who are you?
Zitto Giuseppe. I've been well known as antifascist.
What kind of work did you do?
I'm usher in the Palazzo di Città.
An usher?
I'm a hated fascist. I'm a hated fascist for many years. Everybody knows I'm anti-fascist.
You hated them so much, why'd you work for them?
One must eat. One must make a living. I have 6 bambini.
All right, so you were a fascist. Now you'll have to learn to live in a democracy. You'll be my usher.
Grazie, signora Maggio. Grazie tanto. Yes, signora Maggio. Tanta grazie.
Has it been bad here?
Such a bombardment. Such a raid. Yes, very bad. And we are hungry. For 3 days we have no bread. All the important ones ran away and left me here to guard the palazzo. Some people are sick because the drivers of the water carts have not had the courage to get water for several days. Because of the airplanes along the road.
I see. And you? What's your name?
Ribardo Giuseppe. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
I've been here 3 years.
Cleveland, huh? Okay. I'll hire you. You'll be my interpreter.
You don't speak Italian?
Well, yes, I do, but there'll be other Americans who don't, and I may need you for other things, too.
That's sure anything. I fix it.
Now, tell me, what does this town need most?
Food, boss. Food is bad now in Adano.
Why's that? Shortage of flour?
And no, everyone's been scared. Bakers don't work, and nobody sell pasta. Water don't come in the carts. That's all about.
Please, I tell you what Adano needs.
I tell him already what she needs. Food.
All you think of is the stomach.
And what's the matter with the stomach?
He always thinks of the stomach.
But who are you?
My name is Cacopardo, at your service, Maggiore, anti-fascisti. I am 82. I own most of the sulfurs in this place. Here, Cacopardo is sulfur, and the sulfur is Cacopardo. I wish to give you advice whenever you need it.
Well, then tell me, what do you think this town needs the most right now?
It needs a bell more than anything.
A bell?
Si, senor, a bell. A fascista took her a bell.
Guys, balmy, Giappolo.
Quiet, boy. What's this about a bell?
In Adano, senor, we had a bell, a beautiful bell. It was 700 years old, and this villayago that's mostly took it to make a cannon or something. I tell you, the town was very angry about it.
Yes, very angry. But even so, what we need the most is a food. To eat is more necessary than a bell.
The town needs the bell.
People who are hungry, they have a ringing in the ears. They don't need the bells.
Zito, what do you say? You consider the food or the bell more important?
I think the bell.
You do? Why, Zito?
Well, because the tone of the bell was so satisfactory. Please, Maggiore, this bell was the center of the town. All life revolved around it. The farmers in the country were awakened by it in the morning. The drivers of the carts knew when to start by it. The bakers baked by it. Our bell was Adano.
I see. Well, it looks like we'll have to do something about getting another bell, Sergeant Boyd.
Are you kidding?
Well, the bell's important to them.
Oh, now, Giappolo, forget about the bell. Get them some food and clean up the streets. But this bell business, it's not practical. It's too sentimental.
Maybe so, but the bell is important.
The bell must have a good tone. The bell must have a meaning.
You should be allowed the bell to tell us when to eat.
Okay, all right. Thank you for telling me about the bell. I promise you that I'll do all I can to get another bell. One which will have some meaning, a good tone, and... well, its history will be that it was given to you by the Americans to take the place of the one which was taken away by the fascists to make cannon.
Tanta grazie, Major Giappolo.
Ah, nice.
So they took the bell away on the 14th, Zito.
Yes, Major.
Well, considering how things are done in the Italian army, perhaps not much has been done with the bell. Where was it sent, Zito?
To the provincial government at the town of Vicinamar.
Perhaps it got no further. Perhaps the bell's still sitting in its crate in Vicinamar.
You think it's possible?
It's possible, but we'll make sure. We'll find out.
Giappolo, you got bats in your belt.
Lay off, boy. And take a memo to Lieutenant Colonel R.N. Sartorius, CAO, Vicinamari, province of Vicinamari. Subject, bell belonging to town of Adano. Would very much appreciate your initiating investigation of provincial government of Vicinamari to see if you can trace this
Now, this
bell.
is silly, I tell you, Giappolo. You're too sentimental for your own good.
Sergeant, lay off. Now send that memo.
But really,
that's an order, Sergeant Ford.
Yes, sir. Giappolo, General Marvin's outside in his car, and he wants to see you.
General Marvin?
Yeah, and he's hopping mad, so you better hurry.
What's he sore about this time?
I don't know, but you better... Hey, look at you in them pants and cocky shirt. If he sees you in those... Well...
Hey, what do you mean by keeping the general waiting?
Yes, sir. Be right out.
I hope he doesn't notice them fancy pants.
Well, it's about time, Major. Come on, the general's waiting in his car for you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are. 1 minute and 20 seconds. You've been keeping me waiting 1 minute and 20 seconds. You think I have all day to wait for you? Who are you, anyway?
Major Giappolo, sir. Senior Civilian Affairs Officer, town of Adano, sir.
Oh, well, Major, these Italian carts are holding up our whole invasion. I had to throw one of them off the road. I had to shoot the mule. Now, listen. You keep them out of this blasted town, do you hear? Don't you let another blasted cart come across that blasted bridge back there into this town. What the devil is this town, anyway?
Adano, sir. Town of Adano.
Adano. Well, keep those blasted broken-down carts out of this town, you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'll take care of that right away.
Right away? That's not soon enough for me.
Sir, I'll go right in and call the MPs and tell them about it.
That's not soon enough. By the eternal... Listen, I want action. No more blasted carts. Middleton.
Yes, sir.
Adano's the name of this town. Remember that, Middleton? Adano.
Yes, sir.
Driver, do you think I got all day? Let's get out of here.
Fourth, get Captain Purvis on the phone.
Sure, Sourpuss. What hit you?
General Marvin.
Give me Captain Purvis. What did he want?
If you just knew what it meant.
Here's Purvis.
Yeah. Captain Purvis, this is Major Jopolo. Here's an order from General Marvin. Keep all carts out of Adano. Stop them at the bridge on the east and at the sulfur refinery on the west. Yeah, you got it right the first time. What? He's a what? Yeah, I know.
Mr. Major, everyone knows me, Affronti Pietro. Everyone knows how Affronti has talked about the day the Americano would come.
Please, come to the point.
I wish to tell you about my cart. The wheels used to sing a song when I drove my cart. Do you wish to hear this song, Mr. Major?
No,
well,
please
listen. The Americans are coming here, Senor Affronti. The Americans are very just men.
Please.
Especially with the...
Do not joke with me.
The music. The music is stopped. There is no more music.
Please, do not shout here. You seem to think that Americans are deaf men. We're not deaf, so don't shout.
But the music has stopped. There is no more music. Mr. Major, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Major.
And you? What is your name?
Me? Erba Carlo.
What can I do for you?
For me?
Excuse me. Excuse him, Mr. Major. He's the head, his tongue is slow to speak. Erba, tell him about the water carts.
It's about the water carts, Mr. Major. Mr. Major,
yes.
The cart.
Tell him about your cart, Erba.
My cart is big. Outside it's dirty, but inside it's clean. It holds water. My friend drink the water. Yes.
Yes, my friend. Tell me some more about the water cart.
The thirst, the great thirst. You will not let my cart across the bridge. There is no water in Adano without my cart and the other water cart. There is a thirst in Adano. Since yesterday morning at 11 o'clock, there is a great thirst. It is all because of the bridge and the cart and
by the proclamation of the matter of being clean.
Yes, yes, the proclamation. In one proclamation, Mr. Major, I forgot the number of the proclamation. There are so many. Does the number matter, Mr. Major?
No, the number does not matter.
Grazie. The proclamation says it's necessary to be clean. It says that people must be clean with water, and even the street must be clean. To be clean takes much water. My cart is on the other side of the bridge, Mr. Major.
Well, the cleanliness is very important, Erba. We must make Adano the cleanest town in the whole province of Ichinama.
See, we will do this thing, even if the dirt has piled up since a long time ago. But my cart is on the other side of the bridge. You ever say it may not pass?
You better think twice, my dear. You want General Marvin to break you dope?
I've made up my mind.
Don't do it. Listen, Jopolo, listen to your head.
Shut
up.
Your
Okay, it's on your head, brother.
Erba, Vasily, Affronti, I'll have the order changed. You may bring your cart into the town.
Oh, brother, if the general finds out about that.
There never has been a thing like this.
When the people come and take water from my cart to drink for their thirst, I shall say to them, thank you, Mr. Major, my friend.
Yeah, look, get out of here. You're wasting my time and the time of the people who are waiting outside the door. Boy, get me Captain Purvis over at the MP building.
Boy, are you sticking your neck out? Give me Captain Purvis.
I know what I'm doing.
Famous last words. Hello, Purvis. There you are, Jopolo.
Purvis, Jopolo, listen. By one sentence, General Marvin destroyed the work of 9 days in this town. I know it may mean a court-martial, but I've decided to countermand his order. I know I'm taking a chance, but I've got to do it. This town's dying. No food can get in if the carts don't come in. The town depends on the carts for water. There isn't any running water here, you know. People will die. I'm not here to kill people. What? What? Now, wait a minute. What? You'll do what? Listen, Purvis, I order you on my authority to start letting the carts back into the town beginning now. I take absolute and complete responsibility for countermanding General Marvin's order. What's that? Listen, friend, if we never took chances around here, this place would go right on being a fascism. All right, you know what you can do. It's on my responsibility.
Hey, Trapani, Schultz.
Yes, sir.
What's wrong now, Captain?
Jopolo wants to let the carts back into town. If General Marvin should drive back through here, we'd all get hung for it. Just to cover ourselves, we'll make out a report saying just what happened. That General Marvin ordered us to keep the carts out, but Major Jopolo countermanded the order. You make it out, Trapani, and send it to G1 of the division. I'm going out to take the guards off the road by the bridge. How do you like that guy, Jopolo? I'm not going to burn for him.
Well, how do you like that, Schultz?
General Marvin's liable never to come back here. And if he did, he'd probably never notice the carts.
Yeah, but once you get the thing on paper, it's just a sure way to ruin the Major. And he's so right about those carts anyway.
So go hire a haul. I got headaches of my own.
Well, it's just...
It's just. What's it to you, anyway? It's no skin off of your hide.
I just hate to see a guy get in trouble when he's trying to do right.
All right, well, then why don't you write the memo and then put the wrong address on it and so let it get lost accidentally on purpose?
Accidentally on purpose? You mean it?
Sure, you're Italian, ain't you? And this Jopolo is trying to help these Italians, ain't he?
Yeah.
Well, you can make a mistake, can't you? Maybe the memo won't get to the general for a long time. Maybe it'll never get to him.
Yeah. You know, Schultz, sometimes I think you're a bright boy. A very bright boy.
It's Mercurio Salvatorio town crier. The Mr. Maggiore, Jopolo, is rebuilding our town so we can all eat and drink and sing and be happy. But you laughed when I say this before because of the carts. Now I laugh at you. The Maggiore, Jopolo, says that the carts come into the town again. You hear? It is like I tell you. The Americans are here to help you. And the Maggiore is trying to get us a bell, too. That's all.
Hello, Jopolo, Amgot.
Jopolo, this is Sartorius up at Vinchinamari.
Oh, hello, Colonel.
About that bell, They shipped it off to the FEUHRER artillery foundry.
Oh, I guess it's just a chunk of cannon now. These people down here will be broken-hearted. Well, thanks anyway, Sartorius.
Glad to do you a favor, Jopolo, anytime. Say, why don't you try General Wilson in Algiers?
Who?
Wilson, Quartermaster Depot, Algiers. He's pretty good at getting things. Got some odds and ends for me once or twice.
Well, wait a minute. Boy.
Yes, sir?
Write down this address. Okay, Sartorius, let's have it.
General W.B. Wilson.
General W.B. Wilson.
Quartermaster Depot.
Quartermaster Depot.
Algiers.
Algiers. You got that, boy?
Yeah.
Thanks, Sartorius.
Anytime.
well, bye. Boy, I want you to get a letter off.
I know. Got a letter here from General Wilson, Jopolo.
Oh, good. What's the score?
No hits, no runs, your error.
Oh.
He says he doesn't have a 700-year-old bell, and don't you realize there's a war going on? Now, Jopolo, why don't you forget it?
I can't. I keep thinking of it all the time. You know, boy, I think I want to get this town the right bell more than I've ever wanted anything in my life.
Boy, when you go out on a limb. Listen, if headquarters ever finds out about the time you've been putting in on this bell business...
Forget about headquarters.
I wish I could. But if General Marvin ever finds out about the carts...
Look,
and then this business...
Let's try the Navy.
Order mine, just one track. Didn't you even hear what I was saying?
Sure. Forget it. Listen, Lieutenant, what's his name? Livingston, down in the port captain's office. He's a pretty good guy.
You're going to fall in love with the Navy now. What a guy.
Listen, Livingston got his captain's permission for the fishermen to go out and fish again, didn't he? You know, he might be just a man.
If the Army can't find you, Bell, how's the Navy going to do it?
Well, most ships have got bells, and they have to be loud and clear so that the men can hear them all over the ship to tell them the hours of the watches.
Now he's an expert on the Navy.
Get Livingston on the phone.
Okay.
Memos, always something wrong. Can't they write about things being right? What was that last one about, Middleton?
Some telephone wire that has been lost on an LST.
Oh, the blazes with them. The answer is no.
Yes, sir.
Now go on finishing reading those blasted memos and let's get this thing over with. Think I got all day?
Yes, sir. No, sir. To General Marvin for information, etc., routing address and so forth. Subject, mule carts, town of Adano.
Blasted, broken down mule cart.
On July 19th, orders were received from General Marvin to keep all mule carts out of the town of Adano. Guards were posted at the bridge over Rosso River and at Cacopado Sulfur Refinery. Order carried out.
Oh, that's right. And stop the blasted carts. Pesky Italians trying to hold up the whole blasted invasion. Well, they'd better carry out that order.
Yes, sir. On July 20th, guards were removed on order of Major... now, sir...
Finish it, you blasted... Finish it.
Yes, sir. The guards were removed on order of Major Victor Giapolo, Civil Affairs Officer, town of Adana, because the carts were essential to the town, and town...
Giapolo! Listen, do you remember the name of Giapolo, Colonel Middleton?
Yes, sir, the cart.
I just remembered something. That Giapolo was out of uniform that day, you remember? Had on pinks and a khaki shirt. You remember that, Middleton?
No, sir, I'd forgotten.
Well, I haven't. Oh, I've had enough of that radical Giapolo.
Yes.
Now make out an order recalling that blasted Italian-American pipsqueak from that blasted town that... What's the name of it?
Adano, sir.
Well, order him to report back to Algiers for reassignment. Make out a separate report to Algiers explaining why. I'll fix that blasted little baby and get it off today, too, understand? None of your blasted delays now. Do you hear me, Middleton?
Yes, sir.
All right.
This is Mercurio Salvatore, town crier. Listen, people of Adano. I am to tell you this. A committee has been formed which has in turn made up of plans for a party. A party to honor the good Mr. Maggiore Victor Giapolo for the wonderful things he has done in rebuilding our town. Yes, this town, Adano, is much better off since the Americans have come. And there will be a bell, too. So come to the party tonight and celebrate the coming of the Americans and honor the Mr. Maggiore Giapolo and come to the party. That's all.
Boy, they told me you were in here and that you're acting like a crazy man. What's the matter with you?
Giapolo, you're fired. You've been relieved. You're nobody around here. Oh, you sentimental ape, you big...
Oh, come on, boy. You need to soak your head in some cold water.
Go soak your own fat head.
Now, boy.
Take your hands off me. Here, read that.
You're authorized to proceed by first available transportation to AFHQ Algiers for reassignment station. The reason for this order is that reference to the willfully and without consultation countermand orders issued by General Marvin, 49th Division. Re-entry of mule carts into town of Adano. Signed, General Marvin. Where'd you get this?
Your desk. I wanted to keep you from seeing it until after the party. Don't look like that, Giapolo.
Let's go back to the party. And don't say a word, boy. It wouldn't be fair to spoil their fun.
Ain't you ever gonna grow up and think of yourself first, you big lug?
Come on, boy. Smile.
forget it.
Yes, sir. You ready, sir?
Yeah? Papers all arranged. You called for a jeep?
Yes, sir.
It's better to go this way in the morning, boy. I don't want to say goodbye to anyone. I don't know whether I could.
I'm sorry I got lit last night, Major. My intentions were good. I mean, I wanted you to have a good time at the party.
I don't know. Borth, try to help whoever takes my place do a good job in Adano.
Adano needs you, Major.
It's too late to talk about that. I wonder how Marvin ever found out about the carts.
Oh, one of his staff must have driven through or something.
Yeah, I guess so. Listen, boy, keep after Livingston.
About the bell, you mean?
Yeah. It should be a loud bell with a tone to it, with a history to it. It should stand for the things I believe in.
Boys are building a new scaffolding for it, Major. Be ready for it when it comes.
No. Tell the guy that takes my place that I wanted them to be happy here. I wanted all of them to have as much as they could of what they wanted, without hurting anyone else. That's what I wanted in Adano.
I'll tell him, Major.
Well, let's go.
The jeep's here.
So long, boy.
So long, Jumbo.
Let's go, driver.
Yes, sir. What's the matter, sir? Don't you feel well?
I was thinking of all the things I ever wanted. Nothing.
Yes, sir.
Driver, stop a minute, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Listen. Do you hear something?
Just a bell. Must be 11 o'clock.
Yes. Just a bell. Just a bell.
It's just a bell. The Mr. Major Victor Joppele, USA, was a good man. That is the whole reason why I have told you everything that has happened. America is on its way to Europe. There will be a few Americans who do not understand us. But there will be others, good ones. Good ones like the Major Joppele, who brought understanding and a help and a freedom and a bell. A bell for Adano.
As the 42nd program of the Words at War series, we have presented A Bell for Adano by John Hersey, the book which has just been awarded by the Council on Books in Wartime the rare designation of imperative, and which is to be made into a motion picture by 20th Century Fox. The radio adaptation was made by Lawrence Mencken. Barry Kroger played Major Joppolo, and Daniel Acco played Mercurio, the town crier. Others in the cast included Myron McCormick, Alan Drake, James Van Dyke, Rolf Sedan, Jackson Beck, John Alessino, Nino Ruggieri, and Tommy Nello. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. We have an important announcement to make for next week. On the night of February 22nd, the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations broadcast an outstanding program on this Words at War series, a program called Assignment USA. Of this program, Variety, that provocative and unusual weekly of the show world, said, The stuff with which this half hour scorched the air made your ears burn. It was hard to believe even after you heard it. That's the kind of program it was. The kind the country needs. The kind radio needs. In its columns, Variety twice pointed out to NBC that radio as an industry needs these sock shows, and somewhat acidly urged a repetition of Assignment USA. In response to these urgings, the National Broadcasting Company will repeat this program next Tuesday evening. The nation should hear this very excellent show. We hope you won't miss Assignment USA. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen. The trickle of water. Snow melts in the Valdai hills, and the river begins its odyssey. Down through the foothills, far down through Smolensk and legendary Kiev, down through the freshening meadowland of the Ukraine, down to the distant sea, 1,400 miles of broadening, swelling power, River Dnieper, wild river of Russia. Oh, giant river, your voice is of many voices, blending into one. But above all swells the deep chorus of the people. Listen, you men and women everywhere, and I will tell you a story of love and toil and sacrifice and faith beyond all understanding. The story of a wild river and the Soviet people.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents another program in the series Words at War. Tonight's script, written by Charles Newton, is a radio impression of the novel Wild River by Anna Louise Strong.
Now let me review your argument, Nikolai Petrovich. It is your view that while the river is potentially a source of great wealth, it is today making beggars of us all?
Exactly, Your Excellency. Once each year, sometimes more often, the Dnieper overflows its bank. Thousands and thousands of peasants and landowners lose their crops and often their homes. It is a great waste to the nation.
And you propose that this dam of yours to set up a system of flood control?
The dam would accomplish that and many other things. Now, for instance, boats from the Black Sea can navigate upstream only so far as Zaporozhye. Then 60 miles of rapids cut the river in two. But with a dam and locks there, the boats and barges can travel almost 1,000 miles further north.
Now, that might be very profitable.
And most important of all, Excellency, would be the dam's hydroelectric station. With electric power, we could remake the whole country.
Nikolai Petrovich, you engineers sound like professional visionaries. You sound like communists. Where do you describe all this plan?
Here, Excellency.
First plans for a hydroelectric station on the Dnieper were drawn up at least 7 years ago in 1905.
That is the Grand Duke Mikhail speaking. Brother of the Tsar and greatest landholder of the Ukraine. Even if he were alive, the Grand Duke would not recognize me. But I, Stepan Bogdanov, remember him well. My grandfather was his serf. My family and myself were once his ragged, starving peasants.
Flood control. Hold on. Look. You see here, the lake formed by rising water behind the dam would stretch a mile wide for 80 miles upstream.
Yes, Your Excellency.
But that would flood my land. I own that land.
That's why we came with this proposal, to buy it from you.
But it's the richest land I have. Why would I sell?
But think what our dam would do for millions of starving peasants. Think of what it would do for the whole Ukraine.
But that is hardly my affair, Nikolai Petrovich.
Oh, we're not asking you to give the land. Name your price.
All right. 100 million.
Excellency.
Yes. As early as 1912, the Grand Duke Mikhail destroyed the dream of our greatest Russian engineers and the hope of millions of our people very quietly and effectively, with a patient smile. He did not refuse to cooperate. He merely named a prohibitive price for his land.
Yes, the dam would have to wait. And time went on, measured by the seasons and the destructive fury of the wild river, and the growing poverty of the people. But their dream was not ended. It lived on in the minds and hearts of many Russian men and women who at last, to realize this dream and 1,000 others of the people's destiny, rose up and cast off their chains. Revolution. But the fight was long and bitter, till at last even the strong, the leaders, were filled with foreboding and doubt.
And the next few hours will tell us it.
Yes, Vladimir. Our fight against the White Russians and the foreign powers hangs on the balance.
And the whole revolution is at stake.
And all we can do is wait.
Everything is ready. Yet of all the years we fought for a free Russia, this day is the darkest.
But even in that critical moment of history, while others doubted, one doubted not.
Have faith, comrades. I have faith. On this day, the darkest of the revolution, I've seen through the eyes of our engineers a bright day which lies ahead. This morning, we completed final plans for the great new dam on the Dnieper River. It's been the dream of our people for many years. Lift your eyes to that horizon. The vision is dazzling. Have faith, comrades. We cannot lose.
Thus spoke Nikolai Lenin. But even when the victory of the revolution was won, and the few could no longer stand in the way of the many, even then, the dam had to wait. First, food must be found, and mines developed. New factories must be raised above the rubble of war. Engineers must be trained, and workers. Only then would there be strength enough and skill enough to build the giant that would tame the wild river. A long night of years lay ahead. A night of want and privation and suffering and death.
The hungry year of 1921. There were no horses in the land, and we hitched ourselves to the wooden plowshares and stumbled across the fields till at last we fell.
1922 and 3 and 4. Flood and famine. Holding out a promise of plenty, the river destroyed what little we had. 1925 and 6. This Ukraine could be the richest land in the world. We clutched our eggs about us and laughed, and the taste in our mouths grew dry and bitter.
Yet still the dream persisted and strengthened and grew.
Have faith, comrades. We cannot lose.
It was in the spring of 1927 that the first explosions thundered through the canyon of the river. I had just come from the Red Dawn farm to the city of Zaporozhye. I sat in the office of my friend Ivan Karpovich and jumped suddenly from my chair as I heard the distant roar.
Good. You bolted like a shy colt, Stepan. Just the effect I'd hoped for.
But what is it?
You peasants never hear anything. You might as well live in another world.
What is it, Ivan?
They are dynamiting in the river canyon, that's what it is.
You mean the dam? Then all the rumors we've heard are true.
We've started it.
We?
Yes. I've been studying at engineering school for the last 6 months, Stepan. They're going to make me a drill foreman.
Ivan, is there a chance? Could I get a job?
Of course you can. Need everybody we can get. You can work under me if you like. Hey, what's this? A man of your age crying?
Don't be a fool, Ivan Karpovich. Me crying? And the long night of waiting vanished into light, And I, Stepan Bogdanov, was in the start of things. The explosions we set off roared in triumph. Our people had set to work to remake its heritage. Who knows, perhaps we were beginning to remake the world. 30,000 workers were needed. And in the year that followed, they flocked to us from every corner of the Soviet Union. Few were trained. Few could even write or read. But they joined up with a smile and they worked with a will. By 1928, as boss of a drill section, I was signing them up by the score. Some were from the Ukraine.
Like me, Anya Kuzareva.
Yes, and many of them were women.
My mother thought it was wicked for a girl to become a worker like this. But that's only because she still thinks the old way from the habit of the years. Why shouldn't we women help build our new world? Aren't we going to be part of it too? I'm young, I'm strong, I'm free, Stepan Bogdanov. Sign me as a driller.
They came from every corner of the land, men and women, young and old.
To tell the truth, son, I'm here on forced labor. I'm a convict. Huh? Oh, just stealing. Got sort of in the habit. Started 30 years ago stealing from the Tsar and the landowners. I did that because I hated them. I only stole this last time because I thought I needed some new clothes. Didn't stop to think we're all in the same boat these days. And I might have been taking something somebody else needed just as bad as I. Maybe here's my chance to make up for what I've done.
Girls and boys, peasants and convicts, old and young, from every corner of the land they came.
Yes, sir. My name is Vasily, and I'm from the Georgian Republic. I was a shepherd, but there's too much going on today for the young to stay at home tending sheep. You'll take me. Say, Do you know anybody who can write? I promised to let my brothers know if there were plenty of jobs here. They want to come up, too.
And besides all the regular workers, we found other help, too.
There are 6 of us, and we're all students from the Conservatory of Music in Moscow. You see, we've just started a vacation trip to some of the biggest projects of the 5-year plan. But now that we've been here a couple of days, we think maybe we'll call off the rest of the trip. If you need help, we'd like to spend the rest of our vacation working on the dam.
Yes, they joined up with a smile to work on the Dnieper Dam. And for so little, some food and shelter, some sunlight, a word of encouragement at the right moment, and a chance in the evenings when the long day's work was done to sing and dance. Tired though we were, that's when our spirits lifted and our hearts were gay again. And the music and the voices blended to a rhythm set by flying feet. And perhaps Vasily would do his dance while Anya, whom Vasily had married, clapped her hands to the measures, her smile happy and proud.
Catalina, Catalina, come my It's been 2 years now, and the barracks we live in aren't even finished.
Yes, 20 men in a room big enough for 5.
And crawling with rats and roaches and lice.
Things getting worse all the time.
I'm quitting.
Me too. I'm going back home.
We're going home.
Some were paid enemy agents. Some were relics of the old system, not yet cleansed or winnowed out. And some were merely men of little faith, ready to sacrifice their heritage and the heritage of all mankind for a slab of butter and a comfortable place by the master's fire. Oh, don't mistake me. I mean, the things they grumbled about were true. The housing conditions for many of our 30,000 workers were frightful. So was the food, for that matter, even when there was enough to go round. And as the months and then the years rolled by, the turnover of workers grew higher and higher. But when one man whined...
I'm quitting. Going back home I am.
Another would step forward to take his place.
Sign me up, comrade. This is my fight, too.
What worried us most, though, was not the labor turnover, but the cost of the dam, the cost in time, and the cost in life. Our country was so new, and in many ways we were so far behind. It was during the second year of construction that I took the visiting American engineer, Mr. Wood, on a tour of the dam site. He was astounded at what we had done and at the way we were doing it.
Why, Mr. Bogdanov, you need tools here.
Tools? But we have lots of tools.
Your workmen don't even have picks to work with. They've got to beat at the earth with these heavy iron bars. Your shovels are no good. They've got short handles and give little perches and a small flat blade that raises, which is only a little dirt. You should have what we use in America. Long handle, a large curved blade. Good heavens, I haven't seen a single wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow?
You use that...
Nosilka?
Yes, to carry the dirt away. It takes 2 husky men to handle a fifth as much as one man could take in a decent wheelbarrow.
I know we're far behind you in technique, but still we've managed to accomplish a lot.
But what a cost in time and labor.
Yes, that's true. Even I sometimes wonder if this fantastic pace we've set for ourselves is worth that cost.
Have courage, comrade. We cannot lose.
But the cost was great. And we watched the time tick by with growing anxiety. Could we ever complete the dam within the scheduled time of the 5-year plan? Could we ever do it with a constant labor turnover and with inadequate tools? And as time ticked by, one obstacle after another fell hugely across our path. But the most dangerous foe of all, the foe that fought us with secret cunning and with wild fury, was the river. In summer, it reflected the sun's rays, burning and blistering the skin of our bodies. In winter, it froze us. Its treacherous waters swept us from cofferdam and pier to smash and tear us against the rocks. It laughed and mocked us in the sunlight while we shivered or sweat with the fevers it gave us as we worked waist-deep by the rising pillars of concrete. Its rippling surface was like a shout of joy, but beneath the surface, so many of our comrades slept in darkness and eternal silence. And in the springtime, the river cursed us with flood.
The locks! The locks! We've never seen the cover of the locks!
It happened in the spring of 31. For 10 days, we fought to save the locks. And on the 10th night, the flood burst through.
The men of the cofferdam! They'll be thrashing to the river!
That was Vasily shouting, the boy who came from the Georgian Republic and first worked on my drill gang. The boy who had brought his brothers here, too, and married Anya, the girl from Kitchkas. In the wild, howling night, Vasily organized a rescue gang and struck boldly into the river when he knew the chances were even and that it meant death.
We'll put you on the bed, Vasily.
Thank you, comrade.
You see? Is that comfortable, comrade?
Why, darling? Why did you do it?
Don't cry, Anya. Bring me the boy. I want to see my son.
Yes, dearest.
Help me, comrades. Help me.
Easy. There. Easy.
Sit down.
Better.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, cover my wet clothes with the blanket.
Yes, sure.
My son is a year old. He might think me foolish to go swimming on so cold a night.
Here we are, darling. Will you hold him?
No. Just let me look. So silent, young man. I knew he'd disapprove of my coming in wet. But no, Anya. I want to leave you smiling.
You mustn't say that.
Yes, dear. And I am hurrying fast. Look at me, boy. You are going to take my place now. The dam has used up a lot of us old fellows. But what does that matter when there are boys like you to follow? Think of it, son. One day, You will see it finished.
Yes, even the river couldn't beat us. And with a final spurt, we conquered it. And one sunny day in spring in the year 1932, in every town and village of the Soviet Union, the people heard our proud report that
today, the 28th of March, at 5:20 in the afternoon, the last cubic meter of concrete will be poured and set on Dnieper Dam.
And the wild river swung to the oak, a scourge no longer, but the hope, the promise of a nation. All that we had hoped, all that we had dreamed began to come true. And by the early summer of 1941, 300 miles of roaring towns and giant farms testified that the heart of the Ukraine, its electric pulse in Dnieper Dam, had become one of the richest regions in the world.
True. It's the breadbasket of Europe. Wheat. We could use that.
The river transportation is excellent. We could float our freight in barges down to the Black Sea, into the Danube, all the way across Europe by water.
Think of the mines and industry there. The iron of Krivoy Rog, the manganese of Nikopol,
the steel and coal of the Donetsk Basin.
And all of it is furnished with power from a single force. Think of that. Seize the dam, and you seize the key to the whole Ukraine.
And seize the Ukraine, and we acquire the means for world domination. By heaven, folk, we will do it.
For years they planned it. And on June the 22nd, 1941, they struck. Flushed with victories from a conquered Europe, the world-devastating Nazis smashed ahead in bitter battles. The Red Army hit hard, but it could not stop them. There were 3 giant prongs, and the southernmost was aimed at Dnieper Dam. In a room of the Kremlin, late in the month of July.
Who knows, Comrade Commissar? I would like to tell you that no more cities will be lost. But who knows where or when we can make our stand.
I'm thinking especially now of the case of Dnieper Dam.
Yes, in the south. That is the enemy's chief objective.
There are 9 huge generators there. It'll take time to dismantle and move them. If the army plans to retreat east of the river, we should start work on the generators now.
Comrade, the Red Army never plans to retreat. We'll cross the river only if we're threatened with encirclement.
You're avoiding my question, General. What I want to know is, should we start dismantling the generators now?
I'm afraid I must say yes.
Oh, what a terrible loss it will be.
But, Comrade Commissar, not such a loss as when we blow up the dam.
But, Comrade Stalin, we can't destroy the dam.
Why should we leave it? The Nazis will bring their own generators. They already built them for just this purpose.
But think what Dnieper Dam means to us.
Think what it would mean to the Nazis.
Why, it's our greatest monument. To the people, it's a symbol of everything they've worked for, every sacrifice they've made.
True. But they did not work and sacrifice to build it for the Nazis.
For 5 years, we worked to build the dam. We thought it would last 1,000.
Comrade.
It was the first giant of the 5 river plan. And now, because the army can't do its job, you're asking us to destroy the dam.
Comrades, in the first place, let us not speak of destroying the dam. What the people built there can never be destroyed. What they did there will live forever. Alexei Alexeyevich, find us a man who helped build the dam and who has worked on its operation since then. The honor of blowing up Dnieper Dam should go to the man who loves it most. That was Comrade Stalin. And I, Stepan Bogdanov, was the man they chose.
For days we worked as the Red Army streamed eastward in silent retreat. Beneath the beautiful concrete piers, we planted the dynamite with loving care. And we connected the charges with wires and strung them skillfully and secretly to a central detonator upstream. And the ache in our hearts grew and grew as we plotted tenderly the utter demolition of the thing we loved best. Day after day we worked till the last refugee had left and the last troops crossed to the further shore. It was the night of August the 26th, 1941, and the eastern sky was bright with flame.
I don't think we can wait any longer. Too much of a chance.
Maybe more troops will need to cross by the bridge.
No, Comrade Bogdanov. Only the partisans are left. And they will stay on the western shore.
The refugees, more peasants will be using the bridge.
They've all crossed over, too.
Are you sure the wiring's all right?
We can't put it off any longer, comrade. I know how you feel. Would you like me to do it?
No, I...
Have courage, comrade. We cannot lose.
I'll do it myself. Giant river, we loved you too much to deliver you in bondage to a hateful enemy. Roll free and wild again, and we pray that you will flood our captive land as once you did the free. But remember, we'll be back again. We'll build again, and you will serve us again and forever in peace. Oh, wild river, your voice is of many voices blending into one. But above all swells the deep chorus of the people. We'll return to you, return in triumph. With such faith as ours, we cannot lose.
You have just heard the 44th program in the series Words That at War. Tonight, a radio impression of Anna Louise Strong's distinguished novel, Wild River. The script was written by Charles Newton. Stotts Cotsworth was heard as Stepan Bogdanov. A Russian chorus under the direction of Leo Rusato provided the music, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, Words at War will present an adaptation of the strange story entitled Silence of the Sea. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council of Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. American radio listeners are the best informed people on earth. They're interested in the history, future, and peoples of these countries which are now the battlefronts of a war for freedom. The National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the network use their entire facilities to keep America informed. New developments in world events, historical background, expert examination of current and future problems are available to the radio audience day and night. NBC is on top of the news. Radio listeners everywhere know that American radio brings them the truest information and the widest choice of programs. This is the American system, developed through free enterprise. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I am an old man. Not as old as the sea, but old enough. I can hear the surf hammering at the beach near my house on the coast of France. Can you hear it? No, of course not. You're far away. That's an old man's joke. But it's there. The sound is there. It's the sound of a people who are waiting for you. The Nazis cannot hear anything in the silence of the sea, nor do they understand what this silence means. And they do not understand what the surf says to us as it comes into the beach over and over again. No, they do not understand that it says to us, be patient, be silent, be of good heart. We in America are coming to help you. America is coming to help you. America is coming to help you.
Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents the 45th in its series, Words at War. Tonight we bring you a radio adaptation of a novel that was written in Nazi-occupied France. It is entitled The Silence of the Sea, the story of an old Frenchman and his niece, and of the German officer billeted in their house. The old man tells the story, starting from the day the Nazi officer comes to occupy a room in his house.
I remember it was night, but not very cold. All that November it was never very cold. My niece had just brought me my coffee. Coffee helps me to sleep, as she did every evening. I was sitting in the back of the room in comparative darkness facing the door. My niece looked at me and put down a cup. I kept mine in my hands. My niece went to the door. A Nazi officer, tall, massive, stood in the doorway.
If you please.
He seemed to be gauging the depth of the silence that awaited him. Then he came in.
My name is Werner von Ebernack. I'm extremely sorry.
My niece was leaning against the wall, looking straight in front of her. I didn't get up. The silence deepened like a live thing between us.
It had to be done, of course. I would have avoided it if I could. I will do my best not to disturb you.
The silence was unbroken. It grew closer and closer like the morning mist. It was thick and motionless. The immobility of my niece, and for that matter my own, made it even heavier. Turned it to lead. The officer stood without moving, till at last I saw the beginning of a smile on his lips.
I could go up to my room now, but I don't know the way.
My niece turned, went up the stairs, and the officer followed her. I noticed that he was lame in one leg. I heard him going up the stairs. Then my niece came back. She picked up her cup and went on drinking her coffee. The next evening he came back at the same time as before.
I'm afraid I'm disturbing you. If you would rather, I will come in through the kitchen, then you can keep the door locked. I wish you a very good night.
Into the beach again and again, eternally, relentlessly, silently. Like the sea, we would not compromise. We would not give in. So when the officer asked us to lock our door, well, we never did. By a silent agreement, my niece and I had decided to make no changes in our life. Not even in the smallest detail, as if the officer didn't exist. As if he had been a ghost. For a long time, for more than a month, the officer came back at the same time, and the same scene would take place. He would talk. We would sit there in our living room, as if he were not there. Then he would bow and say,
I wish you a very good night.
But one evening there was a change. Everything changed abruptly. Outside, a fine snow mixed with rain was falling, terribly cold and damping. On the hearth I was burning the heavy logs which I kept especially for nights like this. Then he came.
Excuse me. I'm feeling cold. I got wet through and my room's very chilly. I will warm myself at your fire for a few minutes.
He crouched by the fire and his eyes rested on my niece. He looked at her for a long time. Then he looked away.
I'm a musician.
My niece went on with her knitting.
I'm not a performer. I'm a composer. That's my whole life. And so it's comical for me to see myself as a man of war. Yet I don't regret this war. No, I think that great things will come of it. Oh, forgive me, I may have said something that hurt you. But I was saying what I think. And with sincere good feeling. I feel it because of my love of France. Great things will come of it for Germany and for France. I think that the sun is going to shine over Europe. I wish you a very good night.
From that day, his visits took on a new shape. Very rarely indeed did we see him in uniform. He used to change first and then knock on our door. Then he would come in without waiting for the answer which he knew we would not give. He would warm himself by the fire, and then he would talk of all the things that obsessed his mind. Then he would be silent, bow to us, wish us a good night. One day he said,
What is the difference between the fire and my home, this one here, and the books on the shelves there? Why am I so fond of this room? It's not particularly beautiful. Excuse me, I mean to say it's not particularly beautiful. Oh, excuse me, I mean to say it's not a museum piece. Take your furniture. It does not make one say, what lovely things. No. And yet this room has a soul. All this house has a soul.
Yes, Werner von Ebernach, this house has a soul. And it is full of ghosts, too. Can you not hear them in our silence? Listen.
Why do you look at the books in their shelves, Monsieur Ebernach? Are you thinking that they were written by men like me? Men who are now dead at your hands? Men who loved the books you caress now? Yes, look at those books and name their names. Balzac, Beaumarchais, Corneille, Descartes, Flaubert, Hugo. What a roll call. And there will be other names, other books. You can't kill us all. No, von Ebernach. You can't kill us all, and you can't destroy our work or our names or our memory or our books. Did you think you destroyed us when you burned the books that day in May in 1933 in Germany? You cannot destroy our work, nor the work of any man who has written in good faith. Think of that, von Ebernach, as you caress the books.
Ghosts. Don't you hear them, von Ebernach? No. You only hear the sound of your own voice in our silence.
When it comes to music, then it's our turn. Ha! Bach, Händel, Beethoven, Wagner, Mozart. Which name comes first?
Which name comes first? There are ghosts in this house, von Ebernach. Don't you hear them?
Which name comes first? Can you forget Bizet, Offenbach, Meyerbeer, who studied and worked in France? Can you forget Maurice Ravel,
and Milo and Saint-Saëns, Debussy, Mahler and Mendelssohn? Or do you remember only the ugly voice snarling?
Verboten! Verboten! Verboten!
Do you think you can stop the music? Which name comes first? Does it matter? Do you think you can take the culture of a nation by the throat and choke it to death? Choke it into silence? Don't you see? We are here all around you. Our writers, our musicians, the living and the dead. We are like the sea. You cannot forget us. You cannot silence us forever.
Von Abernach, but all you can hear in the silence is the sound of your own voice.
Now we're at war, but this is the last time. We won't fight each other anymore. We'll get married. Germany and France. Yes, when we entered Saint, I was happy that the population received us well. I was very happy. I thought, this is going to be easy. And then I saw that it was not that at all. It was cowardice. Oh, I despised these people. And for France's sake, I was afraid. I thought, has she really got like that? Oh, no. I have seen her since. Now I'm happy at her stern expression.
He was looking at my niece, at her closed, obstinate, delicate profile. She continued knitting, and he continued his monologue.
I'm happy to have found here an elderly man with some dignity. And a young lady who knows how to be silent. We've got to conquer the silence. We've got to conquer the silence of all France. I'm glad of that.
Conquer this silence? Perhaps you have forgotten the day, von Abernach, when the hostages were ordered to the square to listen to a speech. But we have not forgotten. No, we have not forgotten when the hostages were lined up and the speech turned out to be... Conquer such a silence? The next day, and many days like them, at the funeral. Everyone looked at the woman who was crying alone. And when she saw that she was alone in her crying, she stopped. And she was no longer alone in the silence of that graveyard. Conquer such a silence? I looked deep into the eyes of von Abernach, into the eyes of this refined, cultured gentleman who was now smiling at my niece, and said,
We've got to conquer the silence of all France. I wish you a very good night.
One evening, Trainer von Abernach played the piano. Perhaps as an accompaniment to his interminable monologues. Perhaps with a thought that we could meet on this common ground. That for once we would answer. That for once we would speak.
There's nothing greater than that music. Yes, it's inhuman music. Bach. He could only be a German. Our country has the character. That inhuman character. I mean by inhuman, that which is on a different scale to man.
I thought to myself, Inhuman, yes. And I knew what I meant by inhuman.
That kind of music. I love it. I admire it. It overwhelms me. It's like the presence of God in me, but it's not my own. For my part, I would like to compose music which is on the scale of man. That also is a road by which one can reach the truth. That's my road. I don't want to follow any other. Besides, I couldn't. That I know now. I know it to the full. Since when? Since I have lived here. Now I really need France. But I ask a great deal. I ask a welcome from her.
I looked at my niece. She pulled her eyes away from him as if with a great effort and busied herself with her knitting.
We will overcome all obstacles. Sincerity is bound to overcome all obstacles. I wish you a very good night.
I can't remember today everything that was said during the course of more than 100 winter evenings, but the theme hardly ever varied. It was the long rhapsody of his discovery of France, how he had loved her from afar before he came to know her, and how his love had grown every day since he had had the luck to live here. He would often talk about the politicians of the Nazi Party. He would say that they were gross, cruel, sadistic, hard. Then he would say...
But they are in France now. France will cure them. I'm going to tell you the truth. They know it. They know that France will teach them how to be really great and pure in heart. But for that, we must have love.
He held the door open for a moment, and looking over his shoulder, he gazed at my niece's neck as she leaned over her work. At the pale, fragile nape of her neck where the hair went up in coils of dark mahogany. And then he added in a tone of quiet determination.
Yes. For that we must have love. A love which is returned.
Then he turned his head and the door closed on him as he rapidly uttered his evening formula.
I wish you a very good night.
Spring days came at last. Always in the background we could hear the surf booming on the beach. And always in the background of our silence, Von Ebranach could hear something he couldn't understand. Sometimes he played the piano when he talked. Sometimes he would pause and cock his head like a dog who hears something strange and far away, as if he were trying to hear something in that room in which the three of us sat night after night. One night he said,
I feel sorry for the men of Vichy. A leader who has not his people's love is a very miserable little puppet. But there had to be someone who would agree to sell his country. Because today and for a long time to come, France cannot fall willingly into our open arms without losing her dignity in her own eyes. Often the most sordid go-between is thus at the bottom of the happiest union. Well, the go-between is none the less contemptible for that. Nor is the union less happy. Well, I'm going away to Paris for a few weeks. I expect to see my friends there. I'm sure that many of them will be there for the negotiations which we are conducting with your politicians to prepare for the wonderful union of our two countries. So I shall be, in a way, a witness to the marriage. I want to tell you that I'm happy for the sake of France, whose wounds will thus be so quickly healed. But I'm even happier for Germany and for myself. No one will ever have gained so much from a good deed as will Germany by giving back to France her greatness and her liberty. I wish you a very good night.
Later, and we saw immediately that something had happened to him. His eyes were wide open, like a sleepwalker's. They rested on my niece and never left her.
I have something very serious to say to you. Everything I've said in these 6 months, everything that the walls of this room have heard, you must forget it all. I have seen those men, the victors. I've spoken to them. They laughed at me. They said to me,
von Ebenrod. Politics aren't a poet's dream. What do you think we went to war for? For the sake of their old marshal? We are neither madmen nor simpletons. We have the chance to destroy France. And destroy how we will. Not only her material power, her soul as well. Particularly her soul. The soul is the greatest danger. That is our job at the moment. Make no mistake about it, my dear fellow. We'll turn it rotten with our smiles and our consideration. We'll destroy France forever.
There's no hope. No hope, no hope, no hope. They were rather angry with me. They said...
There you are, you see? You see how infatuated you are with her, with this France. There's the real danger. But we'll rid Europe of this pest. We'll purge it of this poison.
They've explained everything to me. Oh, they've not left me in the dark about anything. They are flattering your writers. And at the same time, in Belgium, in Holland, in all the countries occupied by our troops, they've already put the bars up. No French book can go through anymore except technical publications. Manuals on refraction, or formulas for cementation. Works of general culture. Not one. None whatever. Nothing, nobody. Not Proust, not Bergson, not all the others. Yes. They will put out the light altogether. Never again will Europe be lit up by that flame. Never. I have applied to be transferred to a fighting unit. I'm authorized to set off tomorrow. I wish you a very good night.
I thought he was going to leave us and go to his room, but not at all. He was looking at my niece. He looked at her and whispered,
Adieu. Goodbye.
He did not move. He remained quite motionless. And in his strained and motionless face, his eyes were the most strained and motionless things of all. For they were bound to other eyes. Too wide open, too pale. The eyes of my niece. That look between them lasted and lasted. How long? Lasted right up to the moment when at length the girl moved her lips. Boehner's eyes glittered. I heard...
Adieu. Bye.
last I did hear it. Von Abernack heard it too, and he drew himself up, and his face and his whole body seemed to relax as if they'd taken a soothing bath. He smiled, and in such a way that the last picture I had of him was a smiling one. Then he continued up the stairs, and his steps died away in the depths of the house.
Why do you cry?
I am sorry for him. And for the civilized men who are sorry. And yet, men like him, civilized men who feel that they are better than the Nazis and the fascists, civilized men who work for the fascists, men like him, they are the worst. They are worse than all the beasts. They, the intellectual ones, the brainy ones, the artists, they are truly murderers.
Then why do you cry?
I don't know.
The surf booms in. It is no longer silent. Listen carefully, and you will see that it's like the sound of the whispering of people. And that whisper will grow larger, louder. Listen carefully. Do you hear? The surf is a crowd, the voice of the people speaking. It is a wind, a storm, a tempest, a hurricane that will sweep across France when the Americans come. For we are waiting. We are waiting. And when you come, we will be silent no more.
As the 45th program of the Words at War series, we have presented The Silence of the Sea by Vercourt, translated from the French by Cyril Conley. The radio adaptation was made by Lawrence Mencken. Rod Hendrickson played the old man, Peter Capell was Werner von Ebernack, and Charlotte Holland played the niece. Others in the cast included Eleanor Sherman, Jay Wesley, Barry Kroger, and Martin Brandt. The music was arranged and played by William Meader at the organ and Arthur Balsam at the piano. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, we will present Robert Sherrod's Tarawa. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books at Wartime, the National Broadcasting Company, and the independent stations affiliated with the NBC network. Jack Costello speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Words at War.
With all its faults, Quentin Reynolds' The Curtain Rises strikes me as completely fascinating. His new book covers incidents that happened in Trinidad, Cairo, Palestine, Russia, North Africa, and Sicily. In Sicily, Reynolds, who in 5 former books has beaten the drums for the RAF, the British Army, and the Red Army, discovered the American Army. It was the first time he had seen American soldiers in combat. The late George M. Cohan never waved the flag with more fervor than does Reynolds when he talks of our troops. Reynolds, in fact, seems to have discovered in the war zone a great and gorgeous America he never knew existed before. Quent Reynolds' last book was called Dress Rehearsal. The Curtain Rises is the story of the beginning of the real show for the American Army. It's a logical title. Frankly, I like the book a lot. I ought to. I wrote it.
Thus, with a good-humored grin in his words, does Quentin Reynolds introduce his latest bestseller, The Curtain Rises, some portions of which are brought to you tonight on Words at War, the timely, much-talked-about series presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime. The script tonight is by Gerald Holland, and the part of Quentin Reynolds is played by Roland Winters.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah?
There is a call for you, sir.
Oh, thanks. Be back in a minute.
All right.
Beautiful girls in that way.
You can take it in this booth, Mr. Reynolds.
Thanks. Hello?
Quint?
Yeah.
This is Blackman.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Good news for you.
Yeah?
You're off tonight in a lovely C-54. I'm sending a car for you. You've had your yellow fever shots?
Yellow fever, smallpox, cholera, typhoid, paratyphoid, anti-tetanus, type A and B. Is that enough, or should I take an aspirin?
See you later, Quint. No more than 55 pounds of baggage, remember?
Okay, Captain. See you later. Well, I'd better get the check.
Was that call it?
Yeah, that was it.
When? Tomorrow?
Tonight. May I have the check, please?
Yes, sir.
It's not much notice.
Best they can do.
Well, anyway, you're packed.
Yeah, I won't be gone long this time. 3 months at the most.
You said that last time.
I know, but this time... hey, Guido.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Let's get out of here. We'd been at Miami a week. A good week to remember. We danced and sipped beautiful drinks and asked the piano player to play our favorite tune. It was hard to believe that week that there was a war going on. And I'd think, I really don't have to go again. I've been over there 3 times. What can I accomplish by going again? I'll be back in 3 months, maybe sooner. That's what I said. But I knew I was lying in my teeth, and she knew it too. Made believe that she didn't, and suddenly I thought of the thousands of Americans who were saying goodbye right now as I was. And it was a lot tougher on them, because if I got fed up or sick, I could always say I wanted to come home. And I could come home. I was a war correspondent, a well-paid war correspondent, off to write stories in Iran and Russia and North Africa. I wasn't Sergeant York. I had the best job in the world. Yeah. I always thought so until this night.
Sorry, no visitors past this point.
Okay. 3 months this time. Probably less than that.
I know.
All right, Mr. Reynolds. Better get aboard.
Goodbye. Good luck, Mr. Reynolds.
Goodbye, Mrs. Reynolds. Faded, and we were free of the land. Will you come along? Come along to Russia, my first real objective. And against the roar of the plane motors, I try to remember that I had the best job in the world. Try to fight off the ache of homesickness. Try to forget that wonderful week at Miami Beach. Then Russia. No time to be homesick as I looked on the raw realities of the Russian war.
Here, Mr. Reynolds, here is the city that was called Vyazma.
This pile of rubble?
Yes. 60,000 persons lived here once. There were 716 left when we recaptured Vyazma from the Germans.
It's horrible.
Yes.
I've seen Coventry and Plymouth, but nothing as bad as this.
Yes. Will you walk around? Be careful of your footing.
The smell of destruction hung heavily in the still air. There's nothing to compare with the sickening smell of a city that's been destroyed. The unwholesome smell of the killer lingers after he's gone. Vyazma was not killed because it was a military center. The Germans had gone far beyond accepted military practices. They had systematically murdered this city of Vyazma. There was a deathly silence. Old men and old women sat apathetically in the ruins of their homes.
Talk to them if you wish, Mr. Reynolds. Hear their story. There are no secrets here in Vyazma.
The bridge. There were sentries guarding the bridge. Men would come out of the woods, starving, and beg the sentries for food. The sentries would tell them to chop wood, and then they would give them food. Then the sentries would say for the men to cross the bridge, and then they would shoot them on the bridge. 50 bodies I myself saw in the river below.
By the railroad station, where the great wooden cross is, when our soldiers came back, they were looking for mines buried in the ground. They saw a soft earth there, and they dug in the ground. They found the bodies of 600 men and women and children. Many had been hanged or shot. Many had merely died of starvation.
Is this true? Will you swear this is true? They looked at me a moment and shrugged their shoulders. Why should they be inventing such tales? It mattered nothing to them whether I believed their stories or not. But I did believe them. Vyazma was a city of 60,000 inhabitants. At the time of its death, only 716 citizens were left. Let the world remember Vyazma. I went many places in Russia, talked to all kinds of people. I never met a Russian I didn't like. They're all in the war, men, women, and children. What are they fighting for? They are fighting for what they had gained when war came. They want to go back and pick up where they left off. They're not fighting for any grand scheme of a better world. After years of bitter struggle, the world was beginning to look pretty good to them. Before war came. I left Russia with high faith in her destiny. Rumors had reached us that a big operation was due in the Mediterranean. I thought it was high time I did some traveling with the American Army. I headed for Algiers. What do you call this drink?
We call that a blockbuster.
Yeah? What's in it?
Everything but horse liniment.
Are you sure about that horse liniment?
Yeah. It's hard to get in Algiers.
Oh. Now what are you doing?
I'm fixing you up a ration card.
Ration card? What for?
Drinks. 1 ration card to a customer. Entitles you to 14 drinks a month.
A month?
A month.
Oh. Say, won't you have something for yourself?
No, thanks. What name will I put down on the card?
Quentin Reynolds.
Quentin Reynolds. Okay, here you are.
Thanks. Shake up another blockbuster and go ahead, have something for yourself.
Well, it'll have to come off your ration card.
Oh, that's all right.
I ought to warn you, you'll be sorry.
Forget it.
Okay. Mighty nice of you, Mr. Reynolds. Here's looking at you.
Good luck. Well, see you again.
So long, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reynolds.
My name is Dokes. I'd like a ration card, please.
Hey, wait a minute. You were in here and got a card just a minute ago.
It's spelled D-O-A-K-E-S. Joseph Dokes. Blockbuster, please, and take something for yourself.
Listen, I can't do that. I'm... Oh, well, okay. I don't mind if I do, Mr. Dokes.
Hey, quick!
Yeah?
Want to go to Sicily?
Sure.
Come on, then. Got a PT boat leaving in half an hour.
Okay, I'll be right along.
Going to Sicily, huh?
Yeah.
The radio says it's a pushover for our boys. Well, here's how, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Dokes.
Good luck.
This, liquor rationing, it's tough, huh?
It's war, pal. Mighty tough. Be seeing you, old man.
What I would give for a bottle of beer, nice and cold with little bits of ice hanging on the bottle.
You keep your head down, buddy. You'll never get your fingers around another bottle of beer.
I'd settle for a Coke, a nice cold bottle of Coke, or 6 bottles of Coke and a bucket of ice. Or maybe just a bucket of ice.
Cut it out, will you?
Man, I've never been so hot in all my life. I've sat in bleachers at the St. Louis ballpark all during a doubleheader in August. It gets pretty hot, but it's air-conditioned compared to Hill 335.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, that was close. You know, Steve...
Here on the map, Hill 335. Natives call it San Rosso Hill. It's 2 miles ahead. And 2 companies of the 45th are up there trying to retake it.
Retake it, Colonel?
Yes, they had it once today and had to withdraw.
Oh.
Of course, over in North Africa, they're probably saying we're having no trouble at all. Probably saying the same thing in Palermo. New York, too, for all I know.
I don't know about New York, Colonel, but you're right about Palermo and North Africa. I've just come from there.
335 is just one hill. We've got to take that before sundown. We've got to before we can take San Stefano and move on into Mestre Messina. It's going to be a fight every inch of the way.
It won't be a picnic.
No, it won't be a picnic. And I wish everybody who thinks Sicily is a picnic right on that bridge now with my boys. It doesn't seem much like a picnic then.
Lieutenant, look, sir. They're running up a white flag.
Where? Where do you see it, Sergeant?
On the hill, sir. Straight ahead. See it?
Yeah. Our artillery must have been giving them a lot of punishment. All right, Sergeant. We're moving up.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Come on.
Yes. What? Oh, they did, huh? Well, why'd they fall for a sucker play like that? Didn't they learn anything in Tunisia? Didn't they? Dirty rats.
Something wrong?
Oh, just a little incident of war. The Nazis ran up a white flag up there on the hill. Our men thought they were surrendering. They started up the hill. The Germans opened with machine guns when they got on top of them.
Oh, that's pretty rotten.
Our men should have known better. They've seen the Nazi tricks in Tunis. They even used their own dead for booby traps. And blow up our men when they tried to bury them.
Yeah, but a flag of truce is something...
It's nothing.
Did we lose many men on that one?
Not many. Just 16. Just 16 American kids who weren't brought up to be professional murderers. Just 16 of the best kids and the finest soldiers I've ever seen. That's all. Well, the next 16 will be tougher to take. They learn fast.
Well, I'd better go. I got to work on a story.
Okay, Reynolds, but here's a little advance information for you. We'll take that hill by sundown. I guarantee that. Tell them about it. And just say it was a pushover.
5 Jap warships with possible damage to a 6th. In Sicily, our troops continue to press forward almost without opposition. Today, American artillery blasted the Nazis from 2 ridges in the hills before San Stefano, and our infantry encountered no difficulty in advancing. It's obvious that American superiority is telling. Some experts are saying that Sicily is in the nature of a pushover for our side.
The chances are you'll hear and read more expert opinions like that in the days that lie ahead. That it was a cinch. Well, when they do, I wish you'd think of that obscure Hill 335 in the northeastern part of the Sicilian island, and think of a white flag held up treacherously by the Germans. Am I insinuating that our guys are dopes? Poor fighters? I am not, chum. I came away from that one sector with the impression that our army was as good as they come. I checked this notion with a brilliant British correspondent.
You're right, Quint. They're good fighters. Ruthless fighters when they have to be. And in an odd way, the best disciplined soldiers I ever saw.
How do you mean that?
Well, they storm a town and have a difficult time with casualties. Then they walk in. But instead of getting tough with the inhabitants or with prisoners, what do? They share that chocolate and cigarettes, even with the prisoners, when all their instincts must be to slaughter them. And they think of their own casualties. Those boys of yours are great fighters. But above all, they're great men.
Well, if you think I'm blindly, hopelessly impressed by and devoted to these kids of ours, if you think I'm prejudiced and completely lopsided on the subject of our American troops, you're absolutely right. In Sicily, we saw an American army come of age. Our kids who'd gone into Sicily gaily in the spirit of adventure now knew what they were fighting for. The white flag and the booby trap dead, and taught them that the Germans were as bad as people at home thought the Japs were. And for soldiers, chum, such knowledge is good to have. Mighty good. Messina fell and the Sicilian campaign was over. We headed back to Algiers. There was nothing to do at the moment but take a North African holiday.
Hello there. Back again, huh?
Back again.
Gonna be here long?
Oh, I don't know. There seems to be a lull in the joint.
Yeah. Well, what can I do for you?
A blockbuster and a ration card.
Well, all right now, Mr. Reynolds, but remember only one card to a person for a month.
Sure. Say, take something for yourself, huh?
No, I couldn't.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, okay, Mr. Reynolds, but really, you got it.
The name is Abernathy. George Abernathy.
I say, old man. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, go away, will you?
Oh, but really, I can't. Wake up.
Oh, who the devil are you anyway?
I'm the British Vice Consul here. I've just arrived. They've given me this room. Sorry, old man.
They? Who gave you this room?
Why, the clerk, of course.
You mean they're putting me out? They can't do that to me. I'm an American war correspondent. They can't run the war without us.
Oh, sorry, old man. But I say, look here. It'll be quite all right with me if you want to stay another day. Just until you find another room.
Oh, well, very decent of you. Thanks. I'll take you up on that.
I say, bartender, old chap, would you make out a ration card for my friend here? He's new, you know.
New? He's got a card. That's Quentin Reynolds.
No. His name's Gugarty. Isn't that right, old man?
Jeffrey Gugarty.
Of course. Now fix him a ration card like a good fellow.
Sure it's all right, Quint?
Oh, of course. The consul and I are pals.
Nice of you to do this, Quint.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hello there, Reynolds, old man.
Consul, I want you to meet some friends of mine. John Steinbeck, America's greatest writer.
I do.
Clark Lee, International News Service. H.R. Knickerbocker. Jack Belton, Lieutenant Fairbanks, and John Lardner.
Oh, I say, but look here, Reynolds.
The boys haven't been able to find a room, Consul. I told them you'd be delighted to have them stay here.
But I say that's quite out of the question.
I knew you wouldn't mind, Consul. Steinbeck has his own cot. Just put your stuff down any place, fellas.
I call this darn decent of the consul.
Yeah, who says that we can't get along with the British?
Sure. Sit down, Consul.
Consul. On the floor there.
Oh, but I say, look here, chaps. This is supposed to be my room.
You going to be around long, John?
Oh, not long, Quint. Just a matter of weeks.
The consul was game. After a while, he fell into the spirit of the thing. He even became accustomed to sleeping through our long nocturnal sessions. Of course, occasionally we had additional guests, and the consul didn't appear too enthusiastic when we awakened him at 4 a.m. to meet Bob Hope or some other visiting celebrity. He's British. No sense of humor. Suddenly, the holiday was over. Our ship stood off the coast of Italy. It was D-Day, and H hour was fast approaching. For months, more than 150,000 men had been training for this moment. They'd be getting nervous now, and they'd be worrying a bit, too. All soldiers worry, especially before their first combat. All men worry before H hour. Their chief worry is that they may be weak at a decisive moment. They're also afraid of being afraid, forgetting that fear is as universal as hunger, and no one can escape it. I've never met a brave man and never expect to meet one. General Mark Clark had told us of his plan.
How do you like it?
Oh, good Lord, sir, it's daring.
Sure, it's daring. We're spitting right into the lion's mouth. We know it. We've considered several alternate plans, and this seems to be the only answer.
Sir, do you expect any tactical or strategic surprise?
Certainly not strategic surprise. German intelligence is pretty good. They know we want and need a port in Italy. Naples is the obvious port to go after. We could go after it from the beaches north of Naples, or go into Salerno, as we're doing. I'm sure the Germans figure us to land at Salerno. We may get hurt, but you can't play with fire without the risk of burning your fingers.
Suddenly, from the north, where the British divisions were landing, came flashes of fierce light. Then enemy coastal guns were in action. Long golden fingers of flame reached out from our 3 cruisers. And within 10 minutes, the coastal batteries were silent again. The Navy had done its job. The British divisions continued their landing operations.
Remember, O most compassionate Virgin Mary, that never was it known that anyone who fled to thy protection or sought thy intercession was left unaided.
There was a service on deck at 4:30 in the afternoon. I think everyone there, and they were of all faiths, meant that prayer. Prayer is like a life belt we forget about until there's danger of drowning. Then we cling to it desperately. When danger threatens, prayers which you've forgotten come to mind. A few bombs drop close, a few shells scream overhead, and quite instinctively, you find yourself praying and meaning it. Even complete unbelievers pray in tough spots. Even the most rabid Antichrist cannot fool himself when death is sending messages to his particular front. D-Day was beautiful. The air was soft, and the skies were clear except when the raiders came. Then the sky was pockmarked with ugly black bursts where shells from our anti-aircraft guns exploded. And while the guns chattered, a radio broadcast came over the ship's loudspeaker system, bringing news of the very action in which we were then engaged.
On the whole, the operation in the Bay of Salerno is going according to plan. There is some opposition, but our men have landed and beachheads have been established. Our air cover is keeping the Luftwaffe away. In fact, it may be said that the landings are being accomplished with a minimum of difficulty.
So it's all a picnic, huh? Baloney.
Yes, you know the story now. But maybe you don't quite realize how little like a picnic it all was. Sicily, taking just that one ridge of San Rosso. The landing at bloody Salerno. The bitter fight for yards of ground a day, with every inch claiming tolls of American lives. The lives of American kids. The finest soldiers I've ever seen. Well, If you'll pardon one reporter for saying it, it's high time you began to do a little realizing. And here's the reason I say that. As I write this, I've been home about a month. Home from my 4th journey to the wars. I'm resting and sipping beautiful drinks and dancing and asking the piano player to play our favorite tune. But I'm completely bewildered. I read columns of criticism of our war effort. It's been disheartening because when you first come home, you're so filled with pride at the great job America has done and is doing that you feel like waving a flag. You get so impatient with the snide, petty criticism leveled at our leaders that you dive into the sport pages for relief. You've returned with the idea that we're at war with Germany and Japan. But after reading and listening to the talk, you might be pardoned for thinking we're at war with Great Britain or Russia, or maybe the President of the United States. I know of no one in America, except the parents and wives and children of the dead, who has as yet been called upon to make any real sacrifice. The war hasn't touched most of us yet, not as it has the people of Russia and Britain. Another thing, it's a shock to anyone returning from the front to hear people speak of the German army with contempt. Our people, for some strange reason, fear and hate the Japs, but dismiss the Germans casually. It's merely a matter of mopping up now, they tell you. Well, our combat generals think the German army is still tough. They don't think we can lose this war, but they don't yet know exactly how we'll win it. Neither do I. Once we really take Italy and have bases in northern Italy, the real job of invading Germany will come. The fighting of the past months has been the prelude. Now, with our armies poised for the invasion on the west, the real show is about to start. The actors have learned their lines. The dress rehearsal has been held. The orchestra of war has played the overture. The play is about to begin. The curtain rises.
You've just heard another program in the series Words at War. Tonight, portions of Quentin Reynolds' current bestseller, The Curtain Rises. The radio adaptation was by Gerald Holland. Quentin Reynolds was played by Roland Winters. And the cast included Abby Lewis, Floyd Buckley, James Bowles, Rolf Sedan, Joseph Boland, Stotts Cotsworth, Norman Lloyd, and Arthur Elmer. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Be sure to listen next week when Words at War presents an adaptation of another great war book. Words at War is brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent stations affiliated with the NBC network, and is presented in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime. Jack Costello speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I know about Navy gunners. And I'm speaking for the 10 of us who started our armed guard training at the time Bataan was being blown.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents another program of Words at War, which brings to radio important war books. Tonight we present a radio play based on the recent book by Lloyd Wendt, Gunners Get Glory.
I'm Lieutenant Bob Berry. I know about Navy gunners, and I'm speaking for the 10 of us who started our armed guard training at the time Bataan was being blown to bits. We knew we were going to be rushed through our training, because the Navy needed us, and needed us bad.
All right, men.
I'll show you a few things you've got to know.
There was no time for formal education in our streamlined armed guard school. There was no time for theory. They just pointed and said,
This is a 4-inch gun, and this is a 3-inch gun. If you don't believe it, get a ruler and measure them.
They made no bones about our purpose on a merchant ship. We got our instructions straight.
You aren't supposed to attack. Only defend. That's the hard part of the job. If you hear a sub or a raider, you're supposed to run away and fight only if necessary.
And of course, last but not least, they taught us how to tell time.
There's Greenwich time, civil time, zone time, local time, chronometer time, watch time.
You know what? They got me bowled up to the point where I can't even tell what day it is. Hey, what day is today anyway?
The men were up to their ears in sea talk. The only cry that interrupted work was,
When are we gonna get out of here and on a ship?
Well, it wasn't long, actually. Soon we got aboard a ship. We got back to port again, and in 3 weeks' time, our orders came through just like that. I saw my wife, Ann. Guess I didn't tell you I was married. We went out that last night I was in port. We went to a little restaurant where there's a guy at the piano who'll play anything you ask for. Ann asked me to play Blue Heaven on account of, well, we sort of felt it was our song. What with the baby coming and all.
Bob.
Yeah?
Well...
What is it?
Nothing.
More coffee?
No. Bob, you'll be all right. I mean...
Hey, wait a minute. You got this all mixed up. I'm supposed to say that to you. You might have the baby while I'm gone.
Don't you worry about the baby. You worry about you. Gosh, I love you.
Gosh, I love you.
Hey, listen. He's playing our song and we haven't even heard it.
I heard it.
So did I.
Center on course 163. To the right, mate.
163. Right.
We put the last of our cargo aboard, and there was no doubt about it.
Steady on course.
We were off to the
sir.
wars. We were part of a convoy. An amazing long line of ships. I set up a permanent watch bill and a schedule of gun drills that would have knocked us out back at school. But, mister, when you're out on that ocean, and all you see is black night and black water, and you're looking for something that looks like a gas pipe jutting up out of nowhere, you're not kidding. Nervous? You bet you are. And you get picky. Anything will set you off. We were only out 3 nights, and on that 3rd night we were pelted but good by a rainstorm. You couldn't see 2 feet ahead of you. I was feeling rotten, wondering why in the name of John Paul Jones I'd picked the Navy. I went up to the aftergun. I was just checking, you understand? And I couldn't see Goddard. He was on watch, but where the devil was he? Then it occurred to me that maybe he was swept overboard by a wave.
Goddard! 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 Man overboard! Man overboard! You call me, Mr. Barry?
I thought you were on watch.
I am, sir.
Where were you?
Oh, right here, sir. I just wrapped the tarpaulin of the gun around me to sort of keep dry, sir.
Keep dry? You realize you're obstructing your vision?
Oh, but, sir,
As for keeping dry, you're properly and warmly clothed, and you'll carry out your duties without the help of the tarpaulin, you understand?
Yes, sir. But I think if any submarine comes out on a night like this, they deserve to have a shot at us. Don't you, sir?
You can think that over tomorrow while you're doing extra duty swabbing the decks.
Yes, sir.
He'd given me such a scare, I wanted to boot him in the pants. Now that I think of it, I guess he might have preferred the boot to swabbing the decks. There was fun aboard ship, though, too. We had a great bunch of guys. And in spite of watches and drills and cleaning and painting guns, there was time for a bull session every now and then. Naturally, the main topic of discussion was women.
Women? Nah, what good are they?
No, I mean it.
Don't act like that.
That was the motto of the fair-haired boy of the outfit. He had no use for females. That is, all females except one.
No, I mean it. You can take all the women in the world and drown them, as far as I'm concerned. That is, all except Albertina here. Albertina sticks by me. She's with me all the time.
She sure is. One of these days, I'm going to toss her to the fish.
Yeah, you do, and you'll answer to me, see? Come here, Albertina. Come on. Atta girl.
Oh, she's only a cat. I'll take a real live doll anytime.
Okay, so maybe she's only a cat. But you can trust a cat. Can you trust a woman?
Who said anything about trusting a woman? I just like them, that's all.
Yeah.
Why, the last time I was in Philly, I met the cutest babe. 5'2", see? Blonde, blue eyes.
So what, got it? Blonde or not, all dames are alike. All they want is a meal ticket.
That's all that cat is looking for, ain't it?
Oh, Albertina? Well, sure, but she don't bother me while she's looking for it, see? That's the difference, Frank.
Difference?
Yeah.
What difference is it between a cat and a woman? They purr if you treat them nice, and they scratch if you make them mad. You're a sap.
You're a sap. You're arguing on my side now.
Oh, I ain't arguing on anybody's side.
You're all saps. You guys in the Navy are the world's prize saps. That was Ellison, one of the crew. He was one of the few merchant seamen on board who just didn't take a fancy to having Navy guys on deck. Even the guys he worked with didn't like him. But he picked the wrong guy when he picked a motto to needle.
Are you talking to me, brother?
Sure. You already admitted it. You don't like women because you don't never go out with them. Not when you're in the Navy. You ride around in some scar, you get into port with no dough, and the girls don't give you no play.
So what?
So what do you Navy gunners get out of it, anyway?
Gunners get glory.
Glory? It's a hot one. What kind of a bonus is that? A little pink and blue ribbon, huh?
Hold it.
You wear it across your chest. That and a nickel will get you a cup of coffee.
Hold it. For your information, I'm in this because I want to be, see? I like being in the Navy, and I'm proud of it. If you so much as crack your face around me again with that kind of talk, I'm going to bust it wide open. See?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, have it your way. Gunners get glory.
Well, here's where we go it alone, Mr. Berry.
Alone, Captain?
About as alone as you can be with Nazi subs all over the place looking for you. Mate, course 250 to the left.
250 to the left, sir. Yes, the convoy broke up. We were in a danger zone. Scared? Sure we were scared.
On course. Steady, sir.
It's like sitting on a firecracker that you know is going to go off, but you just don't know when. We didn't have much opportunity to go below for chow. But Sam, he was an ebony-skinned colored boy who worked in the steward's department. Sam had come galloping up to the guns, bringing us chow and comfort. Yeah, you heard correctly. Chow and comfort.
You boys will get 'em. Yes, sir. They don't stand no chance at all with you boys on them guns. Yeah, I wouldn't give nothing for no submarine's chance. No, sir.
And when a guy got homesick or fed up, Sam used another approach.
What is the matter with you, man? Ain't you sailing around on one of the best ships on this ocean? Nothing happened yet, is there? You got no call to be worrying. Yeah, you needs a little food in your stomach. That's all the matter with you.
And that's about how it was. Until that firecracker went off. It was about 7 o'clock that night. I was with the captain topside. I left him and I went below to check on the blackout lights. I walked along the companionway 2 decks below the bridge. Frank, all the lights out?
Yes, sir. Gee, Mr. Berry, I don't like it. I got a feeling that something's going to happen. Well, it's too quiet down here. I wish I were on deck, sir. Suppose something happened. Suppose we got trapped down here.
Hey, slow down, Frank. You've been seeing too many movies.
Not lately, sir. I mean, we've been hit. We've been hit. Mr. Berry, where are you? Are you all right?
I'm knocked down.
Yeah. This is it, Mr. Berry.
All right, let's get on deck.
This one's like in. Yeah, the water's coming through that passage.
Come on, get up the ladder.
Yes, sir. You think we're sinking?
Get up that ladder.
Yes, sir. What do I do, Mr. Berry? What do I do?
Get into your life jacket.
I don't know what to do.
Get into your life jacket. You hear me? Frank, come out of it. Come out of it.
Get to the lifeboats, man. To the lifeboats.
Don't bother me. Go to the first station you can find. Get to the lifeboats.
You all right, got it?
Yes, sir.
Motto?
Yeah, sir. A little wet, that's all.
Ellison? Smith? Who else is in this lifeboat?
Sam?
Wolfson? Robinson.
Ward.
We'd picked up 3 men out of the sea. No mean achievement in the darkness. I'd been swimming through oil and muck for 2 hours before I got picked up. In the morning, we all sort of lay there thinking our own thoughts. Funny thing. My Blue Heaven kept going over and over in my mind. Just the tune over and over. I knew the words, but they wouldn't come. Just the tune, like I said.
I wonder if Hennessy made it.
I saw Hennessy at his station. I guess he made it.
Did the captain make it?
No.
I was on the boat deck. I was on the boat deck when she hit.
I was scared.
So was I.
If they'd have showed up, you boys would have shot him. You'd have fixed him. You most certainly would have fixed him.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. Only they didn't show up. What kind of rations have we got, men?
Some chocolate.
A little bit of water.
Got some cigarettes, too.
Well, we'll have to divide them up and see what we can do. Divide them up and make them last. Amato.
Yes, sir?
That wouldn't be Albertina putting in her 2 cents worth, would it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. Ain't we got enough trouble without a cat, too?
Now, you keep out of this, Frank. Mr. Berry, I'll take care of her, sir.
All right, Amato.
We had to hold up this boat so he could go back and get that animal.
She ain't bothering you, is she?
Well, you've been giving her water, ain't you?
Yeah. My water.
And the chocolate, too?
My chocolate.
Well, how long you think that stuff we got is going to last? You realize we might be days? Even weeks and months without food.
Yeah. Nothing to eat. All on account of your old Albertina here. Just on account of... Albertina? Hey, Goddard. You ever tasted cat meat?
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't.
Stop riding Amato, man. Don't worry. I don't think we'll have to eat Albertina. Ward, you see anything at all?
No, sir, Mr. Berry. I don't see nothing yet.
Well, we'll keep on rowing. We can't be too far off the patrolled routes. We should be found sooner or later.
I hope it's soon.
Here, Frank. Let me take over on that oar for a while.
Yes, sir.
You're getting a bad burn, Frank.
The sun's pretty hot, sir. Oh, but this ain't so bad. You should have seen me 2 years ago. I spent the day at Coney Island. When I came off the beach...
Barry, I think...
What is it, Ward?
I ain't sure, but I think... Plane, sir. Plane.
Where?
Port side, sir. Looks like a speck in the sun, but I'd swear it's a plane.
Where? I don't see it.
You see it?
I don't see it, Ward. Where are you looking?
Sorry, sir. I guess I've been looking so long, seeing things.
Better let Frank take over.
Please, sir, let me do the lookout a little while longer.
All right, Ward.
Hey, this quiet's driving me nuts. Why don't we sing or something?
Who could sing?
Well, who cares whether we can sing or not? Let's just sing.
What do you want to sing?
I don't know.
Well, how about singing... She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
When she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain.
Wait a minute. Shut up, listen.
Hold it.
What? I don't hear nothing.
Well, I do. It is a plane. It's a patrol plane.
Hey, what?
Hey, don't stand up, man. You'll capsize us.
Hey, look.
What do you want to do, drown us after all this?
Yeah, that's not all. You stepped on Albertina.
Look, there's the ship.
Yeah. The plane must have given our bearings to it.
I knowed we'd be saved. The Lord's taking care of us, that's what.
Oh, damn, I think you're right.
The ship that picked us up was a little merchantman. We were taken aboard, and that's all we were asking for. Lieutenant J.G. Berry, sir. The merchant ship Scotty.
I'm Captain Hall. As soon as your men are able, you'd better drill them and assign life stations. We've had 3 sub-warnings in the last 2 days.
Yes, sir.
We're pretty handicapped. Trouble with the engines. Only 3/4 speed.
Oh, but that means that we're...
Wide open for attack?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, you're correct.
Mr. Barry.
Yeah?
Look over there on the horizon. the other stern.
Where, Governor?
Just a sliver of light, sir. What is it?
I don't see it. Oh.
Is it a ship, sir? One of ours? What does it mean?
I hope it doesn't mean what I...
What's been hit? That means there's subs right around us. Oh, we're bound to get it now. How can they miss us?
Just hold tight, Goddard. Hold tight. And hold tight is what we did for the longest hour I've ever been through. We got so we were wishing a torpedo would hit us. The commander of that sub could pick us off any time he wanted to. He knew it, we knew it. He was just making us sweat it out, I guess. Then at 2100 hours, it came. Instead of being scared, we were mad. That is, the boys from my gang were. The general opinion was, oh, brother. Now we got to do it all over again.
Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Abandon ship.
In the short space of 12 hours, we were right back where we started. First, an hour or two floundering in the sea, hanging on to anything you could grab. Then into the lifeboats again. We were wet, sick, and disgusted at being sunk for the second time, without having a chance to get the sub. None of us had much to say. We didn't kid around and try to laugh it off. Maybe on account of the motto. We didn't know, you see. That is until Frank brought it up.
Hey. Where's the cat?
Yeah. Where is little Albertina?
I couldn't find her. I looked, but I couldn't find her. Well, she never run away before. She always stuck close by. I looked, I couldn't find her.
About 12 noon the next day, we sighted smoke to the southwest. Either we were all too tired to stand up and cheer, or maybe we shared Frank's opinion.
If that's another merchant ship, I'll be hanged before I get aboard. I'd rather take my chances in a lifeboat. Even in this one.
You're not kidding.
But this time it was a small Navy patrol craft which came over quickly to pick us up. Just after we got aboard, I turned to Goddard and said, you all right, Goddard? You okay?
Okay, Mr. Barry. But if we get sunk just once more, I'm gonna get mad.
What are you thinking about, honey?
You.
What about me?
About how glad I am that you're home.
Yep, that's right. The same restaurant I was telling you about before. Ann and I just had to go back, if only for a few minutes. I don't know, it was sort of like a ceremony. And besides, all the time at sea, I kept hearing that guy playing that song. And I wanted to hear it again. We were so happy to be together, we didn't know what to talk about. No kidding. I told Ann what happened at sea, but after I told her, I didn't feel like talking about it much anymore. I guess we talked most about the baby. The baby who was due to arrive in less than a month now. That is, we talked about the baby till Dud Schlosser, an old Navy pal of mine, saw us and came over to the table. Hey, I thought it was you, Barry. Hello, Ann. How's things with you? Couldn't be better. What are you doing around these parts?
Well, I got a hard-earned leave coming to me. And the Averils... Hey, I've got an idea. You remember the Averils, don't you?
Helen and Bill, sure. What about...
Well, they're having a few of the old gang up for the weekend.
No, are they?
Sure. Why don't you two come along?
Well, I don't know, Doug. You see,
listen, you just got back from sea, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, you deserve to have a good time. Come on, they're going to have a swimming party.
Oh, no. No.
Well, what's the matter with you two anyway? What's wrong with going on a swimming party?
You better get out of here, Dud, while you're still in one piece.
Oh, wait a minute. Almost forgot. Just in case you're interested, the baby was a boy.
You've just heard a radio play based on the recently published book, Gunners Get Glory. Lieutenant Bob Berry's story of the Navy's armed guard as told to Lloyd Went and adapted for radio by Ruth Brooks of the NBC script staff. The part of Lieutenant Berry was played by Richard Widmark and his wife Ann by Timmy Hyler. Other members of the cast were Stacey Harris, Lawson Zerby, Bill Quinn, Larry Haynes, Julian Noah, Arthur Cole, Owen Jordan, Jim Bowles, and Juano Hernandez. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. What does RADIO spell besides radio? R for relaxation, A for amusement, D for drama, I for information, O for opportunity. Because American radio is a free enterprise built by free people, all radio listeners have the opportunity to enjoy a variety of programs each day. What is better than listening to good music when you're tired, laughing at your favorite comedian, hearing the stories of a great drama? Listeners can learn much from radio, too. There's no better source of accurate, instant information today than radio. NBC and the independent stations associated with the network are radio. Radio which spells different things to different listeners. But one thing above all to everyone, the best programs on the air. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Words at War presents Lifeline, a story of the United States Merchant Marine.
Yeah. Now pull up a chair, folks. I'll try to tell you a few of the facts of the story. That's necessary, you know, on account of there's not so many of you people ashore who know them. So, first, I'd like to explain a couple things about where the lifeline stretches, what's carried over it, what the ships are like, how they sail in convoy.
Forget it, Al. They won't listen.
What do you mean they won't listen?
They ain't interested. It's been tried before. They don't give a darn.
Oh, no? Well, get this straight, pal. This time they will listen. This time they're going to hear the truth, whether they like it or not. Me, I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell them what happens to crews on the Murmansk run. What happens on the way to Malta and Liverpool and Bandar Shapur. I'm going to tell them. And they don't dare shut me up. No, maybe they won't like to hear this story. Because parts of it aren't very pretty. They aren't pretty at all. But I'm going to tell it, mates. I'm going to tell it anyway.
Words at War. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council of Books in Wartime, presents another in its series of adaptations of the outstanding books of this war. Tonight, Lifeline by Robert Carse. as interpreted for radio by Charles Newton.
My name is Al Cook, and I'm an able seaman, U.S. Maritime Service. So let's get on with this story about my shipmates. Now, I don't want to use no high-sounding words about their being brave and stalwart soldiers of the sea. But I'd like to put it to you straight on what they do and what they get for it. I think I'll start off by making you acquainted with an old friend of mine. You know him, and you know most of us. He was a little squirt, Louis, with a mug like a head of cauliflower you've been keeping in your coal bin. Seaman for 20 years. When jobs was slack, he'd starved and froze and was forgotten on the beach. But starting a couple of years before Pearl Harbor, there began to be plenty of jobs. That is, if you didn't mind getting bombed and shelled and torpedoed. So Louis signed on board an ammunition ship bound for Liverpool. And that was the start of things. Well, time passes. And after 3 years on Submarine Alley, Louis is quite a changed man. You can see for yourself. That's him now, walking from the Embarcadero towards the dock gate. It's a dark night. There's a little fog in the bay, and Louis stumbles every once in a while. But not because it's dark, and he's had a drop to drink. Take it easy, Louis. You gotta pass these guards at the gate.
Hey, take it easy, pal. Let's see you pass. Okay. Hey, don't try and climb none of them fog banks up there.
Hey, who's the gas hound, Mac?
Him? That's Screwy Louie. Oh, strictly a character.
Sure, Screwy Louie. Strictly a character. You got a funny moniker, you make guys laugh. But to yourself, you're not so funny. You're scared, and plenty. You've been dumped twice out there, and tonight you're going out again. Maybe this time you won't come back to give a laugh to guys on the dock. And before you got dumped, you were just Louie, and your hands didn't twitch and get wet inside. The screwy part of the name got tacked on afterwards, and you had to either laugh or go nuts. Keep on laughing, Louie.
Who's that? Who's coming aboard?
Me, Boston.
You're sober, Screwy?
Sober enough.
And you take her out. We let these kids aboard mule haul the line.
Start moving, Louie. Up topside to the wheelhouse. They trust you. They know you're a good worker. Even if your finger joints are stiff and awkward and you can't splice wire the way you used to. Now, take it easy, Louie. Don't start remembering how they got that way. All right, mate. Go ahead. Think about it. 6 hours out of Liverpool in the Irish Sea. And bango, there she goes. You were lucky, Louis. Those women and kids bound for Canada didn't have a chance. 10 hours on the raft and you were about through. With the ice on you like a suit of armor and your hands cracked wide and bleeding and the blood freezing as it flowed. You saw guys too weak to climb from the water to the raft, hang there for hours. And you pulled at them, but you were weak too. And after a while they slipped down and away. Oh. Easy, Louie. Keep a hold on yourself. You don't want the old man to hear you. Or he'll chalk you up to gangplank jitters and throw you on the beach. Steady now. Here he is.
All right, Louie. Take the wheel.
Yes, sir.
Slow astern, mate.
Slow astern.
And so you're off again, Louie, standing out to sea. Then the old man leaves and you're alone. Why'd you do it? Nobody made you sign on again. The doctor said he'd square you with a draft board if you wanted to take that job in the shipyard ashore. Yeah, I know you're a sailor. Seafaring's your trade. But pull yourself together, man. Don't just let this thinking stuff get you. Some night you'll walk bloody well over the side. Count all the pretty girls you know. Keep your mind busy with that. No, Louie, don't count them. Don't go remembering that afternoon in the Bay of Bengal and count the shipmates you lost. Don't do it, Louie. Don't. All right, mate. Live it through again. There was no chance for the cargo ships that day. They were too slow. None of our guns could touch those two Jap cruisers.
The Japs stood off and poured it in, salvo after salvo. You could see their guns firing broadside, pricks of orange flame in the sunshine. Then the shells, bigger, whirling, whining, screaming, striking. You got to a boat and lowered it away as the ship began to go. The Jap shells kept coming over. The sharks were getting their share of the men, too. The ones there was just no room for in your boat.
1, 2. Give way together. 1, 2.
And you tried to get the men to row with a regular stroke and give way together. They looked at you with eyes that had no sense left in them. Only a blaze of horror and rage. The second assistant was cursing. It was the same thing over and over again.
Help! 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 Louie, get hold of yourself. Get hold of yourself.
You got the horrors bad, hey, man?
Real bad. I gotta tell you, George. You're my watch partner. You're my friend. You'll understand.
Yeah, I know how you feel. We're off watch in a couple of minutes, Louis. We'll go down and have a shot of coffee and play a little rummy. I can't sleep right now no more than you can.
Makes you feel better, Louis, to have George around. He's your watch partner, your friend. And after a little, you get relieved, and the both of you go below to the mess room.
Mates, I just cooked up a batch of fresh biscuits. What do you say about some of that, huh?
Cookie, you're wonderful. Give, and plenty.
And while George goes to the galley, you start dealing out the cards, Louis. Suddenly, everything seems warm and safe, friendly, fine. And your eyes begin to close.
Here you are, Louis. Save your biscuits for the other guys, Cookie.
Well, how about Louis?
He's asleep in there.
Oh, that Louis. He sure is a good man.
Yeah. Yeah, you bet he is.
All right, folks, in a few minutes I'll tell you how Screwy Louie ended that particular voyage. Of course, it's tempting to go on with the story, but there's a few things I got to say about all merchant seamen instead of just one. Now, all in all, there's about 100,000 of us. Now, that's not so many when you think of all the millions in the Army and Navy. But those millions would never get the chance to fight worth a hoot and a gale without us few in the lifeline. It takes at least 10 tons of equipment to send each soldier overseas, and another 1.5 tons a month to keep them there. So you can reckon we got a lot to carry these days. And if we weren't getting this stuff across okay, there wouldn't be any invading Pacific Islands or Europe or any place at all. Okay, then. So what are we like? This fistful of guys with a king-size job? Well, it's hard to know how to begin.
Stow your gab, Al. They think we're a bunch of bums, and that's what they'll go on thinking.
Yeah, a lot of us sound pretty tough and independent. But that's mostly because we're not very sure of ourselves. After being pushed around when we come ashore, having the girls cross to the other side of the street because we're not in uniform, and getting the fishy eye if we show up at a service club, well, you begin to feel sort of bitter about what you thought were your own people.
Can it, Al? When did you get to be such a character?
Now, there's an idea. I could start off by telling you a little about the language we use. Now, you take that word character, for instance.
A character's a guy what you can't quite make out. Like when he starts making a play for credit, see?
It's a sea language, all its own. Of course, some of it's the same as they use in the Navy. For instance, you call a guy what his job is.
Like I'm the carpenter, so they call me Chips.
Like I'm the radio operator, so I got Sparks for a moniker.
Call me Flex, because I'm signalman.
And me Cookie, because I'm cook.
Any other unknown man gets a special tag. He's a jabroni.
You're a garoony, Al. You take me now. I'm a gazoony.
And then these youngsters coming out of the training schools. Speak up, kiddo. What's the name?
I'm a gonzo, sir.
Now, if a man loses his sense of self-respect and common decency, and in any way at all mooches on a shipmate's rights, that guy we call a performer. And if a lad what's gone ashore takes a drop too much, why, we say he's...
Gassed up. Me, I'm a gas hound, and I'm all gassed up.
Then, of course, we got our words for trouble. Like a tin fish, which is a torpedo. And when a tin fish smacks us, why, we get dumped. There's a lot of other words we use, too.
You're getting off the track again, Al. Are you making a dictionary? We never talk so well, Al. Tell them what we think.
Yeah, maybe that's right. What we think. I wonder if I can ever make you shore people understand. We think about the sea. It's never out of our minds. The sea is our life. There are times, many, many times, when we love the sea. It may be when the sun's on it, in the blue waters of the South Pacific, and the tremendous slow rollers go heaving under the keel, and the breeze has a soft, small sound and touches your skin light and gentle, like a girl's fingers. Or it may be at dawn, when out of the purple darkness the sun heaves up all golden light, and the dew is suddenly gone from the deck plates, and on each wave crest there's a little flicker of flame.
Tell him about the other times, Al.
Yeah, the other times. The times when we hate the sea. Like you can't hate nothing else that ever is, or was, or will be. When we've been dumped and spent days and weeks and months in the lifeboats under a southern sun. When we've seen our own bodies parch and shrivel and shrink and grow boils and sores.
Just a little water, mate. Please, mate.
And we'd have to just lie there and watch the weaker ones go mad, babble of home, of food, of women, of water. And the sharks had bumped to both sides with a gentle, horrible thud. And we hate the sea when we remember the northern winds, the lock of snow, then ice forming on our bodies. For hours at a time, we've kicked and beaten each other to keep the circulation going. North to North Cape on the Russian run, we've seen men become blue chunks of ice after a few minutes in the water. When we'd try and haul them up over the ship sides while the Nazi planes kept coming in, their hands and feet would be lopped off, just like branches of a rotten tree. I remember it was a little after our second Murmansk run when my friend Willie read me the article. We'd come ashore in an East Coast port where the only accommodation merchant seamen could get was in some dark, filthy little rooming house at $8 a day. We were sitting there, Willie and me, one afternoon when...
Hey, listen to this, Al. Here's a story in a paper about it.
Yeah? What do you know? Read it, Willie. Go ahead, read it.
Well, it says, here. While millions of loyal, self-sacrificing Americans are today serving for a pittance. A pittance? Hey, what's that mean, Al?
It means a little bit. Keep going, Willie.
Yeah. While millions of loyal, self-sacrificing Americans are today serving for a pittance in the armed forces, we are confronted with the shocking spectacle of 100,000 merchant seamen making money hand over fist.
Cut the comedy, Willie.
Well, honest, Al, that's what it says. Now, will you listen? Here's what comes next. Not only has the merchant marine become a place to get rich quick, but it also provides a safe haven for thousands of draft dodgers. Men unwilling to face the enemy themselves ride the seas with comparative safety under the watchful guns of the Navy. Nor is that all. There have been times during actual military landing operations when merchant crews refused to work cargo after regular hours because of union regulations.
Cut that stuff, Willie. I don't want to hear any more of that bilge.
Hey, I wonder where they get them ideas.
Hey, I just don't get it. Why do they print such lies? Why did the guy write it? What good does writing lies about us poor gazoonies do him?
Gee, I don't know, Al. Forget it, mate. Nothing we can do about it.
Willie said there's nothing we could do about stories like that. Well, I think there is. I think we can bust them wide open. And that's what I'm aiming to do. Joe.
I'm aboard, Al.
Listen, people. Joe here is an ordinary seaman with a wife and 2 kids. Sam?
I'm pulling with you, Al.
And Sam's a friend of the both of us. An old shipmate, as a matter of fact. But he wanted to do some shooting himself instead of just getting shot at, so he joined the Navy. He's a seaman first class, and he's got a wife and a couple of kids ashore, too. Ordinary seaman merchant service and seaman first class U.S. Navy. Well, they're about the same height, Al. Now, Sam, what's your average yearly pay in the U.S. Navy, including your family allotment?
$1,886.40.
And yours in the merchant marine, Joe?
$1,975. That includes my wages, voyage bonuses, and overtime. Of course, I don't get no family allotment.
All right. So Joe, the merchant seaman, averages $90 a year, higher pay than Sam, the seaman of the Navy first class. Now, Sam, what do you end up with after federal income and victory taxes?
Well, same thing. I don't have to pay Uncle Sam no income or victory tax.
What about you, Joe?
Well, this year they nicked me for 75 clams and 30 cents.
So, Sam, the seaman first class?
I still got my 1886-40.
And Joe, the ordinary merchant seaman?
I got 1897-75.
In other words, over the period of a year, after federal income and victory taxes, the ordinary merchant seaman makes $11.30 more than the Navy seaman first class. Okay, he still comes out ahead. But he's got to pay for his own clothing and for medical attention and hospitalization for his wife and kids. Sam here gets those things paid by the Navy. That's right, isn't it, Sam?
Sure thing, Al. And I also got this uniform. That gives me a lot of other privileges you guys don't have. I don't get it, Al. You'd think everybody'd know all this.
They don't, Sam. But now that you folks listening have heard it, remember, please, we're not getting rich in the merchant service. If we're lucky, we're just getting by. Now, there's another thing that newspaper fella talked about. He made some dirty cracks that being in the merchant service meant a guy didn't have guts. Well, I've already told you something about Screwy Louie and what happens to a guy when he gets torpedoed. You figure a guy's going to face the chance of that happening to him if he's lily-livered? Haven for draft dodgers, says the writer fella. Listen here. So far in this war, the merchant marine service has lost a higher percentage of men than all the armed services together. Now, what kind of a haven you think that looks like to a gentleman who's trying to keep a whole skin? No guts needed for the merchant service, huh?
Never mind the generalities, Al. They don't mean much to people. Give them something they can get their teeth into, Al. Tell them about Charlie Richardson.
Yeah, Charlie Richardson. They gave him the Distinguished Service Medal on account of what he did one day. 3 of the shipmates got decorated, too. But they had to give the medal for one of them to the widow. Charlie Richardson was an able-bodied sailor on a tanker southbound off the Atlantic coast in the first year of war. The attack came in pitch darkness when the U-boat surfaced and began firing at him out of the night. Fires broke out above and below decks, but the ship kept on trying to run, and the Navy gun crew was still firing back. Well, it wasn't Charlie Richardson's job, but he was back there serving with that gun crew. He got a shell fragment wound in the back, but that didn't stop him either. Finally, the ship is flames all over, and the Nazi suddenly stops his fire. When the order comes to abandon ship, Charlie Richardson starts trying to help a couple of his wounded Navy pals.
All right, come on. Come on, you guys. I'll help you to the rail.
No use, Charlie. Too weak to swim.
Never mind that. I can tow you. Beat it, pal. You wounded yourself. Listen, sailors, I got no time to argue with you. That sub will put a 10 fish into us any minute. All right, come on now. Up you go. That's a ticket. Easy now.
So Charlie Richardson lugs both of these guys to the ship side and pitches them into the sea. They float okay because they got life jackets. But neither of them got strength enough to swim away from the ship so they won't get sucked down when she goes under. So Charlie jumps in after him to give these guys a hand.
Grab hold of my neck now. Yeah. Now, hang on. Hang on.
He pulls one man on his back and he tells the other to hang on to his neck. And then he starts swimming, carrying the weight of both of them away from the ship. Just to help things, the sub lets go with a torpedo. Nearly blows them all out of the water. But Charlie keeps right on swimming with his passenger.
Keep with me, guys. Hang on. Hang on.
And then, attracted by the trail of blood, the sharks come in. Charlie Richardson gets out his sailor's knife and begins to fight.
Get away.
He keeps stabbing away at the long gray bodies. He can't even see. He feels their teeth tearing the flesh from his hands. Till finally, in spite of all he can do...
It's no use, Charlie. You can't hold on any longer. Thanks for trying. Thanks.
Yeah. The guy on his back slips off. Way down. Charlie's still got one passenger, and he sets his teeth and swears he's not going to lose him. Maybe this will mean the end of him, but he keeps on trying. Swimming and fighting until, finally, out of nowhere...
Give him a hand, men. Pull him into the boat.
Yeah, Mr. Newspaper Man. That's a true story. And if you want to check on it, just look up the presidential citation. You won't have no trouble finding it. Take a look-see before you write that next article saying merchant seamen haven't got guts. Now, there's just one thing more, folks. It's about the story of the merchant seaman at Guadalcanal who refused to work cargo after regular hours on account of union regulations. Well, let me say that the fellows who tell that story have been proven liars by the United States Admiral in command of the Guadalcanal area and by the United States Marine Corps officer commanding Guadalcanal itself at that time. Well, now I'd like to tell a story of my own, based on some true facts about merchant seamen at Guadalcanal. Yeah, about Screwy Louie. I promised I'd tell you how he ended that voyage you met him on. And this is the way it happened. There it is, a green hunk of mountain resting in the blue sea. A week ago, the Marines made a landing, and now the guys in these transports are going to help them strengthen their position. And the guys in these cargo ships have brought the supplies they need. From on deck now, you can hear a little distant gunfire.
The Japs are over there, Louie.
Yeah. I'm hoping we get a chance to go ashore. The mate put it to the bosun that he needs 3 volunteers. Guys to go as coxswains on the landing barges from the transports.
Meaning you, me, and Al. We're the only fellas aboard fit to go as coxswains in those barges. That Japs are liable to shoot the devil out of us.
We don't have to volunteer.
Right. Me, though, I'm going. No sense coming this far without going to the end of the line.
How about you, Al?
I'll go.
And there's 3 of us. Louie, you sure rate that screwy part of your name.
Below us, we see the barges we're supposed to handle. We go over the side together, down into the barges, into the motor controls and wheels at the stern. Each of us got a barge of his own. We sweep around clear of the ship and taxi over to a transport. Louie's first load of Marines are all young. Some are serious and quiet. Some are talking only because they're so nervous. They crouch low beneath the steel sides of the barge as Screwy Louie gets his shove-off order from the transport's deck. He trembles. He trembles bad until his barge is caught and rushed forward by the leading roller, traveling to shore. And he's got no time for anything but business. There are 3 rollers he sees. And the third has a high, spuming twist. He reckons it, has full speed for it, and the barge goes up again, steadily, and in and down, with a veering sweep in through calm water to the smooth sand beach. And the Marines are out across the bow gate, their captain ahead of them. They go up the beach on the double, but over by the palm trees where the Japs are supposed to be, there's no movement, no sound.
Next time, maybe. Maybe next time we'll have trouble. Gotta go back and get another load.
Louis makes fast a line they float into him, and a big tender standing out a ways hauls him and his barge through the surf out again to sea. Louis's laughing now. He's on top of the world. This is fun. This is getting back at those guys who've stolen his sleep and his peace. The next trip is the same. He's very confident as he starts the third one and sends the flat-bowed barge forward with a roller rush. But above the sound of the water comes another sound. Staccato, abrupt. Machine guns, Jap machine guns. Get down, Louis. Duck or they'll tear you apart.
I can't duck. But I go to the Marines will drown.
He hears the guns. By now he can even see the flicker of their muzzle flame among the jungle growth beyond the shore palms. Bullets lace the water with spurts and jets. They racket along the barge side, climb the steel, crack through the air around him. Louis knows that, Devin. He knows that sound. It's the one that means pain and death. He's afraid of it. So afraid that bitter gorge rises in his throat. For a second he's convulsed. When the bullets smack him, his chest, his right arm, and his thigh, the pain is only a little worse than the pain of his fear. The bullet shot knocks him around. His hand slackens from the wheel. His other hand drops from the motor speed control. Then he pulls himself up, takes the wheel and motor control in a tight grip. At the moment, everything seems very, very clear to him.
Screwy, pal. But you're not screwy enough to let this bunch of guys drown. If this bunch wins, the guys will come after you and have a chance. They won't have to go through this.
He runs the barge, glancing up onto the sand. Things are getting blurry now. He sees the Marines jump and run, guns raised in their hands. And then he sits, slides down to the bottom of the barge, and clamps his fingers over the wound in his leg, stop the blood from flowing. Me and George, we find him there that way. We lift him to the sand in the lee of his own barge.
Louie, how you doing, man?
And Screwy Louie, he looks up at us, and he just laughs. And the last thing he says is,
"Hey, I'm doing very fine."
Well, that's all I got to say. I tried to tell you a little bit about the Lifeline. About the men of the Lifeline. I hope it gives you something to think about. I guess that's all. Good night.
heard a program in the series Words at War. Tonight, an adaptation of Lifeline by Robert Koss, a story of the United States Merchant Marine, prepared for radio by Charles Newton. Al Cook was portrayed by Joseph Julian, and Screwy Louie by Larry Haines. Others in the cast were Arthur Elmer, Tom Hoyer, Arthur Cole, Joe Latham, Daniel Ocko, Carl Weber, and Maurice Ellis. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Words at War.
Suppose that in the middle of the night, while you were fast asleep, you were awakened by a pounding on your door.
What's that? What happened? Who is it? Mary!
There's someone at the door, John.
And you went downstairs hurriedly.
Drat that chair. Got no business of being here.
And opened the door. And found your neighbor there.
John, my house is on fire. I can't get hold of the fire department. They're somewhere at the other end of town. Can I borrow your hose? It's spreading, getting closer to your house. Hurry, John.
Would you tell him?
Sorry, Bill. That garden hose cost me $15. You'll have to pay me $15 for it, or you can't use it.
And let his house burn down, and maybe yours too? Or would you say...
Sure thing, Bill. Let's go. I'll help you.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you'd take the latter course? Pool your equipment and your strength because you knew that that was the only course of saving anything for both of you? Now multiply your neighbor by 100 neighbors. And that fire by 1,000 fires. A conflagration raging throughout the world. A conflagration that started with a small fire in 1931 that was far away and of no consequence to the rest of the world.
Manchuria invaded.
Broke out with new fury in 1937. Flared up in Europe with sudden bursts consuming one nation after another.
Ethiopia. Spain. Czechoslovakia.
And the blaze was raging unchecked, getting closer and closer.
Poland, Denmark, Holland, Norway, Belgium.
Would you then say...
Sorry, neighbors, but your fire's none of my business. When it reaches my house, then it'll be time to fight it. Meanwhile, if you want my garden hose, you'll have to pay for it. After all, you didn't pay me for the garden hose I gave you the last time you had a fire.
Or would you say...
Sure you can have my hose. Here, put out your fires. The faster you put it out, the more chance I have of saving my house.
The American people took the latter course, and they called it Lend-Lease.
Tonight, Words at War presents a thrilling and dramatic story, the story of Lend-Lease. Yesterday, President Roosevelt sent a message to Congress telling what Lend-Lease has accomplished to date, explaining its cost and showing how it is helping us win the war. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, brings you that same report, brings it to you in vital, dramatic terms. The story of Lend-Lease, Weapon for Victory, by Edward R. Stettinius, Jr. Later on in this program, Mr. Stettinius, who has just recently returned from a series of conferences in London, will speak to us from Washington.
Toward the end of May 1940, while the cherry blossoms were still in full bloom around the tidal basin in Washington, and the Capitol dome was incandescent with electric lights, time was running out. The Nazi octopus had spread his tentacles across the continent of Europe, crushing one nation after another, pushing westward and northward, devouring everything within its bloody path. And at Dunkirk, after 10 days of constant bombardment and desperate retreat, the last remaining front had crumbled.
You'll want them. Yes, we will. I'll get them right away. We didn't know when you'd start coming. All right, men. This is hope.
Yummy. I certainly never thought I'd see Dover again. Come on, lad. I'll help you. There you are. Home at last.
The first detachment of the survivors of Dunkirk came ashore at Dover on May 29th. They came ashore like sleepwalkers, exhausted and stunned. But they'd need more than sleep and food and healing of battle wounds before they could fight again. For left on the roads to Dunkirk and on the beaches were all their tanks, their trucks, their artillery, and most of their lighter equipment as well. In the House of Commons 1 week later, Winston Churchill flung down his challenge to the enemy.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island, or a large part of it...
And even as the Prime Minister spoke, stack after stack of guns for the defenders of Britain were being moved from America's arsenals to the railroad sidings at Raritan, New Jersey.
Come on, keep going! Okay, hold it!
Is this the army train with the stuff that's supposed to go to England?
Yeah. Are you going to unload it?
That's right. How many cars you got to unload?
600. How many men you got to do the unloading?
500.
Not enough. We need twice as many. This is important, pal. Important.
Okay, then we'll give you 1,000. 10,000 if you need them. Come on, you guys. Let's go.
600 freight cars to help stave off defeat. 600 freight cars containing 500,000 Enfield rifles, 975-millimeter guns, 80,000 machine guns, 130 million rounds of ammunition for the rifles, 1 million rounds for the 75s. And the price to England...
$37,619,556.60, paid in accordance with our cash and carry policy.
Before the end of that crucial year, the octopus had swallowed another nation. The ring of steel was drawn even tighter around the Nazi perimeter. And England placed orders for more ammunition with the arsenal of democracy.
An order for 6,000 airplane engines and a factory to build them. The price to England, $24,900,000, paid in accordance with our cash and carry policy.
An order for 2,000 tanks plus the facilities to build them. The price to England, $8 million, paid in accordance with our cash and carry policy.
An order for ships.
For planes.
For guns.
For food. For the children of Britain and for mothers. To sustain life.
And all this to fight a war. To defend an island against the enemy who sat on the shores of France across 18 miles of channel water. To resist the Nazi challenge and by resisting, keep the fires from spreading across the Atlantic to us. All paid for with cash on the line with American dollars in accordance with our cash and carry policy. But by the end of 1940, Britain had no more American dollars to spend, no more gold reserve to invest in ammunition and equipment, no more money to buy the weapons of war.
No money, no sale. Sorry.
Yes, we were sorry. This was the worst time in Britain's history. The lifeline from the United States was Britain's last hope. And we were sorry. And time was running out. And then in this darkest of hours, while the headlines were screaming disaster on every corner and fires burned nightly in the rubble-littered streets of London, we, the people of the United States, began to think.
If Britain should collapse, what next? Who follows on the list?
If Britain should collapse. If Britain should collapse because she had no dollars with which to stop the enemy. If we should be attacked because Britain had no dollars. A solution had to be found before it was too late. And soon it would be too late.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are speaking to you from the Capitol in Washington, D.C. In another minute, the President of the United States will address it.
On January 7th, 1941, in his annual message to Congress on the State of the Union, President Roosevelt proposed the solution. 3 days later, at noon, Senator Barkley introduced the bill in the Senate, and Representative McCormick introduced it in the House. The clerk in the House of Representatives stamped the bill, H.R. 1776. That bill was the Lend-Lease Act. And then the debate on the Lend-Lease bill began. In editorials, magazine articles, on the radio, on street corners, at conventions and union meetings, in churches and around stoves in country stores, the people spoke. They spoke pro.
We must increase our aid to Britain and the other nations battling the Axis.
And con.
What Britain does is her own affair. Even if the rest of the world falls to the Axis, we're safe here.
They spoke pro.
Lend-Lease is the only solution to our future. Our only hope as a free people lies in the defeat of the Axis.
And
Lend-Lease is like throwing good money after bad. The American people are about to commit suicide.
They spoke pro.
I say we ought to have Lend-Lease. I tell you, it's the only thing to do. It's protection, that's what it is. Protection!
And con.
And I say nuts.
Yes, pro and con, the debate raged. Businessmen were lined up on opposite sides. Labor organizations were sharply divided. College presidents differed. Members of Congress were flooded with postcards, letters, and resolutions. But the man on the street, the average American, had his mind pretty much made up. He knew where he stood, and he wasn't afraid to say it.
If it's going to stop Hitler from coming over here, I'm all for it.
Then the debate began in Congress. No holds were barred.
This bill means dictatorship.
And the debate was violent.
We're willfully involving the American people in war.
And the words were bitter.
We're giving away the defenses of the United States.
Charges and countercharges flew freely.
And I call this Lend-Lease bill a New Deal trap, a foreign policy to plow under every fourth American boy.
On Washington's Capitol Hill, a verbal war raged. And in the streets of London.
Mommy! Mommy! Wake up, Mommy!
shadow of the swastika, were tense and waiting.
We have given our ultimatum to Yugoslavia. Come to our side or suffer the fate of Poland.
We have given our ultimatum to Greece. Come to our side or suffer the fate of Norway.
The fate of Denmark. Belgium. Holland.
France.
The Nazi octopus stirred after winter's sleep, ready to strike again.
Achtung! The Führer has spoken. Before this year is over, all Europe shall be ours, and then we shall conquer the world.
And time was running out. And then the debate was over and the voting began.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And when the votes were counted, the ayes had won. On March 11th, 1941, H.R. 1776 had become a law.
The Lend-Lease Act, H.R. 1776. Further, to promote the defense of the United States and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in the Congress assembled that this act may be cited as an act to promote the defense of the United States.
We had truly become the arsenal of democracy. Our decision was slowly arrived at, but when the decision was made, it was proclaimed not with the voice of one man, but with the voice of 130 millions. A stream of Lend-Lease supplies began to flow from our production line to the fighting fronts of the world. A thin stream at first, almost a trickle. But then the flow began to accelerate from day to day, to spread in every direction, to every continent, to surge ahead until the stream became a river, the river a torrent. Convoys laden with Lend-Lease supplies, liberty ships carrying precious cargoes, crept out in the night and spanned the oceans. Lend-Lease for Britain, bringing life and hope, and the will to resist, and the means for resisting. Planes for defense and attack.
Langley to control tower. Captain Langley to control tower. Over.
This is control tower. Go ahead, Langley.
Coming into land. Got a brand new B-27 with me. With the compliments of the USA. Over.
Come in, Captain Langley. We've been expecting you. And welcome to England.
And tanks to stop Rommel's panzer divisions in Africa.
Men, that is an American tank. It's the first of its kind they are sending us under their Lend-Lease program. With the help of these tanks, we shall try to persuade Herr Rommel to cut his visit short in Egypt and perhaps Africa.
Mother, orange juice.
Yes, food. Food for the British people. Food for sustenance, for life.
Next, may I see your card, please?
Yes, sir. I have 2 children. A boy 2 years of age and my little girl will be 4 this month. We haven't had any milk for them for such a long time.
Well, you shall have it now. Here you are. 1 tin for each child.
Oh, thank you, sir. God bless America for this.
And Lend-Lease for China. Fighting desperately alone, almost forgotten. Meager supplies, not half enough, but supplies. Trucks and planes and guns flowing through China's tortuous lifeline, the Burma Road.
Hey, holy cats, take it easy, Chin. This is an American truck. It was made to take almost anything, but not the way you're driving it. Hey, slow down.
Got no time. Must get to Kunming. Japs attack, we must stop them. Must hurry. Bring American supplies. Bring American supplies to China.
And Lend-Lease for the Soviet Union. breaching the North Atlantic to Murmansk to decide the fate of Moscow, perhaps the future of the world.
Curtiss P-40 fighters and North American B-25 Mitchells.
Thank you, America. Spasiba.
20,000 jeeps.
Zamachenko. They are, as you say, swell.
189,000 field telephones.
At last, now we can have complete communication with the front.
Submachine gun.
To kill Nazis. And don't forget, every Nazi we kill is one less Nazi for you to kill.
Boots for the Russian soldiers.
For the cold Russian winter, when the temperature drops to 40 below zero. If you don't have boots, warm boots, your feet freeze. Just like that. Ask the Nazis.
General Sherman tanks.
General Sherman must be a great man to make a tank like that. A very great man.
Help for the Red Army, for the Russian people fighting their enemy and ours. Fighting him with stubborn determination, with an unconquerable will for victory. Help for the Soviet Union to stem the tide of aggression. And Lend-Lease for the undefeated. For the Polish armies in exile, for the Belgian squadrons flying over Germany, for the Czech soldiers fighting under the United Nations banner, for the fighting French, for the Norwegian air forces and navy, for Greece, occupied but unconquered, for the Yugoslav people, for all people fighting aggression, guns, planes, and ships, to keep the blaze from spreading, to resist the enemy, to fight for victory. Yes, we had won the battle of supply. The torrent was beginning to engulf totalitarian tyranny. Time was on our side. And when December 7th came, when our house had been set ablaze, we were not alone. We were not isolated. We were not surrounded by the enemy. We were not invaded, at least not on the mainland. We had paid for time.
The price to the American people for 3 years of Lend-Lease, $24.25 billion.
Wow, $24.25 billion. Say, that's a lot of money in anybody's country. As an American, I think I'm entitled to know if we got our money's worth. After all, I'm paying for this.
Fair question, Mr. American. Everyone is entitled to know, should know the answer. Have we got our money's worth? Listen. Those are guns. German guns, Japanese guns. They're killing people. Killing civilians, women and children included. But not here in America. They're burning, destroying everything within their path. But not here in America. Here in America, the people are safe, comfortable, and protected. Far removed from the horrors of war. If Lend-Lease had accomplished nothing else except to keep those guns from our shores, it would have been worth it. We would have gotten our money's worth. But the dividends Lend-Lease has paid are enormous. If we hadn't had Lend-Lease, if Britain had gone under, if Hitler had isolated the Soviet Union, if Japan had completed the conquest of China, and we in the Western Hemisphere had stood alone against the Axis-dominated world, the story would have been different. And you might not be here tonight to listen to this program. But here is something most people don't understand. Not all the expenditures for Lend-Lease have been made by the United States, by the people of America. Lend-Lease is a two-way proposition.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, you alligators. Snap it up. Snap it up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, those are American soldiers moving into barracks in England. Barracks that were built and paid for by Britain. And those are American soldiers in the jungles of the Southwest Pacific, getting food provided by New Zealand and Australia.
Here's a list of the stuff that's just come in, Sarge. 1,000 overcoats, 5,000 shirts, 2,000 pairs of boots.
Uniforms manufactured in Australia for American forces.
Okay, Joe, start on this trip now. Get a move on. Those planes are scheduled to come in tomorrow.
And flying fields, constructed by the United Nations to accommodate our flying fortresses. British trains transporting American troops at Britain's expense. That is reverse Lend-Lease, to balance the ledger. Aid from the United Nations to us. From Australia, New Zealand, Britain, the Soviet Union, China, the fighting French, Belgium, the Netherlands. Each government pledging itself to employ its full resources, military and economic, to achieve victory. March 11th, 1944 was the third anniversary of Lend-Lease. The conflagration that was raging throughout the world has been checked. We're beginning to put out the fires now, using our garden hose and letting our neighbors use it, pooling our efforts and our resources for victory and the peace that's to follow. And now we are privileged to present the former Lend-Lease Administrator and now Undersecretary of the State, the Honorable Edward R. Stettinius, Jr. Mr. Stettinius has just recently returned from a series of conferences in London and will speak to us from Washington. Mr. Stettinius.
When a fire breaks out in a town, endangering the lives and property of everyone, neighbors must pool their equipment and join together in a common effort if they are to save anything for any of them. That is how the United Nations are fighting the fires of Axis aggression. We are joined together in a common struggle against a common enemy. Through Lend-Lease and reverse Lend-Lease and other forms of mutual aid, we are using our combined resources where they will strike the hardest blows for victory. It was only 3 years ago that the Axis aggressors seemed well on their way toward conquering the world. Now it is we of the United Nations who are on the offensive. We are striking at Germany from all directions. The island defenses of Japan are being broken. The fire of aggression, which we are fighting together, is no longer spreading, but it has not yet been put out. There is still ahead of us a long, hard road of heavy fighting. Now more than ever, it is vital to our defense that the combined armies of the United Nations have everything they need. In the summer of 1942, I visited Britain as Lend-Lease Administrator. The Lend-Lease program was then just getting into its full stride. Reverse Lend-Lease was only in its beginning. We were still preparing for our first great offensive. I have just returned from another visit to Britain. I saw there an inter-allied pooling of men, supplies, and leadership such as the world has never known before. Soldiers of many nationalities are joined together into a powerful fighting team. Their equipment represents the combined production and resources of many nations. During the dark years, when the freedom-loving peoples of the world were being pushed back on every front, Lend-Lease pointed the way toward the United Nations spirit of cooperation and mutual confidence, which we have stopped, and when through this we have stopped the onward march of tyranny. With that same spirit and unity, we shall crush the power of the Axis once and for all and preserve for ourselves and future generations the hope of a free and a prosperous world for all men.
Thank you, Mr. Stettinius. We return you now to Words at War in New York.
As another program of Words at War, we've brought you Lend-Lease, Weapon for Victory by Edward R. Stettinius, Jr. The book was adapted for radio by Ben Kagan of the NBC script staff. The Honorable Edward R. Stettinius, Jr. appeared in person on the program. The narrator was Ernest Chappell, and the cast included Kathleen Cordell, Madeline Pierce, Joseph Boland, Kenneth Lynch, Ted Jewett, Phil Clark, Stotts Cotsworth, Rolf Sedan, and Norman Rose. The music was arranged and played by William Meader, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, Words at War will present an adaptation of CGR 3070 by Lieutenant Lawrence Thompson. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Words at War. On Words at War tonight, we tell you of an actual event which took place in December 1942. Tonight, the story of the incredible adventures of the Coast Guard reserve boat 3070.
Coast Guard Reserve 3070. Hooligan's Navy, that's what it is. That boat belongs to Hooligan's Navy.
Huh? What's that?
Say, how long you been at sea, Pete, that you ain't never heard of Hooligan's Navy?
Never mind getting fancy. Just tell me what it is, huh?
It's them coastal picket boys. You know, fishermen, yachtsmen, blue water sailors, guys like that. Things has been pretty hot up and down the East Coast, and the Navy sends out a call. So now these guys go charging up and down the coast in their yachts, sea tubs, and spit kits looking for German subs. They're a special branch of the Coast Guard. Coastal pickets, they call themselves. But to the rest of us, they're just Hooligan's Navy. You know, no class.
Yeah, I see what you mean. This CGR 3070 can't be no more than 10 feet, huh? Hooligan Junior, huh? A little 10-foot spit kid.
She ain't no 10-foot spit kid. She's a 57-foot yo.
Huh? Oh, yo. Where'd you come from?
Been standing there listening. She's a 7-foot yo, that's what she is.
Yeah? You know a lot about her, don't you? Huh?
Yeah, she's my boat. I'm a member of the crew.
Oh, Hooligan, huh?
Yep.
Your ship ain't very big, is she?
Nope.
Has she seen much action? Like submarines, things like that?
Nope.
What's the matter? Don't even you like her? Ain't she no good?
Good. Let me tell you something, Mac. The 3070 is probably the neatest, sweetest little sailing craft that ever kicked up a fantail on the wind. And she's the prettiest, slimmest, snootiest, trimmest little dame that ever walked the water. She can roll with a punch like Lewis, heave to like an angel, and run a breeze as light and hot as a kiss. Matter of fact, she's the darndest, finest, fanciest son of a gunboat in the whole pockmarked Navy. You got a butt?
Oh, sure. Say, if your ship is good like you say, what's she doing laying up here on the dock? Why ain't she out winning the war?
It's because she's being fixed, that's why. She's come back after being pushed all over the Atlantic by hurricanes and blizzards. Get a match?
Yeah. Pushed all over the Atlantic, huh? For how long?
Thanks. 21 days.
How come?
We got lost.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, brings you an account of one of the greatest searches in American naval history. The epic story of a gallant little coastal picket boat written by Lieutenant Lawrence Thompson. The Navy hunts the CGR 3070.
After you got lost, what happened? Didn't they find you?
I'm sure they did. Lots of times. Didn't take. Not for 3 weeks it didn't take. I remember the day we shoved off for this patrol, right after Thanksgiving it was. The weather was pretty nasty. Cold and gray and kind of ominous. But we sent the 3070, a 57-foot yawl, out on the sea.
Log of Commander, Eastern Sea Frontier. Entry. At 1300 o'clock, Army bomber 35998 reported unable to take off for prescribed duty. Engine trouble. Another escort provided outgoing merchant ships. At 1800, message received from CGR 3070. Arrived at station 50 miles off Greenport, Long Island.
The 3070 under full sail was picking away easy-like through the water. There's 9 of us aboard, counting the skipper. Me and Smitty and Jobby and George, and there was Watson and Joe Choate. He was the exec officer. There was 9 of us altogether. Now, Smitty and me was topside on watch. It was night. We couldn't see so good, so we was watching with our ears, kind of. For German submarines, that is. I said to Smitty, boy, I'd like to see a submarine. I sure would like to see one.
I need to see a submarine like I need a ring in the nose.
I wonder what we'd do if we seen one.
Yeah, that's easy. We'd drown them.
Yeah? How?
Sure. We creep up on them. You see, that's where a sailboat's got it all over a destroyer or a PC. No motors making noises. We creep up on them, see?
Yeah, well, then what? You can't shoot them. No guns.
Quiet, will you? I'm telling you. We'd creep up till we got even. Then we'd come about real quiet. We'd come about till we're right alongside, and then...
Yeah?
And then we all take turns spitting down a periscope, see? We drown them.
I'm dying from laughing.
Well, what'd you ask me for? You know what we do. We'd radio ashore and they send out bombers and destroyers, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, what's the matter then? You don't like your job?
Sure, I like it. It's just that I'd like some action, that's all.
Action? Yeah? What size?
Ah, cut it out, Smitty. You know what I mean. It's okay, but I'd rather...
Hey, shush.
Huh?
I heard something.
Sub?
Yeah, wait a minute. No, I guess not.
Oh, wait. I heard it, too. Right over there. Submarine!
Where?
Surfacing, 2 points off, port bow. Submarine!
Where'd you see it, Bill?
There.
Wait, look.
Hey, wait a minute, it's gone. Must have submerged. No, there it is, there.
Where? Okay, boys, go on back to sleep.
Huh? What do you mean?
Look, Sonny, don't you know the difference between a submarine and a whale? And what's more, it's a lady whale with children.
That's pretty much how time went. We patrolled our station, watched for subs and froze. A sailboat out in the Atlantic is no place to be in December. We'd stepped a stove fast to the bulkhead between the cabin and galley, but one little pot-bellied stove doesn't help much when it comes to keeping 9 men warm. Then the sea began to build up and started running pretty high. Anybody who's been juggled around a sailboat by heavy seas knows what I mean. We got seasick. One by one, we got good and seasick. Well, last day of our patrol, we were real ready to set sail for home. And most of us kept pretty near the radio waiting for the message calling us in. And sort of guess how our spirits shot up when that message came.
Calling CGR 3070 3070 3070. This is Nan Mike Yoke, Nan Mike Yoke, Nan Mike Yoke. Your patrol is prolonged. I say again, your patrol is prolonged. You are ordered to proceed 8 miles easterly course to investigate possible submarine contact. Proceed 8 miles easterly course to investigate possible submarine contact. Over and out.
Our spirits shot up all right, like a lead balloon they shot up. We turned the 3070 about and headed out to sea again. The weather really was kicking up now. The job is the wheels having a hard time meeting the seas head on. And then came another message over the radio phone, a storm warning it was. They said the wind might build up to 30 knots. 30 knots. Hey, Job, what's the present wind velocity?
About 35 to 40.
Maybe we should send storm warnings ashore.
And then things got worse and worse, and finally the message we'd been waiting for came.
This is Nan Mike Yoke, Nan Mike Yoke, Nan Mike Yoke. All coastal picket boats ordered ashore. All coastal picket boats head for shore. This is an order. Head for shore. Head for shore.
Ordered ashore. Good order, except we couldn't follow it. And now we were bouncing through rollers and chop like a ping-pong ball, and we figured we'd have a better chance if we kept sailing hove to instead of beating back to the base off wind. Right then, we didn't care to go no place. We just wanted to stay where we was, alive. And then it happened. It was off watch. Joe and Smitty and a couple others and me. And George was there, too. I remember that because he said...
Well, there's one thing. At least no Nazi sub would poke its nose up in weather like this.
Yeah, I'd bleed for him. These poor Nazi subs, all safe and snug downstairs while we're up here jumping around like a pogo stick.
Listen, the trouble with you guys, you don't know what trouble is.
Huh?
Why, this isn't anything. A little gale, sea's running a little high, and of course we might capsize at any minute.
Oh,
but...
fine, Joe, fine. I'm glad you're taking it all so happy. But just tell me this. What happens to us if we capsize? Just what happens?
The best thing that could happen to a sailor, Smitty.
Yeah? What's that?
A fine Navy funeral with full military honors.
Hey, what's that? What's that? Come on,
Got it. It was like being hit in the side of the head by a cannonball. All of us were swept all over the cabin like dice in a box. All the furniture broke loose. The heavy center table skidded after Joe and socked him on the head, and Watson and the cast iron stove met in the same corner. Only Watson got there first, and the stove landed on top of him. Both guys are hurt bad, but we didn't know it at the time. As soon as we could, we scrambled up the deck. We were sure Chubby'd been washed overboard, but he wasn't. He was hanging to the wheel, gulping kind of, and pointing off to leeward.
Hey, look! Look there!
Yeah, I see it.
There goes our lifeboat.
Yeah, look at that. It even took its paddles.
Oars.
Well, that's what I mean, oars. It even took its oars.
After a while, we realized the 3070 wasn't going to sink, so we kind of collected ourselves a bit. Our little boat was hurt bad. Our mizzenmast had snapped off. The shackle had carried away at the head of the storm trysail. What was left of the other sails was rags and tatters. What had happened was we got caught in the trough of a couple of breakers, and the coming breaker had swamped us like a beach swell cracking up a toy boat. The 3070 was hurt bad, but somehow she was still sailing. We were still going.
We won't be going for long unless you guys get your tails up and start bailing.
We bailed. We hauled pans from out the galley, and for 2 solid hours we bailed. And all the time, Smitty kept worrying us with his talk about seams.
The seams is open.
They can't be. We could drown.
Okay. I'm saying it ain't natural for all this water to be down here. The seams is open.
And I'm saying they can't be.
Okay.
We kept on bailing, except for Watson and Joe. Watson's ribs had been smashed when the stove fell on him, and Joe had got a big gash on the head from the center table. We lashed them both in their bunks. The ship was rolling so hard they had to be lashed in. And Joe lay there holding a towel to his head. We watched the blood sop through the towel away coffee, soaks up a lump of sugar. There wasn't nothing we could do about it. We felt bad about not being able to do anything. We tried to cheer him up. We told him we're sure to be rescued before dark.
Sure. It's 1 now. Why, they'll pick us up by 5.
Sure. We're in a good place to be picked up.
Yeah, I'll bet you $1 million that the whole Navy gets here by 3.
It got darker and darker. Finally, we couldn't even see the bowsprit. It got cold out, real cold. Snow drove hard in our faces like frozen rain. We kept on telling Watson and Joe of how he was going to be picked up. Lots of rescues is done in the dark.
Why, listen. The Navy's got spotlights can pick a man out 10 miles off. 100 miles, maybe. Ha! We're a cinch.
That night, we stood watches only an hour long. As the fellas came below, freezing cold and soaking wet in the spray, they'd be so wore out they just fell on the bunks. On the cabin deck, boots and all. Wherever they lay, we'd cover them up with soaking wet blankets and hope the heat from their own bodies would dry them out. It was a long night, cold, long and cold, and black as a pocket. And as it dragged on, we stopped talking about being picked up.
Log of Commander, Eastern Sea Frontier, December 3rd. Entry. Violent storm raging along Atlantic seaboard. All shipping endangered. Distress signals from Coast Guard Reserve 3070 intercepted. Position approximately 20 miles off no man's land. At 1300 o'clock, Army Bomber 21760 reported CGR 3070, 35 miles east of former position at 2200. Navy PBY 425 reports 3070 being steadily blown out to sea. Orders given for all craft to be on lookout for 57-foot yawl, CGR 3070.
A big Army bomber circled around us, flew off, and didn't come back. Maybe it came. We wasn't there. We was being blown at a terrible clip through the sea. Couldn't tell exactly where we was heading because all our instruments had been smashed, but we figured it was southeast. That wasn't good. On nothing but bare poles, our little boat was running out to sea, bouncing through the chop. Nothing we could do about it. We tried to fix things up, straighten the cabin out, things like that. Mostly, though, we bailed. Except for Smitty, he was trying to fix the radio, which had clunked out from our sending distress signals so much. We kept asking him, how you doing?
She won't go.
Yeah, why not?
The generator won't work.
Why not?
Can't get it started.
Why not?
She won't go.
Smitty kept on tinkering with hours went by.
Ship astern! Ship astern!
And then around noon, the lookout let out a yell and pounded on the companionway hatch. We tore up to the deck.
There! Over there! There it is! Hey!
And sure enough, a ship about 4 miles off. We stood there watching as it came near. We thought it was a PC boat at first,
That
but...
ain't no PC. It's a destroyer, a limey destroyer. It won't stop.
We stood there watching as it pulled alongside. We could see the men on the deck looking us over. One of them... What's he say?
Hello, he says. Us stranded in the middle of the ocean, and he says hello. Take it easy, Smitty. They're going to pick us up.
Joe was right. The destroyer swung around and closed to us on our starboard side. The seas were still running heavy, so the destroyer pumped bunker oil on the water to smooth it so a tow line could be floated down to us. We got the tow line all right, and with it came big black globs of thick oil, which washed up over the taffrail and covered us and the yawl like a coat of slimy glue. But we didn't care. We were so happy to be in tow, we didn't even care where they was towing us to. Say, maybe she's going to Scotland, Smitty. I bet she's going to Scotland.
Yeah?
Sure, pretty ship, ain't it? I bet she's going to meet up with a convoy and take us to Scotland.
Well, that's okay.
And so we slammed through the water in the wake of the limey destroyer. A heavy fog came up so we couldn't hardly see the limey that was towing us, and the sea would spank against the bar like the water was cement. We didn't care. We was happy guys, real happy. Until about midnight that night. What's happened, Joe? Why was going down?
It's the tow line.
What's the matter with it?
It broke.
We quick put on our spreader lights and shut off some red flares. And we yelled at the destroyer. We kept on yelling for a while, but it wasn't no use. She didn't hear us. And pretty soon she disappeared into the mist, and we couldn't see her no more.
There goes Scotland. And she didn't even know she lost us.
I met a Scotchman once. He wasn't stingy at all. I remember thinking it funny at the time, because in a joke, Scotchman's got to be stingy. But not this guy. I remember distinctly he didn't have no hair, and he wasn't stingy.
She don't even know she lost us.
Log of Commander, Eastern Sea Frontier. Entry December 6th. At 1300, British destroyer Caldwell reports CGR 3070 found. Orders dispatched Army-Navy bases. Call off search. Missing yawl located at 1900. Further message from destroyer Caldwell. Message. Have lost 3070. Am searching. Request aid. End of message. Orders given for reissuance of search plans for planes and surface craft. Army and Navy bases contacted. Hunt for CGR 3070 again.
baby, talk to me. You can do it. Just try. All I want's a few words, only a few little words. Come on, baby, talk to me, talk to me.
Joe started again, trying to make the radio work while the rest of us nailed tin cans over most of the holes in the 3070, so we didn't have to bail so much anymore. See, after the Limey destroyer lost us, we decided we had to do something ourselves. We figured we could rig our forestaysail to the mainmast like a storm trysail, except it was torn and full of holes, and we had to sew it first. So those guys who wasn't topside on watch sat around the cabin sewing. Meanwhile, Smitty and George figured out a way to strain the salt water from out the gasoline in the generator, and that way they was sure they could get the radio phone working. It was December 9th, I think it was, 6 days after we'd been socked by the storm, and Smitty was fooling around with the radio like he always did, cussing a bit, and talking to it like it was alive.
Come on, the words. Out with the words. I can't say them if you don't try. Hello, baby, some more now. Try a little harder. Come on. You ain't trying. That's the radio. A little more. Come on, baby, work at it. Come on.
Calling CGR 3070.
It's talking to me.
Nan Mike Yoke.
Keep it up.
Nan Mike Yoke calling CGR 3070. Message for 3070.
Go on, Smitty, go on. Talk back, answer it.
CGR 3070 here. Go ahead, Nan Mike Yoke. Go ahead.
200 tonight. I say again, I repeat, all stations east coast will keep silent and listen for you to make a report at 2200 tonight. If possible, make a report at 2200 tonight. Nan Mike Yoke of...
We worked. All afternoon we worked, getting ready for our radio program that night. We was nervous. See, even the skipper was kind of nervous. And he said Smitty should be allowed to do the talking because he'd fixed the radio. As the hour came close, we got more and more keyed up. Smitty kept fumbling with the radio and clearing his throat, kind of. And then Joe gave the word.
Okay, Smitty, start talking. All right. Come on, baby. You got to do it now.
It's not working.
Give it a chance to warm up, will you? Give it a chance. Come on. Atta girl. It's going to work.
Calling CGR 3070. Nan Mike Yoke calling 3070. Come in, please. Come in.
Go on, Smitty.
CGR 3070 here. Exact whereabouts we don't know, but we think we're 400 miles offshore. Latitude equal to about Atlantic City. Seas heavy. Weather real unfavorable. Request aid. Over to you.
Report from you. I say again, all stations standing by to pick up report from you. This is Nan Mike Yoke calling CGR.
Listen, Nan Mike Yoke, this is 3070. We're here, about 400 miles offshore. Latitude about even with Atlantic City. Request help. Over to you.
Call him again, Smitty. Call him again.
Nan Mike Yoke. 3070 calling Nan Mike Yoke. Come in, please. Come in. Over. Listen, Nan Mike Yoke. Come in, will you? Come in.
No, you Smitty, it's dead.
I know. Position unknown. Seas running heavy. Weather unfavorable. Request you find us. I say again...
Cut it out, Smitty.
Huh? Yeah, sure, Joe. Sure. I guess I knew it wouldn't work. I guess I knew.
The radio never worked again after that night. Things got kind of bad after the business about the radio. Kind of took the heart out of us. We was getting pretty weak, running low on food and water, but we didn't seem to care much. Even stopped counting the days. We didn't give up hoping or anything like that, but the heart was out of us. And then one morning, we saw a ship. And then two ships. A convoy. Bearing down on us. A convoy. It wasn't their fault they couldn't help us. They tried. The leading destroyer swung around behind us and tried to tag us with a tow line, but they couldn't. So they chased us through waves as big as mountains. They chased us on a zigzag course through the entire convoy. The 30-70 zipping along, dancing in and out around the merchant ships with the destroyer like a big old sheepdog lumbering after. We could see guys lining the rails of the merchant ship staring, goggle-eyed. Must have looked pretty funny popping in and out like that. They didn't laugh, though. Nobody laughed. I guess they knew our little boat couldn't help itself. They knew we was being whipped by the wind. After a while, the destroyer stopped trying to catch us. And so we stood there hanging on the rail, and we watched the destroyer and the convoy go away. We stood there, and we cried like we was babies. It was then that Joe made his speech. It wasn't much for speeches, Joe wasn't, especially now when he was still weak and sick from that crack on the head, but...
Look, you guys, we're lost. Maybe some of you think we won't get back. Okay, but I don't believe it. We didn't come into this outfit because we expected it to be a picnic, and it hasn't been a picnic either. We've proved to everyone we could go out on a small craft in all kinds of weather. We proved we could keep station, fulfill our assignments, and handle our ships. They said we weren't any good. A bunch of cripples not good enough to be taken into the regular Army and Navy. Hooligans Navy, that's us. And now we're lost. We're in bad trouble. Okay. All I want to say is, I'll bet $100 to 1 that our boat shows up in some harbor. Somewhere within the next 10 days. Does anyone want to bet?
Two days later, we was rescued. Yeah, we came in on our little piece of torn sail until we landed just off the coast of North Carolina, where a patrol boat found us and towed us the rest of the way in. And when we got to the dock, we walked ashore. All of us. Nobody asked for help. We walked. And, well, that's about all there was to it. Navy got us all fixed up, and they're fixing the 30-70 now. And pretty soon we'll be back on the job patrolling again. You got another butt?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
That was the second worst thing about the whole business. We ran out of butts early.
Yeah.
Thanks. That was tough, all right, but worst of all, we felt kind of like we'd failed somehow. All of us on the 30-70 felt bad about it, real bad.
What do you mean you failed?
Well, you see, the whole time we was out there, we never sighted one German submarine. It's like you guys said, we didn't meet no trouble, no action. You got a match?
Oh, yeah.
As the 43rd program of Words at War, we've brought you a dramatization based on the book The Navy Hunts the CGR 3070 by Lieutenant Lawrence Thompson. The book was adapted for radio by Edith Summer of the NBC script staff. Heard in the role of narrator was Lamont Johnson. Others in the cast were Walter Vaughn, Walter Burke, Jackson Beck, Michael Brown, and Michael Everett. The music was by William Meader, and the production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, another in the series of Words at War. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax program, Words at War, with Carl Van Doren. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, proudly presents one of the most widely discussed programs in America, Words at War, dramatizations of the most representative books to come out of this great world conflict. We're very very happy to have as an important feature of our series a man who really knows good books. All of you, I'm sure, are familiar with his name, for he's one of America's leading literary figures. The eminent author, biographer, and Pulitzer Prize winner, Mr. Carl Van Doren. Here is Mr. Carl Van Doren.
Thank you. Well, it's very nice for me to be here this evening and to have this chance to talk to you Johnson Wax listeners. For a great number of years, I've been with you regularly. Fibber, McGee, and Molly is one of my favorite radio programs. It's very satisfying, too, that the program which is to replace them for the summer months, a program in which I am to have a part, is Words at War. That, too, has been a favorite of mine ever since it was started by the National Broadcasting Company some time ago. Words at War is more important than ever in this great summer of America's life. Our hands and our heads and our hearts are all at war, and so are our words. The free words of free men have always been weapons that tyrants dread as they dread almost no others. Tonight's story is called Fair Stood the Wind for France. It's a new novel that made a great impression on me when I read it, and I'd like to tell you something about it and its author when Jack Costello has said a word in behalf of our sponsor.
Perhaps it isn't customary for a company to talk about its radio commercials with you, its radio audience. Yet I, for one, think it's a good idea. And the makers of Johnson's Wax have asked me on this initial program to say a word about their policy. You have invited us into your home as friends, and we appreciate that honor and privilege. Most of you are familiar with Johnson commercials on the Fibber, McGee, and Molly program. They're intended to be friendly in style, brief, and helpful because they are informative. On this new show, we hope you will find the commercial messages about various Johnson's Wax products helpful. We assure you they'll be brief, and we all mean them to be friendly. Mr. Van Doren?
Fair Stood the Wind for France is, first of all, a fine piece of writing by one of England's brilliant younger novelists, H.E. Bates. Secondly, it is a novel that only a man like Bates could have written with authority, for Bates himself is an RAF intelligence officer and has flown on many a bombing mission over France. France, where an unconquerable people live for a time in defeat under the hated rule of Nazi tyrants. But the forces of resistance, which we call the French underground, never falter and never sleep. Whatever there's a chance to do, they are ready for. But suppose we get on with the story. It begins in a bombing plane on its way home over France on a moonlit night. It is a story told by the man who knows it best, the pilot, John Franklin.
We were returning from a raid on Italy, and had left the Alps behind now, looking like crisp folds of crumpled cloth under the light of the moon. We were dead tired, the five of us. Taylor and Godwin, the youngsters, Sandy, short and bald, O'Connor, the English-bred Irishman. We were tense, yet bored, too. But most of all, we were tired. Tired and silent when it happened. Okay? Everybody okay? Taylor?
Okay, Skip.
Godwin?
Right.
Sandy?
I think so.
O'Connor?
What the devil happened, Skip? Sounded like a prop.
It was a propeller. Now look, we're not going to make it. I've got to land in the next few minutes. Sandy?
Yes, Skip?
Where are we?
West-northwest of the village. South of Paris.
All right, listen now. Don't do anything cockeyed. Remember everything we've been told, okay?
Right. Okay. Right, Skip.
Hold on. I'm going down. Now, 2 days after we'd crashed, we were all right, except that there was a gash in my arm the size of a jackknife, and I'd lost a good deal of blood. We'd crossed a river to put distance between us and the plane, and it hid in a grape arbor for the night. It was after dawn now, and just beyond the arbor, I could see a girl feeding chickens in the yard of a small farm. I decided to go down and ask her for help. The others, Taylor and Godwin and Sandy and O'Connor, were against it. They thought she might report us. I was for risking it, and so I stepped out from the vines and walked toward her. A dozen paces away, she saw me. I stopped. She just looked at me with big, dark, beautiful eyes. I stepped forward again and spoke to her. Mademoiselle, I'm English.
Yes?
Can you help, please? Please, I'm an English flyer. I have my identification. You can see that I'm telling the truth. It's not a trick. Will you look at the identification? Please.
Are you alone?
There are 5 of us. We were returning from Italy. I'm the captain and there are 4 sergeants. They're hiding in the vines. Can you help us?
I can hide you in the mill.
The mill? They'll be all right, mademoiselle.
Wave to your friends to come down.
Yes, thank you, mademoiselle.
Your arm is injured.
It's all right.
You have lost blood.
Oh, it's quite all right, mademoiselle.
It will need attention.
No, please, my friends will take care of it. Oh, here they are, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle will help us.
Hello.
Mademoiselle will hide us in the mill.
Oh.
I will go on ahead. Follow me.
It's all right, O'Connor. She'll help us.
I don't know.
It would be easy to tuck us away in the mill and then report us.
Skip, do you think it's the thing to do? We've got to take a chance, Taylor. We've got to trust her.
Yes, I suppose we do now. All right, let's go.
We walked toward the mill. I was raging inside, irritated by their mistrust of the girl, yet torn by doubt of her myself. Then I looked at her as she waited for us at the door, standing there looking so sure and strong and beautiful.
Please, go in.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, sorry.
Musty old place.
Well, this isn't too bad, huh?
You will all be all right here. As long as you are in your flying clothes, you must stay here. If anything happens, there is a room below. There is water in it, but you can hide there.
Is anything likely to happen, mademoiselle?
One never knows. I will bring you food. You must also have other clothes.
You're very kind.
Miss, are there others up at the house?
My father. It will be all right.
You're sure?
Yes.
She said it'd be all right, didn't she? Let's not make it any more difficult than...
Skip, grab him, Taylor. I've got it. Easy, Skip, old boy.
It is his arm. Oh, be careful.
Easy, Skip, old man. He's out cold.
We must take him to the house. He must have a doctor.
Doctor? How can you get a doctor? He'd report us.
It can be arranged, monsieur. There will be no danger for your friend. Perhaps it will help you all if I tell you that I had a brother, a flyer in the French army. He was killed before Dunkirk.
Forgive us, mademoiselle. Give me a hand, Sandy. Let's get him up to the house.
O'Connor.
Yes.
I'm going to bring her down, O'Connor.
Yes, you bring her down.
Going down, O'Connor. Hold on, you chaps. We're going down. Down. Oh. Hello.
How do you feel?
All right. I've been asleep long?
This is the 3rd day.
Oh, no.
Yes?
Couldn't be.
You had a fever. Would you like a cool drink?
Oh, yes. I would. It's good. Thank you. Have you been here all the time?
Yes,
Who are you?
Francois.
Well, my name is...
Yes, I know. John Franklin. Your friends have told
My
me...
friends. Where are they? Oh, they're all right. They haven't been...
No. They're all right. They want to see you. My father, too, wishes to talk to you. Do you feel strong enough?
Oh, yes. Get them, please.
My father will talk to you while I go to the mill. I will be gone in just a few minutes. Father, the captain is awake now.
Very well, Francois. Monsieur, I hope you feel better.
Yes, I'm better. I wish to thank you for all you have done for
It's
us.
nothing, monsieur. I have much to tell you.
Yes?
While you have been ill, I have been making arrangements in the village. I have obtained papers for you and your friends.
We can leave?
Can leave, monsieur. It is important that they do leave as quickly as possible.
We'll all go together.
No. Your arm needs the attention of a doctor, monsieur.
Oh, it's all right. I'm all right now.
No, monsieur. To put it more blunt, your friends have an opportunity to get to Spain. In your condition, you would do them no service by going with them.
Oh. I see. Well, I can't stay here. It's not fair to you.
No, I coming in the morning, monsieur.
If the Germans should find out, it would mean...
I am aware of what it would mean. But, monsieur, believe me, I know what I am doing. What Francoise and I are doing is something we wish to do. I am not afraid of the Germans. They will never take me. Huh? Your friends are here. Remember what I have told you, monsieur?
Yes.
I will leave you now.
Yes, goodbye, and thank you.
He is waiting for you, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. Well, Skip, I say you look fit, doesn't he?
Certainly does. Oh, feeling all right.
Skip, that old mill isn't half bad. We've made out fine. Oh, did the old boy tell you? He's got papers for us.
He told me. When are you leaving?
Leaving? Well, when the doctor gets you fixed up.
That'll be no time at all, Skip.
Oh, once he stitches that on, you'll be as good as new.
Better than that.
Look, you're going on without me.
Skip, have you gone balmy?
No,
Quiet, please, not a word. 2 German soldiers have just come into the yard.
What? Oh, Lord, what do we do?
Please, it may be just a routine inspection. I lock the door. Quiet now, not a word. I talk if necessary.
Well, I've got my revolver, and by God, they won't...
No, monsieur, please.
Let's have a look around. What is upstairs?
Just sleeping rooms.
We'll have a look. Come, Heidi.
There's nothing here. Wait a minute. There's a door at the other end there.
Yes? Who is it?
Open up, Fräulein.
Oh, I am sorry. I'm dressing.
Oh. You hear that, Hans? She's dressing.
Yes, monsieur.
If you see to that, Hans. Let it go. So. She's a modest young lady, huh?
Let it go, honey.
Goodbye, Fräulein. Perhaps we shall meet again sometime. When you are dressed. Come along, huh?
I'll be...
Please, wait. It's all right. You're going out in the yard. Probably just a census of cops.
It was a bit too close.
It can't be that close again. O'Connor, you all leave tonight.
Oh, now,
that's
wait
not a
a minute.
suggestion, men. That's an order. I'm still skipper.
Well, of course you are.
Get back to the mill as soon as it's safe.
Yes, Skip. Perhaps I'd better stay in the house tonight to look after Francoise. After all, I have a revolver.
I have a revolver. After her.
Well, I just thought...
I'll do the thinking. You do as you're told, O'Connor. Go back to the mill.
Very well, sir.
They filed out of the room silently. And I felt like a dog for having talked to them that way. Especially O'Connor. And then it came to me, and I couldn't believe my own reason. What was this? Was I jealous of O'Connor over a French girl I scarcely knew myself? It didn't make sense. I tried to make it up when they came back later that night to say goodbye. 4 men who were closer to me than my own parents. I tried to say something to O'Connor, but it was no use. Yet he seemed to understand as he held my hand and said, "Goodbye, Skip." And when they had gone, the tears came, and I let them come until I fell asleep. In the morning, the doctor told me,
"You are a soldier, monsieur. There's no point to my deceiving you. The arm must come off."
"Off?"
"Yes."
"Well, can you can you perform the operation here?"
"It must be here. But, monsieur, I am humiliated to tell you this. I have no anesthetic."
"Oh, I understand. You should not feel humiliated."
"I am humiliated for France, where doctors have no anesthetic."
"It's all right. When will it be done?"
"At once, I'm afraid."
It's not easy, Doctor.
No, it is not easy. I will call the girl.
Doctor, please, I'd rather she weren't here.
I'm afraid she must be here. I have no one else to assist me. Françoise, will you come now, please?
For those of you who may have tuned in a little late, this is Carl Van Doren. Tonight on the Johnson Wax program, Words of War, we are presenting a dramatization of one of the month's best-selling novels, Fair Stood the Wind for France. So far, we have followed the adventures of 5 British flyers who have been forced down in France and have been given shelter by a French peasant and his daughter. 4 of the flyers have obtained papers and have gone on in their attempt to escape. But the 5th, John Franklin, the pilot, now is about to have his injured left arm amputated. The doctor readies his instruments in the bedroom of the farmhouse. The girl, Françoise, stands by the bedside, assisting the doctor.
It would be better if you did not look, monsieur.
Thank you, Doctor. Spain. Freedom. Dear God, let them be on that train.
Now.
Doctor! No.
She was always there. Always strong, sure, beautiful. She dressed the stump of the arm when I couldn't bear to look at it myself. She held me as I learned to walk all over again, to regain the sense of balance that's destroyed with the loss of the arm. As the days went into weeks, she was always there, always sure.
You are much better now.
Because of you.
No, I knew you would be better.
How did you know?
Because I prayed and had faith.
Is it as simple as that?
Yes.
Do you always pray?
Yes.
Even when you go fishing, do you pray you'll catch fish?
No, but I pray for faith. And if I have faith, I will catch fish, then I catch them.
Françoise.
Hmm?
Have you faith that I will get home to England someday?
Yes, I have faith.
Do you have faith that I will come back for you?
I know you will come back.
I love you, Françoise.
I love you, Jean.
Without her, I could not have survived the pain, the waves of self-pity that came over me. Her faith somehow became mine, too. She was my strength when I had none of my own. And as I grew stronger, the desire to get away left me. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay with her, always. Then one day her father came home with news from the village.
What has happened, Father?
Trouble with the forced labor again. This time more serious. 2 Germans have been killed.
What will happen?
It has happened. You remember the doctor?
Of course.
He is dead.
Oh.
They dragged him from his office, stood him up against a wall, shot him.
Oh.
Why? What could he have had to do with labor conscription?
Nothing. He was merely a prominent citizen of the town. They shot him as an example. There will be others.
Will they come here?
They will certainly come here.
I must go.
Yes.
But you, monsieur, what about you?
They will not take me.
Can you be sure?
I am sure. They will never take me. Now, you will excuse me. I will go lie down a while. I am very tired.
Of course, monsieur.
Jean.
I must get ready at once.
Yes, I suppose you must.
Be brave as you always are, my darling. Keep your faith. I will be back.
I know you will. I know.
Françoise.
Father.
He must have known, Françoise. He must have known he was marked to die. He said they would never take him. There was nothing to hold her now. We decided that we should go away together. I tried to persuade her that it was too dangerous, but all she would say was that she had faith, and against her faith, nothing could prevail. I stayed in the mill until the sad little funeral was over, and then we set out at dawn the morning after. Françoise did the rowing. I hid under the canvas, for there were German sentries on the bridges we passed under.
Shh. Do not move now, my darling. We are coming to a bridge.
Can you see the guard?
Yes, he is watching me. Be quiet.
You there, halt!
Yes, monsieur?
Where are you going?
Oh, I am fishing. There is a better place around the bend.
Fishing, eh? Perhaps you have a little fish for me on the way back.
Of course, monsieur.
Good fishing, Fräulein.
Thank you, monsieur.
There were more bridges and more sentries and more narrow escapes, but at last, unbelievably, Marseille. And there, as we walked through the streets to the house of François' friends, miracle of miracles, a man running, gendarme after him. Darling, François, look. It's O'Connor.
O'Connor.
I've got to get him. Meet me, I've got to help him. O'Connor! Somehow O'Connor and I managed to escape the police. And that night with Françoise, we took the train for Spain. Unreality piled upon unreality, yet there we were, the 3 of us. And poor O'Connor, with the dull look of a hunted animal still in his eyes. You feel better, O'Connor?
I don't know. I've been half balmy, Skip.
Can you tell us now about the others?
We were separated. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know half that's happened, Skip.
It'll be over soon. One stop at the border, a routine inspection of the papers, we're free.
And you two, you're going to be married.
Yes.
You approve, monsieur?
Oh, yes. All for it. All for it, Françoise.
We're at the border. Remember now, we separate. All meet back here in this compartment, right?
Yes, Jean.
Righto. Don't know if we'll make it. Seems too much to expect.
We will make it. I have faith.
Faith? Hold on to it, Françoise.
All out for inspection. All out for inspection.
Remember, we meet back here.
Yes.
Form a line here. Have your papers ready. Form a line.
Monsieur?
Yeah, very good. Step along, monsieur. Step along.
Yes, sir.
You're next.
You're mine.
Yeah. Right.
Here.
So. Step along, monsieur. Next.
Step up, mademoiselle.
Here, monsieur.
Oh, no.
Thank you, monsieur.
Next. Hey, that girl. There's something wrong with these papers. Quick, get her back. Arrest that girl.
Pardon, madame. Have you seen a young girl come into this compartment?
There was one here a moment ago, a gendarme.
Yes?
They came to get her things. Her papers were not in order. They took her off.
Yes, madame. Françoise!
There he
I'm sorry, I've
goes!
got to get by here.
Down along the curls!
Françoise!
Shoot!
Johnny, I am.
Darling.
I'm all right. But O'Connor.
O'Connor! Dear God in heaven, they've shot him.
The gendarmes were taking me off the train. O'Connor saw them. He ran to divert their attention. Johnny did it for you.
He did it for us, Françoise.
Oh.
I think he loved you too. She leaned against my empty sleeve, and I let her go on crying as the train rushed on those few last 100 yards toward freedom. I knew she was not crying for herself, not for O'Connor and the stupid, wonderful thing he had done, not for her father or brother or the doctor, not for the magnificent France she represented. Deep inside, completely within myself, I knew why she wept. This little French girl with the great heart and the great faith. What she was really crying for was the agony of all that was happening in the world.
Mr. Van Doren will tell you about next week's story in just a moment. I often wonder if part of this present habit of taking better care of our things will last, if we'll go on being a little more careful and economical when the war is over. Take your automobile, for instance. Why not keep right on taking better care of those tires and the battery, and the car's finish, too? It's good business. The finish won't break down if you care for it with a good cleaner and polish like Johnson's Car New. Why not try Johnson's Car New on your car? It's remarkably easy to use, and it cleans and polishes in one application, 2 jobs at once. It's a liquid which dries on application to a white powder. You wipe off this powder, and your car smiles at you with gratitude. Chances are your service station, auto supply store, or regular wax dealer has Johnson's Car New right now waiting for you to ask for it. It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. Car New. Now, Mr. Van Doren, how about next week's story?
Next week on Words at War, we shall bring you a radio impression of a very provocative book, War Criminals and Punishment by George Creel. It is a book that asks a question of vital interest to every American. Question, what shall we do with Hitler? Unless I miss my guess, it's a program that will start a lot of hot and healthy discussion throughout the country. So be with us next week. Until then, goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Van Doren. Tonight's Words at War program was dramatized by Gerald Holland and featured Miss Ann Shepard and Mr. Barry Kroger. Special music was composed and conducted by Morris Morsky, and the production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, the Johnson's Wax program presents War Criminals and Punishment on Words at War. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax program, Words at War with Carl Van Doren. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, proudly presents one of the most widely discussed programs in America, Words at War, dramatizations of the most representative books to come out of this great world conflict. And with us again tonight is one of the keenest judges of good books in America, the eminent author, biographer, and Pulitzer Prize winner, Mr. Carl Van Doren. Mr. Van Doren.
If I'm any judge, tonight's program will stick in your minds for a long time to come, but it's based on one of the most shock-filled books of our day. I'll tell you something about book and author just as soon as Jack Costello finishes a brief message from our sponsors.
If you were out in your car today, you probably noticed one thing. In spite of their age, a large number of the cars on the road still look very new. If you'd stopped to ask their owners, you'd have found that many of them long ago learned the easy way to keep the finish of their cars clean and sparkling. I mean, of course, with Johnson's Car New. Car New is designed for times like these. A polish that's easy enough to use so that you and I or our wives or youngsters can do the job ourselves. Car New does two jobs at the same time. Both cleans and polishes with one application. Car New is a liquid which dries to a white powder. Wipe off this powder and your car shines like a mirror again. Incidentally, if you don't remove that dull road dirt and grime, it may do permanent damage to the finish. It's still a long time before you'll have a new car. Why not keep yours looking as new as possible with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U, Car New. Mr. Van Doren?
Tonight's Words at War program is based on George Creel's book, War, Criminals, and Punishment. It poses the question, what are we going to do with Hitler when we have ended the war he started? George Creel, you know, served as the chairman of the Committee on Public Information in the last war, roughly the equivalent of the jobs now held by Elmer Davis and Byron Price, and is at present the Washington correspondent of Collier's magazine. His book, War, Criminals, and Punishment, is the most outspoken indictment of the people that has appeared in a generation. We bring it to you in the form of an open letter to Hitler and his gang, written by a man who has read Creel's book and wants the American public to know what kind of job is still ahead of us if justice is to be done. This is the open letter.
My dear Adolf, this letter is addressed not only to you, but to the others in your Axis gang. This letter is addressed to all the crooks and perverts. To yourself, to Mussolini and Tojo, to Himmler, Goering, Goebbels, Rosenberg, von Papen, Ribbentrop, Quisling, and all the rest. Yes, dear Adolf, to all of these, and to approximately 80 million of your fellow Germans, this letter is written. But for convenience sake, I shall address it mainly to you. Have you serve as a symbol for the lot. Do you mind? Practically every American who can put one word after another has written you a public letter or has planned to write such a letter, Adolf. They've presented these letters in every way. Stage, screen, radio, what have you. And now it's my turn. But I promise you one thing, Adolf. This letter will be different from the others you've received. Quite different. Wait and see. Still, let me make a confession. If I hadn't read George Creel's War, Criminals, and Punishment, this letter to you would not have been different. If I hadn't read that carefully documented book, this letter to you would have been pretty much the same as all the others. There wouldn't have been much regard for realism in it, Adolf, but there would have been lots of fancy stuff, such as filter effects and echo chambers and guns booming vengeance. And there would have been voices.
Oh, yes. Whispering voices, shouting voices, matter-of-fact reporting voices. Each of them with a job to do.
I should have been voice number one. In clipped reporting tones, I should have traced your early history. The beer hall putsch, the intimidation of the German people by the Nazi hoodlums, the rise to power of Adolf Hitler.
Next, we should have had our say. The whispering, half-frightened voices of the people of Europe.
Why don't Britain and France stop him? He has taken over the Tsar. He has marched his troops into the Rhineland in defiance of the Treaty of Versailles.
He has murdered Dolphus, marched into Austria.
Can nothing stop him? Now it's the Sudetenland he wants. That's Czechoslovak territory. But we Czechs are not afraid. Britain and France will not let him take our country.
And then?
The meeting of Munich has guaranteed peace in our time.
Yes, Adolf. If I hadn't read George Creel's book, that's the slant the story might have taken as a starter. Probably it would have gone on from there to describe the horrendous cruelties of yourself and your gangster friends, all told in terms that would have torn at the heartstrings of my sentimental fellow Americans. And then, at the proper moment, there would have been a fanfare to proclaim the heightening of the drama. And after the fanfare, a giant roll of the thunder drum. And then a strident voice.
Remember Pearl Harbor!
Are coming again. The Yanks are coming again.
And thus, Adolf, I would have shown the Yanks on the march again. And inevitably, once more, would have come the voices, all of them symbolically striking terror into your black heart. Voices with all the brisk self-confidence of an H.V. Cottonborn.
Our troops drive Rommel out of Africa. We take Sicily. We invade Italy. Rome falls. Eisenhower launches invasion of France.
At this point, Adolf, I suppose I might have switched the scene to you. Probably shown you in your mountain castle in Berchtesgaden, cowering in a closet at the approach of a bunch of G.I. Joes. Oh, this would have been a great scene, Adolf. The listeners would have laughed themselves sick at the spectacle of you, the killer of millions, cringing and shaking as you were carried off to your doom by the grinning American doughboys. Yes, pal, for this scene, I think I would even have indicated a comical musical curtain. But soon, Adolf, the music would change to another theme. A dignified, somber, yet hopeful theme. A theme one might use to describe the majesty of world law and order making ready to try him who had sinned against it. And the carefully spaced raps of the gavel would tell the listeners that here at last was the moment of high drama for which they had waited. The trial of Adolf Hitler. I can see that trial now, Adolf. Everyone, from the lowliest Russian peasant to the prelates of the Vatican, would submit documents against you. And in writing such a scene, I should be untrue to my craft if I did not employ dramatic license and bring in the most convincing witnesses of all.
I bear witness against you, Adolf Hitler. I am one of those who know full well the horror and inexcusable excesses of Nazi brutality. Because firing squads and bayonets were too slow for Nazi hate, you squeezed thousands of little people into pens and blew them up with hand grenades. I was one of those thousands.
I bear witness against you, Adolf Hitler. You herded us into freight cars, their floors inches deep in wet quicklime, and packed to the suffocation point with barefooted wretches. Then your lackeys locked the doors and pushed the cars into the forest, where no one could hear us scream as our flesh was eaten away.
I bear witness against you, Adolf Hitler. I lived in the Russian town of Kiev. In September 1941, your Nazi officials drove some 60,000 Russes out of the city to a great gully called Babi Yar, or the Woman's Ravine. After being stripped bare, all of us, men, women, and children, were lined up on the edge and machine-gunned, our bodies toppling down into the gully. It was the most clever device to save the labor of burial.
I can add to that testimony against you, Adolf Hitler. I was a Russian soldier, a prisoner of yours when you killed and buried those 60,000 citizens of Kiev in one scientific operation. But in August 1942, when the swift advance of the Russian armies made Kiev's recapture fairly certain, your Germans decided that it would be wise to destroy all evidence of their crime. Accordingly, they dispatched 100 of us Russian prisoners to the Women's Ravine for the purpose of uncovering and burning the corpses. I alone dug up 5,000 or 6,000 bodies. Most of them were old people, children, and babies. We dragged the bodies with iron hooks 30 or 40 yards to incinerators. They were made of iron fences of the Jewish cemetery. The bodies were put on iron grates, one layer of bodies alternating with a layer of kerosene-soaked wood. Each contained almost 4,000 bodies. During the operation, Gestapo officers arrived frequently with trucks full of Russian prisoners whom they had murdered. They also brought some prisoners who were conscious, unconscious, but alive and still breathing. These, too, were thrown in to be burned. Prisoners who weakened while working on the incinerators were shot on the spot and thrown into the fires. I, Adolf Hitler, was one of those who weakened.
I, too, bear witness against you, Adolf Hitler.
I also bear witness against you, Adolf Hitler.
And then, Adolf, I would have presented the really big moment, the gripping climax of the drama.
Adolf Hitler, rise and face your judges. Adolf Hitler, it is the judgment of this court that you...
Well, what fate would I have given you, Adolf? You know as well as I do that any death would be too good for you. Don't you? But that's not the point. You also know as well as I do that you're going to make suckers of us all, Adolf. You know that neither you nor your gangster pals will ever be brought to justice. On the other hand, if the American people listen hard enough during the next few minutes, and if they get mad enough as they listen, who knows? It might be that all you and all your gang would end up as guests of honor at a hanging party after all. Wouldn't that be cute, But I'm still betting against it, Adolf. I'm still betting you'll make suckers of us all.
For the benefit of late comers, this is Carl Van Doren bringing you a dramatization based upon George Creel's searching book, War, Criminals, and Punishment, another of the Words at War series presented each week by the makers of Johnson's Wax. We have seen this letter written to all the Axis gangsters, but for simplicity's sake addressed to Adolf Hitler. We have seen it document page by page the terrible crimes of Hitler and company. And then when the documentation was complete, when all the incontrovertible proof was presented, we have heard the writer of the letter make the flat statement that Hitler and gang would get away with their crimes. Were you startled by this? Have you come to the conclusion that the writer of the letter doesn't know what he's talking about? Do you want proof?
Well, let's get down to cases, Mr. Hitler. None of our listeners has called me up yet threatening to shoot me, so maybe they're willing to listen to see if I can prove my point. So I shall attempt to do so, simply, without fuss or fanfare. But let's not keep them waiting. Okay, voices on mic.
All right, let's get up here now. I'm first voice.
I'm number 2. Now then, what's the point we want to prove? Voice 1.
We shall prove that Mr. Hitler and his gang have not only one chance of escaping punishment for their crimes against humanity, but 3 such chances.
And do we just manufacture this proof? Voice 2.
We certainly don't. We take it from the documented records of history.
All right. All voices in order, please. What is Mr. Hitler's first chance of escape? Tell the little man himself.
Your first chance of escape, Mr. Hitler, is that the new German government, which will be set up by the Allies after your defeat, may refuse to deliver you and your gang for trial, on the grounds that such degradation of their national heroes would cause a revolution.
What possible reason could we have for believing such a thing could happen?
Well, it happened last time. That's exactly what happened. That's how Ludendorff and Hindenburg and Stulpnagel and the rest escaped trial after World War I.
Exactly. Now, what is Mr. Hitler's second chance to escape?
Your second chance of escape, Mr. Hitler, will come if you and your gang are brought to trial, just as it did for others after World War I. You'll remember that then, out of all the thousands of German war criminals, only 49 little unimportant men were brought to trial.
Yes, and those 49 were tried not by the people whom they had abused, but by their fellow Germans, in a German court in Leipzig under German rules of law.
And the verdicts?
German verdicts. Less than a half a dozen were found guilty of any offense. Men who had butchered helpless children, men who had split the windpipes and broken the backs of defenseless Allied prisoners of war were either applauded by the German court and the German crowd or were merely reprimanded for being too enthusiastic in the performance of their duty.
Yes. And none of those few found guilty served more than a few weeks in jail.
You see, Mr. Hitler? All right. Tell him what his third chance of escape is.
Your third chance of escape, Mr. Hitler, is to fly to a neutral country. You and all your criminal colleagues can always do that.
Will it work?
Oh, why not? It worked last time. That's what Kaiser Bill did. He escaped into neutral Holland, set himself up on a beautiful estate in Dawn, and lived on the millions sent to him by an admiring German people. And Holland refused to give him up to the Allies.
Now, let me be naive for a minute. Surely that can't happen this time.
Oh, can't it?
Have the neutral nations been approached on the matter?
They certainly have. But their replies have either been cold to the point of rebuff or else so cautious as to be meaningless.
What did Spain and Portugal answer?
Spain and Portugal were non-committal.
How about Argentina and Turkey?
Well, they stated that they would, quote, conform to the principles of international law, unquote. A distinct evasion.
And Sweden?
Sweden merely took note of the request without giving an answer. And Switzerland...
Oh, yes. What about Switzerland?
Switzerland tartly replied that she would be guided by due regard for her own sovereignty. That, brother, is the cooperation we're getting from the neutrals.
See what I mean, Mr. Hitler? There isn't a chance they'll get you unless... But let me return to my naivete for another minute. Let's scare the pants off of Adolf, fellas. Let's remind him that regardless of difficulties, with all of us allies being united on this matter, we can bring enough pressure to bear to see that justice has its day.
Save your breath, brother. United? The heck we are. Why, already the sentimentalists and the lawyers in love with the sterility of their profession are insisting on, quote, proper judicial procedure, unquote. Listen to...
Oh, no, wait up. What's wrong with, quote, proper judicial procedure, unquote?
Well, nothing, except who is to say what is proper judicial procedure? Watch a couple of lawyers battling in a traffic court about what the law is or is not. And I tell you that by the time the lawyers get it settled, dear Adolf and his gang will have died of old age.
And in addition, lend an ear to some of our best pulpits, all the way from the Archbishop of Canterbury down the line. What do you hear? Horror at the thought of bombing German cities. Sermons for a policy of loving kindness. Turn the other cheek. Whatever else we are in our treatment of war criminals, please, let's be conservative.
See what I mean, Mr. Hitler? And we're not making it up. Oh, no. It's all in George Creel's book. Documented. Proved. I hope you won't think me prejudiced, Mr. Hitler. I'm not. I just want to see you hanging from the highest gibbet in Christendom. So do most of my fellow Americans. And why? Not because we're vengeful. No. Merely because we know that if you get away with it, someday another Hitler will come along to bring disaster to the world. And please don't let me hear that bull about the democratic, decent Germans making another dictator impossible over there. You've killed or banished most of the decent Germans. And democracy has never stood a chance in Germany anyway. 3 times in 70 years, the German people have banded like robots under a dictator and have marched out to ravage the world. 3 times in 70 years. Decency? Freedom? Democracy? Nuts. The German people don't even know what the words mean. Here, voice number 7.
Yeah?
Read what George Creel says about the German people.
Before the ink was dry on the Treaty of Versailles, while Belgians and Frenchmen hunted in ruined homes for their dead, America rang to a chorus of pity for the poor Germans. Today, with conquered lands knowing every horror of enslavement, there is a definite movement to have it believed that Hitler's organized savagery does not represent the popular German will. That's bunk. American correspondents bear witness that German citizens, without urging or official order, killed and tortured Jews no less enthusiastically than did the stormtroopers. It was not only brown shirts who fed the bonfires at the book-burning Mr. Hitler, but German university students. Shall I go on?
Oh, certainly. Continue.
Okay. Over here in America, plays and films applauded by packed houses exploit the courage and heroism of a German underground movement. There is no such movement. Poles, Czechs, Dutch, and French are resisting to the death. Each day, new thousands are thrown into unmarked graves. But not from a single authoritative source is there word of such resistance in Germany. Those that might have dared were killed or jailed at once.
And who's to blame for all this malarkey going the rounds? Why, the American sentimentalists, of course. But the sentimentalists have their little helpers. And you know who they are? The refugees. More particularly, the articulate refugees, like Hermann Rausnik and Prince Hubertus zu Löwenstein.
Hey, wait a minute, mister. I'm just a plain American, and that don't seem right, talking about the refugees. In America, we love the refugees.
Oh, yes, I know. The love, adoration, and applause of German refugees is a national sport second only to baseball. And not that a lot of them don't deserve it. But listen, let's hear what Creel says.
Many of the German refugees in the United States and England have no larger conception of democracy than Hitler himself. They blame only the Führer, not the militaristic, imperialistic German mentality which made Hitler not only possible, but welcome. Many of those refugees most vocal today played a prominent part in the overthrow of the Weimar Republic. Many of them still have as a secret slogan, Deutschland über alles. They still refer plaintively to what they call the infamous Treaty of Versailles as a complete excuse for every German crime. Want some more?
No, that's enough. That ought to get the idea across.
Then, can I add a prayer?
A prayer? Why, sure.
From the American and British sentimentalists, from many of the German refugees, good Lord, deliver us.
Amen. Well, Mr. Hitler, you can see what we're after. We make no bones about it. It's our hope that if the truth is spread wide enough, your nation will never again threaten the peace of the world. And no nation will ever again spawn devils like yourself and your friends. That's our hope. Frankly, I still believe it's doomed to fate. But you can never be sure, Mr. Hitler. Who knows? Maybe our people will wake up. Maybe they'll rise up on their hind legs and tell the sentimentalists to shut their traps. Maybe the American people will make such an awful row that no neutral nation would dare give you sanctuary. Maybe they'll insist on the 3-point plan of action that alone can save the world. And no one knows better than you, Mr. Hitler, what those 3 points are.
Point 1. Unconditional surrender, followed by military occupation of Germany to enforce permanent disarmament.
Point 2. The arrest and arraignment of all war criminals from the highest to the lowest, uncomplicated and unimpeded by the slow, tortuous processes of civil courts.
Point 3. An instant end to Prussia's evil, brutal domination of the German Empire. The smashing for all time of the gun-toting Prussian Reich.
Yes, Mr. Hitler. Maybe our American people will set their hearts and souls on attaining these 3 points. If they do, maybe, there'll be peace in our children's time. I remain very sincerely yours, one American.
I'm going to present a message on behalf of our sponsors, after which Mr. Carl Van Doren will return to tell us about next week's Words at War program. A home where the floors, furniture, and woodwork are regularly waxed does become more and more beautiful. It takes on added refinement and charm, that mellow, richly polished look that good housekeepers so much admire. Yet with all that beauty, the number one service of Johnson's Wax is protection. When you apply a coat of the paste or liquid wax to your floors or furniture, you're protecting their surfaces with a tough, invisible shield. This wax shield itself takes all the wear, and the surface underneath is safe. And this is just as true for a tabletop or windowsill as it is for a floor that gets hard wear. This protection of surfaces with Johnson's Wax makes them last much longer, saves money on refinishing. And, of course, it saves you work all year, because your daily or weekly cleaning is so much easier. The polished beauty, which is known so well to Johnson's Wax users, is really an added advantage, like an extra dividend. Now, Mr. Van Doren, what about next week's program?
Next week, our Words of War will be taken from a book that made me laugh a lot as I read it, Donald Huff's Captain Retread. It's a very good story of a World War I soldier who joins up this time and discovers that it's rather different. This is Carl Van Doren, inviting you to be with us again next week. And until then, goodbye.
Tonight's dramatization was written by Richard McDonough and featured Ned Weaver. Music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky, and the production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, the Johnson Wax program presents Captain Retread on Words at War. Jack Costello speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Words at War with Carl Van Doren. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, proudly presents one of the most widely discussed programs in America, Words at War, dramatizations of the most representative books to come out of this great world conflict. And with us, as usual, is one of the keenest judges of good books in America, the eminent author, biographer, and Pulitzer Prize winner, Mr. Carl Van Doren. Mr. Van Doren.
Tonight's book is the story of an American who has been a soldier since the early months of this war, but who has never left the country. He modestly begins by saying that he has nothing to talk about, and that is why he wrote the book. But you will soon find out that he has a great deal to talk about. I'll tell you what it is, and who the author is, after Jack Costello has brought you a short message from our sponsor.
You know, folks, we'd like to point out that during these summer days, both our front and back doors are apt to be open a good deal of the time. That means that more than the usual amount of dust and dirt are going to blow into your kitchen and front entrance hall, and their linoleum floor coverings need extra protection. They'll be perfectly safe if they're polished with Johnson's Glow Coat. If you ever looked at the jagged edges of those dirt particles under a magnifying glass, you'd understand why floor coverings wear so much longer. In fact, 6 to 10 times longer when they're regularly protected with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Actually, the Glow Coat film, although invisible, acts as a tough shield, guarding against wear and scratches. Glow Coat is easy to apply, dries quickly to a beautiful, sparkling finish. It's called self-polishing because it needs no rubbing or buffing. It keeps the colors of your linoleum new-looking indefinitely, and of course, it saves you many hours of work. All right, here's Mr. Van Doren.
Words at War tonight brings you a dramatization of Donald Huff's Captain Retread. In the last war, Donald Huff was in turn private, corporal, second lieutenant, and first lieutenant in the Signal Corps. In this war, he is a captain in the Air Force. His book is the story of his experiences in an army which is essentially the American army he knew, but in a war which is different, and how different. Pay no attention to him when he says he has nothing to talk about. He has a great deal to tell all Americans about the daily lives of millions of young men, soldiers in training, whom we think of every day. But I'll let Captain Huff tell you himself, as he tells it in his human and humorous book, Captain Retread.
That's a great song. I was going back in the Army after 24 years. The last time I was a kid of 22. Now I was 47. An individual of experience. My face lined with what dermatologists like to call marks of character, but which, having watched them developed, I credited mostly to beer. I was getting into uniform again on May 19th, 1942. Trying to pick up where I'd left off on August 4th, 1919. I had a commission as captain in the Air Corps. And first order of business was to meet my friend High at the department store to pick out a uniform. High had tried to get back in the Army, too, but they turned him down. Poor guy, I felt awful sorry for him.
Third, phonographs, house furnishings, kitchenware,
Uniforms.
men and boys' clothing.
Three, please. Third floor.
Take it easy, brother. You can't get out until I open the door.
I got to get a uniform.
They probably got a few left. Out on 3.
Pardon me, madam. Excuse me, sir.
Going up 3.
Let me
Up
out
back
here,
in the car, please. Up 3.
Doodly-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hey, Hi. Here I am.
Oh, hello, Don.
Darn nice of you to come down, Hi. Where are the uniforms?
Right over here. I've been looking at them. Oh, you're a lucky stiff. You know, I still can't figure why they turned me down. I'm in just as good shape as you are.
Well, maybe, Hi, but, we all can't go back. You've got a job to do here at home, Hi, old man. Air raid warden, save waste fats, sell bonds, man the home front,
Oh, nuts to the home front. Come on, let's get you a uniform.
Yes, gentlemen. May I be of service?
My friend wants to look at a uniform.
Yeah, an Army officer's uniform.
I beg your pardon, sir. You are going in the Army?
I'm going back in the Army.
Oh. A retread, eh?
What do you mean, retread?
That's just a name the younger men have for you First World War officers, sir. They call you retreads. Rather good, don't you think?
Yeah, that's not bad. That's just what you are, Don, a retread.
All right. Let's see some uniforms.
Well, now, let me see. I'd say you take a 40, right?
36.
I'm seldom wrong about sizes, sir. Let's just slip this 40 on for size.
I don't want a 40. I want a 36.
You only take a 36, Don?
Oh, I have taken a 40 now and then, but I'll be losing a lot of weight in the Army. What I want's a 36.
Very well, sir, if you insist. 36. Never get into it. And here we are, sir. A 36.
Thank you.
And now if you just slip off your coat.
Oh, sure.
Now, there we are. Now we put this one on.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Now we button the buttons.
There.
My, we do have a tummy, don't we? Now your cap, sir.
No, I don't want that kind. I want one of those slouchy ones. I'm in the Air Corps.
Don't be silly, Don. Those floppy caps are for flyers.
Yeah, but I could have one, couldn't I?
You look ridiculous at your age.
Oh, all right.
Now your insignia, sir. Double silver bar.
That's right.
Let me fix them for you.
Oh, thanks.
There we are. All ready for another war, eh?
Not bad. Not bad at all. Hey, Hi.
Oh, Don.
I really would like to have the blouse altered for you, sir. If you don't mind my saying it, it is a little snug.
Snug? Say, buddy, in a few weeks this blouse will be hanging on me like a sack. Come on, Hi, let's go.
Goodbye. Good luck, Captain.
Goodbye.
Come on, Captain Red.
Coming. Goodbye, Broadway. Hello, friends. Hey, Hi. Look what's coming at us.
What?
Don't you see? A soldier. Boy, watch me return his snappy salute. Hey, this will be great. First time I've saluted in 20 years. Get this now, Hi. Get this, Hi. Why, he walked right by me. He didn't even look at me.
Didn't even give you a tumble. But you'll recover. Come on, Retread. Let's stop in at Joe's. I'm thirsty. I certainly need something after shopping with you, Don.
That was nice of you to come, Hi. I appreciate it.
You ruined my day. You get a commission, and they turn me down. I still don't get it.
Oh, it's just the brakes, Hi. You know, somebody's got to
Don't
man...
you mention manning that home front again, or so help me, Don.
Yes, gentlemen. Oh, hello, Mr. Downey.
Hello, Joe.
Captain Huff.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Captain.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, they're getting some of us old boys back in harness.
Yes, they certainly are. Well, what'll it be, gentlemen?
The usual, Joe, only make it a double.
Yes, sir. And you, Captain?
Oh, I don't know. Give me the same, I guess. What's the matter?
Not for you, Captain. No one in uniform served before 5 o'clock. California law.
Oh, now say, what's the idea?
You could have a little beer, maybe, or a soft drink.
Oh, give me a beer.
1 beer.
My wife, Barry, and my son, Sherwood, and I were living in Laguna Beach. Sherwood was stationed nearby with the Marines, and I was due to report to the air base at Santa Ana. So we were all together for a while anyway. Barry? Barry, you home?
Yes, dear, I'm in the kitchen.
Well, come in here. I've got something to show you.
All right, dear, I'll be right in.
Uh-huh.
Been wondering what was keeping you. Just about to call your office. Sherwood's going out this evening. Don.
How do you like it?
But when did you get it?
This afternoon. Hi went with me. Sappy, huh?
Oh, you look wonderful, dear. Wonderful.
Not bad for a retread, huh?
Retread, dear?
Sure. You know, that's what the kids call us old-timers who come back in the Army.
Oh, that's cute. Retread.
Yeah. See, back in harness.
Dear, turn around.
Huh? Why?
Turn around.
All right.
Dear, isn't that coat a little snug?
Snug? Why, of course it isn't. It's a 36.
But, dear, you take a 40.
I take a 36. This fits me. Well, anyway, I'll be losing in the Army.
Well, perhaps. But anyway, unbutton the coat and sit down. Be comfortable.
Perfectly comfortable the way I am. But, it is a little warm, isn't it? Well, might as well unbutton this one. Well, Barry.
Here we go again.
Yep, once more.
Can't pretend that I like it. You in the Army, Sherwood in the Marines.
Well, I'm not going anyplace much, Barry. I'll probably stay in this country. Maybe we can have a house wherever I'm stationed. It won't be bad.
What about Sherwood?
Well, somebody's kid has to go overseas.
I know it. But I don't want him to go. I can't help it. I don't want him to go.
He'll come through all right, Barry. It's just something that's got to be done.
We were getting along so well. Sherwood loved his job. Your work was going fine. Everything was nice, just the way I always hoped it would be. And then this war.
We're just one little family, Barry. We've got to remember that.
Oh, I know, dear. And I understand what you and Sherwood must do. You can count on me.
Sure, we know that. Hey, where is the kid?
He's upstairs getting ready for a date. Don, I wish you'd speak to him.
Yeah, about what?
He's getting so hard to manage. I begged him to wear his rubbers today, and he flatly refused.
Oh, Barry. Sherwood's a man now. He's a Marine.
I don't care. Don, do you think he's getting enough to eat?
Of course he is. He's eating better than you are.
I don't know what's come over him. I fix all his favorite dishes, and he hardly touches them.
Barry, soldiers eat well. They don't come home hungry. That's the trouble. People think soldiers get nothing to eat but beans.
Well, he looks thin to me.
Well, sure. He's lost weight. Bound to in basic training. Why, I say I'll probably take off 30 or 40 pounds myself.
Hey, Mom, where are you?
In the living room, dear. Come in. I want to show you something.
Okay, what is it, Mom? Jeepers, Dad. When did you get it?
Private Huff. Is that the way to enter the presence of a superior officer?
What do you mean, superior officer? A Marine private first class is the same as a captain in the Air Corps.
Why?
But okay, Mrs. Huff?
Yes?
Mrs. Huff, may I have your permission to speak to the captain?
Oh, you silly. Yes, you have my permission.
Captain Huff, sir, I have Mrs. Huff's permission to speak to you.
Very well, Private Huff.
Well, get up on your feet. Give us a gander at that uniform.
Oh. All right.
Boy, if that ain't something. That's pretty good, Dad, for a retread.
Hey, what do you mean, retread?
Doesn't he look fine in his uniform? Button it up, dear.
Right.
Boy, I'll say. Hey, say, Dad, turn around.
Turn around? What's the matter?
Dad, isn't that blouse a little snug?
I hope you're having as much fun as I am. This is Carl Van Doren speaking, and we're bringing you a dramatization based upon Donald Huff's book, Captain Retread, another of the Words at War series presented each week by the makers of Johnson's Wax. So far, we've shown you Captain Retread, an officer in the First World War who's donned his uniform for the Second. It's a bit snug, but he's going to reduce. Now he's off to camp, so let's go along.
Well, I reported to Santa Ana, and the first day stepped around the base with a spring in my walk. I had a picture of myself, lean-hipped, a hard-bitten fellow with chiseled features, the mark of many a bitter campaign on his face. Yet the little wrinkles around his eyes that betrayed a keen sense of humor, the wry little smile, somehow a bit sad, too. Women would naturally fall in love with this fellow. But what was the poor chap to do? I dropped in the PX for a cup of coffee. There's a cute little redhead waiting on the counter. I slid onto a stool and decided to give the kid a break. Hello, gorgeous.
Hello. What'll it be?
I'd like a cup of coffee. Beautiful.
Draw one.
Coming up.
Anything else? Pop?
No. We took the other old guy. You got to take the captain on your side.
Listen, we got 3 of these retreads on our team now.
Well, so have we. What can we do about it?
There's something in regulations about 5 hours of physical training or athletics a week. I decided to take it out in softball, which was no treat to the youngsters on the team. They put me in right field on the theory that nobody ever hits anything there in softball. So I try to put on a front. I stand out in right, picking up pebbles now and then. I place my hands on my hips during pauses, the way they do in the big leagues. Take a few quick steps in the direction of a ball, no matter where it's hit, and in a general way, try to show that I'm on my toes. I shout encouraging remarks to the pitcher. He ignores me. But everything's okay until it's my turn to bat.
You can do it, Captain! Hit it a mile, Captain!
I'm up there to try. I wiggle my legs like Babe Ruth, hitch my belt like Miller Huggins, swing my bat exactly like Hans Wagner. I strike out. I wasn't destined to attend the Army as a commuter for very long. Orders came through transferring me to a base gunnery school at Ajo in Arizona near the Mexican border. A very rugged post. It wasn't practical to get a house, so I stayed at home. With Sherwood away with the Marines, she pitched into Red Cross work. And at last, our family was fighting a total war. And now, away from home, now really a 24-hour-day soldier, I find myself proud to be living with these men. Especially at night as I walk between the rows of brightly lighted barracks and the tents placed along the streets to handle the overflow. There's something thrilling about the post at night, just before the lights go out. There's laughter and horseplay, the last few minutes of general talk, the tired fingers scribbling letters home. There's something thrilling and pathetic. The energies and brains of all these youngsters who are segregated from the world of which they've been so vital a part, confined by these barracks walls, in dedication to battle. And beyond the barracks, reaching to all parts of the country, hover the indistinct images of families. Their eyes and thoughts turned this way, apprehension this way, fear this way, love this way. Pen scratching, boxes being packed, presents being bought, prayers being said. It seems too heavy a concentration in this small spot of the very essence of the country. Too many of the best. The mixture's too rich here, leaving it too lean outside. Barry came down to look over the army and me. Barry, darling, oh, I'm so glad to see you, dear.
You look wonderful.
Well, 10 pounds lighter, that's all.
You have, at least that, Don.
Well, come on, Barry, I'll show you around.
I want to see your quarters.
You will.
What kind of a song is that?
Oh, that's our old hinky-dinky brought up to date. The waxing waves will win the war, parley-boo. The waxing waves will win the war, parley-boo. The waxing waves will win the war, so what the heck are we fighting for? Hinky-dinky, parley-boo. Got a million verses.
Oh, they're fine-looking boys, aren't they, Don?
Ah, they're the best, Barry. Oh, there's one of the barracks.
That?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
He's yelling at those recruits just passing the barracks. That's the stock greeting for all new men. You'll be sorry.
Well, I must say, everybody seems to be in good humor.
Yes, Barry, they are. The Army's humor is what makes it the best Army in the world. It's our defense in depth.
What do you mean, Don?
Well, there's no other humor just like it. The humor of the Army is concerned with itself. The Army thinks the Army is funny. Its humor is based upon itself, kidding itself, laughing itself off. I guess that goes for the rest of the country, too. That's why we could never tolerate a Hitler or a Mussolini. We'd watch them strutting and posing and then burst out laughing and spoil everything.
Yes, I suppose we would.
Of course we would. But when I'm officer of the day, I have to wear a pistol. Now, it seems funny to the men. A guy in an office wearing a sidearm. Why, Barry, the other day I walked over to talk to a clerk about a report. He took his hand and said, "Oh, don't shoot, Captain." And I read about a sailor in the ice-cold North Atlantic the other day. He was perched on an overturned lifeboat as if he were riding a horse and yelling, "Hi-yo, Silver," at the rescue ship.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Barry, you can't beat people like that. Our peculiar sense of humor is our secret weapon. That's what I mean about our defense in depth. Now, we turn here.
Oh, where's your house?
You're looking at my house, Barry.
This? This is just a barracks.
Barry, please. This is BOQ, Bachelor Officers' Quarters. I'll have you know I occupy the deluxe suite.
Oh.
Come on, Barry. This place was built years ago for the CCC.
Well, maybe it's better on the inside.
Oh, it is. There we are. Go on in, dear. How do you like it?
Oh, Don.
Ample room, 6 by 8. And look, I've got a ceiling. Only officer who has a ceiling.
Ceiling? Mm-hmm. You pieces of old beaver board?
My night table.
Don, it's a cardboard box that breakfast cereal came in.
My wardrobe.
Piece of gas pipe. You poor dear, have you been living like this?
Barry, I've been living this way and loving it.
Don, I'm going to speak to somebody about this.
Oh, Barry. I wasn't kidding about loving the life and being with the men who make up this Army. When I leave, I'll miss the men more than anything else. Most officers feel the same way. The men are everything to us. The men are the Army. It's body and spirit and soul. And all we officers can do is skulk around the fringes of their vast brotherhood trying to get in. I won't pretend that it was an entire picnic. There were a lot of lonesome nights with the wind howling through the cracks of my deluxe suite and spraying the Arizona desert sand in my face. I won't pretend that I wasn't pretty excited when we got a chance, Barry and Sherwood and I, to be together again after almost a year. The boy and I have been corresponding regularly, and, well, we both felt that Barry had behaved nobly during this year by herself. So we had a little surprise cooked up for her on the first anniversary of the family's second war.
Sherwood be here by now?
Oh, he'll be along. Maybe he couldn't get on the first bus. They're pretty crowded.
Oh, I hope he comes soon. I have steak.
Yeah, he'll be here.
The three of us together, then.
Yes, Barry. Do you realize I've been in the Army a whole year? Lost 28 pounds, too, by gad.
Oh, you're beautiful, dear.
Well, I don't think I look like a retread anymore.
It's Sherwood. That's his ring.
I'll let him in.
Sherwood.
Come on in, boy.
Hiya, Pop.
Hiya, son.
Hiya, Mom.
Oh, darling.
Gee, Mom, it's swell to see you. It's swell to be back.
Seems years.
Yeah, gee, I missed you too, Mom.
Well, son, let's look at you. Hey, what's this?
Get a load of that, huh?
You've been promoted, Sherwood.
It'll be Sergeant Sherwood to you, madam.
Sherwood, I'm so proud of you.
Marine Sergeant. Huh.
Corresponding to Major in the Army. Say, will you look at the old man? Streamlined.
Yeah.
Boy, you took off some weight.
28 pounds.
Boy, that retread is wearing thin.
Oh. So you're a sergeant. Tell me, how did it happen?
I don't know. A major asked me that the other day. I made a mistake, and he said, how did you ever get to be a sergeant? I said, I don't know, sir. And he said, well, I'm sure I'll never know.
Well, there you are. I think something else is indicated here. Sherwood, could I speak to you a moment over here? That little matter, you know.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Now, what is this?
Conference, Mrs. Huff. Now, look here, son.
I don't know.
Oh, but she deserves it.
Well, but is she ready for it?
Come on, you fellows. What is this all about?
Let's go speak to her about it. Mrs. Huff.
Yes?
Mrs. Huff, we wish to make a citation.
A citation?
A citation.
To Barry Huff, our beloved wife.
And mother.
For conspicuous restraint in permitting her son and husband to drink beer and eat peanuts and cheese and crackers, thereby spoiling their dinners.
For recognizing the fact, at long last, that Marines do not put on rubbers when it rains.
Well, they should.
For sewing buttons on our shirts and shoulder patches on our blouses.
For not crying at bus stations, for allowing us to skip the salad.
For yielding all of her privileges and prerogatives as boss of this family in the interest of the war effort. I, Captain Don Huff.
I, Sergeant Sherwood Huff.
We do both now, Barry Huff, elevate you for long and distinguished service to the rank of Private First Class.
Congratulations, Private First Class Barry Huff.
Oh, you nuts. Come here, both of you, before I cry.
If you do, we'll break you to buck private, won't we, Sherwood?
You bet we will, Ma.
All right, then. I won't. But promise me one thing, will you, fellas?
Sure.
Anything?
Make this the last war, will you? Fix it so you won't have to be a retread someday, Sherwood. One retread in the family is enough.
Oh, Barry.
There you are, Captain Retread by Donald Huff. This book, written with a tongue in the cheek and a twinkle in the eye, has its serious overtones, too, as you've heard. Obviously, we've been able to bring you only a few of the high spots of Captain Retread. So I suggest that you get this book and enjoy the rest of it. In a moment, I'll be back to tell you about our words at war for next week. Mr. Costello?
Thank you, Mr. Van Doren. Folks, the gasoline and oil companies are rendering a real service to car owners these days. First, by providing you with thorough checkup service. And second, by frequent reminders to take care of your personal transportation. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure in any car owner's language. And that goes for the finish as well as what's under the hood. Maybe your car won't actually break down because you don't keep it clean, but your driving morale will crack a little. And that road dirt and grime will injure the finish if you don't remove it occasionally. Let me suggest that you give your car a treatment with Johnson's Car New, the auto polish that does two things at once.
both cleans and polishes with one application. Carnew is a liquid, so easy to use you'll gladly do the job yourself. Make a note now to ask your dealer for Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U, Carnew. Which brings us to next week's program. Mr. Van Doren?
Next week, we bring you a story of war without the roar of a single cannon and with the whine of but 2 bullets. It's the story of a group of young Americans who fight not only against Nazis, but also against one of the most demoralizing enemies of all, against the awful curse of loneliness. The script has already been written, and it is as imaginative a piece of writing as I've read in a long time. The title is War Below Zero. I recommend that you be on hand to hear it. Now, this is Carl Van Doren, inviting you to be with us again next week, and until then, goodbye.
Tonight's dramatization of Captain Retread was written by Gerald Holland and featured Craig McDonald. Music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky, and the production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, the Johnson Wax program presents War Below Zero on Words at War. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program, Words at War, with Clifton Fadiman. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, proudly presents one of the most widely discussed programs in America, Words at War, dramatizations of the most representative books to come out of this great world conflict. And pinch hitting for Carl Van Doren tonight is that good judge of fine books, man of letters, and nationally known radio personality, Mr. Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
A friend of mine said the other day that a good war story ought to have some shots and shells in it. Well, here goes. And there you have 2 pretty good rifle shots. I hope my friend is satisfied. Well, actually, the point I want to make is that in our war story tonight, there are no rousing tank battles, no artillery salvos, no diving planes, no charging German battalions. Tonight, we give you a personal story. The story about some fine, simple men and their fight against an enemy more cruel by far than any German hordes. But more about the story in a minute. First, Jack Costello.
Folks, tonight I'd like to get out to your garage. When you're through listening to the radio, let's slip out quietly and take a look at your car. What I'm especially interested in is how it looks, how you've kept up the finish. I don't mean to be critical if it's on the dull and gloomy side, but I think I can be helpful. You should know, for example, that dirt and road grime should be removed occasionally before they have a chance to do permanent injury to the finish. And I'm glad to tell you that with Johnson's Carnew, you can keep your car looking its best, polished and shining with a very minimum of work. Carnew saves work because it does 2 things at once, both cleans and polishes with one application, and because it's a liquid and so easy to apply. I'm sure I don't need to tell you there's more satisfaction in driving a clean, new-looking car. So why not try Carnew this week? It's spelled C-A-R-N-U, Johnson's Carnew. Mr. Fadiman?
Thank you. Tonight, Words at War brings you a dramatization of War Below Zero, a book written by 3 officers of the Army Air Forces. Colonel Burnt Balkin, the veteran flyer and explorer, Major Corey Ford, noted writer and playwright, and Major Oliver Lafarge, the distinguished novelist. What they tell in War Below Zero is the story of what a few Americans did on a secret mission to Greenland. of how they fought loneliness and cold, more terrible enemies indeed than... But let's listen to one of the men tell you his own story of what it's like to fight in a war below zero. Listen to him tell what happened to him in Greenland.
What happened in Greenland, Mr. Fadiman? Nothing happened exactly. Nothing much, that is. But Greenland, see, well, fighting there, it's a lonely war. Right away, it's lonely. You feel it even aboard the ship as you pull in. I remember the first look I got at it. I was out on the deck of the transport. Some of us were singing. Some guys was writing letters, and some, like me, was just sitting. We'd just been told we was going to Greenland, and none of us was happy about it. Especially Joe. Joe was my buddy. He was from Texas.
Listen to this, Johnny boy. Greenland is almost half the width of the United States. If Australia is classed as a continent, then Greenland is the largest island in the world.
Yeah?
It is in the shape of a shallow bowl. I'm reading.
Oh.
With a rim of high mountains extending around the entire coast. Cupped inside these mountains is a vast sheet of ice covering the whole island. Listen, Johnny, I never even seen any ice outside of a mint julep.
Well, ain't there no grass on it? Nowhere?
Oh, listen to what the book says. The ice cap is more than 2 miles thick. Superimposed, what's that?
Put on top.
Put on top of the United States, it would extend from New York as far west as Kansas City. There are no fertile slopes, grassy meadows, rounded...
Hey, you can stop reading now, Joe, and look at it.
Huh?
Sure. There she is. Greenland.
Where's all the polar bears? That's what I want to know. Where's all the polar bears?
Johnny, just look at them mountains. Look at them. Like jagged old teeth chewing up the sky. Man, oh man, I'm going home.
Cheer up, Joe. It ain't so bad.
Yeah, maybe not. But I'd just like to get my hands on him, that's all. I'd just like to get my hands on him.
Who?
The guy what named it Greenland.
Joe was right. Greenland wasn't green. And we wasn't glad. We wasn't glad about anything. Especially when we saw our ship sail away and leave us there on the beach. We stood there and watched it. And we felt like kids do when Mom and Pop go away, leaving them alone in the dark house. You know how it is. Joe knew.
Yonder she goes, Johnny.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of know what my girl must have felt when I left. It ain't good to be the one left behind.
Yeah. What's your girl like, Joe?
My girl's my wife.
Yeah? She pretty?
Pretty?
Yeah.
Sure, she's pretty. And you know what? She fixes things. Broken chairs, leaky faucets, light plugs. You take most girls, they don't know nothing about anything. But my Jeannie, just let her smell something broken and right away she's popping through the house doing something about it. Yes, sir. There's the faucet leaking away and there's Jeannie armed to the teeth with pliers, wrenches, and hammers. And all the time she's fixing the thing, she's looking like a cockeyed angel. We laugh so much, Johnny. Gee, how we laugh.
How long have you been married, Joe?
3 weeks. Laughing. All the time laughing. Johnny, look. The ship's gone.
Yeah, I know.
Listen. What's that?
I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, sure, listen. It's a kind of a steady sound. Hear it?
Oh, that. Sure, I hear that.
It just keeps up, don't it?
Don't you know what you're hearing, Joe?
No. What?
Silence, that's what. Nothing but silence. Cold, bare, lonely old silence.
Sergeant John Hall?
Yes, sir, Colonel. That's me, sir.
Sergeant, there's a big job to be done up north, up in the ice cap. Got to get it underway in a hurry. It'll be a thankless, nasty business. You interested?
Well, sir,
Good. If we can get regular weather observations from strategic points on the Greenland ice cap, we'll know in Greenland today exactly what the weather will be in Germany tomorrow. Don't need to tell you how important such information will be, especially to our air forces in England.
Sir,
In addition, the mission's to assist in rescue operations for planes forced down its area. You'll also test cold weather equipment.
Me, sir? But
now there may be several Nazi stations concealed up there. We've uncovered and destroyed a great many. Still, there may be more. Moreover, you'll be isolated on that godforsaken ice cap for at least a year. So on a mission of this sort, I would like volunteers only. Are you prepared to volunteer, Sergeant? Good. Now for the orders. You will proceed on or about September 1st under the command of Lieutenant...
So I was volunteered for a year's duty on the ice cap, somewhere north of the south of Greenland. I didn't want to go. I knew it would be bad. I knew it would be as close to hell as a man could get and still be cold. That's why I didn't get it when Joe says to me,
Hey, Johnny, I fixed it so I'm going too. But don't look at me like that, you big jerk. Think I'd let you have all the fun by yourself?
Can you imagine that lug? What a guy. So anyway, we started up to the ice cap to fight our part of the war. Ours wasn't no big war, and even our casualties wasn't very glamorous. You can't put a sling in a frozen lung, and when you get right down to it, a few missing fingers is only important to the hand that loses them. True, some of our guys died up in Greenland, but they didn't die wiping out enemy positions. They died because they fell down a crevasse. Know what a crevasse is? It's a thin crust of snow laid over miles deep of nothing. 1 minute a guy's walking along talking to you, and the next minute he's a good 3 miles down from living. And nothing you can do about it. You don't even hear him land on the bottom. Still, we knew we had it soft compared to what our guys in the Pacific was taking, so we got used to it. To the dark, and the silence, and the cold. There was 9 of us up on the ice cap. In the beginning, it was okay. We kidded around a lot when we wasn't busy gathering weather information, things like that. We organized a glee club. Joe was a conductor. He took it serious, too.
Come on, you guys, a little closer on that harmony. Once more now, come on. There's a long, long trail
of we were singing that first night, killing time, while Clarence, the radio guy, tinkered with a set. Then Clarence said,
All ready to go, guys. Ready to send the first message to home base, sir.
Okay, let her go.
Okay. XY220 calling base command, Southern Greenland. Attention, base command. Come in, please. Come in. XY220 calling base command, Southern Greenland. Attention, base command. Come in. Will you come in? They don't come in, sir.
Send your message anyway.
Yes, sir. XY220 calling base command, Southern Greenland. Message follows. XY220 in operation. Will contact you each day at 600 hours. Will send weather data each day at 600 hours. Do you hear me, base command? Do you hear me?
Well, what do you know?
Oh, come on, gang. Snap out of it. Let's sing. Come on now, everybody. Get going with that guitar, Tetley. Wait a minute. Look, Johnny, you can't keep a tune, okay, but the least you can do is to keep time.
All right. Don't get sore.
Okay, then take that part again now. Come on, this time make it talk.
There's a long, long trail a-winding into the land of
XY220 calling Base Command Southern Greenland. Can you hear me, Base Command? Please answer, Base Command. Please answer. XY220 calling Base Command in Southern Greenland. XY220 calling...
Oh, for God's sake, send a message. Send a message.
The first couple months went by fast, even though we didn't hear from the outside. Then the days got funny. Days. Nights they were. Nights 20 hours long. We spent them waiting for the few little hours of daylight. For almost 9 months, we waited for one thing or another practically all the time. We waited through blizzards, for mail, and for fresh supplies, which we needed bad. They never came, but we waited for them.
This is Clifton Fadiman bringing you Words at War, the Johnson Wax program. Tonight we're presenting a dramatization based upon War Below Zero, the story of Americans fighting a war, an unglamorous war, a war against cold and loneliness and homesickness in Arctic Greenland. We've seen these young men arrive in southern Greenland, follow them as they went farther north to the loneliest military post on Earth, up on the great ice cap, cut off from the outside world, cut off completely, with not even an acknowledgement of their radio messages. But they kept going.
We had to get out 4 weather reports every day. At first it was a snap, but later when the winter blizzards roared down at us, getting those 4 readings was hard. Real hard. As soon as we'd repair our instruments after one bad storm, another one would sock us, knocking down the weather vanes and blowing the anemometer cups to a frozen kingdom come. And even after we broadcast the reports, we was never sure they got through to the base command.
XY220 calling Base Command Southern Greenland. Attention, Base Command. Come in, please. Come in. They don't hear us. For 3 months now, they don't hear us.
Go on, send the report.
Yes, sir, but what's the good? They don't hear us. I tell you, they don't hear us, sir. For 3 months, I've been calling them every night. For 3 months, I haven't missed a night.
Send it.
Yes, sir. Attention, Base Command. XY220 reporting. Area 429. I repeat, Area 429 at 600 hours. Ceiling on vertical front 030. Visibility X05. Temperature 45 degrees below zero. Wind direction northwest.
And one day, it happened.
Hey, you guys! I got something!
Calling XY220. Command base calling XY220. Message. A flying fortress has crashed in your area. Approximate position between 30 and 35 miles east by northeast of your station. I say again, downed plane between 30 and 35 miles east by northeast of your station. Fate of crew undetermined. Rescue operation suggested, if at all possible. Over and out.
Holy cow! Well, what are we waiting for?
On the double, everyone. Hook up the dog. Yes, sir. Hands the sledges. Yes, sir. Clarence, you stick by the radio. Come on, fellas. This is action.
Come on, dogs, let's go. Hey, what do you say to these pups anyway? Mush! You tell them to mush. Okay, mush! Come on, you puppies, mush! Let's go! Mush! Come on, mush!
In the middle of one of the worst storms we'd had, we started out for the crashed plane. All of us. All of us started out, but we come back. We come back because we couldn't get through. We tried. For 2 days, we fought through the wind and the snow, but it drove us back. On the 4th day, the storm let up a little, and Joe went up and spoke to the lieutenant.
Excuse me, sir, but I and Johnny's been thinking.
Yeah, Joe, what is it?
Well, sir, I and Johnny would like to try for that plane ourselves. We figured that we'd stand a better chance with just the two of us and the dog sled. You see, sir, them guys in the plane must need help pretty bad. And besides, sir, we figure it's better with just two of us because...
Because why, Joe?
Because if we don't come back, well, there'll be somebody left to come after us.
He let us go. We slugged our way through the wind and the snow. Snow. It was more like the sky was firing millions of sharp stones at us. And cold. Boy, was it cold.
Hey, Joe. Joe, it's cold.
Yeah. What'd you expect? Steam heat? Mush!
How far we come?
About a mile.
We've been at it 7 hours and we come a mile?
Yeah. Come on, let's keep going.
Sure, but...
Come on, Johnny, keep moving. Mush!
We kept moving. Through the snow and through the cold. And after we'd gone about 17 miles, suddenly the storm broke on us again.
Johnny! Hurry up, Johnny! We gotta unhitch the dog, quick!
We did. We unhitched the dogs and quick built a windbreak. Then we dug trenches. One for the pups and one for us. We pitched our tent, stuck an ice axe through the hole in the top so we could get air, and then we crawled in. We crawled in and we lay there for 3 days. For 3 days, we lay there in the middle of the ice cap with snow and wind roaring around us like express trains. For dinner that first night, we had dried up beans and snow. It was Christmas Eve. Hey, Joe. You ain't talked about your wife none.
Yeah, I know.
What's the matter? You two had a fight?
Yeah.
How? By mental telepathy, maybe?
Cut it out, Johnny.
Oh, look here, Joe. I was only trying to...
Forget it.
Well, sure. Gee.
Johnny.
Yeah?
Sorry.
Well, that's okay.
It's just that... Well, you see, ever since I've been here, I ain't had a letter from her. That's okay. None of us has had letters. I ain't complaining about that. It's just that... Johnny, I think I'm going nuts.
What do you mean?
I can't remember what she looks like.
You what?
I've been gone only 18 months, and I can't remember what she looks like. You know, every day I try to put it together. Blue eyes, black hair, pretty smile. Every day I try to put it together, and it don't come out Jeannie. We used to laugh so much, and I don't remember her laugh. I can't remember what her voice sounds like. Listen, Johnny, I can't remember these things about my own wife. I can't.
Joe, cut it out.
But don't you see?
Joe!
Yeah, sure. That's what I mean. I think I'm going nuts, Johnny.
Shut up.
You want a color blowing your top? Okay. But things happen up on the ice cap. Anyway, Joe got over it, and the next day we started again for the wrecked plane. Our going was tough. Real tough. I was so tired, so sleepy. And finally, my legs folded up under me, and I thought I couldn't go no further.
Johnny, come on, will you? There's the plane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Come on, let's run for it.
Okay. You go on in. I'll take the dogs and... Hey, Joe. Joe. Listen, Joe. Where are you, Joe?
Hey, Johnny!
Yeah?
I'm down here!
It's all right, Joe. It's okay, fella. I'll get you. You keep calling. I'll find you. You keep yelling now.
This way! Over here! Here!
He'd fallen down a crevasse. He'd fallen down and landed on an ice ledge about 15 feet under. Under that little ice ledge was about 7 miles of nothing. I quick got out a rope and hauled and prayed and cussed and finally got him up. When he got to the top, all he said was,
I lost my cap. I paid $15 for that cap. It was special. $15. And I lost it.
Too much for a cap.
I know.
And that was when we realized we couldn't get to the plane at all. The crevasse Joe fell into ran around in a whole circle. And the plane sat in the middle, on an island of ice. We did everything we could think of to get through. We threw the rope across, but there was nothing out for it to catch onto. We yelled and hollered, but the guys belonging to the plane either didn't hear us or they was wounded or dead. We ran around the circle thinking maybe there was a narrow space to cross over.
Come on, Johnny, let's go around again. Maybe we missed it the first time.
We tried to think of something. For 2 days, we tried, but at last we knew there wasn't no way. We stood and looked at the plane.
Them guys in there don't even know we come for them. They don't even know we come for them.
After a while, we turned and started back through the storm to our station. And 1 month later, we found out that the crew of the wrecked bomber had already been rescued by a Coast Guard plane. They would have told us sooner, but there was no way. Not long after that, we was relieved from duty on the ice cap. A party commanded by Colonel Burnt Balkin came up and took us out. We was glad to go. Well, Mr. Fetterman, that's all. Except that we stopped at the base command on our way back to the States, and the colonel who had volunteered me told us that we'd done a real good job. He told us our messages got through even when we thought they hadn't. He said we'd helped our guys bomb Germany. He said we was a credit to everybody. Then he said something else. He looked at me and right out loud he said,
"Tell me, Sergeant, now that you're headed back to the States for a nice long rest, tell me. Just what did you think of the ice cap?"
So I told him.
So we told him, eh? I'd like to have heard it, Mr. Fetterman.
Me too, Jack.
Now, how about next week's show?
Well, I think it's a corker. I'll wager a modest sum that it'll make more than one good American jump out of his chair, grab a club, and start marching towards Radio City. I'll tell you the title of the book in a minute, but first, Jack, I'd like to take your customary commercial time to present a message on behalf of our government. It's this. One of the things that could have beaten us in this war is an uncontrolled rise in the cost of living, otherwise known as inflation. Now, by the use of sound common sense, we Americans have managed to hold the line on rising prices for over a year. But we must continue to hold the line. Our country now stands at the crossroads. The danger of an uncontrolled rise in prices continues and will continue until final military victory and a stable peace make it possible for us once again to fill the marketplace with all the goods and services Americans want to buy. As I've said, we've shown we can hold the line against rising prices. For over a year, we've proved we can do it. But we can't let up yet, not for an instant. The battle against inflation is and must be a continuing battle. Another kind of war, perhaps, but equally important for those of us at home.
And one we will win, Mr. Fadiman. And now what about that provocative-sounding book for next week?
Well, it's called Traveler from Tokyo. The traveler himself is a man who's lived in Japan and who has a good deal to tell us about the Japanese. Things many of us never knew before. Things many of us would rather die than believe. Still, Ambassador Grew endorses every word this traveler speaks, and Ambassador Grew is a man who knows if anybody does. So tune in. It'll be interesting, I promise you. Now, this is Clifton Fadiman, who's been pinch hitting for Carl Van Doren, inviting you to be with us again next week. Until then, goodbye.
Tonight's dramatization was written by Edith Summer and featured Paul Mann. Music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky, and the production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Don't miss next week when the Johnson Wax program presents Traveler from Tokyo on Words at War. Jack Costello speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax program, Words at War, with Clifton Fadiman. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, proudly presents one of the most widely discussed programs in America, Words at War, dramatizations of the most representative books to come out of this great world conflict. And pinch hitting for Carl Van Doren tonight is that good judge of fine books, man of letters, and nationally known radio personality, Mr. Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Traveler from Tokyo, which we talked about last week, has been postponed to a later date in the series. Tonight, we tell the story of two people. Did you ever hear of two young people named George Dodd and Ruth Lehman? No, I thought not. They're not very important people in this great war, actually. And yet I think you'll be interested in their story. Because in another way, the same thing might have happened to you. But more about the story and the author in a minute. First, a message from Jack Costello.
Folks, we had such a nice letter from a very young lady this week. She writes, I heard Harlow Wilcox tell about all the uses of your wax. So this morning I had Mother polish my brown shoes with Johnson's Wax. The wax took off all the black marks and scratches and made my shoes look so bright I thought I would tell you about it. My mother says Johnson's Wax is better than shoe polish. I'm 5.5 years old and in the high kindergarten. With love. Now, isn't that a nice letter? I could tell that young lady many thousands of people use Johnson's Wax on their shoes and on all their leather things like luggage, golf bags, and briefcases. The wax helps to keep the leather from drying out, protects it from wear, besides giving it a nice polish. It's the same Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, that you use on your floors, furniture, and woodwork. Mr. Fadiman?
Tonight, Words at War brings you a dramatization based upon Lost Island, written by James Norman Hall. Mr. Hall, as you remember, was one of the authors of Mutiny on the Bounty. As for Lost Island, Well, picture the most beautiful island you've ever dreamed about. Imagine a tropical masterpiece of green shrubs, coconut palms, and brilliantly colored flowers, highlighted by still water lagoons. Hear, if you can, the giant breakers rolling up on the snow-white beach. Dream of peace, loveliness, heaven on earth. Well, that was FBR-9, the island to which Major George Dodd was assigned. The swellest assignment a man could ask for. That's what he thought, anyway, the day he picked up his orders in the colonel's office.
Major Dodd?
Yes, sir?
Actually, your job is quite simple. You're to turn that island into an air base. You're an engineer. You'll know what to do. Examine your ground carefully. Draw up a full-scale map showing where hangars, repair shops, runways, fuel storage tanks, and living quarters should be built.
Yes, sir.
The plane will get you to the island on the 9th. The ship bringing troops and equipment will arrive on the 19th. That gives you 10 days to do your job. I needn't remind you how important this repairing base is to our Pacific lifeline. Let nothing stand in the way.
I won't, sir.
Well, time's short. Do you have any questions, Major?
Well, no, Colonel. Oh, by the way, are there any people on the island?
No, none as far as I know. Some natives, I guess. Oh, one man in particular will be expecting you. His name's Vigo. Works for the owner of the island. Sort of foreman or caretaker.
Vigo. I've got that, sir.
Well, good luck, Major. And, happy landings.
Thank you, sir. As soon as I saw the island, I realized how lucky I'd been to be chosen for this job. I didn't know then, you see, what the next 10 days would bring. I didn't even begin to suspect until I met some of the people.
I am Vigo, Major Dodd.
Vigo? You? Well, I thought...
You thought I was a native? You see, although my mother was Polynesian, my father was Danish.
Oh, I see. Well, hello. How do you do? I'm glad to know you.
Welcome to our island.
Thank you.
We are glad you come. I work for you now like I work for Mr. Boyle. But he is an old man now, sick. Maybe that is why he go to America and sell the island to you?
Well, he didn't sell the island, Vigo. He leased it, and not to me, but to the United States.
Sell it, lease it, no difference, no difference. You like it so much, you stay. Wait and see.
Well, you don't understand. I'm a soldier in the United States Army.
That is good. Have you ever eaten a mango, Major Dodd?
A mango? No. Look, Vigo, America has leased your island because they need it to help fight a war. Well, I work for America, see?
Like I work for Mr. Boyle?
Well, yes, that's right.
You like your work?
Well, sure.
That is nice. Major Dodd, you will come see my turtles. Down on the beach, my baby turtles. Every 75 days, they hatch. Soon it will be 75 days. Then they hatch. You come see them, Major Dodd?
Yes, sure, Vigo. I come see your turtles. And then there was Father Vincent, a magnificent-looking old gentleman with a long white beard and snowy white hair.
Welcome to our home, my son.
Thank you.
And while you're here, I hope you'll feel free to visit my little church whenever you wish. And my garden. You must visit my garden.
Thank you, sir. But what I wanted to say was...
Do you know the jam fruit tree?
The jam fruit tree?
Yes. We have several. 3 to be exact. But of course, my pride and joy is the orange tree. The children love it, too. They watch over it like little guardian angels. You must come and see my garden, Major Dodd. Do come and see the garden.
There was Father Vincent and Vigo, and there was...
How do you do, Major Dodd?
Hello.
My name is Ruth Lehman. I did not mean to startle you.
Well, it's just that I didn't expect it. Ruth Lehman.
Yes.
Would you mind telling me how you...
Came to this island?
Yes. I didn't expect to see anyone, so... like you here, Miss Lehman.
My father and I came over a year ago. We're refugees, Major Dodd, German refugees. We had traveled many miles through many, many countries, and finally, somehow, we landed here.
I like it.
Like it? Major, can you know what it means to come to a strange place and find yourself surrounded by love and kindness? I'll say very simply, this island is heaven on earth.
Heaven on earth. I was beginning to feel that way, too. Already I had a curious sense of peace and well-being. For the first time in my life, I'd met a group of people who seemed completely free of fear and its companion, distrust. I was happy. And then slowly, very slowly, it began to happen. Late that afternoon, I made a tour of the entire island with Ruth and Vigo. Naturally, our first stop was Vigo's turtle bed.
There they are, Major Dodd. Where? Oh, careful, careful. You almost stepped on it.
Well, where? I don't see anything, Vigo.
Do not move, do not move. You see that little bump in the sand before your feet?
Yes, I see it.
My turtles.
But you mean they're under the sand?
Certainly.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. It makes sense. They are here, but they are not here yet.
Vigo means they have not hatched. And the eggs are still buried in the sand.
Vigo, you're nothing but an old fraud. You led me to believe there were turtles here.
There are, right under that bump.
Vigo believes, Major, that a turtle egg naturally winds up as a turtle. You see, there is nothing here to stop it. It's inevitable.
Sure.
I see. Well, that sounds reasonable enough. Actually, there's nothing that could stop it when you get...
What's the matter?
Nothing. Oh, nothing. Tell me, Miss Lehman, do you happen to know just how long this island is?
I don't know exactly. About 3 miles, isn't it, Vigo?
3 miles. How wide?
I do not know. About 2. Why?
I just wondered.
Excuse me, Miss Ruth, but we promised Father Vincent we bring Major Dodd to services. I think we better hurry if we expect to catch Blessing today and stop at Council Hall, too.
Oh, yes, that's right, Vigo. Are you coming, Major?
Yes, of course.
Here it is, Major, our Council Hall.
That's nice. Where?
Well, you see, we hold our meetings out here under the trees, Major.
Feasts, too, celebrations, everything. For hundreds of years now, my people, on my mother's side of me, have sat out under these very trees and decided important things. Our whole history has been held by these trees, Major Dodd.
This grove is very dear to the islanders, Major. It is like your Plymouth Rock or your Liberty Bell.
Mm-hmm. The trees are so close together. There's no room. There just isn't enough room.
Oh, we better go now. We better go quick. Church services starting.
Yes.
And if we late, blessings do not take so good.
All right. I knelt in the back of the little church and watched Father Vincent and what seemed like the entire population of the island perform the simple and beautiful religious ceremony. I knelt there and watched them and prayed to God for strength. I hadn't prayed in years, but I did then. I asked God to help me find a way. Find some way. After the ceremony was over, I spoke to Father Vincent. He walked through his garden, and the kindly old man said the one thing I feared most.
You have seen the whole of our island, my son. What do you think of it?
Well, it's beautiful, Father, but...
But is something wrong with it? Something you don't like?
Oh, no, Father. It's just that it's so...
So what, my son?
It's so small.
Well, people aren't very large either, are they?
No, but what's the use?
Come now, look at the garden. It's taken me 30 years to make this, Major.
30 years?
Well, why are you so startled? It often takes a long time, my boy, to make something beautiful. But it doesn't matter. My garden will last a long time, too. Long after I'm gone, it will be here. I like to think about that. I'm happy to have something to give to my people here. They've given me so much.
Yes, Father.
Here comes Ruth. Good afternoon, my child.
Good afternoon, Father. Major. Father, Vigo is looking for you.
Oh, well, I'll go find him then. Would you be good enough to escort the Major through the garden for me?
Yes, Father, I shall be glad to.
Well, I'm a little worried about the orange tree. The children would be heartbroken. Well, I'd like to consult Vigo a bit.
And he wants to consult you about his turtles. He is afraid they won't hatch on time.
Well, a fair exchange. I leave you in good hands, my son.
I'll take care of him, Father.
Goodbye. Bye, Father.
Goodbye, my children.
This way, Major. The summer house is right over here.
Right.
Here we are. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
No. Sometimes I believe this is the loveliest spot on the entire island. So utterly peaceful. Won't you tell me?
I beg your pardon?
How bad is it?
I don't understand.
I think you do.
Oh,
You forget, Major, I am a refugee from Germany. I have seen these things many times before. Is it so bad?
it's hopeless.
Are you sure?
Sure? Of course I'm sure.
But isn't there some way?
I'll have my orders, Ruth. Nothing must get in the way. The ship bringing the men and the equipment will be here on the 19th.
I know, but surely something can be saved.
It's hopeless, I tell you. Every inch will be needed. I've been over and over it in my mind. The island's too small. I can't help it, but it's too small.
And that means?
It means that no place in the world is safe from war. Not even here. It means that everything, the village, Vigo's turtles, the church, Father Vincent's garden, the council hall, the entire island, everything will be completely wiped out.
This is Clifton Fadiman, and this is the Johnson Wax program, Words at War, bringing you a dramatization based on the book Lost Island. Lost Island is the story of how war comes to a South Sea island paradise in the person of Major Dodd, an engineer in the United States Army. We've seen how Dodd, in fighting the great battle against the common enemy, finds himself fighting another battle within himself, the soldier against the man. For 9 whole days now, working day and night, he's been trying to do the soldier's job, that of building an air base his country badly needs. And at the same time, he's been trying to fulfill the man's desire, that of saving the homes of the peace-loving islanders. He tries to do both, but in his heart he knows only one can be done.
George?
Oh?
George, may I come in?
Oh, yes, come on in, Ruth. Hey, listen, I thought of something. I've got the figures here.
Yes.
You see, if we build the repair shops here, right in the center... Oh. But if we build them here, maybe we could save this. No way. Oh, nuts.
George.
No use kidding myself. What good are wishes and prayers when it's slide rules and figures that count? When we get through those bulldozers, there won't be 1 square foot of ground left over on the whole island. Why didn't they send somebody else? Why didn't they send anybody else to do this job? I can't do it, Ruth. I can't do it.
You can, George. And the time has come for you to tell the people.
Tell the people? No.
You must tell them.
No, I can't, Ruth. I can't.
You must, George. The ship is coming tomorrow, and their paradise will be destroyed. Tonight, in the ceremony of an age-old feast, they will welcome you into their island family. You must tell them, George. You must keep faith with them.
All right, Ruth. They'll be told. Tonight I'll tell them that the friend they welcomed has come to destroy them. Tonight I'll tell them about the troop ship. I wonder what my little welcome party will turn into then. That night, with Ruth by my side, I stood and waited for Vigo to tell the islanders of the ship's coming and what it meant. I'd wanted Father Vincent to tell them, but he'd been called away to another island to perform the last rites of his church for a dying old woman. I stood there and listened as Vigo spoke to them. I don't know how he said it. I couldn't understand his words, but the sound of them will stay with me as long as I live. How would they take it, these friendly, simple people? What would they do? I didn't know. All I could do was stand there and listen. Vigo, what's happening? Why are they laughing?
They are happy. They laugh. They do not understand.
Well, why don't they? Why?
No ship has come here in 10 years. They love a ship to come. They love it. They think it will bring them sewing machines and brass beds.
Vigo, you've got to tell them it's not a trading ship. It's a troop ship. A troop ship.
I told them that. But my people do not understand.
Why not?
They do not know what troops are, Major Dodd.
I groped my way past the excited, laughing natives. They were so happy. They flung their arms around me, patted me on the shoulder. Some of them even grabbed my hand and kissed it. I ran blindly away from the council hall. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what I was doing. I must have walked for hours. Finally, I found myself down on the beach. I stood there on the coral sand, where Vigo's little turtles were waiting to be crushed by the wheels of the bulldozers. I stood there and watched the waves roll in. Then she came. Ruth.
Yes, George, I'm here.
Ruth?
No. All right, don't talk. You must not feel this way, George. You must not blame yourself. You had to do this thing. There are times when men must be ruthless so that good can come of it. It is like, yes, George, it is like a surgeon who has to cut an arm off in order to save the man. You need the Pacific bases in order to destroy the fascists. Because only then can all men live in their homes free from fear and persecution. These poor people will suffer. I know how they will suffer. But what you are doing is right, George. It is... Listen.
Yes.
Is it...
Yes, it's the ship. Couldn't they even wait until morning?
Oh, no, dear, they will wait. The tide is low now. They cannot get into the harbor until morning. George?
Yes, Ruth?
Where will my people go?
We found a place for them. Vigo and I found a place this afternoon, an island about 8 miles from here. It's smaller than this one.
Will they like it?
Well, at least it's dry, and there are a few trees. I hope they can be happy there. And Ruth, you and your father, you'll come to America with me. I can arrange it. I know I can. There, maybe, in time, we can forget. Maybe we'll never be able to, but at least we can try. We can try together, Ruth. I know we can do it, but only if we're together.
My darling.
Off the boat, those guys.
Boy, ain't this swell?
Hey, look over there. A hula dancer.
That ain't no hula, you jerk. It's a baby palm tree. Now, come on.
Hey, Sarge, you sure?
Sure, the wind's blowing. That's all. The wind's blowing. All right, now, let's go.
The ship had arrived, and the island, which had been the quiet home of a tribe of happy, peaceful people, was no more. It started as simply as that. But soon the place was a riot of noise. Soldiers tumbled off the ship in droves. Bulldozers roared down the gangplank. Supplies were unloaded. Men, machines. The 20th century, with all its fanfare, had moved in. And one civilization proceeded to destroy another. And that was when the heartbreak procession began. Father Vincent was the first. Ruth was with me when the venerable old priest came hurrying to my side.
Major, Oh, Major Dodd, I have just returned. I have just learned. Oh, my church, my people, my God.
Father, believe me, I'm so sorry. Oh, good heavens, what do they want? Where's Vigo?
What? He said they have pulled down his house. He asked, what is he to do?
What's he to do? What am I supposed to answer? Is it my fault? Didn't I try to explain to them? Did they think I wanted to do this thing? Did they think I enjoy it? Do you, Father? Vigo! Vigo!
Yes, Major.
What are you doing to me? You know the arrangements. You know what I told you. Get those people to the boats. Do you hear me? Get them to the boats. Get them out of here.
Yes, Major. Go, Ingemar. Go.
Father Vincent, you must believe me.
I understand, my son. I understand. The will of God is worked in many strange ways. I will abide by it. And so will my people.
Excuse me, Major Dodd.
Yes, Sergeant, what is it?
What? Would you check this blueprint, sir? The boys are ready to start building.
Not now, Sergeant. Don't bother me now.
But,
Sergeant,
sir...
I told you not now.
Yes, sir.
Father Vincent,
Ruth, do not worry, Major. You see, my people sail away for their new home. There is a song of sadness on their lips, true. But there is resignation in their hearts. And there is strength in resignation, my son. And now I, too, must be going. Goodbye, Major, and God bless you.
Goodbye, Father Vincent.
Oh, Ruth, my child, you'd better come now. Your father will be waiting.
Huh?
Come, my child.
No, Father Vincent. Ruth's coming with me to America. He doesn't understand, Ruth. The Padre doesn't understand. Go get your father. Ruth.
I'm sorry, my dearest. I cannot go with you.
You can't go.
I belong here, George. My father and I belong here. The islanders have been good to us. They gave us a home, they gave us love, and they gave us laughter. They taught us how to laugh again, George. They took us in when we were lost, and now it's they who need us. We can help them, George. What they are suffering now, we can show them how to bear. Because we know. George, I'm sorry. I cannot go with you.
Ruth.
Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ruth.
Excuse me, Major. About this blueprint, sir.
What?
I'm sorry, sir, but the boys are ready to start building. Now, we've got the material for the machine shop set up at the head of what's going to be the airstrip.
Yes, Sergeant, sure. Go on, put it... Oh, no, wait a minute. That's wrong. It goes at the other end.
Gee, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, never mind being sorry, Sergeant. We haven't got time. We've got a job to do. Now, come on. Let's get to work and study this thing.
Yes, sir.
You see, according to the maps I've made, the machine shop goes in here, next to the power plant. On the other side of the island, we have plenty of space for the battery.
This is Clifton Fadiman, and that's the end of our story. The story of a lost love and a lost island. As for next week, well, we have a complete change of pace in store for you. Our story concerns the #1 contender for the title of hottest spot on the globe. But more about that after you hear a message from the makers of Johnson's Wax.
You know, friends, dirt wears things out. You women know that's true. That's one of the reasons you clean your curtains and rugs. One of the reasons you wax your floors. Well, dirt is hard on the finish of your car, too. In fact, some of the dirt and road grime your car picks up has a destructive chemical action on its paint jobs. Don't neglect the finish. Clean and polish it occasionally with Johnson's Carnew, the remarkable polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. Besides being easy to use, Carnew gives a satin-smooth surface that helps resist dirt. Carnew is a liquid, easy to apply, dries to a white powder. When you wipe off that powder, you'll find a sparkling finish you'd almost forgotten. No matter how little you drive your car these days, you still must take care of the paint job. And the easy, inexpensive way to do it is with Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U. And now, Mr. Fadiman, just what is the hottest spot on the globe?
Well, I guess there are lots of candidates for the title, Jack, but would you settle for the Balkans?
Yes, indeed.
Well, next week our words at war will be taken from Headquarters Budapest, Robert Parker's new book about the Balkans. That boiling stew pot of bribery, espionage, stupidity, and dictatorship. A script chock full of scenes which are absolutely authentic, but which are too incredible ever to find their way into the most comical of operas. So for the lowdown on Boris of Bulgaria, Beck of Poland, Horthy of Hungary, King Carol, and Magda Lupescu, listen in next Tuesday evening to Headquarters Budapest. Now, this is Clifton Fadiman inviting you to be with us again next week, and until then, goodbye.
Tonight's dramatization was written by Edith Summer and featured Barry Kroger and Charlotte Holland. Music was composed by Tom Bennett and conducted by Milton Catons. And the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, the Johnson Wax program presents Headquarters Budapest on Words at War. Jack Costello speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax program, Words at War, with Clifton Fadiman. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, proudly present one of the most widely discussed radio programs in America, Words at War, bringing you dramatizations of the most representative books to come out of this great world conflict. And here with us, pinch hitting once again for Carl Van Doren, is one of America's keenest judges of good books, Clifton Fadiman.
Good evening. By any stretch of the imagination, could the events that occurred on a certain evening in a certain nightclub in a certain Balkan capital have anything to do with you? Offhand, I think you'd say, certainly not. But I'll be back in a moment to show you these events did concern you, after Jack Costello brings you a brief message from the makers of Johnson's Wax.
You know, folks, there are very few people who always do everything just when they should. Most of us, myself included, are putter-offers. We very often put off until tomorrow the thing we might have done today. That's why we all need to be reminded occasionally to clean and polish our automobiles. Even if your car is idle a good deal of the time, it's still good business to keep the finish clean, because dirt and road grime can actually damage the paint job if they're not removed. The easy way to remove them, of course, is with Johnson's Carnew, the double-purpose polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. Carnew is inexpensive. In fact, I can't think of any reason why that car of yours couldn't be cleaned and polished this very week with Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U. All right, Mr. Fadiman.
Our book tonight is rapidly climbing into the bestseller class, and deservedly so. It is Headquarters Budapest by Robert Parker, for several years before the war, chief Associated Press correspondent in the Balkans. In this book, Parker takes us behind the scenes in the Balkan countries, introduces us to kings and princes, dictators and regents, high-living aristocrats, starving peasants, all adding up to a vivid and frightening picture. See if you don't agree, as we bring you now Robert Parker's provocative story of the Balkans, Headquarters Budapest.
You want the story of the Balkans? Well, I could boil it down to these 3 sentences. The First World War started in the Balkans. The Second World War started in the Balkans. The Third World War will start in the Balkans. I mean it. But let's get the story from the beginning. It's a story of rottenness, deceit, and corruption. Of people divided against themselves and distrustful of their neighbors. A story of hypocrisy, horrible oppression of the many by the few. It's a tragic story out of a land that has supplied the setting for many a comic opera. But you couldn't give the plot of this one away as a gift. They'd say it was too absurd. But wait. One man liked the Balkan story. He liked the plot.
The Balkans, that is where I will strike, in the Balkans.
But, mein Führer, there are great dangers. There are treaties.
Treaties, they mean nothing in the Balkans. What happened when I took my stand on Czechoslovakia? Did not Romania, Hungary, Poland fall on them like wolves?
Ja, mein Führer.
Each one waits for the opportunity to cut the throat of the other. I will cut the throat of all.
Ja, mein Führer.
Ja.
Yes, Adolf Hitler thought the Balkan story might even be worth a production. Look at the cast of principals.
The Hungarian regent, Admiral Nicholas Horthy.
Yeah. Admiral, it is my desire that Germany and Hungary be friends.
I hope we will be, Herr Hitler.
They have much in common.
Without doubt.
It is my feeling that the Hungarian people have a definite obligation to the Third Reich, and the sooner the Hungarian people realize that, the better for them.
What are you saying?
Germany will take no nonsense from Hungary. Hungary will do as Germany says. I am the Führer. I am the voice of Germany. You will remember that, Admiral Horthy.
Stop!
What?
Stop this infernal nonsense. Watch your words, Corporal.
Corporal?
I remind you that I am regent of a nation which has been years. I am not shouted at by an upstart corporal.
Pardon, Admiral.
It's better. Sit down now, Corporal. We will talk sensibly.
You'd take the Admiral for a grand old man, wouldn't you? Not to be bluffed by a dictator, huh? Well, listen to a Hungarian newspaper editor.
No, Mr. Parker. Admiral Horthy has no objections to dictators as such. No. He objected to Hitler only because he considered him an upstart. And Hungarian aristocrats do not like upstarts. They do not like them any more than they like the 3 million landless and starving Hungarian peasants.
Thank you, sir. I tell you, Admiral Horthy of Hungary, or people like him, will help to start World War III in the Balkans. All right, who's next? Well, now, don't burst out laughing before the actor gets started. He isn't in costume, no. This is King Boris of Bulgaria. And if he looks funny, it's because he's so hard up for ready cash that he has to wear the hand-me-down sent to him by his father-in-law, Victor Emmanuel of Italy. Meet His Royal Highness, King Boris.
I am always glad to meet an American, Mr. Parker. America has always been our friend.
Your Majesty, what will Bulgaria do when war comes?
Oh, do you think there will be war?
Don't you, Your Majesty?
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I can't believe there will be a real war. England and France are much too smart to get mixed up with Germany.
they will help Hitler against communist Russia.
You don't fear Hitler, then?
No. Hitler has no designs against Bulgaria. Do you think?
I left the palace with a feeling that Boris was a nice little guy, but a sort of Balkan Casper milquetoast in second-hand clothes. I wondered what the peasants thought of him, because 6 million of Bulgaria's 6.5 million population are peasants, trying to live on an income of $60 a year.
Oh, but you cannot blame King Boris, Mr. Parker.
You, a Bulgarian peasant? You like him?
King Boris? Yes. Oh, it is true he is not cut out to be a ruler of a country, but he would be an excellent, say an excellent village postmaster.
Thank you very much.
Not at all.
Yes, an amiable incompetent like Boris of Bulgaria will help to start World War III in the Balkans. And then there was Prince Paul of Yugoslavia, regent for the boy King Peter. Tall, dark, and handsome. Yes, Prince Paul looked more like an English clubman than a Balkan nobleman. He had a wonderfully simple solution for everything. Oh, yes, and he could also play the piano.
Mr. Parker, there is one way for Yugoslavia to keep out of war. We must be friendly with everybody.
I see. But, Your Excellency, what about your internal problems? You have 8 million Serbs, more than 4 million Croatians, 1.5 million Slovenes, all at each other's throats. How are you going to bring them together?
I will settle that problem.
How, Your Excellency?
I will find a way.
When, Your Excellency?
When I have time. That is my plan, Mr. Parker, to settle my country's internal problems when I have time. When I have done that, I will retire to the country. I will retire to the country, Mr. Parker, and play the piano.
You see, somebody like Prince Paul, who will never find the time to solve his country's problems, will do his part to start World War III in the Balkans. Horthy of Hungary, proud aristocrat, contemptuous of the common people, Boris of Bulgaria, willing perhaps but terribly weak, Prince Paul of Yugoslavia, who thought everything would work out all right in time. These were 3 of the Balkans' rulers when Adolf Hitler decided to give them a demonstration in the spring of 1939. And whom did Herr Hitler select as his first target? The most absurd character of the lot, King Carol of Romania. This sequence of the opera starts in Berlin.
My mind is made up. We strike in the east. When I give the verb, we invade Poland.
But, mein Führer, this means war with Britain and France.
I will smash Britain and France.
Mein Führer, to wage such a war, you need oil for the army, bread for our people.
I will get the oil. I will get the bread.
But where, mein Führer?
Where but Romania?
Mein Führer, King Carol has refused to sign our trade agreement.
He will sign. I have a plan.
A plan, mein Führer?
A plan. Get Schmidt. I will send him to Hungary. Get Wolfat. I will send him to Romania. King Karl will do what he is told.
Schmidt to Hungary, Wolfat to Romania. Ja, mein Führer, ja.
Dr. Wolfat in Bucharest, Romania, calling Dr. Schmidt in Budapest, Hungary.
Yeah, this is Schmidt. Hello, Wolfat.
Hello, Schmidt.
How are you?
Fine. Tell me, Schmidt,
Is everything proceeding according?
Oh, yeah. Everything is proceeding according.
Good.
Tell me, Walter, have you seen him?
Yeah.
How does he regard?
He does not like it. But do not worry. If things are proceeding according...
You mean Hungary? Do not worry, Walter. At this end, it is all taken care of.
That is all I wish to know, Schmidt. I see him again in the morning.
Good. Goodbye, Walter.
Goodbye, Schmidt.
King Carol is in his designing room, Dr. Woltard. He will see you there. King Carol rarely allows anything to interfere with his designing of army uniforms. Through this door.
Thank you.
Your Majesty, Dr. Woltard is here.
Give me some beer, Johann.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Dr. Woltard, I have considered the proposal you bring from Berlin. It is ridiculous. Germany asks 90% of our oil and wheat. That would eliminate our trade with other countries. Does Hitler take me for a fool? Who is Hitler? I am as big a man as he is. Bigger.
But, Your Majesty...
Go back to Berlin, Dr. Woltard. Tell them Carol says... More beer.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Tell them Carol says no.
Your Majesty, if I may say a word...
Where are my red pencils, Johann? Where are my red pencils?
On the left side, Your Majesty.
Just
yes.
one question, Your Majesty. What do you make of the agitation in Hungary?
Agitation? What agitation?
There's great talk, Your Majesty. Hungary is talking of seizing Transylvania from Romania.
They wouldn't dare.
Probably not, Your Majesty. Yet, these are troubled times. Times when every country can use a strong friend.
Like Germany, I suppose.
Well, yeah.
Romania does not fear Hungary. It is all bluff.
Your Majesty, an urgent message.
It may be just bluff, yes.
Hello.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but this is of the greatest importance. Hungarian troops are marching toward the border.
You are sure?
There is no doubt of it, Your Majesty. They will be there in 6 hours.
Very well.
No bad news, I trust, Your Majesty.
You know what the news is. Hungary is sending troops to our border.
No.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. How unfortunate that we were not able to come to an agreement. They would not do this if Romania and Germany had just signed an important trade treaty. Well, good day, Your Majesty.
Dr. Woltard.
Yes, Your Majesty.
How long will you give me to decide?
How long? How long will it take the troops? It takes 6 hours.
This is Clifton Fadiman speaking. Tonight, on the Johnson's Wax program, Words at War, we're bringing you a dramatization based on Robert Parker's story of the Balkans, Headquarters Budapest. Parker has told us that just as World War I and World War II started in the Balkans, so will World War III. To prove his point, he's already introduced us to 4 of the kind of rulers who are easy prey for the Hitlers. At the moment, one of these rulers, Carol of Romania, is letting the last 6 hours of a German ultimatum tick away while he designs new uniforms for the army. Now, Robert Parker continues with his story.
As King Carol's precious hours tick away, where do we go for the next act of this little drama? Back to the Royal Palace? No. To a press conference at the Foreign Office with journalists in striped pants and monocles? No. No, we go to a little joint up over a butcher shop in Bucharest. It's called the Kit Kat Club. The piano is playing an American tune that has found great favor over here. Appropriately enough, it is entitled
don't wake me up. Let me dream. As usual, the Kit Kat Club is crowded. On the surface, it looks like any other nightclub, not the hotbed of intrigue that it actually is. The bearded little man over there against the wall is a member of British intelligence. That dark-eyed doll in the ermine coat up at the bar is a French agent. The bartender works for some foreign government, probably 2 or 3.
What shall I order for you, Monsieur Parker?
A scotch, George.
Oui, monsieur. Right away.
That bent little guy over near the door, see him? He's one of Romania's wealthiest oil men, a great friend of King Carol's ever-loving Elena Lupescu. There's a gal for you. She's organized Romania into one big and ugly racket. She's shaken down the country for about $500 million. She takes a cut on all Army and Navy contracts. She sells public offices. She runs the Romanian Black Bourse, the most fabulous illegal money market in the world. She has a monopoly on the uniform business, which is some business in Romania, with King Carol always designing new ones.
Oui, Doctor Woodard. Oui, monsieur.
Dear George.
Merci bien, monsieur.
Give us some good music, George. Tell them to play some Viennese waltzes.
Oui, Doctor Woodard. Oui, monsieur.
The fat man who just called for some Viennese waltzes. That is Dr. Helmut Wohltat, special trade emissary of Adolf Hitler. As you know, he has a few hours to kill. He is killing them in the Kit Kat Club.
Ah, here you are, I bet.
My Romanian assistant in the Associated Press Bureau. Hello, Alex. Sit down. Any news?
I learned that King Carol is locked up in his private chamber. Refuses to admit anyone. He's designing uniforms.
What? With only a few hours left before the Germans' ultimatum expires, he's designing uniforms? It looks like Hitler wins, eh, Alex?
I'm afraid so.
It will reduce Romania to complete dependency upon Germany.
Yes? Of course, we will be paid for the oil and for the wheat grown by our peasants who have never tasted bread. We'll be paid in typewriters, adding machines, cameras, and harmonicas.
Madame Lupescu could use an adding machine to total up her graft. And maybe there will be some nice colored pencils so Carol can design more uniforms.
And don't forget harmonicas.
Oh, yes, harmonic. Hey, what's this? Alex, look, one of Wohltat's men just came in.
Here's a message. See? He slipped him a note.
This may be it, Alex. This may be Carol's answer. Watch his face, Alex. We can tell what the answer is.
Just come here.
Oui, monsieur.
Champagne! Champagne for everybody!
Bien, monsieur.
Well, there's your answer. Wohltat orders champagne for everybody.
Carol has given in.
Yes, and that's just the beginning, Alex. Hitler would do this in all the other Balkan countries.
Yes, it is just the beginning.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the Kit Kat Club Review. And first on the program is that sensational young Romanian virtuoso, Grigore. Hello, Grigore. What are you going to play for us?
I would like to play the popular American song, Don't Wake Me Up, Let Me Dream.
Très bien. Ladies and gentlemen, Grigory and his harmonica.
A kingdom for a carload of harmonicas. Sounds silly, doesn't it? But it's true. Absolutely true. Well, his Romanian coup accomplished, Hitler was now ready to go after Poland. So let's visit Warsaw on the eve of war in 1939. Warsaw, the seat of a government that pretended to be a democracy, but whose leaders actually operated as tight and dirty a dictatorship as ever existed on the face of the earth. They worked every trick used by dictators since the beginning of time. Concentration camps, anti-Semitism, ballot box stuffing, and the gross mistreatment of minorities. And they alienated Russia, the only big power big enough to save Poland from Germany.
Mr. Parker, His Excellency will see you now.
Oh, thank you. Come along. We've a date with Foreign Minister Joseph Beck. That's Beck at the other end. He looks like an American ham actor made up as a lean and hungry Cassius. He's thin and pinch-faced. And he won't look you in the eye.
He lives lavishly, drinks too much, and is a steady patron of the Warsaw nightclubs.
You have some questions, Mr. Parker?
Yes. The German press and radio are demanding that you give up the Polish corridor and Danzig as well. What do you propose to do about it?
We will not give them up.
Even if they threaten war?
We are not afraid of Germany, Mr. Parker. Poland is a great power. We have the finest army in the world. Germany will not dare to move against us.
They're not talking that way.
Talk is cheap. Hitler is bluffing. Confidentially, I can tell you that Germany's tanks are made of imitation metal. Did you know that? Imitation metal.
I've never heard that.
You would not hear such things. But you can be sure of this. Hitler knows perfectly well that the great Polish army would be in Berlin within 2 months if he started anything with us.
Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Not at all. Just remember, Poland fears nothing. We have the finest army in the world.
I'll remember.
This way, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. Beck actually believed that about the Polish army. So did Smigley Ridge, the Inspector General of the Army. Such men as Beck and Smigley Ridge, who actually should have known better, will help start World War III in the Balkans. We'll dine at the Chateau de Sobansky. Watch out for the champagne bottles. Those drunken officers like to throw them against the wall when they're empty. Let's sit down here and talk to a Polish friend of mine. Hello, Jan.
Welcome, Robert. Sit down, sit down.
Yeah, rather noisy crowd, eh?
As usual, they are everywhere. The food is good here. It's worth putting up with the noise of the officers.
Well, Jan, I heard today that those men belong to the greatest army on earth.
Yes, that is what their leaders tell them.
Jan, how can Beck and the others be so blind?
They are blind in 1,000 ways.
Yes, for instance?
They think they can grind down the people indefinitely.
Yes, most of the people are very poor.
Poor? Robert, in Poland there are peasants so poor they split a match into 5 parts. They starve along on $48 a year.
The minorities must be even worse off.
Much worse off. The Ukrainians in the southeast cannot call their lives their own. The police have them terrified. In the cities, 3.5 million Jews are living in ghettos. Only 1 Jew in 3 is allowed to work. At least 1 million are on the verge of starvation.
Oh, that one's a little close, wasn't it? Hasn't anybody ever tried to solve the problem?
Oh, certainly. Once your friend, Mr. Joseph Beck, made a suggestion to the League of Nations.
What was it?
He suggested that the problem could be solved by merely throwing 3.5 million Jews out of Poland.
Gentlemen, a toast to the Polish army, the greatest army in the world!
Well, maybe the stupid dictatorial leaders of Poland did have the greatest army in the world. Maybe they turned back the Germans at the border that day in September of 1939. Or maybe I just believe what I read in the newspapers of the horrible tragedy that overtook the people of Poland when Hitler gave the signal that started the planes flying and the tanks rolling. The tanks that Joseph Beck firmly believed were made of imitation metal. Let's cut the comedy. I suppose, as they do in comic operas, our peasants should rush on stage now for the finale, in their colorful costumes, singing and laughing and cheering the principals. Sorry, our peasants don't feel up to it. They know that something's wrong. They can't put it into words, but I can tell you what the peasants would like to say. It boils down to something like this. You can't push these people around indefinitely. If you do, World War III, as I told you at the beginning, will start where the First and Second World War started, in the Balkans. Paste that in your hat and look at it every once in a while. The Third World War, more terrible than ever, will surely start in the Balkans unless we give the people of the Balkans a break. Give them a chance at education. Give them a chance to get enough to eat, enough to keep warm in wintertime.
The Third World War will start in the Balkans unless the United States, Great Britain, and Russia agree on a common policy for Eastern Europe and stop playing power politics. It will start in the Balkans unless we refuse to deal with the old discarded regimes, people like Horthy, Beck, Carroll, and the rest, who have been exploiting their peoples just a little too much and a little too long. Unless we throw such comic opera leaders into the ash can. One word can describe what the people of the Balkans need and want. As an American, my word for it is democracy.
This is Clifton Fadiman. The Johnson's Wax program, Words at War, has brought you a dramatization based on Robert Parker's Headquarters Budapest, an accurate blueprint for World War III unless we do something drastic about it. I'll tell you about next week's program after a message from our sponsors.
Friends, the thrift which our forefathers had to practice is well expressed in this bit of verse. Use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without. Sounds just like it was written for these times, doesn't it? It may seem prosaic, but being a thrifty housekeeper today really helps to win the war. So go right on taking extra good care of your toaster, refrigerator, vacuum cleaner, and go right on protecting your linoleum floor surfaces with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Notice that I say protecting, because that's the main reason for using glow coat on your floors. Linoleum actually lasts 6 to 10 times longer when it's protected regularly with glow coat. Of course, you save hours of work in the bargain, because glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. And you have the satisfaction of working in a cheerful kitchen, because glow coat keeps the linoleum looking like new, sparkling clean, colors bright. Mr. Fadiman?
Next week on Words at War, the book is The Nazis Go Underground by Kurt Rice, a startling expose of the Nazis' carefully laid plans for winning the peace. Now, this is Clifton Fadiman inviting you to be with us again next week, and until then, goodbye.
By Gerald Holland and featured... The production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next week, the makers of Johnson's Wax bring you a dramatization of The Nazis Go Underground by Kurt Rice on Words at War.